Huge scandal. Artist Xiao Yi has improper private life, having ambiguous relationships with multiple female artists. Now exposed, he's a complete scumbag. Suggest banning him across the internet. National goddess Su Yuan publicly condemns the green tea scumbag Xiao Yi. Inside sources say she is his ex-girlfriend. Tianyu Media has terminated its contract with Xiao Yi and his endorsements are being removed. Brands may demand huge compensation. Xiao Yi's songs are terrible, his acting is very poor, and no one can watch it. I don't know how he became famous. Guys who can understand. There is such a shameless man in the entertainment circle, disgusting. Xiao Yi, get out of the entertainment circle. Xiao Yi, go die. Jiang City. Singer contest recording studio. In a room. Xiao Yi holds a cigarette, his expression I have transmigrated. After a while he realized he had transmigrated. From a street singer on Earth to a third-tier celebrity with the same name in the entertainment circle. This is Blue Star, a parallel world similar to Earth. However, the cultural entertainment industry here is quite low. Many things that exist on Earth do not exist here. The original owner was an artist under Tianyu Media, good at writing songs, composing, singing, dancing, and acting. Of course, all these were actually garbage. They were just packaging labels given by the company. In fact, he knew nothing. He managed to reach the third tier solely by his handsome face, being good-looking and well-packaged naturally attracted a large number of female fans. But after becoming famous, perhaps he got too cocky, offended many people, and various scandals were dug up. For example, kicking a stray dog on the street. Behaving diva during filming. More importantly, someone exposed that he had ambiguous relationships with multiple female artists, leading a very improper private life. Especially his ex-girlfriend Su Yuan publicly attacked him on major social media. After this was fully exposed, his company, Tianyu Media, decisively terminated his contract. Tianyu stated that it will never cooperate with tainted artists. Ding, the host should have calmed down. The king reversal system is starting to bind. At this moment a voice sounded. Xiao Yi looked wistful. The system is indeed the golden finger necessary for transmigration. The predecessors did not lie to me. Ding, binding successful. Host Xiao Yi. Skills none. Stamina 100, normal people around 100, special forces 130,000, 140, human limit 300. Money 3,000. Money can be used to buy stamina and skills in the shop. Tip: since the host has occupied this body, you must bear everything need to complete the reversal for the original owner and reach the peak of life. At the same time, spread the excellent culture from Earth in the parallel world. Gift of a novice package, 5 consecutive draws. Do you draw? Xiao Yi whispered. Ding, draw successful. Obtain god level singing skill. Obtain god level lyrics. Obtain god level composition skill. Obtain god level guqin skill. Obtain god level guitar skill. In an instant a flood of information entered Xiao Yi's mind. After obtaining the lyrics and composition skills, not only could he create himself, but importantly the entire Earth's music library. After all, some songs, even if you know how to sing, memory is limited, you can't be familiar with every song's arrangement. Now that he has mastered the entire Earth music library, wouldn't he blow up Blue Star's entertainment industry? As for creating his own works, of course there's no problem, but since he can copy, there's no need to waste time. Copying songs is the simplest and most direct way, and it also serves the key effect of spreading Earth's excellent culture. Xiao Yi, are you ready? It's almost your turn on stage. A beautiful girl in a white dress walked in. She was his assistant. Xiao Yi, please prepare a guqin for me. Xiao Yi nodded slightly. 3 days ago, he terminated his contract with Tianyu Media. At the same time, all the major brands he endorsed also terminated their contracts with him. He faced huge compensation. Cars and houses were all mortgaged. But he still owed the brand side 5 million. Later, Boss Yang of Star Media approached him. He prepaid Xiao Yi 5 million and signed him under Star Media, and even secured him a spot in the Singer Is Me competition. Air, not a guitar. Xiao Yi was stunned. This time, to promote Xiao Yi, Boss Yang had people compose several guitar songs for him to be performed in a self-accompanied singing style. Maybe not great, but at least he could go on stage. Now Xiao Yi wants a guqin. What does that mean? Xiao Yi chuckled. Just go prepare. With that, he took a deep breath and walked out of the room. Since he was mediocre on Earth, he would live a decent life on Blue Star. But I must say sorry to the predecessors on Earth. I'm going to be a copycat. A huge concert hall. 10 judges sat in a row. Below sat 1,000 audience members. For this episode of Singer Is Me, the organizers invited some powerful celebrities and top streamers as judges. Familiar ones included Wang Feng Shui, Qianji Zhang, Liang Na Yin, Huachen Yukai Shukuan. 4 powerful artists plus 2 top streamers formed the 6 main judges. In addition, there were 4 popular actresses as assistant judges. Next, let's welcome our next singer on stage. He is Xiao Yi, the host said loudly with a microphone. Applause. Xiao Yi, dressed casually, walked onto the stage with a calm expression. It's him. That scumbag. He's a contestant. We'll turn off the lights later. He better not end up in my hands. At the moment Xiao Yi appeared, the 4 assistant judges, Zhao Jinmai by Lu Tan, Songyun, Zhang Yingxue, were first startled, then their eyes showed a meaningful expression. They were all popular actresses invited as judges, mainly responsible for comprehensive stage effect scoring. They never expected to meet They thought they would make him regret it. Xiao Yi was speechless when he saw the 4 women. According to the original owner's memory, these were all ex-girlfriends. How dared he come to this competition? Was he confident? The competition rules: there were 6 main judges, 4 assistant judges, and 12. The 12 singers performed the 10 judges score. Then singers and main judges choose each other as team members for the second and third round. If a singer is not chosen by a judge, they are eliminated and replaced by a substitute. The team with the highest comprehensive score after 3 rounds wins. Now all 4 assistant judges were ex-girlfriends. The scoring was in jeopardy. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi couldn't help but find it both amusing and frustrating how coincidental that the 4 ex-girlfriends appeared together. Xiao Yi's performance was 10th. Among the 6 main judges, only Na Yin, Hua Qinyu, and Kai Shuquan had not yet formed their team. Xiao Yi, please start your performance. Wang Feng said to Xiao Yi with a slight smile. He knew something about Xiao Yi's affairs, but didn't say much. Of professional ethics must be maintained. The audience below were also paid to be there, so they wouldn't bash Xiao Yi like on the internet. On stage, a guqin was placed. Next, I will bring you a song, Silence is Gold. Xiao Yi sat down slowly, his expression turned serious. The singer is me. Competition requires original songs. You cannot sing songs others have sung. If you bring company-prepared lyrics, no one will say much. Some things are tacitly understood. And this Silence is Gold does not exist in this world. Xiao Yi had to shamelessly copy it. Silence is gold. Not Guitar Dream. Assistant Xiao Yi was dazed and sensed something wrong, instinctively thinking Xiao Yi was up to something. This scumbag knows how to play the guqin. I didn't know. As far as I know, during university his best was guitar, but barely. Zhao Jinmai thought to herself. This fool is challenging the guqin. Is he crazy? Zhang Yingxua looked as if seeing a ghost. She knew Xiao Yi could play guitar, but his guqin skill could only be described in 4 words: terrible. Don't say it. Xiao Yi looks quite handsome when he's serious. What a pity. Ten Songyun sighed slightly. Bai Lu smiled lightly, waiting to see the fun. Judging by Xiao Yi's appearance, he seemed to be playing and singing himself. This was quite difficult. Maybe he was trying to get a higher score. Of course, if he could perform perfectly, his score would not be bad. Wang. Xiao Yi gently plucked the string. A series of rapid notes sounded. The night wind howls alone. I look back on past events. In my former self, I was filled with anger and resentment. Slander and accusations piled up, filling me with. I react too strongly to rumors. Xiao Yi played the piano while singing softly. Moi. Just as Xiao Yi finished the first 4 lines, Wang Feng and the others were slight. Superb piano skills. Standard Cantonese. Excellent lyrics. Wang Feng's eyes lit up immediately, giving the highest praise. Good lyrics. Good artistic conception. A captivating opening, him in awe. Xue Qianji subconsciously tightened his grip on the microphone. He loved studying lyrics, and the 4 lines Xiao Yi sang gave him a refreshing feeling. One word: amazing. Zhang Liangying and Na Yin smiled broadly, staring intently at Xiao Yi. This playboy actually knows how to play the piano, and it seems he's quite accomplished. His Cantonese is so standard, his voice is so pleasant. He feels different from before, more weathered. Maybe it's because of recent experiences. Is this the playboy Xiao I know? He sings so beautifully. Zhao Jinmai and the other 3 had strange expressions, looking incredulous. At that moment, they suddenly felt that Xiao Yi on the stage seemed different. He had a very special aura. If before Xiao Yi was arrogant and made people uncomfortable, now he was natural and unpretentious, bringing a sense of comfort like a spring breeze. Fate has long decided whether you are rich or poor. Wrong is forever wrong. Truth is forever truth. No matter what you say, I will abide by my duty. I always believe that silence is golden. Right and wrong have their own justice. Speak cautiously, do not offend others. When faced with cold winds and rain, do not take it too seriously. Fill your heart with confidence, ignore satire and interrogation. Laugh and curse as others will live freely. 4 minutes later, Xiao Yi finished the song, the lingering piano notes still echoing in the air. The judges and audience were immersed in the musical world, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Superb piano skills, masterful singing technique, and top-notch lyrics. This could truly touch the heart and leave a lasting aftertaste. 10 seconds. Applause. A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted. Cheers filled the room. It seemed they hadn't heard such moving music in a long time. In life, one encounters many things: poverty, wealth, slander, accusations, ridicule, misunderstanding from others. But do not complain. Instead, constantly learn from failures and lessons. Work hard. Wipe away tears, calm your mind, stay positive, be cautious in words and deeds, uphold truth. One day you will succeed. At that moment, they suddenly realized that this song matched Xiao Yi's current situation. At this moment, Xiao Yi was being criticized online, misunderstood by many, and his path was full of twists. Wasn't this exactly the situation? Regarding this matter, he had never explained much, letting people judge right and wrong. Isn't this exactly the meaning of the song? Silence is golden. This playboy. Zhao Jinmai subconsciously wiped the corner of her eye, counting she was Xiao Yi's first love, and they had been together the longest. After the breakup, she hated him more than she loved him. Later, when Xiao Yi achieved some success, he became arrogant, which made her even more disdainful. But after hearing Xiao Yi's song, she suddenly felt that perhaps what he had shown before was not his true feelings. How could someone who sings such a profound song be arrogant and overconfident? After experiencing more, one matures. Is that it, eh? Bai Lu murmured, looking at Xiao Yi with a hint of inexplicable pity. This man seemed to have suffered a lot. She was Xiao Yi's second girlfriend, but he didn't know her anything, as the breakup was mutual. Since then they had no contact. Occasionally hearing about Xiao Yi, she would just smile and, the past is the past, no need to cling to it. After all, Xiao Yi had left a bad impression on her, arrogant, conceited, and ill-behaved with many faults. But at this moment, she suddenly felt that she had never truly understood him. Tan Songyun and Zhang Yingxue looked at Xiao Yi with complex expressions, remaining silent for a long time. This man had indeed matured a lot, but it also made them feel a sense of unfamiliarity. You no longer saw the previous arrogance in him. Instead, there was calm and composure, as if life's pressures had worn down his edges. He must have suffered a lot. Zhang Yingxue bit her lip, a pang of sourness in her heart. How much hardship did it take to grind down an arrogant man into what he is now? Applause. Wang Feng and the others came back to their senses and kept clapping. Thank you, Xiao Yi, for bringing us such a good song. To be honest, the Singers Conference has been held for 6 years, and I've been the host for all 6. I hear many touching songs every year, thinking I'm immune. But just now I was truly moved to tears. We go through many things in life. It's hard, but if we keep a calm mind, one day the flowers will bloom and butterflies will come. The host wiped his tears and said loudly, "Next, let's invite the judges to comment and score." Teacher Wang Feng. All the judges looked at Wang Feng. Wang Feng looked at Xiao Yi with full approval and said, "I really like this song. Top-notch piano skills, perfect singing voice, every word deeply touches my heart and makes me recall the hardships I've been through. To be honest, I haven't heard such a touching song in many years, so I give you a 10. Wang Feng immediately raised a perfect scorecard. After hearing Xiao Yi's song, he couldn't help but wonder, was this really the same young star who was rumored to have a messy private life, be overly arrogant, and throw tantrums? Could it be deliberate slander from opponents? After all, from Xiao Yi's song one could feel that he was a young man with a calm mind who didn't like to compete. Thank you, teacher Wang Feng. Xiao Yi bowed to Wang Feng in gratitude. I am a very picky person, especially with lyrics. But your silence is golden, really makes me want to kneel. Xiao Yi, I admit you've put huge pressure on me, so I give you a 10. Shui Qianji immediately raised a perfect scorecard. Wow. The audience gasped again, as if seeing Shui Qianji praise a singer like this for the first time. Your piano skills and singing have been fully evaluated by teacher Wang Feng. I find no flaws. Then your song, sung in perfect Cantonese with a touch of opera style, adds classical charm and perfectly blends Confucian moderation. It reminds me of the graceful and melodious Jiangnan scenery. I really like it. So I give you a perfect score. Zhang Liangying said seriously. She was a new generation diva, top-notch in singing, and her evaluation was naturally very fair. The lyrics are beautiful, the piano is beautiful, the artistic conception is beautiful. Even someone like me who loves to find faults has no chance to complain. So troublesome. I must give you a perfect score. Nayan also gave a perfect score. Over the years, she had faced her own share of criticism, but no one could deny her ability. Based on her experience, Xiao Yi's song would soon become a hit and be sung for a long time. Thank you, mentors. Xiao Yi thanked them naturally. Next came the evaluation and scoring from the two main mentors, Hua Qinyu and Kai Shuquan. Teacher Hua, teacher Kai, who will go first? The host looked at Hua Qinyu and Kai Shuquan. As top-tier celebrities in the Chinese entertainment industry, their presence alone generated massive traffic wherever they went. Naturally, the show's crew invited them as judges to boost the program's buzz. They'll go first, Hua Qinyu said with a smile. He gazed at Xiao Yi and paused for a moment. Although this song of yours is decent and your piano skills are excellent, to be honest, I don't like it. In my view, the melody is too plain, failing to evoke a sense of spiritual resonance. Moreover, such a song feels somewhat outdated, out of sync with today's society. So I can hardly give you a high score. 5 points is the highest I can offer. Hua Qinyu gave his rating, 5 points. The judges present were not surprised by this score. After all, he favored high-pitched vocals, pop songs, and tracks with strong rhythms and explosive energy. This piece, Silence is Gold, predominantly featured mid to low tones and centered on the philosophy of moderation. It embodied the grace of a gentleman, gentle and refined, evoking a spring breeze. Hardly the kind of explosive sensation he sought. The others chuckled and refrained. In an era of diverse artistic expression, everyone understood the merits and flaws. In a word, speak with caution, silence is golden. Now it's my turn. Kai Shuquan looked at Xiao Yi with a beaming smile. Some of the judges observed him quietly, suspecting that this top-tier celebrity might also find fault and give an extremely low score. After all, being a top star didn't necessarily mean exceptional singing skills, it meant having massive popularity. Just as they were curious about how many points Kai Shuquan would give Xiao Yi, Kai Shuquan immediately raised the perfect scorecard. He chuckled. I must give you these 10 points with no particular reason. I simply love this song. It's that simple. Xiao Yi nodded slightly without further comment, but what he truly thought remained unknown. The crowd was left utterly stunned. What was going on? Kai Shuquan actually gave Xiao Yi a perfect score without a single criticism, just because he liked it. That his behavior completely defied expectations. After all, in the eyes of many, entertainment celebrities loved to do something unconventional. No one had anticipated that he would not create any difficulty. Shocking. Kunzi turned out to be that kind of person. It must be said that his actions indeed won over the crowd's favor. Could it be that he resonated with Xiao Yi because both were being criticized across the internet? It must be so, the others thought to themselves. The 6 main judges had finished scoring. Next came the scoring by the 4 assistant judges. They needed to consider the singer's performance, stage effects, and the evaluations of the 6 main judges to give a fair score. Bai Lu was the first to score. They'll give you an 8 lest you get too cocky. Bai Lu muttered to herself, then raised an 8-point card. She looked at Xiao Yi and explained, We score based on the overall performance and stage effects. Everyone attending today's competition is dressed to the nines, yet you're wearing casual clothes with unshaven stubble. That's a deduction. May I ask why? Seeing Bai Lu give Xiao Yi an 8, Xiao Jinmai and the other two women frowned with displeasure. They considered themselves Xiao Yi's primary ex-girlfriends. It was only natural for them to deduct points for his faults. But what right did Bai Lu have? What gave her the authority to give Xiao Yi a low score? Because she had big breasts. How infuriating. If they knew that each of them was Xiao Yi's ex-girlfriend, who knows what they would think? Xiao Yi replied calmly, "To be honest, I only have this set of clothes now." After his house was mortgaged, he was kicked out by the brand, unable to even pack his belongings. He now lived in a 60 square meter rented room, with only 3,000 yuan to his name. If he bought a new decent outfit, he would probably starve. He'd buy new clothes after earning some money. As for the stubble, the original owner had come to this competition in a daze, so why would he bother with stubble? After hearing this, Bai Lu suddenly recalled the astronomical compensation Xiao Yi faced. A pang of sorrow surged in her heart, and she felt she had made a mistake. "I'm sorry," Bai Lu said apologetically. "I'm used to it. It's fine." Xiao Yi smiled lightly, not taking it to heart. Bai Lu forced an unnatural smile, no longer daring to meet his gaze. Damn Bai Lu. She deliberately exposed Xiao Yi's wounds. Who gave her the right? Xiao Jinmai and the other two were extremely displeased. Without a moment's hesitation, they simultaneously raised the perfect scorecards. "Perfect score," they said in unison. Wow. The scene erupted in another wave of... It was well known that according to past practice, assistant judges were even more strict and critical. It was rare for a perfect score to appear simultaneously. After all, considering stage effects, there were many uncertain factors that could lead to deductions. The production team had also specifically instructed judges to avoid giving contestants perfect scores, as that would increase dramatic effect. Seeing the three women give perfect scores, Bai Lu hesitated, her emotions in turmoil. The judges have finished scoring. I declare Xiao Yi's comprehensive score for this round to be 93 points. The host announced loudly. Boom. The audience exploded. In previous rounds, contestants' comprehensive scores usually ranged from 60 to 70. Reaching 80 was already considered extremely strong. As for those who scored above 90, they were rare as phoenix feathers. It was astonishing that Xiao Yi achieved such a high score on his first attempt. Now it's time for the mutual selection between judges and contestants, the host announced. Unfortunately, my two team members are already in place, so I can't choose again, Wang Feng said with a wry smile. He genuinely liked Xiao Yi. If they teamed up, they could surely overcome all obstacles. What a pity. Xue Qianji and Zhang Liangying also smiled apologetically. They had their own teams and couldn't choose again. The remaining judges were Na Yan, Hua Qinyu, and Kai Shuquan, each still needing one team member. Many believed Na Yan would most likely select Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi had already demonstrated his formidable strength. If she wanted to play it safe, she wouldn't let him go. Xiao Yi would probably choose her as well, since Na Yan was quite strong. As for Hua Qinyu, given his earlier comments, he certainly wouldn't select Xiao Yi, and Xiao Yi definitely wouldn't choose. Kai Shuquan, however, was an uncertain factor. Sorry, your style doesn't quite match mine, Hua Qinyu said softly. Na Yan looked at Xiao Yi and sighed. Xiao Yi, although you sang very well, and I can find no fault, there is still a difference in our styles. So I'm sorry. In truth, she was worried about the controversy surrounding Xiao Yi. If she selected a contestant with such a stain, she might inadvertently get caught up in the trouble. In the entertainment industry, one must tread carefully. 2 consecutive main judges had rejected him, causing the audience to break into a cold sweat. Only Kai Shuquan remained. If he didn't choose Xiao Yi would be eliminated and miss out on the subsequent competition. There were still many substitute contestants waiting backstage. It seems Xiao Yi is in a tight spot. Zhao Jinmai and the other 3 women clenched their fists unconsciously. Although Xiao Yi had wronged them, they still hoped he would succeed. Lao Xiao, join my team. Let's win the championship together, Kai Shuquan said with a bright smile. Alright, Xiao Yi replied softly. Nowadays, Kun-style music was the trend. If he performed a guqin family slow, plus a sword immortal chicken hero, wouldn't he sweep the entire competition? And if he added some singing and dancing, who could compete? In fact, Xiao Yi and Kai Shuquan had debuted together as trainees, so they knew each other. However, Kai Shuquan was definitely not as simple as he appeared on the surface. There might be problems later. The audience was shocked again, yet they also felt it was only natural. Giving up a powerful contestant easily would be a huge loss. Phew. Zhao Jinmai and the other 3 women sighed in relief. Wang Feng and the others felt the same. Without such strong contestants in the subsequent competition, wouldn't it be much less exciting? Xiao Yi stepped down, leaving the stage for the next contestant. In the room. Xiao Yi, you. Assistant Xiao Yi stared at Xiao Yi in disbelief. Was this still the same Xiao? He played and sang on his own, and the song he performed was not the one tailored for him by Boss Yang. Most crucially, he had achieved an exceptionally high score, leaving her utterly astounded. To be honest, before this, she had heard Xiao Yi sing. Even though she was not a professional, she found his performance quite ordinary, devoid of any resonance. Thus, for this competition, she had no confidence in Xiao Yi, believing he was merely there to go through the motions. Little did she expect that Xiao Yi would present her with such a tremendous surprise. Reflecting on everything that had happened, she could not help but think of the phrase playing the fool to catch the tiger. Indeed, Boss Yang truly had an eye for talent. When everyone was criticizing Xiao Yi, she decisively signed him. This perseverance and insight were something others lacked. I must immediately tell Boss Yang this good news. Xiao Yi said earnestly. Confidentiality agreement. Xiao Yi reminded her. Before the program was fully recorded, no results of the show could be leaked prematurely, or it would affect the audience's anticipation when the program aired. Oh. Realizing this, Xiao Yi quickly put down her phone, not daring to act recklessly. Snap. Xiao Yi paid her no attention and directly took out a cigarette to light it. Seeing this, Xiao Yi's expression changed slightly, and she immediately glanced around. Fortunately, the door was closed, and no one was nearby. Don't smoke. If you get caught on camera, countless people will criticize you. Xiao Yi quickly reminded him. Let them mock and scold, why live freely. Xiao Yi smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. He had always been a heavy smoker. In the past, the pressure of life was so immense that he could not even afford a decent pack of cigarettes. Now that he had been reborn, he naturally wanted to live with ease and spontaneity. Why must he always follow others' expectations? I won't bother with you. Xiao Yi sighed. By the way, the second round of the competition is about historical figures. You need to write a song about one. Did you master the song The Hegemon of Western Chu that Boss Yang gave you? Xiao Yi looked at Xiao Yi again. Xiao Yi held the cigarette deep in thought. At this moment, he was not thinking about the hegemon of Western Chu given by Boss Yang, but rather pondering the historical background of Blue Star. The historical trajectory of Blue Star was largely similar to that of Earth, with the difference being certain cultural gaps and missing pieces. Songs based on historical figures flooded his mind. Chow Chow cherished the country more than the beauty, farewell, my concubine, the drunken beauty, and many more. Soon an excellent song emerged in Xiao Yi's mind. He quickly took out paper and pen to write down the lyrics and melody. I'm going out for a while. With that, Xiao Yi left the room. Half an hour later, Xiao Yi returned. Where did you go? Xiao Yi looked at him quizzically. Xiao Yi did not explain but smiled lightly. Come on, let's go eat. At this hour, the first round had concluded. He would have lunch, take a nap, and the second round would begin in the afternoon. In the cruise cafeteria, Xiao Yi and Xiao Yi were eating. Zhao Jinmai and the other three women appeared. When they saw Xiao Yi, they instinctively wanted to come over and chat with him. Forget it. They'll talk to you after the recording is done. Zhao Jinmai said to herself. The other three women felt the same. As assistant mentors, they had to keep their distance from contestants to avoid any suspicion. Nearby, Kai Shuquan saw Xiao Yi and did not hesitate. He walked over with his meal tray. After all, Xiao Yi was now a member of his team, so it was perfectly normal for them to interact. Teacher Kai. Seeing Kai Shuquan, Xiao Yi immediately stood up to greet him. Kai Shuquan smiled and nodded, casually sitting down beside Xiao Yi. He asked, Old Xiao, how are your preparations? No big issue. What about you? Xiao Yi asked. Kai Shuquan pondered. The other member of my team, Huang Xiaofei, scored 72 points in his previous song. With your 93 points, our team now has a total of 165 points. We'll have to see how it goes, but I checked the first round scores. We're in first place. Saying this, Kai Shuquan was extremely pleased. Xiao Yi smiled lightly. As long as we stay steady, it's not a problem. Who says otherwise? But old Xiao, for the upcoming scoring, I might not be able to give you a very high score. You should be mentally prepared. Kai Shuquan said seriously. He could not give his own team members too high a score. Most mentors would do the same, as excessively high scores could lead to unfairness. No matter. Xiao Yi did not take it to heart. Alright, let's eat first. After eating, we'll fight again. Kai Zukin's eyes burned with fierce determination. As a top celebrity in the entertainment industry, many said he was a product of capital lacking any real works and possessing only mediocre talent. Thus, by participating in the singer competition, he wanted to prove himself. After all, the era of traffic would eventually fade, what truly mattered was one's own ability. 2 hours later, after the contestants and staff had rested, the second round of the singer competition resumed. In the room, Xiao Yi asked, Xiao Yi, many contestants are presenting high-quality works this round. Don't you want to go watch? It's not worth it. Xiao Yi shook his head. Alright. Xiao Yi did not say more. Xiao Yi's demeanor was strange to her. He was too calm, making her feel he was Time passed minute by minute. Xiao Yi glanced at her phone. It's your turn. Xiao Yi said immediately. Xiao Yi walked out of the room with a calm expression, and Xiao Yi quickly followed. The stage was still the same as before. Unlike his previous solo performance, a band was now present. A band Xiao Yi had borrowed from the production team. He could not complete his upcoming performance alone. Next up, contestant Xiao Yi. The host announced loudly. Xiao Yi, holding the microphone, walked onto the stage with a calm expression. Wow. The audience erupted in cheers and applause. Xiao Yi's outstanding performance in the previous round had generated much anticipation. At this moment, Wang Feng and the others were curious, wondering what kind of song Xiao Yi would sing. I wonder what song he'll perform. I'm quite looking forward to it. Zhao Jinmai looked at Xiao Yi with eager anticipation. Damn, I'm actually looking forward to him. Bai Lu and the other two women stared at Xiao Yi, a strange glint in their eyes. Next, I will bring you a song. Hongyan, written for Jing Ko. Xiao Yi said softly. Hongyan. Hearing the name, everyone instinctively thought it was a love song. Is this Hongyan written for a historical figure, or? Zhao Jinmai and the other three women felt a stir in their hearts, their anticipation growing even stronger. Hongyan. Xiao Yi was momentarily stunned, then smiled wryly. This guy was up to his old tricks again. But unlike the first time, this time she too was full of anticipation, hoping that Xiao Yi could work his magic once more. The wine boiled with sword has no taste, for whom do I drink this cup? You see me off, you see me off. As Xiao Yi's voice rose, the accompaniment followed. Typically songs begin with music followed by lyrics, but this, Beauty, had lyrics and music in sync. Among all songs, Hu Yanbin's Beauty was one of Xiao Yi's favorites from his past life. Years ago, Jay Chou's songs dominated the music scene, with few able to rival him. Yet Hu Yanbin's Beauty could stand its ground in that competition. Hu Yanbin's songs could be described in 2 words hard to sing. With twists and turns in every phrase, even he himself was reluctant to re-sing his own compositions. The scent of rouge, love that cannot be given. How long is heaven, how far is earth? You are a hero destined to have no regrets or tears. This smile, how dangerous. It is poison that seeps through the gut. These tears, how beautiful. Only you know. This heart having you in it is laughable while alive. When Xiao Yi reached this part, the judges nodded to themselves. Listening to this song, they now understood its difficulty. Though still in low notes, the transitions were too demanding. Every word, every phrase required a shift in singing technique, testing vocal skill to the extreme. Additionally, falsetto had to be used, and precise breath control became one word difficult. I want not this lifetime's fame, only a smile from my beloved. If this journey can yet reincarnate, I am willing to be a beast of burden in the next life. Then Xiao Yi's voice suddenly soared. The climax of the song arrived, and the music became explosive. Various classical instruments mingled with electronic sounds elevated the song to a new level. Excellent. Wang Feng and the others were stirred. Earlier the singing was in low notes, but now it reached high notes. And it wasn't just high, it was sustained. If the breath in the chest was insufficient, singing this part would usually result in cracking or failure. But Xiao Yi performed it flawlessly without a single blemish. Zhang Liangying's eyes showed a flicker of shock. She was a dolphin voice singer hitting high notes from the start. In terms of high notes, singers like Hua Qinyu were mere amateurs before her. But at this moment she had to admit that if she were to sing the high part of Beauty, she might not do better than Xiao Yi. Earlier Hua Qinyu had criticized Xiao Yi's music as not explosive and too calm. But now Xiao Yi proved with his strength that he could be unmatched in low notes and hit high notes. Too difficult. Xue Qianji shook his head with a wry smile, feeling dominated by this song, Beauty. Hua Qinyu was speechless. He believed his roar was formidable, but at this moment he had to concede to Xiao Yi. If he were to sing Beauty, he would surely fail. As expected of old, Xiao, always a game changer. Kai Shukuan widened his eyes. Was this the Xiao Yi he knew? Xiao Yi the scoundrel. Actually this strong. Zhao Jinmai and the other 3 women were stunned. They knew Xiao Yi better. His singing was mediocre, mainly mid to low range, unable to hit. Thus Tianyu Media usually gave him English songs. Even if he sang poorly, most people couldn't tell and thought it was impressive. This was the common tactic used by entertainment companies to package young idols. If all else failed, they would mix Chinese with foreign languages, making the songs simpler and errors harder. But in this moment they were truly terrified by Xiao Yi's singing. It was terrifying. Such high notes gave them a feeling of being dominated. When had this scoundrel become so terrifying? So he was deliberately pretending when he was with me. How infuriating. What happened to no secrets between us? Zhao Jinmai glared at Xiao Yi fiercely. How many more things is he hiding from me? Bai Lu thought to herself. Has he been pretending to be a novice all along? Can't he trust us? Tan Songyun clenched her fists, feeling displeased. She thought Xiao Yi had not only deceived her, but also didn't trust her, hiding it. Damn Xiao Yi, I'm your first ex-girlfriend. And you hid so much from me. Zhang Yingxue took a deep breath. If not for the cameras, she would have gritted her teeth. In fact, she was his 4th ex-girlfriend. But she always thought she was the first. She remembered once asking Xiao Yi to sing for her. He had shown off his singing in English, but she had a keen ear and caught over 100 mistakes, ultimately rating his singing as garbage. But now she suddenly felt deceived by this scoundrel. His strength was immense, yet he deliberately fooled her. He must have never cared about her. No wonder he was so decisive when he broke up. Zhang Yingshu's heart ached, feeling betrayed. He promised to be her pure, flawless Xue, but treated her like a blank sheet of naive stupidity. How infuriating. Next she would definitely give him a low score. 4 minutes later, Xiao Yi finished singing, and the lingering notes still filled the air. Bravo! A thunderous roar erupted. Who would have thought a classical song could be? This was a perfect fusion of modern pop and classical music, unleashing a powerful force that shook the soul. Beauty tells the story of Jing Ke's assassination attempt on the Qin emperor, a resolve to never return, a tale of chivalrous tenderness. It speaks of a hero's final act and the melancholy of unattainable love. I want not this lifetime's fame, only a smile from my beloved. If this journey can yet reincarnate, I am willing to be a beast of burden in the next life. The world knows him as a hero, but who knows the burdens in his heart? For his country and his people he had to forsake personal love and march forward resolutely. Even if the path ahead was uncertain and he might never return, there was not a shred of hesitation. For his beloved he felt only regret and loss, but his love remained. If he could live again, he would willingly be a beast of burden, staying by her side, never abandoning her. If only I truly wish you wouldn't leave. You became a great hero, but how do you know about my daily longing? Tan Songyun said wistfully. She was Xiao Yi's 3rd girlfriend. He had initiated the breakup because the company was watching closely, saying he didn't want to affect her career. At that moment Xiao Yi truly seemed like a hero, but he hurt her deeply. Silence is golden, and parting with a beloved. Was that his true inner portrayal? Who asked you to be that hero? Zhao Jinmai, and the other 3 women wore expressions of profound complexity. Thank you Xiao Yi for bringing us beauty, letting us understand the difficult choice between chivalrous tenderness and great love versus small love, and the burden of duty that sometimes forces one to let down a beloved. It is a helplessness, but to don armor and defend the homeland is a duty for every man of our dragon kingdom. Next, let us invite the judges to comment and score. The host declared with impassioned fervor. A chivalrous heart, a tender soul, a hero's fall, a bowtie's regret. If such a day ever comes, perhaps I too will bid farewell to the Yi River and become that so-called hero. I give you a perfect score, Wang Feng said with a sigh. In this world there is seldom a perfect solution. It seems I play the hero, but who knows the pain in my heart. Enough. This journey is long, and the return date unknown. Farewell until the next life. Oh, Brother Xiao, you've dealt me another trump card. This song, I dare call it the most difficult. I too give you a perfect score. Shui Qianji said solemnly. Your falsetto is unpredictable, your high notes terrifyingly powerful. To be honest, I haven't seen such formidable singing skills in many years. So I give you a perfect score. Zhang Liangying said earnestly. I also give a perfect score. Na Yin raised her perfect score sign with a full smile. At this moment Xiao Yi was their opponent, so when listening to the song they were extremely critical. Unfortunately, after Xiao Yi sang one song, not only did they fail to find any flaws, but they were deeply shaken. A perfect score, well deserved. Old Xiao, to avoid suspicion, I originally didn't plan to give you a high score, but I have no choice now. I must give you a high score because you deserve. Kai Shuquan directly gave a perfect score. Wang Feng and the others nodded slightly upon seeing this. Although as a team leader one should indeed avoid suspicion when encountering an exceptional song, and singing skills, being too deliberate about certain things is counterproductive. Everyone turned to look at Hua Qinyu. Hua Qinyu pondered and said, your song indeed gave me a tremendous sense of shock, but I can only give you 7 points. The remaining 3 points are deducted for the lyrics' artistic conception. Everyone has different preferences, I like to break conventions. I hope you understand. Xiao Yi nodded slightly and said nothing more. Everyone has different feelings and different choices. A song can be shocking or unappealing. That's normal, don't dwell on it too much. Next it was the turn of the 4 assistant mentors to score. The 4 women raised their signs simultaneously. Except for Bai Lu, who gave a perfect score, the 3 women, Zhao Jinmai and the others, each gave 9 points. You 3 little vixens, how infuriating. I gave Xiao Yi 8 points because I'm his ex-girlfriend, but what right do you have to give him only 9? Bai Lu looked at Zhao Jinmai and the other 2 women with displeasure. The 3 exchanged glances, somewhat taken aback. Their thoughts were similar to Bai Lu's. As Xiao Yi's ex-girlfriends, they disliked the idea of being a hero and thus betraying a beauty. After all, in their eyes, they were the beauties Xiao Yi had betrayed, so they gave 9 points. But if they gave 9 points, that was their own choice. Why should others give only 9? Damn it. I should have given him a perfect score. The 3 women murmured to themselves. I declare that Xiao Yi's score for the second round is 94 points, the host announced loudly. Thank you, mentors. Xiao Yi nodded slightly to everyone and walked off the next contestant, please. At 4:00 p.m., the second round ended. The comprehensive scores of each team were also announced. Kai Zukin's team 335 points. Zhang Liangying's team 300 points. Shui Qianzi's team 298 points. Na Yan's team 295 points. Wang Feng's team 294 points. Hua Qinyu's team 280 points. Judging from the current scores, as long as Xiao Yi's team could hold steady, winning the championship shouldn't be a big problem. In the room, Xiao Yi handed Kai Shuquan a cigarette. No. Kai Shuquan smiled bitterly. He dared not smoke. He was already dark enough. If he were photographed smoking, the company wouldn't let him off. If you don't smoke now, you'll get even darker later. Xiao Yi said, meaningfully lighting a cigarette himself. Old Xiao, the third round's format is divided into 2 parts. The first part, contestants sing a song themed around stars and moon, requiring lyrics containing elements of the starry sky. The second part, the team leader sings to boost the team's score. Kai Shuquan asked. Their team was now far ahead, but they couldn't let their guard down. I have no problem on my side. What about you? Xiao Yi asked. Kai Shuquan smiled bitterly. The company gave me a song. You know, it's the same old story. It might be fine for milking money on major platforms, but in a competition like this it's risky. I see. Xiao Yi stroked his chin, thinking. He said softly, since you're not confident in the company's song, I'll give you one. There are still a few hours until the evening performance. We should have enough time. With that, Xiao Yi picked up a pen and paper and wrote down in the Knights. Kai Shuquan looked at what Xiao Yi had written, and his eyes widened instantly. Just from the lyrics and score, he could tell it was a masterpiece. Don't think he was just a product of capital. In fact, without solid skills, no amount of capital could make someone a top star. So he naturally had basic discernment. Otherwise, Tianyu had invested huge resources in Xiao Yi, but why hadn't he become a top star? Instead, he remained a third-tier artist. Because his own strength was lacking. Another example was Hua Qinyu on the judging panel. Everyone thought he only knew how to perform rituals, hit high notes, and tremble crazily. But if you thought he had no talent at all, that was clearly impossible. If you sing this song, getting a good result shouldn't be a problem. Xiao Yi said softly. After reading the lyrics, Kai Shuquan was overjoyed and quickly said, Old Xiao, how about selling this song to me? They'll give you 30 million. Xiao Yi thought for a moment and said, then give me 5 million. The remaining 25 million will be my investment in you. He intended to make an investment and see if Kuner still had a chance to turn things around. Kai Shukuan said, "Deal? When it becomes a hit, ill treat you to a big feast. But I suddenly feel like I don't know you anymore. Chill. Keep it quiet. I'm playing the underdog." Xiao Yi whispered. Kai Shukuan nodded quickly. What else could this situation be but playing the underdog? But what was his purpose? Had he planned to terminate his contract with Tianyu Media all along, so he had been hiding his talent? Or did he intend to turn black into red, thus making a comeback? After all, this kind of situation is common in the entertainment industry. Let's go. While there's time, let's practice in the recording studio. It's best if you bring your private band, Xiao Yi said. At 8:00 p.m., the third round began. This time Xiao Yi didn't stay in the room. Instead, he sat in the audience with another team member, Huang Xiaofei. On stage, a female contestant from Wang Feng's team sang a song called Starlight. This female contestant was very strong with an excellent voice, flawless throughout. A perfect performance. Xiao Yi nodded slightly. From his perspective, the female contestant was indeed very good. The only drawback was the song selection. She eventually scored 90 points. Obviously, in the third round, everyone had brought out their best works. Teacher Xiao, what do you think? Huang Xiaofei asked with a serious expression. The first contestant had already put immense pressure on him. Very strong, Xiao Yi said softly. I feel a lot of pressure. Huang Xiaofei smiled bitterly. Just give it your all. Xiao Yi comforted him. Each singer's time on stage from performance to the judges' panel's evaluation and scoring is typically 10 minutes. Time passes. The first 9 singers have finished their performances. Their scores all range between 8, 7, and 9. 3, a showcasing formidable strength. To be precise, no one who steps onto this stage is a novice, except Xiao Yi. Next, let's welcome our next contestant, Xiao Yi. The host announced loudly. Clap, clap, clap. The venue instantly erupted with waves of enthusiastic applause. In the previous 2 rounds, Xiao Yi had already shown everyone his true prowess. This round, what kind of work would he bring again? It was old Xiao, go for it. Kai Shukuan gave Xiao Yi a thumbs up. Will he astonish the entire venue once more? That is truly something to look forward to. Zhao Jinmai and the other 3 women thought to themselves. Next, I will bring you a song, Moonlight, Xiao Yi said softly. The prelude began. Moonlight hues a maiden's fragrance, tears sever the sword, how deep is love? How much pain, wordless thoughts forgetting you? Xiao Yi's voice followed. Wow. Another classical style song. Falsetto coordination, multiple turns per word. Another song that makes my scalp tingle. Before I could recover from Hongyan, I felt a strange sense of dread. Shui Qianji and the others wore wry smiles. Though they hadn't finished listening, they felt that this Moonlight would leave no chance for any cover singer. Lonely soul drifting with the wind. Who would think of the infatuated lover? This battlefield of the mortal world, thousands of troops and horses. Who can claim kingship? Passing the test of love, who dares? Gazing at the bright moon, heart filled with sorrow. Eternal regret tasted through reincarnation. Oh, with eyes closed, who is the most arrogant? The impermanence of this world ensures that those who dare to love will be scarred for life. Xiao Yi's performance continued. Wang Feng and the others widened their eyes, utterly stunned. The audience below closed their eyes, immersing themselves in the exquisite beauty of the song. Overall, the melody was gentle and melodious, tinged with a faint melancholy. It evoked a sense of solitude and poignant beauty lingering in the mind, and causing tears to flow unbidden. The lyrics, though themed around moonlight, depicted a chivalrous swordsman. The battlefield of the mortal world, thousands of troops and horses. Who can claim kingship? There was the lofty pride of a knight-errant who looked down upon all directions, a heart that never broke even at the end of the world, drifting like a fallen leaf. With eyes closed, who is the most arrogant? In the end, the pursuit of fame and fortune yields nothing but bleached bones and a handful of dust, recounting the fall and helplessness of all heroes under heaven. One general's fame is built on 10,000 bleached bones, yet who is not one of those bones buried beneath the earth? A chivalrous swordsman is destined for solitude, yet he dares to love and hate. The impermanence of this world ensures that those who dare to love will be scarred for life. This is the chivalrous swordsman, a warrior's heart wrapped in tender passion. In the deep silence of the night, the chivalrous swordsman, long sword in hand, walks alone under the heavens. Only the moonlight and his sword accompany him, evoking a desolate, lonely beauty that leaves a profound impression. The song ended. The venue fell into dead silence. It took a long time for everyone to snap out of it. Thank you, Xiao Yi said softly. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause continued, and many people wiped their eyes. Another masterpiece. Thank you, Xiao Yi, for bringing us this moonlight. Now let's invite the judges panel to evaluate and score. The host said with a smile. I'm already numb. Wang Feng raised the perfect score sign. Old Xiao, 18 turns per word, unbeatable falsetto, domineering high notes. This leaves no chance for any cover singer. I'm very curious. Can you perfectly sing this song again? Shui Qianji smiled bitterly as he raised the perfect score sign. Incredible. Zhang Liangying looked at Xiao Yi with astonishment. What kind of person could produce 3 such extraordinary songs in a row? Was he really that chaotic, arrogant, capital-backed pretty boy with a scandalous private life? At that moment, Zhang Liangying felt a surge of intense curiosity toward Xiao Yi. Nayan also gave a perfect score. Watching you mused, I take back what I said before. This time I must give you a perfect score. Your singing prowess is unmatched. At that moment, Moonlight was still playing on a loop in his mind, provoking a sense of being dominated by fear. This song was absolutely unprecedented and would never be surpassed. He even felt Xiao Yi might struggle to sing it again himself. Old Xiao, this time I can only give you 9 points. After all, we have to leave some hope for the other teams. If we overwhelm them too severely, it would be too ruthless. Kai Shuquan said with a smile. Xiao Yi nodded back with a smile, understanding. The others were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Was he trying to manipulate them? Perfect score. Zhao Jinmai and the other 3 women didn't hesitate for a moment, awarding a perfect score. This stage effect was absolutely several times stronger than the previous 2. Especially when Xiao Yi hit those high notes, the entire venue's atmosphere was ignited. Their scalps tingled, and they constantly worried he might crack on the next note. Clearly they were overthinking. Xiao Yi, that scoundrel, was rock steady. Damn jerk, after the show finishes recording, I'll definitely have to interrogate you properly. The 4 women were hatching their own little schemes. Next I announced that Xiao Yi's score is 99 points. The host said excitedly. 99 points. Such a high score hadn't been seen in years. Xiao Yi stepped off the stage. Teacher Xiao, you're awesome. Huang Xiaofei gave Xiao Yi a thumbs-up, admiration shining in his eyes. You're next. Good luck. Xiao Yi smiled and nodded at Huang Xiaofei. Huang Xiaofei took a deep breath and immediately went on stage. He was about to sing a song called Meteorite. The prelude began and he started singing. 4 minutes later, the song ended. Xiao Yi nodded to himself off stage. Paired with Huang Xiaofei's clear voice, this song had its merits. It might not achieve an extremely high score, but it certainly wouldn't be low. The judges evaluated and scored. In the end, Huang Xiaofei received 88 points, which was quite good. Later, another singer came on stage and also earned a respectable score. I now announce the scores of the 6 teams. Kai Shuquan's team, 522 points. Zhang Liangying's team, 480 points. Shui Qianji's team, 479 points. Hua Qinyu's team, 477 points. Na Yan's team, 470 points. Wang Feng's team, 468 points. Next, I announce the most intense and thrilling part of this round. The 6 main mentors will perform to boost their scores. This segment could completely change the entire ranking. This time the scoring isn't done by the judges panel, but by our 1,000 audience members. Each of you has 1 vote, and every 10 votes represent 1 point. The host said in a serious tone. Wow. The audience's excitement was fully stirred. Oh, everyone was ecstatic, clapping. Now let's invite mentor Wang Feng to the stage. The host looked at Wang Feng. After preparing himself, Wang Feng immediately took the microphone and stepped onto the stage. His team score was currently at the bottom, so he naturally had to give a strong performance. Soon he sang a song called Spring. It was his signature track, the one that had made him famous. The lyrics were simple and easy to understand, yet the melody was exquisite. In the end, he scored 89 points. The second to take the stage was Na Yan. She scored 84 points. Looks like we won't be at the bottom anymore. Wang Feng chuckled. Na Yan shot him a glare. Then Shui Qianji and Zhang Liangying took the stage in succession. Shui Qianji scored 90 points. Zhang Liangying scored 94 points. Next up, it's the 2 heavy hitters. Wang Feng glanced at Hua Qinyu and Kai Shuquan, wondering what songs these 2 top-tier idols would bring. He hoped they wouldn't disappoint. Hua Qinyu stepped onto the stage. Next, I'll give you all a song called Cold Crow. To be honest, I've seen the online comments about me, but I don't care. I hope this track can change your perception. Hua Qinyu held the microphone. The melody began. A rock rhythm. He started singing, his voice soaring high from the very first note, his stage presence electrifying. Wang Feng's eyes lit up. He was a rock musician himself, and this style appealed to him greatly. The atmosphere in the venue was ignited. The crowd cheered wildly. A few minutes later, the song ended. Xiao Yi nodded to himself. Setting aside Hua Qinyu's other cancerous songs, Cold Crow was genuinely good and would likely earn a very high score. As Xiao Yi had expected, after the scoring, Hua Qinyu received 95 points. Hua Hua. The venue erupted in cheers. Thank you, Hua, for that wonderful performance. Next, please welcome mentor Kai. The host gestured toward Kai Shuquan. The audience's eyes were filled with anticipation. One of the 2 top-tier idols had already demonstrated his formidable skills. What about the other? Surely he wouldn't disappoint. Kai Shuquan walked calmly onto the stage. Next, I'll bring you an English song, The Nights. Kai Shuquan spoke softly. Upon hearing the words, English song, the audience frowned slightly, instinctively recalling Kai Zukin's previous, Way. Was that even a song? In their hearts, they had already given Kai Shuquan a low score. Kai Shuquan looked at the band. The melody began. Kai Zukin's expression turned serious as he started singing. He hadn't fully mastered this English song, but his performance was largely without issue. Once upon a younger year, when all our shadows disappeared. The audience was taken aback. They had expected something similar to Way, but his opening notes gave them a completely different sense. This song is incredibly powerful. It hits hard. Zhang Liangying said with utmost seriousness. It seems this is the era of the young. Wang Feng smiled wryly. Shui Qianji nodded slightly. The song was indeed exceptional, the kind that could achieve legendary status. Hua Qinyu stared at Kai Shuquan on stage, a hint of shock in his eyes. Although they were both top-tier idols, he had never truly regarded Kai Shuquan as a threat. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of dread. It turned out that Kai Shuquan had also prepared a trump card song, just like he had. Whoa, mentor Kai is this formidable too. Huang Xiaofei's eyes widened. He had thought having Xiao Yi on the team was already the peak of luck. Yet Kai Shuquan was no slouch, unleashing a game-changer right from the start. Xiao Yi smiled faintly. This legendary song had once pulled countless people out of their darkest moments. Even if Kai Guqin's vocal technique wasn't top tier, such a divine song would easily carry him to a high score. Listening to them, Xiao Yi's gaze grew contemplative. How difficult life was. Choosing to forgive others was in a way a form of self-fulfillment. After all, who wasn't struggling in the mud? He said, one day you'll leave this world behind, so live a life you will remember. My father told me when I was just a child, these are the nights that never die. When the song ended, the venue fell silent. The audience, handpicked for their musical knowledge or ability to react emotionally, knew this was an unprecedented masterpiece. Thank you. Kai Shuquan gently set down the microphone. Thank you, Mentor Kai, for that performance of the nights. Now please cast your votes, the host said solemnly. Voting began. In the end, Kai Shuquan scored 96 points, 1 point higher than Huachin Yu. If not for minor flaws in his singing, the song would have earned a perfect score. Guqin, Guqin, brother. The crowd's response was fervent. Thank you, old Xiao. Kai Shuquan bowed deeply to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi smiled back at him. Now that the total scores for all 6 teams are finalized, please welcome Teacher Wu from the statistics team. The host spoke gravely. Soon a middle-aged man walked up with a sheet of paper. He smiled lightly and announced, I will now reveal the final scores of the 6 teams. Kai Guqin's team 618 points. Zhang Liangying's team 574 points. Hua Qingyu's team 572 points. Shui Qianzi's team 569 points. Wang Feng's team 557 points. Naiyan's team 554 points. The champion of this round is Kai Guqin's team. As Teacher Wu finished the announcement, thunderous applause erupted. Now please welcome the champion team to the stage to receive their awards. The host's voice was impassioned. Xiao Yi and Huang Xiaofei walked up. The 3 of them stood together, each receiving a golden trophy for I Am the Singer. Thus concluded the first season of I Am the Singer. The broadcast date was set for the following Saturday. After the recording, Xiao Yi and Xiao Yi returned to Star Media. Back at Star Media, Xiao Yi headed straight to the recording studio to record 3 songs. Once done, he didn't linger and returned to it. The apartment was a mess. He quickly turned on his computer and registered a music account named Earthling on Penguin Music. Then he uploaded the 3 songs. The account had 0 followers, so it would receive no attention for a while. But once the show aired, countless people would come searching for the songs. Old Xiao, should I release the song you gave me now? Kai Shuquan called. Xiao Yi replied softly, since I sold it to you, it's your decision. Kai Shuquan thought for a moment and said, they'll donate half of the song's revenue. Suit yourself, Xiao Yi said unconcerned. Xingshan Media. Xiao Yu, how did Xiao Yi perform this time? Boss Yang, clad in a white dress, looked at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu said, Xiao Yi didn't sing the 3 songs you gave him. What? How could he be so wayward? Isn't this nonsense? Upon hearing this, Boss Yang's expression darkened. Sister Yang, let me finish first. Xiao Yu said with a wry smile. Go ahead. Boss Yang's face remained frosty. To promote Xiao Yi, she had spent a fortune customizing those 3 songs, yet he had refused. Wasn't this a waste of her heartfelt efforts? Xiao Yu quickly added, Xiao Yi sang his own song and performed excellently, scoring the highest of the entire session. As for the details, you'll find out after the show airs. Rest assured, it won't disappoint you, I promise. Boss Yang was slightly stunned. She was familiar with the I Am the Singer program, which boasted a galaxy of stars and numerous powerhouse vocalists. Xiao Yi had actually achieved the highest score. If not for her understanding of Xiao Yi's character, she would have thought the girl was lying to her. Then he'll wait and see. Boss Yang said earnestly, a newfound anticipation stirring within her. In the rental apartment, Xiao Yi opened the system store, browsing through the myriad skills available. Acting, martial arts, medical arts, artifact appraisal. Everything one could need for a comeback. Grandmaster level martial arts priced at 2 million. God level acting priced at 2 million. Xiao Yi set his sights on these 2 items and purchased them directly. Soon a wealth of information flooded his mind. In an instant, he became a peerless martial artist and a top-tier reminder. Although the host now possesses Grandmaster level martial arts, only a strong physique can fully unleash its power. It is recommended that the host exercise. Of course, the host can also purchase stamina points with money to enhance physical strength. The system's voice echoed. Indeed, I need to train my body. Xiao Yi nodded seriously. The original body wasn't too bad. At least it had some muscle, not like a scrawny runt. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, an unfamiliar call came in. Xiao Yi glanced at it, didn't recognize the number, and hung up directly. Then several more calls came in, all from unknown numbers. Xiao Yi couldn't be bothered to deal with them. He lay down on the bed and began to rest. Damn, Xiao Yi actually daring to reject my calls. Zhao Jinmai clenched her small fists, fuming silently. After great effort, she had obtained Xiao Yi's number from the show crew, only to be rejected. It infuriated her. After their breakup, all contact information had been deleted, making it surprisingly difficult to reach him now. On the other side, by Lu Tin Songyun and Zhang Yingxue were also gritting their teeth in anger. That scumbag Xiao. Despicable. The 3 women muttered under their breaths. A few days later, the program, I Am the Singer, began airing and instantly became a massive hit. Whoa, the judge panel this time is incredible. They even brought in big names like Lao Shui and Zhang Liangying. Huh, am I seeing things? Aren't those Fashi and Jige? They're judges too. Is the show messing around? What qualifications do they have? It's just a trash show for money laundering, totally unwatchable. Zhao Jinmai by Lu Tan Songyun Zhang Yingxua. These four are all my goddesses. I didn't expect them to be assistant mentors. That makes it worth watching. Who says otherwise? If it weren't for the beauties, I wouldn't bother with this garbage show. The show starts, and as usual the keyboard warriors begin their attack. They'll spew a wave of criticism first, then decide if it's good or not. Criticism aside, they still had to watch. How else could they continue the bashing? First round. The singers these days are all trash. All they do is belt out high notes, lyrics without any depth. It's not about who sings best, but who screams the loudest. I thought Thunderclap and Meow were the pinnacle of garbage, but this Rain song is even worse. Does the singer have a tongue problem? Can't even enunciate clearly. The guy above doesn't get it. This is the latest sugar-coated singing style, extremely technical. Damn, I can't even keep up the lie. This is pure crap. Sigh, I've lost interest. If it weren't for my goddess's ID, smash my computer. Suddenly I own several more houses in Shanghai. Asked how I got them, I said I dug them out with my feet. Basically every singer who came out got mercilessly bashed. Then it was Xiao Yi's turn. Isn't that the scumbag Xiao? He actually dares to come to this show. Sisters, come with me to tear apart that disgusting scumbag Xiao. The show crew is a pile of dog's shit. They actually invited a disgraced artist with no morals. Shameless. I declare this trash show unwatchable. A waste of my data. No harm in watching a bit more. Scumbag Xiao doesn't even know how to sing. Maybe the show invited him just to be pranked like many times before, right? A disgraced artist can be on a show now? If he sings a good song, he'll eat shit, live upside down. As soon as Xiao Yi appeared, the barrage of insults multiplied, flooding the entire screen. Even those who had no idea who Xiao Yi was joined the bashing without hesitation. After all, life is hard. Following the crowd to vent pent-up emotions, what's wrong with that? Got a problem? Come find me through the internet. At that moment, Boss Yang of Xingchen Media, National Goddess Su Yuwang of Tianyu Media, and the four women, Zhao Jinmai and the others, were all staring at the screen. Then Xiao Yi began his performance. Only after it ended did they snap back to reality. Bravo. Boss Yang's eyes gleamed with utmost satisfaction. I told you Sister Yang has an eye for talent. Xiao Yi giggled beside her. This Xiao Yi, though he was a bit flighty before, I must say this song is really good. And he even played the guqin. I underestimated him. Boss Yang said seriously. She had plenty of resources. As long as Xiao Yi was willing to work hard, to come back was only a matter of time. Her only fear was that he was acting on a whim. The next two songs will be the real surprises. Xiao Yi smiled. Now I'm even more curious. Boss Yang beamed. Silence is gold. Let others mock or praise be free and easy. Su Yuwang watched Xiao Yi playing and singing on the screen, momentarily lost in thought. He could actually compose a song with such profound meaning. And his singing and guqin skills were flawless. Was this the same useless Xiao Yi she knew? For a moment, she felt he seemed unfamiliar, yet undeniably more mature. Why did she tear into Xiao Yi? Because when he was at Tianyu Media, he was her boyfriend. However, during the filming period, he had the audacity to publicly flirt with the popular actress Xiao Silu, and after being rejected, he decisively moved on to flirt with other female. Such scoundrel behavior infuriated her. After she broke up with Xiao Yi, she originally had no intention of tearing into him. But her agent secretly told her that the company planned to terminate Xiao Yi's contract, and if she wanted to completely sever ties with him, she had better be ruthless. Instigated by her agent, she didn't think too much, and anger overpowered reason, and she directly launched an attack. Xiao Yi actually sings this well. Besides Su Yuwang, her agent, Su Na, frowned slightly. Yes, we all misjudged him. Su Yuwang sighed softly. Xingchen Media signed him, so they will certainly invest resources in him. But don't worry, one must be strong oneself. He lacks talent, and won't go far. Su Na said nonchalantly. Just one song, it doesn't prove anything. She was Xiao Yi's former agent, so she naturally knew his true. By the way, the company is planning to create a CP between you and Xiao Zhan. You need to be mentally prepared. Su Na added. I understand. Su Yuwang nodded gently. Why was Xiao Yi terminated? On one hand, because he had a huge conflict with Xiao Zhan, the top star of Tianyu Media, the company naturally abandoned Xiao Yi for the sake of the top star. One top star, one third-tier artist. Everyone knew how to choose. On the other hand, Xiao Yi had offended a princeling of Tianyu Media, and that was the key. After creating a CP with Xiao Zhan, your popularity will increase again. You must seize the opportunity. Su Na said earnestly. Su Yuwang didn't say much. Creating CPs was common practice among major entertainment companies. Her relationship with Xiao Yi also had the element of CP marketing. If she could create a CP with the top star Xiao Zhan, she would surely advance further. But why do I feel a bit guilty? She looked at Xiao Yi on the big screen, her feelings complex. Xiao Yi actually sings this well. Silence is gold feels amazing. Also, that brother who said he would live stream eating feces while standing on his head, you'd better prepare. I've already given you a deathly follow. Yes, I actually didn't know Xiao Yi before, but after listening to this song, I think he is the best singer among all. Silence is gold, let others laugh and curse, live freely. Xiao Yi is a man with a story. My dad is the village chief. He has embezzled a lot over the years, and has been repeatedly reported by villagers. After listening to Xiao Yi's song, he was in tears. In the end, I just didn't understand him. Sometimes people don't care about your process at all, they only look at the results. Who knows that your repeated failures and silences finally bring about that brief bloom? Be careful in words and deeds, silence is gold. The modern society is too full of resentment. This song is really great. After Xiao Yi finished singing, many people were deeply touched. No matter how outsiders scold you, slander you, or misunderstand you, leave right and wrong to time to prove. The resentment is so heavy now, as long as someone catches hold of your weakness, they will relentlessly attack you. What is the truth? Who cares? As long as they have finished attacking and feel satisfied, that's enough. Even if one day the truth is revealed, they will only say lightly, "Oh, I was wrong. I'm sorry." Since that's the case, why bother racking your brains to explain? Silence is gold. It is also an attitude to face the storm. Is Xiao Yi singing this song to express his thoughts to the outside world? Yes. Now he is being blackened across the internet, but hasn't explained. Isn't that silence being? Perhaps everyone really has wronged him. Someone couldn't stand it and spoke up. Of course those haters would not let it go easily. Xiao Yi's silence is gold was like a sharp bayonet stabbing fiercely into their chests, tearing open the darkest side of their hearts, infuriating them. Heh, no matter how well he sings, so what? Setting aside the song, he is a scumbag. He can only sing one song. Can he come up with something new next? The national goddess Su Yuang has said that Xiao Yi is a complete scumbag, especially since he dared to flirt with Xiao Silu on set. He should take a look at what kind of toad he is. I saw it with my own eyes. In Hungyan, Xiao Yi kicked a stray dog away. He has no compassion at all. He is completely a pervert and trash. Xiao Yi, get out of the entertainment industry. Just looking at you makes me angry. Xiao Yi, go to hell. The online abuse continued. Anyone who dared to defend Xiao Yi would have their family. These haters, Zhao Jinmai and the other three girls, looked at the overwhelming abuse momentarily at a loss for words. Despicable scumbag. I originally wanted to comfort you, but now I think forget it. You actually flirted with Xiao Silu. Since we've broken up, let's not disturb each other. Zhao Jinmai thought to herself. Is it that others are blackening you, or is it true? Aren't you really going to explain? Bai Lu's expression was complicated. Now everyone is blackening him. Should I go and comfort him? Tan Songyun looked thoughtful. I originally planned to comfort you, but unfortunately you rejected my call, so I won't bother with you. Zhang Yingxue stared at the screen, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. The show, I Am a Singer, was all broadcast. Xiao Yi ignored the various online abuses. He was now running wildly in the playground with weights. It turned out that exercising was really enjoyable and truly addictive. During this time he hardly looked at his phone, focusing entirely on exercise, and felt very comfortable. Comfortable. Xiao Yi wiped his sweat, a smile appearing on his face. He returned to the room. He took off the iron sand weight pack on his body. Then he turned on the computer. In half a month, Moonlight had surged to first place on the monthly playback chart. The Nights was second. Silence is Gold was third. Red Beauty was fourth. Cold Crow was fifth. In the top 5, Xiao Yi took 3 spots. This data was impressive. It would be another huge income. The contract he signed with Xingchen Media was different from other artists. According to the agreement, the income from his own works belonged to him. If the company prepared songs for him or arranged acting roles for him, the proceeds would be split 8,020, and after deducting taxes, he would get his share. However, Boss Yang was very generous. She set the commission to start after 1 year. In her words, they had to let Xiao Yi survive first, and after overcoming the difficulties they could consider other matters. At this moment, Xiao Yi songs also attracted a lot of abuse. Heh, publishing someone else's song as your own, how could that scumbag Xiao Yi sing such a good song? In my opinion, it's clearly that Xiao Yi plagiarized the song from Earthling. When Xiao Yi saw the second comment, he nodded secretly. It was indeed plagiarized. Is it possible that Earthling is Xiao Yi's account? Don't explain to these blind people upstairs. On the Earthling account certification, there are already 4 prominent characters, singer Xiao Yi. It's normal that these blind people can't. What is Xiao Yi thinking? Originally his account had over 1 million fans, yet he abandoned it. What a pity. Seeing these comments, Xiao Yi just smiled faintly. Then he clicked on the I Am a Singer platform to watch. Now this show has become a massive hit, ranking 5th in the variety category. You know, in the past, The Singer Is Me usually ranked around 10th, but now it has surged to 5th, which indeed surprises many. Although the broadcast has ended, many people are still watching. Various criticisms continue to pour in, and the targets of this round of criticism are diverse and dazzling. Damn, Xiao Yi, that scumbag, actually managed to sing 3 such incredible songs. I absolutely don't believe he sang them himself, though it must be lip-syncing again. Exactly. I've heard Xiao Yi songs before. Are they even songs? They're pure garbage, tone-deaf singing like crap. Maybe it can fool elementary school kids, but do you think it can fool me? Xiao Yi is a total idiot. How dare he offend my goddess Su? You deserve to die. Fuck, why hasn't that disgusting guy Xiao Yi been banned yet? Xiao Yi has achieved great success now, oh he's probably even more cocky. It's really fucking infuriating. Xiao Yi's songs are so tacky and awful. Mai Hua Hua gave the most fair review. The other judges scored against their conscience, and must have taken bribes. Right? How could he get 99 points in the 3rd round? Mai Hua Hua sang so well, and only got 95 points. My pigeon is godlike. What the hell is Xiao Yi? Xiao Yi's haters kept mocking him. Originally there were many onlookers, but once they saw Hua Chenya's fans jumping in, those onlookers couldn't sit still. Heh, Xiao Yi is indeed a scumbag, but your Hua Hua is 6 of 1, half a dozen of the other. We have a child. How dare you? Across the entire entertainment industry, the one I dare not criticize is Hua Hua, because he really can perform rituals. Compared to those two scumbags Xiao Yi and Watching You My Pigeon is truly pure. He is a clear spring in the entertainment industry. This time he sang so well. Suspender's middle part, just because you're so beautiful once promised to be the best in the entertainment industry. My pigeon can lay eggs. When Xiao Yi saw these comments, the corner of his mouth twitched. Damn it, the netizens of this batch are all so talented. But fortunately, he wasn't the only one targeted. He was just a third-rate nobody, while the two top stars were enduring and everlasting. After all, on the big screen, there were no shortage of attacks on those two. All thanks to the contrast with you two. Xiao Yi wore a strange expression. To turn the tables, there was a long road ahead. But haters are also fans. Take Kunzi, for example. His career has declined in recent years and many of his fellow debut artists have faded away, but why does he remain enduringly popular? It's all thanks to the support of his haters. Now Kunzi is even showing signs of whitewashing his image. Because they've developed feelings through hating. If Kunzi gets into trouble, the haters are the first to stand by him. Many haters, though they play pranks, have discovered that Kunzi is clearly more capable than the new young idols emerging. Not to mention anything else, just take that song Rain. To put it nicely, it's a sugary singing style. To put it bluntly, what kind of crap is that? And then there's some people can't write such good songs in a lifetime, and can't see such a concert in a lifetime. That's just a frog at the bottom of a well. In a word, all thanks to the contrast with peers. But if one day you keep hating on someone, going from initial dislike to liking, and then you find that the person you've grown attached to through hating actually has a scandal, I wonder how you would feel. Because it would be quite interesting, wouldn't it? Xiao Yi didn't continue watching the show. Instead, he opened his Weibo. 5 million followers. Xiao Yi was slightly. The original account had only a few 100,000 followers, and most of them were bought. How did it suddenly become 5 million? Even haters don't have such powerful influence, and in the blink of an eye the number was soaring again. 5. 1 million. 5. 2 million. 5. 3. Soon it reached 6 million. Xiao Yi was a bit surprised. He saw a post that tagged him. It was posted by Kunzi. At that moment a post appeared under Kunzi's account. Old Xiao is my best friend. You've been hating on me for so long, go hate on him a bit, and let him share some pressure for me. Kai Zukin's playful post. Obviously these were Kunzi's fans now flocking to follow Xiao Yi. Seeing this, Xiao Yi didn't know what to say. You can't judge things by appearances, you have to look at the essence, otherwise you won't know how you'll be. Then he saw the Weibo posts of Zhao Jinmai, and the 3 other women, all tagging him. Zhao Jinmai. I really like Xiao Yi's Moonlight, everyone can listen. I promise it won't disappoint you, my darlings. By Lu, Xiao Yi's Silence is Gold has such a great feel. Go listen quickly. Tan Songyun, checking in. I like all 3 of Xiao Yi's songs. Hope to continue collaborating with him. Zhang Yingxue, Xiao Yi's Red Faces is extremely beautiful. Without living up to Several Sweethearts, one probably couldn't sing such a song. When Xiao Yi saw this, he sighed softly. These were all debts of the original owner's romantic entanglements. Just when he thought things were about to end here. Suddenly a big piece of gossip spread on Weibo. Su Yuang posted a picture with a caption, "Smoking is harmful to health. Let all netizens take warning." The picture was of Xiao Yi with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Soon Su Yuang posted a second post. The picture showed a sunny, handsome, clean, and tidy man who was Xiao Zhan. With a caption, "The man on the path is like Jade, to a gentleman unmatched in the world." At the same time, Xiao Zhan also reposted Su Yuang's second post. With a caption, "Thank you, Yo Huang, for the compliment. I am flattered. As an artist, it is extremely important to restrain one's behavior and set an example." After the 2 posts were made, various media platforms with keen senses quickly took screenshots and reposted them along with various comments. Shocking. National Goddess Su Yuang tears into Xiao Yi again, exposing his smoking photo. It seems Xiao Yi hurt her deeply. Could she really be his ex-girlfriend? National Goddess posts a picture of Xiao Zhan. Is this expressing appreciation for Xiao Zhan? Xiao Zhan also reposted Su Yuang's post. The two are quite in sync, huh? Have to say the National Goddess and the top male idol are indeed a good match. I, this humble one, ship this couple. Xiao Yi as an artist actually smokes. This will corrupt children. Suggest banning him across the internet. Right when my dad was 9 years old, he died from smoking. I hate smokers the most in my life. Trash Xiao Yi, no moral, bottom line. Get out of the entertainment industry immediately. Sisters upvote me. Xiao Yi casually glanced and then ignored it. He took a shower and then went to Star Media. At this moment, Tianyu Media. Su Yuang looked at her Weibo with a livid face. Sister Na, is this necessary? Su Yuang was extremely angry, obviously not expecting Su Na to post such a message on her Weibo. Su Na said calmly, "I'm doing this for your own good. Xiao Yi has some buzz right now. Once you post this, you can absorb huge traffic and also better hype up the CP heat between you and Xiao Zhan. I dislike Xiao Yi, but stepping on him to rise is completely unnecessary." Su Yuang said angrily. "It's already too late." Su Na said indifferently. "In the entertainment industry, you have to learn to be unscrupulous." She didn't think there was anything wrong with her actions. After all, Xiao Yi was no longer an artist of Tianyu Media. She wouldn't care too much. Su Yuang took a deep breath and directly deleted. Su Na didn't say more. The major media had already taken screenshots. Deleting it was useless. Star Media. Xiao Yi, your performance was perfect this time. Boss Yang looked at Xiao Yi with full approval. This time Xiao Yi's displayed strength was truly formidable, completely altering her previous perception of him. Xiao Yi chuckled lightly. I must thank Sister Yang for securing this opportunity for me. Hee hee, you little rascal, you sure have a sweet Boss Yang smiled with pursed lips, her mood excellent. Seeing such an outstanding artist emerging from her company, she was naturally delighted. I'm curious, why did you deliberately hide your strength when you were at Tianyu Media? Boss Yang asked with curiosity. Where did I hide it? I was just average, Xiao Yi shrugged. Boss Yang naturally didn't believe him, but she didn't press further. Everyone has their own difficulties, there's no need to dig into every detail. Don't take the online comments too seriously. In the entertainment industry, who hasn't been bashed? As long as you have a clear conscience, that's what matters, Boss Yang said earnestly. Xiao Yi nodded slightly. Now let's talk about something serious. A Xinxia drama titled Yaoqi is currently in production. I've secured a role for you, a villain. The scenes and lines are few, Boss Yang said softly. At the mention of Xinxia drama, Xiao Yi instinctively thought of many subpar Earth dramas that used Xinxia as a backdrop for romance. As if sensing his thoughts, Boss Yang said seriously, this time it's directed by Taisu Company. The quality is guaranteed, it's not a We'll give it a try. Xiao Yi pondered. Taisu Company was indeed a powerhouse. For instance, Shui Wei was produced by them, and it was a classic drama. There was a consensus in the entertainment industry Taisu Productions never had bad dramas. Hence, whenever Taisu started a new project, many big names would audition, and even then opportunities were scarce. The location is at Taoyuan Mountain. Just go there directly, Boss Yang said. Afternoon 2 o'clock. Xiao Yi arrived at Taoyuan Mountain. The Taisu crew had already set up camp there. Hello, Director Jiang. Xiao Yi approached a middle-aged woman in a peaked cap. None other than Jiang Qingru, the head of Taisu Company. Jiang Qingru glanced at Xiao Yi, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. She smiled lightly. Boss Yang has already informed me. Xiao Yi, you'll be auditioning for a villain. Let me give you the script first. She had also seen the online comments, but she found them insignificant. Everyone was clamoring to ban Xiao, yet why had no one actually taken action? Because his actions didn't warrant a ban. In essence, it was just trivial personal matters being deliberately magnified. As for the accusations of being a playboy, those were merely one-sided claims. Who had concrete evidence? All right, Xiao Yi nodded gently. Jiang Qingru handed the script to Xiao Yi. He took it and read it carefully. The role he was to play was a half-demon named Jing Exine Mo, who in the struggle for the divine artifact Fushi-Qin was killed by the female lead with a single sword stroke. It was a fairly ordinary supporting role, but with a few extra lines. He read it several times. Jing Exine Mo, a half-demon, was treated as a monster by humans, subjected to bullying, and upon entering the demon realm, was expelled by the demons for impure bloodline. Thus he embarked on a ruthless path of slaughter, a pitiable, yet hateful homeless dog. How is it? Jiang Qingru asked. I'm ready. Xiao Yi nodded. So soon? Jiang Qingru was slightly surprised. Though the script scenes were few, they included detailed descriptions of expressions, speech, and actions. Memorizing all that in 2 or 3 minutes was actually quite challenging. Xiao Yi replied. In truth, he had fully remembered it after reading it once. Perhaps it was a benefit of being a transmigrator. His memory was now excellent with a photographic recall. However, to avoid appearing too outstanding, he pretended to flip through it a few. Good? Then go get your makeup done now and audition directly, Jiang Qingru said with a smile. Taisu had extremely high standards for actors. Even for auditions, they required the actors to present a complete effect. Xiao Yi's scene seemed ordinary, but it was crucial to the entire drama. He walked toward the makeup room. His makeup was simple, just a black ancient costume and long hair. 10 minutes later, he headed to the filming location. The crew members were a bit surprised when they saw him, but said nothing. The female lead opposite Xiao Yi turned out to be Bai Lu, who played the role of the Yaoqi Saintess. Xiao Yi. Seeing him, Bai Lu was visibly startled, a mix of surprise and delight evident on her face. Dressed in a black robe, Xiao Yi exuded an air of cold aloofness that was remarkably striking. Bai Lu, you have a scene with Xiao Yi next. A crew member reminded her. You're not playing Jing Xin-Mo, are you? Bai Lu looked at Xiao Yi with a strange expression. Yes, big star, Xiao Yi said with a faint smile. Bai Lu shot him a glare, feeling an odd thrill. In the upcoming scene, she would kill this playboy herself. How satisfying. Oof. Watch me kill you with one sword stroke, you scumbag. Bai Lu muttered to herself, anticipation building. Places. The director called out. Bai Lu and Xiao Yi immediately turned serious. In the scene, several demon kings stormed into the Yaoqi holy land, slaughtering countless disciples. The Yaoqi elites fought desperately to let the Saintess escape with the divine artifact Fushi-Qin. Now the Saintess was making her way to Shu Mountain, her body wounded. Amid a peach forest, the Saintess was covered in blood, her hair disheveled, her eyes filled with grief, moving like a walking corpse. Thinking of the elders and fellow disciples killed by the demons, her hatred for them reached its peak. Bai Lu's acting was indeed impressive. The sorrow in her eyes and the numbness in her expression were perfectly portrayed. Then Jing Xin-Mo appeared. He stood with his hands behind his back, a gentle smile on his face, and said to the Saintess, "What luck today, meeting a fairy from Yaoqi. I hear the Fushi-Qin is with you. Could you kindly hand it over to me?" Demon. Bai Lu immediately looked up, her eyes blazing with boundless fury. At that moment, her hatred for the demons overflowed. Oh, she wished she could draw her sword and kill Xiao Yi on the spot. Demon. Upon hearing the word, Xiao Yi's gaze sharpened, and an invisible killing intent emanated from him. Bai Lu's heart tightened. She was startled by Xiao Yi's look and completely lost character. Cut. The director immediately called out. Bai Lu finally snapped out of it. The director quickly said, Xiao Yi's performance just now was flawless, especially that sharp look. Excellent. As a half-demon Jing Xin Mo has suffered much bullying from the demons, so he detests being called a demon. As for Bai Lu, you are the Yaoqi Saintess. Your hatred for the demons is at its peak. No matter how sharp his gaze, it shouldn't affect you. You have only one thought: kill the demon before you. It's that simple. Sorry I lost focus. Let's do it again. Bai Lu took a deep breath. Xiao Yi smiled faintly. Don't worry. Just think of me as a scumbag and run me through with your sword. I want to eat you. Bai Lu rolled her eyes at him. You're already a huge scumbag. Filming resumed. Xiao Yi's gaze turned fierce, killing intent permeating the air, then he calmed down and the smile on his face had vanished and he said flatly, it's half demon, not a demon. He perfectly portrayed the capricious nature of a half demon. Bai Lu remained numb throughout. Then a fight scene unfolded, but since it was only a rehearsal it didn't need to be filmed. Immediately cut to the scene where Xiao Yi, confident of victory, was instead killed. All demons deserve to die. Bai Lu's voice was hoarse. Indeed, all demons deserve to die, but are humans any better? They speak of righteousness and justice, yet secretly commit unspeakable deeds. Nothing but hypocrites. Xiao Yi lay on the ground, a hint of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. Bai Lu remained expressionless. Your body is shrouded in overwhelming resentment. Countless beings have died by your hand. As she spoke, her sword rested against his brow. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, killing and being killed is perfectly fair. Today I lost, so naturally I am wrong. But you are no better. Do you think the blood on your hands is less than mine? Xiao Yi's tone was mocking, lacking any awareness of a dying man. In truth, only those truly facing death become stubbornly obstinate, for they have nothing left to fear. Nonsense. Bai Lu's voice grew colder, and the long sword pierced into Xiao Yi's brow. To survive what are a few deaths? I was bullied since childhood, so I am narrow-minded. Everything I did was to survive. What wrong have I done? I never regret my actions, just as you never regret slaying demons and monsters. But when one day you suddenly realize your hands are drenched in blood, will you still wonder how many of them were innocent? Though we are not kindred spirits, we are not so different. When the world turns its back on you, and you are utterly alone, and your so-called quest to slay demons and save the people comes to nothing, will you still hold fast to your convictions? A stronger smile spread across Xiao Yi's face. Self-mockery, disdain, seduction, madness, loneliness, frenzy. All these emotions poured into his eyes. Silence. Bai Lu's heart trembled. With a cold shout, she thrust the sword downward. The scene ended there. The crux of this scene was for a half-demon who killed to survive to deliver a speech that would influence the female lead's moral choices in the future. It was planting a seed of dilemma which would slowly take root and grow until it devoured reason. But one day in the darkness a faint light would appear to guide the way. The director was still stunned, not yet reacting. Director Wong, it's over. A crew member reminded him softly. All right. Director Wong snapped out of it and quickly pressed pause. Perfect. Your performance was fantastic, especially Xiao Yi. Your expressions, eyes, tone, and pronunciation are all flawless. I plan to use this footage directly without reshooting. Director Wong said seriously. Acting encompasses body language, facial expressions, eyes, and speech. Movements and lines are relatively easy to handle. For professional actors, facial expressions can also be controlled. Of course, some actors have a stiff face with no variation. That's hard. The hardest part is the eyes. The eyes are the windows to the soul. What you think and feel must be revealed through them. Thus, without truly immersing oneself in the role, this is quite difficult. But Xiao Yi perfectly portrayed all those complex, shifting gazes, leaving him utterly amazed. Truly brilliant. Especially since Xiao Yi had a prop sword pointing at his brow. One must understand that the brow is a vulnerable spot. When something points at it, it involuntarily affects one's state of mind and even triggers subconscious reactions. But Xiao Yi remained completely unaffected and performed naturally. That's truly impressive. The internet rumored that Xiao Yi's acting was terrible, but at this moment he gave this veteran director the feeling of a true acting master. It seems rumors are often false. Bai Lu stared blankly at Xiao Yi. What are you looking at? You've already stabbed me to death. Xiao Yi teased. Bai Lu said seriously, Xiao Yi, you are amazing. My heart trembled just now. I was actually affected by your words, you know. If I were truly the saintess of Yaopond, I might, because of your words, make some heretical choice in the future. After participating in the singer contest, she had great respect for Xiao Yi's singing ability, but she had never been convinced of his acting skill. Unexpectedly, during this audition, he surprised her again. In the scene with Xiao Yi, she was completely on the defensive, even heavily influenced, almost unable to keep up. Xiao Yi's acting was so terrifying, and he had never told her before. This scumbag had hidden another good thing from her, so in fear, Director Wong smiled lightly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. In this scene, the mirror heart demon needed to be dominant, while the female lead, filled with hatred, had the most vulnerable heart. The mirror heart demon's words could breach her defenses and plant a strange seed. Conversely, if the female lead were too clear-headed, she would dominate, affecting the subsequent outcome. Xiao Yi smiled lightly. How is it? At that moment, Jiang Qingru walked over. Director Wong showed her the footage. After watching, Jiang Qingru's face showed a look of amazement. Perfect. She looked at Xiao Yi and said, I suddenly regret letting you audition for this role. If I had given you a character with more lines, I think the effect would be even better. Xiao Yi laughed. That's not certain. Maybe I'm only good at roles that get killed off right away. Jiang Qingru shook her head. Xiao Yi's eyes just now had revealed a lot, something an ordinary actor couldn't show. Only veteran actors with immense skill could display such a complex range of expressions. Just from his eyes, she knew Xiao Yi's acting foundation was extremely solid. It seems the rumors outside are indeed false. Xiao Yi's performance is flawless. Why don't we shoot the action scenes together? Director Wang suggested. Xiao Yi by Lu, what do you think? Jiang Qingru looked at them. No problem. Both nodded. Then the action scenes began. Since it was a Xianxiao plot, there were fights on the ground and in the air. Soon the fight scenes ended. Xiao Yi, do you know martial arts? A martial arts director named Zheng stared intently at Xiao Yi. An expert's skill is revealed the moment he acts. Although Xiao Yi had been deliberately hiding it, Zheng clearly sensed that Xiao Yi was trained in martial arts. If he had truly fought by Lu, moreover Xiao Yi's movements were too fluid, someone without martial arts training couldn't have such smooth motions. Bai Lu looked at Xiao Yi in surprise. Did he know martial arts? Ahem, no. I like dancing so my movements are smoother. Xiao Yi said casually. But teacher Zheng gave him a deep look. He had won multiple national martial arts championships. How could he not distinguish martial arts from dance? Just then Jiang Qingru suddenly received a phone call. Her expression changed. Director Jiang, what's wrong? Director Wang asked. Jiang Qingru said gravely. I just received news that a criminal is hiding in Taoyuan Mountain. The police are heading this way. Bai Lu and the others looked alarmed. Immediately notify everyone to evacuate. If you see any suspicious individuals, do not act rashly. Keep your distance. Jiang Qingru said sternly. Director Jiang, something terrible. Zhang Yi has been taken hostage. A manager rushed over and, what? Where is she? Take me there immediately. Jiang Qingru's face paled. Zhang Yi was her niece and the female lead second in command. She couldn't let anything happen to her. On Taoyuan Mountain. Don't any of you come closer. If anyone dares, he'll kill this little girl. A burly middle-aged man pressed a dagger against a young woman's neck, his face twisted with savage fury, utterly terrifying. The young woman's face was pale, her eyes filled with terror. She was none other than Zhang Yi, one of the rising stars in the entertainment industry. If you want money, just name your price. As long as you let her go. Jiang Qingru stared at the middle-aged man with a grave expression. Teacher Zheng and the surrounding security guards watched intently, ready to intervene at any moment. Money. I don't want your damn money. I've killed people, 4 in a row. The cops are after me everywhere. I just want to get out of here safely. And tell these guards to back off, or don't blame me, the middle-aged man snarled. If you want to leave, that's no problem. They'll have a car ready for you, immediately guaranteed to get you out safely. Jiang Qingru waved her hand lightly, and the security guards stepped back. In moments like this, she couldn't afford to panic. At least she had to stall until the police arrived. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered upon hearing this. But the next second he tightened his grip and roared, you woman. You're trying to buy time for the cops to get here, aren't you? Jiang Qingru frowned slightly, and said in a low voice, then state your conditions. Whatever they are, just tell me. I haven't thought it through. The middle-aged man hesitated. After killing, he only wanted to hide deep in the mountains and forests. He hadn't considered any more allowed, but even hiding in the wilderness wouldn't truly be safe. He would definitely be found. Jiang Qingru took a deep breath. No matter how composed she was, she had no solution at this moment. Xiao Yi stepped forward. He looked at the middle-aged man calmly, and said, I have a way to help you escape the police. Our crew has top-tier makeup artists who can alter your appearance and smuggle you into places like Myanmar. Then the cops won't be able to touch you. How about it? In truth, he was just bluffing. Even with makeup, passing through layers of checkpoints would be impossible. Into Myanmar. The middle-aged man clearly had no ideas of his own. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, his heart stirred. Going abroad. That was indeed an excellent plan. Watch out. The cops are behind you. Suddenly Xiao Yi spoke. What? At the word cops, the middle-aged man's legs nearly gave way in fear. He instinctively turned to look behind him, his grip on the dagger loosening. A fierce glint flashed in Xiao Yi's eyes. He lunged forward in a single stride, reaching the man in an instant, seized his arm, and twisted it sharply. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The middle-aged man's face contorted as he let out a scream of agony. Seeing this, Zhang Yi scrambled away in terror. Bang! Xiao Yi struck again, this time locking the man's throat, then drove his knee into the man's abdomen. The middle-aged man wailed in even greater pain, collapsing like a limp shrimp, completely drained of strength. Rope! Xiao Yi looked up, his expression calm as he addressed Jiang Qingru and the others. Hurry! Jiang Qingru snapped back to reality. The security guards rushed forward. Soon the middle-aged man was bound hand and foot. Xiao Yi stood up slowly and stretched lazily. Xiao Yi, thank you so much this time. Jiang Qingru looked at Xiao Yi with deep gratitude. If not for him, Zhang Yi would have been in grave danger. Xiao Yi had been truly incredible. He had subdued that vicious brute in an instant. It's nothing, Xiao Yi said. Aren't you going to thank Xiao Yi? Jiang Qingru turned to Zhang Yi, who was still pale and shaken. Thank you. Zhang Yi's voice trembled. Go back and rest well. Xiao Yi nodded slightly. Brother Xiao still claiming you don't know martial arts. Those moves just now were incredibly powerful. Teacher Zheng looked at Xiao Yi with serious eyes. Just a few fancy tricks, Xiao Yi said casually. Xiao Yi, are you all right? Bai Lu quickly checked Xiao Yi for injuries. His sudden action had frightened her. "I'm fine," Xiao Yi said with a smile. Bai Lu looked at him with complex emotions. Xiao Yi actually knew martial arts. And he was clearly very skilled. She had never known this before. She realized that Xiao Yi seemed more and more mysterious. How many other things was he hiding from her? Slap. Xiao Yi pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. "You." Seeing him smoke, Bai Lu's expression changed. Was this bastard completely unbothered? Xiao Yi paid no attention. If he couldn't even smoke without hiding, what was the point of living? 2 minutes later, the police arrived, led by a spirited and beautiful woman. "Captain Zhao, the criminal has been subdued." One officer looked at the bound man, somewhat surprised. Zhao Qian stepped forward to examine the middle-aged man, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Who did this? The criminal's right arm was broken, his neck bruised, and his abdomen severely injured. Clearly the work of a single person. The one who acted was a master. Everyone turned to look at Xiao Yi. Zhao Qian's gaze also fell on him. Wasn't this the notorious Predator Boy scumbag all over the internet? He had managed to subdue such a vicious criminal. That surprised her. Officer M. Jiang Qingru, the production manager. Xiao Yi was the one who subdued the criminal. Jiang Qingru stated earnestly. Zhao Qian nodded slightly and said to Jiang Qingru, "Could you come to the station to give a statement? And Mr. Xiao Yi as well." "Sure," Jiang Qingru said. "Fine," Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly. Zhao Qian turned to the pale Jiang Yi and said, "You've had a shock. I'll take you to the hospital first, and once you're better, we'll take your statement." Afterward, Jiang Qingru gave some instructions, and Xiao Yi and the others followed the police off Taiyuan Mountain. At the police station, "Mr. Xiao, do you practice martial arts?" Zhao Qian asked. "During military training in college, I learned a few moves of capture and combat." "It seems you learned a rather exceptional form of capture and combat." The instructor's version was naturally exceptional. "Could you describe in detail how you subdued the criminal? First like this, then like this, and then like that." After the statement was taken, Xiao Yi walked out of the police station, even receiving a medal for bravery. "Xiao Yi." Bai Lu hurried over. "What's the result?" Zhao Qian looked at a female police officer wearing glasses. The officer shrugged and said, "Xiao Yi, 24, from the imperial capital, graduated from the Central Academy of Drama." "That's all." Zhao Qian was slightly stunned. "That's all." "That's also what I find strange. This person has no home address or parents' information. It's truly bizarre. Our police system can't find anything. There's only one possibility: our clearance isn't high enough." The female officer with glasses said seriously. Zhao Qian felt a slight shock in her heart. Earlier, when she was examining the injuries of the thug, she had guessed that Xiao Yi was not ordinary, so she had checked. Now it seemed that he was indeed extremely special. "Since our clearance isn't sufficient, let's drop the investigation," Zhao Qian said seriously. Bai Lu was driving a Mercedes-Benz down the street. Xiao Yi sitting in the passenger seat side. "So this is what a sugar mommy is like. This car is great. I really wish I could cut 20 years of struggle. You're such a tease. Where do you live now? I'll take you there." Bai Lu rolled her eyes at him. This man was still the same as before, never serious. "Maybe. I'd better go by myself. If someone sees us, it'll be bad for you." Xiao Yi hesitated. "Cut the crap." Bai Lu glared at him. "Fine. Songjiang Street, Guanyunhai," Xiao Yi said. Half an hour later, the car arrived outside Guanyunhai residential community. "Thanks for the ride, beautiful," Xiao Yi said, and was about to enter the community. "Aren't you going to invite me up for tea?" Bai Lu frowned. Xiao Yi said, "As long as you don't mind." Then he led Bai Lu into the community. At the moment, Bai Lu was fully disguised, wearing a cap and a mask. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, showed his face directly. If any anti-fans saw him, they might come up and beat him up. "This is where you live." When she entered the room, Bai Lu was slightly taken aback. The 60-square-meter room looked messy, with cigarette ash all over the floor and the ashtray full of cigarette butts. "I'm poor. No choice. When I get rich, they'll get a better one," Xiao Yi said nonchalantly. In his previous life, he had slept on the streets and later lived in a single room of only 20 or 30 square meters. This 60-square-meter place was actually quite good. However, the environment here was a bit poor, not conducive to work, so he could consider moving to a larger one. Hearing this, Bai Lu felt a pang of sadness. She took out a card and handed it to Xiao Yi, saying, "There's 5 million in here. Take it for now. The pin is my birthday. Are you trying to keep me as a kept man?" Xiao Yi said with a half smile. "Cut the crap. Take it." Bai Lu's face flushed slightly. She really wanted to give this annoying guy a good punch. "Actually, I have money." Xiao Yi didn't take the card. He still had a huge sum of 1 million on him. After all, based on a normal person's monthly salary of 10,000, this 1 million would take 10 years to earn. Seeing that Xiao Yi wasn't going to accept the card, Bai Lu was stunned for a moment. She could only silently put away the card. Men valued their pride. If she just gave him the money like that, he definitely wouldn't accept it. "You must be hungry. They'll make something to eat." Xiao Yi walked toward the kitchen. "He can cook." Bai Lu looked surprised. Before, when she was with Xiao Yi, she had never seen him cook. They usually ate out or ordered takeout. "Then he'll tidy up your room." Bai Lu picked up a broom and began cleaning. Half an hour later, Bai Lu was lying on the sofa, panting, scrolling through her phone. A few messages made her expression change slightly. Breaking news: scumbag Xiao caught for solicitation, currently being interrogated at the police station. Screenshot as proof. My aunt's husband's second uncle works at the police station. He saw it with his own eyes. Scumbag Xiao is indeed in jail. He probably went down the same path as Fanzi and Fengzi. Huh. Justice served. I always said scumbag Xiao wouldn't last long. Now it's come true, right? Guys, does anyone understand? How did my idol end up in there? Huh? Bailu looked at these messages about Xiao Yi, her face turning livid. These unscrupulous media would really post anything. What are you looking at? Time to eat. Xiao Yi placed several home-style dishes on the table. You still have the mood to eat. Look at these. Bailu came over and handed the phone to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi glanced casually and said with a faint smile, it doesn't matter. Let's eat first. Bailu was speechless. This man really had a big heart. She looked at the dishes on the table. They seemed quite delicious. Xiao Yi filled a bowl of rice for Bailu eat up. Then he started eating directly. Then this young lady will taste your cooking. Seeing Xiao Yi so unconcerned, Bailu stopped overthinking and picked up chopsticks to taste the dishes. Not bad. Bailu's eyes lit up. The dishes in front of her were all home-style, nothing compared to exotic delicacies or lobster and abalone, but the taste was really good. Actually, it could be even better. Xiao Yi said with a faint smile. The System Mall still had a divine-level cooking skill for sale, but it cost 2 million. He couldn't afford it yet. When he had money, he could buy more skills. I never knew you could cook. Honestly, how many secrets are you still hiding from me? Bailu stared intently at Xiao Yi. He seemed to be shrouded in layers of mist, giving her an urge to uncover them all. Xiao Yi seemed not to hear, bowing his head and eating voraciously. Playing dumb again. Bailu muttered to herself. Xiao Yi ate very fast. In 3 to 5 minutes he was full. After the meal he lit a cigarette and lay on the sofa, very comfortable. You again? Smoking? Bailu glared at Xiao Yi while eating. Xiao Yi ignored her. Soon his phone rang. It was Kunzi calling. Old Xiao, are you having tea at the station? Kunzi asked. I'm at home, just finished eating. Xiao Yi said. That's good. It seems those rumors online are all fake. You scared me. Kai Shukuan said. Don't pay them any mind. Xiao Yi said with a alright, let's leave it at that. I'll call you when I'm done. After chatting a bit, Kai Shukuan hung up. Are you and Kai Shukuan on good? Bailu looked at Xiao Yi in surprise. Earlier on the show, Kai Shukuan had called him Old Xiao. Later, when Xiao Yi was being attacked online, he posted on Weibo saying that Xiao Yi was his best friend. An ordinary person wouldn't. Xiao Yi gave an ambiguous answer. Everyone is pretending. It's just about who can keep it up the longest and who won't collapse. 10 minutes later. Bailu finished eating, revealing a satisfied smile. She sat down next to Xiao Yi without any hesitation, feeling comfortable. Xiao Yi ignored her, playing with his phone. Then several more calls from unknown numbers came in. Xiao Yi glanced at them, but didn't refuse. He answered. Scumbag Xiao, were you arrested? Zhao Jinmai's voice suddenly rang out. Bailu frowned. That little Zhao Jinmai actually called Xiao Yi, and from her tone it seemed she was very familiar with him. What do you think? Xiao Yi retorted. Oh, looks like you're fine, then I'll hang up first. I'm busy. By the way, remember this number. It's mine. Zhao Jinmai immediately hung up. Then Tan Songyun and Zhang Yingxue also called, saying similar things. Xiao Yi, are you close with Zhao Jinmai and the others? Bailu stared at Xiao Yi with a full smile. Not really that close. We just got to know each other casually after the last show. Xiao Yi argued. Is that so? Bailu squinted slightly. As far as she knew, Zhao Jinmai and Zhang Yingxue were both graduates of the Central Academy of Drama, and so was Xiao Yi. After eating, aren't you going to the company? Xiao Yi decisively changed the subject. Today's tasks are finished, well, go tomorrow. Bailu replied. Oh. Xiao Yi responded casually. Bailu remained silent. The atmosphere was so awkward, why not lighten it with a kiss? A few minutes later, Bailu said, now that we've eaten, I'll be going. Xiao Yi said, I'll see you off. Can you media? Yo Huang, I told you Xiao Yi was no good. Look, now it's over, isn't it? Su Na looked at Su Yuhuang with a smug expression. Su Yuhuang stared at the image of Xiao Yi getting out of a car with a group of police officers. Could it be that he really was arrested? Xiao Yi was indeed a scumbag, but he shouldn't have done anything illegal. The evidence is right in front of you, and you still don't believe it. Su Na shook her head. Sister Na quickly checked the Weibo of the Tai Super. At that moment, a staff member nearby quickly said, Huh. Su Na immediately opened Weibo. Jiang Qingru posted a message. During today's shoot at Taoyuan Mountain, a thug broke into the set. Xiao Yi subdued him with his bare hands. Then we went to the police station to give statements. Those media and individuals who spread rumors without knowing the truth are truly despicable. At the same time, she attached a picture of Xiao Yi subduing the thug. Jiang Yi reposted, Thank you Xiao Yi for saving me. He's really handsome. I hope everyone will be strict with themselves and speak cautiously. Meanwhile, many staff members of the Taisu production team also reposted. Bailu, I was rehearsing a scene with Xiao Yi today. He was the one who subdued the thug. Everyone, don't be misled by unscrupulous media without knowing the truth. Kai Shukuan, I know old Xiao best. Haters, if you want to attack someone, attack your Kuan Go. Boss Yang, Xiao Yi is an artist under my Xingchen media. I believe in his character. He wouldn't do anything illegal. Everyone be rational and don't follow the crowd. Seeing the Taisu production team and Boss Yang all speaking up, many who were about to hit the keyboard stopped. Of course, haters didn't slow down. A feminist fighter posted, haha, saving someone in ancient costume. What a staged photo. Disgusting. Do you think we new age women have no power? That whole hero saves the damsel routine is outdated. Exactly. This is clearly staged. With that pretty boy Xiao Yi, I could knock out 10 of them with one punch. How could he possibly subdue a vicious thug? An online troll sneered. The capitalists really stop at nothing to promote a pretty boy. Last time Xiao Yi kicked a stray dog, showing no compassion. You say he saved someone. I don't believe it for a second. This is definitely... Online haters went all out. Some ignorant feminist fighters started grouping up, shifting the topic to gender antagonism. What woman can fully handle danger on her own? Why does a man need to intervene? What times have changed? Women have their own strength, they can face anything and hold up half the sky. They don't need men's hypocritical gestures. What the world can do without men, but cannot do without women. The ferocity of their boxing skills was at least decades of cultivation. Alas, our human race lacked an emperor. Just as these people were raging, the police released a statement. Today a thug killed 4 people and fled to Taoyuan Mountain, where he was eventually subdued by Mr. Xiao with his bare hands. The police are very grateful to the kind Mr. Xiao. We also hope everyone will be rational and not let our hero's heart grow cold. Image: a picture of Xiao Yi subduing a criminal wielding a knife. A picture of Xiao Yi receiving a medal at the police station. When the police's message came out, I told you Xiao Yi wasn't that kind of person. Right? He risked his life to do a good deed and got blasted for it. After this, who will dare to step up? I apologize for my previous words. I was wrong. So what if he did a good deed? Setting aside the facts, isn't he still a scumbag? But this time the number of attackers was noticeably smaller. The feminist fighters, seeing that this target was no longer viable, all shut up. Su Yuang found it odd. Xiao Yi subdued the thug with his bare hands. Was he that strong? Meanwhile, Su Na's face darkened, stinging with the pain of being thoroughly... Xiao Yi paid little attention to these messages. At that moment he received 2 phone calls. Both were from production teams. A TV series called Jingku and an anime called Qinshi were about to air, but they lacked suitable, so they wanted to buy Red Face and Moonlight as theme songs. Xiao Yi didn't hesitate and directly offered to sell the usage rights of the 2 songs at 1 million each. Whether Red Face matched the Jingku TV series was uncertain, but Moonlight undoubtedly matched the Qinshi anime. The ceiling of domestic animation was none other than Qinshi. I've got 3 million now. I've made it. Xiao Yi thought to himself. He had never seen so much money in his past life. I have money now. No problem getting a car right. Xiao Yi mused. He couldn't keep riding a bike to work. Before long, Xiao Yi arrived at the 4S store. He directly bought a Chang'an Yuan. So cool. Xiao Yi's eyes lit up at the sight of the yuan. In his past life, his biggest dream was to save up for a yuan, but he transmigrated before he could. Although the car cost only a little over 100,000, its exterior was cool enough, and it held deep meaning for him. He loved it. Finally got my wish. I'm such a loser. Xiao Yi sat in the driver's seat and drove straight to the vehicle management office to register the plates. Half a month later, Xinxian Media. Xiao Yi, from now on Sister Wang will be your agent, and Xiao Yi will be your regular assistant. Xiao Yi looked at the mature beauty in a suit beside him. Hello, Sister Wang. Please take good care of me in the future. Wang Yujing, the golden agent of Xinxian Media. You only need to know that she was a formidable existence. She was instrumental in Xinxian Media reaching its current level. Every artist basically had an agent because she could bring a steady stream of resources. At Tianyu Media, Xiao Yi and Su Yuang's agent was Su Na. Now Boss Yang letting Wang Yujing become his agent was quite generous. Wang Yujing gave Xiao Yi a gentle smile. Boss Yang said to Xiao Yi, recently a variety show called Shanhe Weimei contacted me wanting me to recommend an artist for 1 episode. I'm planning to send you. What do you think? No problem. Xiao Yi nodded slightly. Given his current status, still a 3rd-tier artist, he would take any acting role or show as long as the script wasn't too terrible. He had no high demands, preferring a laid-back attitude. Moreover, according to the original owner's memory, this variety show had already reached its 11th episode. It was quite popular with many big names participating. Then get ready. You and Xiao Yi can set off today, Boss Yang said with a light laugh. The next day, at 8 in the morning, Xiao Yi and Xiao Yu arrived in Luqing. The filming crew was stationed at a luxurious guest house. As Xiao Yi and Xiao Yu appeared, the crew's cameras immediately turned toward them. Hello. Xiao Yi and Xiao Yu greeted the staff around them. As they entered the courtyard, a crowd had already gathered there. Old Xiao. A surprised voice rang out. Kai Shuquan immediately waved at Xiao Yi, clearly not expecting to see him here. The song Xiao Yi had given him last time had truly made him explode in popularity. Now the internet was filled with endless praise. Even the harshest critics had to sincerely admit, bro, you're amazing. Kunzi. Xiao Yi also waved back at Kai Shuquan with a beaming smile, realizing that the other man was here to participate in the same variety show. He looked at the others in the courtyard: Lu Han, Li Cheng, Xiao Zhan, Li Yitong Yang, and Chen Yuqi, Bai Lu, and Su Yu Wang. All were top celebrities. What a coincidence. Bai Lu stared at Xiao Yi with a strange expression. Wherever she went, she ran into this heartbreaker. Wasn't that fate? When Xiao Yi noticed Bai Lu looking at him, he offered her a faint smile. He's actually coming to this show too. Xiao Zhan frowned slightly, feeling a bit annoyed. At the company, he and Xiao Yi had considerable friction. In fact, Xiao Yi's contract termination with Tianyu Media could be partly attributed to him. He hadn't expected that after being terminated, instead of fading away, Xiao Yi would sign with Star Entertainment, and now seemed to be on the verge. He glanced at Su Yuang, but her expression was remarkably calm, as if she didn't care about Xiao Yi's arrival. What he didn't notice was that her fingers were clenched tight, her emotions. How did it feel to run into an ex-boyfriend she had publicly denounced? Knowing Xiao Yi, she was sure he wouldn't let it go easily, and would likely launch a verbal attack on her. Old Xiao, come here for a hug. Kai Shuquan immediately embraced Xiao Yi. Old Xiao, I want a hug too. Luhan didn't hesitate, and came over to embrace him as well. Hanzi, you look much more spirited lately, Xiao Yi said with a smile. Not long ago Hanzi had been utterly dejected. First his starring film Shanghai Fortress had flopped, his acting was questioned, and the investors had shifted all the blame onto him. After that, rumors of a breakup with his girlfriend surfaced. The overwhelming public pressure had suffocated him, leaving him not much better off than Xiao Yi had been. Luhan said helplessly, "What's my little storm compared to yours? Now the hot topics are all about you and Kunzi. I'm free now. You have to put the blame on Kunzi," Xiao Yi said seriously. Come on. You always put everything on me. Look at this frame, think it won't break. I don't even have a girlfriend yet, can you bear it?" Kai Shukuan glared at the two of them. Xiao Yi said meaningfully, "The storm is still coming." The others present looked at them with odd expressions. These three seemed to have a good relationship. When they first saw Xiao Yi, they had thought he might be ignored. To Su Yuang's disappointment, Xiao Yi didn't even glance at her, let alone come to confront her. "Everyone's here." Just then a hearty laugh rang out, and a middle-aged man in a baseball cap walked over. "Hello, Teacher Hong." Everyone quickly greeted him. This man was the show's director, Hong Tao. "Since everyone's here, let's go have breakfast. After breakfast, we'll start filming." Hong Tao chuckled. Then everyone began breakfast. After breakfast, they took the sponsor's minibus to Mount Tai. The episode was filmed on Mount Tai with the theme of exploring the country's magnificent landscapes. In the car, a woman from the sponsor asked Xiao Yi, "Teacher Xiao, what do you think of this car?" Xiao Yi, knowing the drill, smiled and said, "Comfortable, spacious, excellent interior. I bought one myself not long ago." "Which model did you buy, Teacher Xiao?" the woman continued. Xiao Yi replied, "I bought the Yuan. It looks really cool, suitable for young people, great performance, affordable price. Overall, it's very cost-effective." The woman nodded, satisfied with his evaluation. But the interviews in other cars were a bit problematic since those celebrities all drove luxury. Interviewer, "Teacher Xiao, isn't this car very spacious?" Xiaozhan, "Spacious." The interviewer subtly pointed to the sponsor's sign. "Oh, yes, it's quite spacious." Xiaozhan nodded. At 9 in the morning, everyone arrived at the red gate of Mount Tai. Looking up from there, the endless stairs stretched into the sky, making one dizzy. Mount Tai, the supreme among the 5 sacred mountains, exuded an overwhelming sense of grandeur. Hong Tao looked at everyone and said, "Now let me explain the first challenge of the day, hiking Mount Tai. Rules: there are 10 people divided into 5 pairs, 2 per group. The first pair to reach the Jade Emperor summit gets a score, and the last pair faces a special penalty. Time limit 3 to 6 hours. If you're too late, you might miss lunch. Let's climb." Everyone grinned, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. Conquering this giant mountain on foot would be a remarkable achievement. Now form your own groups. I suggest 1 man and 1 woman per team for better coordination. Hong Tao looked at them. "Li Cheng, let's be a team," Yang Ying said to Li Cheng. "Okay." Li Cheng nodded with a smile. Luhan looked at Li Yitong and said, "How about we team up?" "Sure." Li Yitong giggled. Kai Shukuan glanced at Xiao Yi and sighed. "Who wants to be my partner?" Shen Yuqi said, "Let's team up." "Haha. Old Xiao, looks like you have to find your own partner," Kai Shukuan teased. On the scene, the remaining were Xiao Yi, Xiaozhan, Su Yuhuang, and Bai Lu. No one knew who would choose to team up with Xiao Yi. Xiaozhan said to Su Yuhuang, "Okay." Su Yuhuang smiled lightly, glanced at Xiao Yi, and said nothing more. Xiao Yi were a team. Bai Lu immediately came to Xiao Yi's side and took his hand naturally. How could she not know what Su Yuhuang was thinking? My ex-boyfriend. I couldn't bear to tear him apart myself, so who does she think she is? She actually dared to tear him apart. Seeing Bai Lu holding Xiao Yi's hand, Su Yuhuang frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable. Xiao Yi smiled lightly. "Since the teams are formed, our staff will wait for you at the Jade Emperor Summit. Also, today's filming will be live-streamed via drones directly visible to the audience. 2 reminders, each of you carries a communicator. If you encounter any emergency, immediately message our staff. Of course, if you ask for help, your ranking will be last. Also, while climbing, pay close attention to the beautiful scenery around. There will be quiz questions later. Now enjoy the climb." After Hong Tao finished, he and the staff got into the car. There was no cable car here. They had to drive to the middle gate and then take the cable car. The drones were in position. Charge. Li Cheng laughed and immediately dashed upward with Yang Ying. Old Xiao were taking first place. Luhan and Kai Shukuan glanced at Xiao Yi, then set off with the 2 ladies. "Yuhuang, let's grab first place for fun," Xiaozhan said to Su Yuhuang. "Okay." Su Yuhuang nodded with a smile. At this moment, audiences across various platforms were already waiting. I absolutely adore the program, mountains and rivers, so beautiful. Each episode presents breathtaking scenery, allowing me to experience the grandeur of nature from home. I've already caught up on the first 10 episodes. This one is set against the backdrop of Mount Tai, the paramount of the 5 great mountains. I hope it doesn't disappoint. I've always wanted to climb Mount Tai, but work keeps me too busy. This program gives me a chance to preview its beauty. Audience comments kept flooding in. Soon the first behind-the-scenes clip appeared, showing the cast gathering at the filming location. This episode still features Chung and Ying, authentic as ever. The 3 beauties by Li Yitong and Shen Yuqi are also here. Look, Su Yuhuang and Xiaozhan are here too. That couple appearing together. They're about to sprinkle sweetness. I'm totally shipping them. Kuan Zi and Han Zi are also here. The production team finally did something right by inviting my 2 idols. As for Jigu, I have nothing to say. I'm his hater, but that song of his is on repeat for me. Heh. G is too beautiful. You're simply too beautiful. Compared to my Hua Hua, he's so low. Lu Han's acting is terrible. First Zetian, and then the Shanghai Fortress, both trash. Inviting these people will ruin the show's reputation. Online opinions were mixed. Those who liked it adored it, those who didn't spewed venom, yet they still watched. Damn. Look, that scumbag Xiao is here too. Holy cow, it's really him. Did the production team lose their minds inviting this jerk? Well, I think it's okay. His 3 songs are on my playlist on repeat. Heh, what's the use of singing well? If his character is flawed, nothing else matters. Tisk TSK, Xiao Yi and Su Yuang appearing together in this show. It's going to be juicy. I bet there'll be drama soon. I'm so pathetic. I hate that scumbag Xiao, yet I can't help wanting to see what he does next. I don't know why, but I suddenly hope Xiao Yi and Su Yuang end up together. Am I? Bullshit. Su Goddess belongs only to my Zhan. Xiao Yi is nothing. As usual, the moment Xiao Yi appeared, haters swarmed in. Soon the scene shifted to the Hongmin entrance of Mount Tai. Haha, the first activity is climbing. Quite interesting. Maybe I can pick up some hiking tips from the show. Cheng and Ying are the classic duo. Han Zi and Li Yitong look good together. Handsome man, beautiful woman. Kuan Zi and Chen Yuqi are also a great match. Su Goddess naturally paired up with my Zhan. I'm shipping them so hard. Xiao Yi can go to hell. That leaves Xiao Yi and Bai Lu. They'll definitely be a team. I wonder how Bai Lu feels. Probably miserable. Whoa, did I see that? Bai Lu actually took Xiao Yi's hand. It looks so natural. I'm getting a shipping vibe. Damn, Lu, stay away from that scumbag Xiao. He's no good. Woo-woo. My goddess Bai Lu. So is this a dating show? The audience erupted in lament once more. Xiao Yi, everyone's already ahead. Shouldn't we get going? Bai Lu blinked at Xiao Yi. The others were already more than 20 meters ahead. Xiao Yi smiled calmly. No rush. Let me buy you some things. Then Xiao Yi led Bai Lu to a nearby vendor. He bought her a sun hat, a hiking pole, bottled water, and biscuits. Do you have sunscreen? Xiao Yi asked Bai Lu. Yes. Bai Lu nodded. Xiao Yi then noticed the laces on her sneakers were loose. He bent down to tie her shoelaces. Are the shoes comfortable? Pretty much. Bai Lu's face flushed. This scumbag sure knew how to charm. Then let's go. He'll carry the bag. Xiao Yi said softly. After that the two began their ascent. Xiao Yi is way too slow. Everyone else has started, and he's still dawdling buying all that useless stuff. Carrying so much will only make climbing harder. Brother from the south doesn't get it. The temperature difference on Mount Tai is huge. If you don't prepare a sun hat, the sun will peel your skin off when it rises. From Hongmen to Yuangding there are over 7700 steps. For a fit man a hiking pole might not be necessary, but for women it's essential. Also you need very comfortable shoes, or your legs will be ruined. Exactly. Climbing Mount Tai consumes a lot of energy. Bringing water and biscuits is very wise. In contrast, the other groups seem a bit reckless. They'll probably suffer later. I suddenly find Xiao Yi quite thoughtful and sweet. He even tied my Lu's shoelaces. For that alone, I'll stop cursing him for now. 2 hours later, everyone reached Zongshimen, having climbed over 3,000 steps with more than half the journey remaining. Phew, phew, phew. Everyone was wiping sweat and gasping for air. It was exhausting. They had only thought about seeing the beautiful view from the summit, but nobody had told them climbing would be this grueling. Moreover, the sun was scorching, burning their faces. They were both thirsty and tired. Unlike the others, Xiao Yi and Bai Lu were relatively at ease. Especially Bai Lu with her hiking pole and sun hat, she had nothing to fear. She could drink water whenever she was thirsty, and Xiao Yi was carrying her bag, so she felt no pressure. The other women stared at Bai Lu with envy. Why hadn't they thought to buy sun hats and hiking poles at the foot of the mountain? Xiao Yi, have some water. Bai Lu handed her water bottle to Xiao Yi. Then her cheeks flushed. Giving him water she had already drunk from felt awkward. No, I'm not thirsty. Xiao Yi smiled. These steps were nothing to him. But the remaining journey would be a challenge. He had martial arts skills, yet his stamina was mediocre. He silently opened the system store ready to purchase stamina points. So far the earnings from his 3 songs had been cashed out. Over 12 million after tax, a substantial stamina points 10000 per point. Xiao Yi bought 200 points, spending 2 million. The moment the purchase was complete, he felt his body grow stronger, brimming with inexhaustible energy. It was exhilarating. His stamina now reached 300. According to the system panel, the maximum stamina limit was 300 points. 5 minutes later. Have you rested enough? If so, keep climbing. Xiao Yi glanced at Bai Lu. I'm ready. Bai Lu stood up, stretching her limbs. We'll wait for you at the summit. Bai Lu looked at the others. Xiao Yi and Bai Lu continued upward. Next came the stretch from Zhongtian Gate to Nantian Gate, comprising over 3,700 steps, including the narrow and perilous 18 bends, a challenge for the average person. Watching Xiao Yi and Bai Lu ascend further, Su Yuang's expression grew complex, an inexplicable discomfort stirring within her. Throughout the entire journey, Xiao Yi had only conversed with Bai Lu, completely ignoring her. If I hadn't torn you apart, at least we could have been friends, right? Su Yuang murmured to herself. I can't climb anymore. There are plenty of stalls at Zhongtian Gate. Let's buy some things. The others, having suffered from the climb, intended to purchase some supplies, knowing the remaining path would be even more grueling. That friend from the south earlier. Now do you understand why Xiao Yi bought those things? Heh, who would have thought that among the 5 teams Xiao Yi and Bai Lu's pair would be the most relaxed? Truly surprising. Xiao Yi may be a player, but he's also a warm-hearted gentleman. I ship them. The other teams aren't here to conquer Mount Tai. They're already being conquered by it. Have you noticed that Xiao Yi and Su Yuang haven't exchanged a single word? The atmosphere is strange. When Xiao Yi and Bai Lu left earlier, Su Yuang glanced over. I feel like she's jealous. Nonsense. Su the goddess and Mai Zhan are meant to be. Xiao Yi seems warm, but it's probably experience from playing many girls. After all, 9 out of 10 players are warm-hearted men. Viewers kept flooding the comments. At a luxurious hotel on Yuhuang, Peak Hong Tao stared at the large screen, a smile spreading across his face. The show was incredibly popular now, or it had climbed from 9th to 7th place, and if it continued it might even break into the top 5. From now on, give more screen time to whichever team performs best. Hong Tao declared decisively. 1 hour later, Xiao Yi and Bai Lu arrived at the 18 bends of Mount Tai, the most iconic stretch of the mountain. Over 1,800 steps, narrow and steep, evoking the sensation of a narrow slit of sky. Hiss! Suddenly Bai Lu's brow furrowed, a grimace of pain appearing as she twisted her ankle. She immediately sat down on the steps, massaging her foot. Are you alright? Xiao Yi asked. Bai Lu smiled bitterly. I might be holding you back. Let me see. Xiao Yi removed Bai Lu's right shoe and sock, revealing a delicate crystalline foot, utterly adorable, though the ankle showed slight redness and swelling. Purchase divine medical skill. Xiao Yi thought, spending 5 million to acquire the skill. Xiao Yi. As Xiao Yi grasped her foot, Bai Lu's cheeks flushed slightly, a strange sensation, tingling and numb. Bear with it. Xiao Yi asked. What? Bai Lu was startled. Hiss. The next second a crack sounded and she gasped sharply. It's done. Xiao Yi gently set down Bai Lu's foot. Bai Lu moved her foot and found it no longer hurt. Xiao Yi had instantly healed her sprain. Xiao Yi, you're amazing. Bai Lu stared at him in astonishment. He even knew medicine. What else couldn't he do? Amazing. I don't think so. When the kittens and puppies at home sprained themselves, ID helped them the same way, Xiao Yi said earnestly. You rascal, I'll get you for that. Bai Lu rolled her eyes and playfully punched him. Xiao Yi bent down and extended his hand. What? Bai Lu looked at him in confusion. He'll carry you up. Your foot is fine now, but if you walk up like this it will definitely cause. Xiao Yi said softly. Carry me up. Bai Lu's beautiful eyes widened. The 18 bends were so treacherous. Even climbing alone was exhausting, yet Xiao Yi intended to carry her up. How could that be possible? This player must be joking again. Let's try. If I can't manage, I'll set you down and go up alone. Xiao Yi said with a faint smile. Then I'll give it a try. Bai Lu shot him a glance. She didn't believe he could actually carry her up. It was simply impossible. She figured that as soon as he lifted her head, buckle under the weight, let alone climb steps. Miss, you're a bit heavy. Xiao Yi lifted Bai Lu, his tone teasing. 90 Jean, he'll crush you. Bai Lu retorted playfully. Let's go. Xiao Yi held her tightly and quickened his pace. With his current stamina, carrying a 90 Jean Bai Lu was nothing. He could even lift a bull and run without issue. He chose not to carry her on his back, as going uphill with a piggyback would cause the person being carried to be affected by gravity, straining the arms and compressing the legs. Xiao Yi's pace increased, yet his steps were remarkably steady. Bai Lu, held in his arms, didn't feel even a tremor. He's actually carrying me up the mountain. And so fast, so steady. Bai Lu was stunned, then a wave of emotion washed over her eyes. Xiao Yi, this is too tiring. Put me down. Bai Lu said earnestly. I'm not tired. Xiao Yi's speed increased again. He truly wasn't tired. You fool. Bai Lu whispered, her eyes reddening, unable to bear seeing him like this. Meanwhile, outside the screen, countless viewers stared wide-eyed. Holy crap. Xiao Yi is carrying Bai Lu and still running that fast. That's insane. Is he Superman or what? How many people would dare to do that? Geneva. I've seen people carry stones up Mount Tai to make a living, but I've never seen anyone carry an adult up the mountain. Carrying in one's arms versus carrying on one's back are impossible. Absolutely impossible. This has to be staged. It's not staged. It's all live broadcast. He must have eaten Popeye spinach. A pretty boy like Xiao Yi can't even carry a tingent bucket of water. How could he carry an adult up the mountain and sprinting the whole way? A princess carry. At this moment I admit I'm jealous. Xiao Yi is such a man. Ladies, I'm sorry, but I've turned from a hater to a fan. Curse me if you must. Honey, I want you to carry me up Mount Tai too. Get lost. You weigh over 200 Jean. You're like a pig. At this moment the audience was utterly shocked. Some even shot to their feet, clenching their fists, breathing heavily. Unbelievable. Who would have thought that watching a variety show would reveal a superhuman? At the production team. Damn. Hong Tao and the other staff members cursed. What did they see? Xiao Yi was carrying Bai Lu up the 18 bends at full speed. And he didn't seem tired at all, incredibly relaxed. Gasp. Unbelievable. Too absurd. I can't believe this is real. Hong Tao drew a sharp breath. In his youth, he had climbed Mount Tai carrying a backpack weighing a few Jean, and the 18 bends section nearly exhausted him to death. But now Xiao Yi was charging up with a living person in his arms. How was this possible? If he hadn't known it was their show, he would have thought it was. Am I dreaming? Is this even human? Hong Tao looked at the surrounding staff. Not a dream. Starlight Media recommended a freak to us. He's not human at all. The staff member laughed bitterly. Who would believe this story? Carrying an adult woman to conquer the supreme Mount Tai. How insane was that? Their scalps tingled. At that moment, everyone's scalps tingled. The female staff present covered their mouths. At that moment, they suddenly felt that Xiao Yi was a real man while their boyfriends were all weaklings. When I get back, I'll make my fool watch this episode. These women thought to themselves. Meanwhile, their boyfriends inexplicably shivered. Love me, carry me up Mount Tai? Damn, what a crazy thing. Fierce. Too fierce. After recovering, Hong Tao couldn't help but extend his thumb trembling. Who could have imagined that a pretty boy possessed such strength? Not only did he carry someone up the mountain, but he even ran. This was like filming a martial arts drama. If foreigners knew, they'd think we were filming a fantasy show. Half an hour later, Xiao Yi carried Bai Lu to the Jade Emperor Summit, completing the journey that normally took about 3 hours in just 30 minutes. Xiao Yi gently set Bai Lu down. Xiao Yi, you bastard. Bai Lu lightly pounded his chest, her eyes red. Are you tired? She grabbed his arm, filled with worry. Carrying her, a 90-gene person, up Mount Tai at full speed. Who could endure that? Yet this bastard Xiao Yi did it. Xiao Yi chuckled softly, gazing down the mountain. Carrying you to conquer the supreme Mount Tai. I suppose it's unprecedented and unlikely to be repeated. At that moment, an immense sense of pride surged within him. Standing atop the summit, beholding the magnificent views in all directions, the feeling was truly wonderful. In that moment, his heart opened completely, all gloom was swept away, and his soul seemed to be sublimated anew. In his past life, he had also dreamed of climbing Mount Tai, even making countless plans, but ultimately life's constraints prevented him from ever reaching the summit. Bai Lu silently watched Xiao Yi, her heart filled with emotion. You were looking at the scenery while I was looking at you. At that moment, it was truly heartwarming. Soon Hong Tao appeared with the staff. Xiao Yi, you're incredible. Hong Tao gave Xiao Yi a thumbs up. He had to admire it, too powerful. The other staff members quickly nodded as Xiao Yi was truly amazing. Xiao Yi smiled lightly. Let's go. Now come with us to the hotel to rest, and we'll check Bai Lu's foot. Hong Tao said, consider. At the hotel, the medical staff examined Bai Lu's ankle and said with a smile, it's fine. Bai Lu glanced at her foot, a blush spreading on her face. This scoundrel Xiao Yi really knew how to do things. 2 hours later, guqin and the others finally reached the Jade Emperor Summit. Woo-woo. So tired. I feel like my legs are about to break. Teacher Hong, you're torturing us. Exhausted. I never knew climbing mountains was so tiring. I don't want to do it again. I think I lost a kidney. My back hurts, my body feels drained. Woo. Everyone collapsed on the sofas, panting. Tired. Hong Tao and the staff looked at them strangely. Xiao Yi carried a person at full speed and didn't complain, yet you say you're tired. Well, Xiao Yi was an exception, so they wouldn't compare you to him. Everyone rest first, we'll eat in half an hour. Hong Tao comforted. I can't believe old Xiao and Bai Lu got first place. Woo. They were too prepared. Lu Han said with a wry smile. They're amazing, I admire them. Guqin panted heavily while wiping sweat. They were exhausted like dogs, while Xiao Yi and Bai Lu looked as if nothing had happened. Too strong. If we had bought things in advance, maybe we would have taken first place. Xiao Zhan murmured. He was a bit unconvinced that Xiao Yi and everyone did well. Hong Tao coughed lightly. He couldn't continue this topic. No matter how much they prepared, they couldn't If he told them that Xiao Yi had carried Bai Lu at full speed the whole way, what would they think? But Hong Tao obviously wouldn't mention this. The others would find out later anyway, and it would be a special surprise for them. Their expressions then would surely be amusing. The staff around also smiled knowingly. Su Yuan glanced at Xiao Yi and Bai Lu beside her. They were calm and seemed extremely relaxed. Weren't they tired at all? Damn, they had been outdone. Shower. I need a shower. Several female participants were drenched in sweat and needed to bathe first. The audience was amused. They seemed unaware of Xiao Yi and Bai Lu's situation. If they knew, they'd be shocked. Xiaozi, listen to your brother. Even if you prepared thoroughly, you'd be no match for Xiao Yi. He's like Popeye on spinach. Yeah, Xiao Yi is too strong now. I believe he could subdue a criminal with his bare hands. My idol lost a kidney already, and now he says he lost another. No wonder he's so tired, lol. The goddesses are about to shower. What's the cameraman thinking? I paid for a membership. Why can't I watch? Bullying me. One. Half an hour later, everyone had rested and eaten lunch. They were full of energy again and had changed into clean clothes. Outdoors, Hong Tao addressed the group. In this mountain climbing competition, Xiao Yi and Bai Lu won first place, earning 1 point. This score is very important and will be used later. For the upcoming programs, everyone must strive for points. There will be a big prize at the end. Guqin and Shen Yuqi came in last, so they will receive a special punishment. But I'll keep it a secret for now, and the punishment will be revealed later. Next, we begin today's second program. This program is... Let's set aside the show for now. There are 2 more matters. First, let's welcome 2 special guests. Hong Tao clapped as he spoke. Soon an elderly man and a middle-aged man appeared. Hong Tao introduced them. These are Teacher Shi and Teacher Yang. Teacher Shi is a renowned painter in our country, while Teacher Yang is a guide from Mount Tai. Let's welcome them. Hello, Teacher Shi. Hello, Teacher Yang. Everyone quickly greeted them. The 2 teachers responded with warm smiles. Second matter. You all know what it is. Hong Tao brought out the bottled water provided by the sponsor, and the camera focused on the bottle. After the advertisement shoot, Hong Tao looked at the group and said, next, let me introduce today's second segment, a QA session. I asked everyone to observe the surroundings earlier precisely to prepare for this part. The rules are staff will present questions and you'll answer by rushing to respond. Each correct answer earns 1 point. There are 3 questions in total. Please get ready. First question. Hong Tao turned to the staff. The staff immediately raised the question board. First question, how many steps are there from the Southern Heavenly Gate to the Jade Emperor's Summit? Rush to answer. How many steps? The group was completely dumbfounded upon. They had guessed that the subsequent questions would relate to the surroundings, so they had observed a bit, but none of them had counted the steps. After all, who would count every single step while climbing? Teacher Hong, this question is too tricky. Could you change it? Xiao Zhan looked at Hong Tao. Hong Tao smiled and said, I know it's tricky, but why do I still bring it up? Because the rewards are very generous. Not just this question. The ones to come are equally tricky. The group was left speechless. No matter how generous the rewards, you can't pose such a question to us. How about we just guess? Yang Ying looked at Li Cheng. Let's guess then. Li Cheng stroked his chin and muttered. I felt that section of stairs went on for quite a while. There must be a lot. How about a round number, say 500? All right, 500 it is. Yang Ying nodded. Since they didn't know the exact number anyway, they might as well guess. Congratulations to Li Cheng and Yang Ying's team. Answer. Wrong. Hong Tao laughed. Tisk. Yang Ying rolled her eyes. 490. Kai Shuquan said. 600. Lu Han immediately called out. Wrong. Hong Tao looked at them. Yo Huang, how many steps do you think? Xiao Zhan turned to Su Yuang. Su Yuang smiled bitterly and shook her head. I didn't count either. Let's just guess a number. Who would have the energy to count steps while being then he'll guess 650. Xiao Zhan said. Wrong. Hong Tao shook his head with a smile. Only Xiao Yi and Bai Lu's team remained. Everyone turned to them. They definitely can't answer. Xiao Zhan thought to himself. Xiao Yi's gaze fell on Bai Lu and he said lightly, your turn. Bai Lu shook her head. I can't, you go ahead. If Xiao Yi can answer correctly, you'll eat my own excrement. Xiao Zhan sneered. Hong Tao looked at Xiao Yi and said, then let's hear from Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi said 740. When Hong Tao heard this answer, he looked a bit peculiar. He turned to Teacher Yang and said, Teacher Yang, would you like to announce the first answer? Teacher Yang smiled gently and then announced clearly, from the Southern Heavenly Gate to the Jade Emperor Summit, there are exactly 740 steps. So Xiao Yi's answer is correct. What? He actually got it right. Li Cheng and the others were astonished. Had Xiao Yi really counted the steps while climbing? Old Xiao, did you just guess? Kai Shuquan and Lu Han looked at Xiao Yi with strange expressions. He must have guessed, Xiao Zhan said with certainty. Xiao Yi said casually, not exactly a guess. At the foot of the mountain, I saw a sign with climbing tips, and it happened to show the number of steps from the Southern Heavenly Gate to the Jade Emperor Summit. That works. Bai Lu was first stunned, then overjoyed. Yay, we got it right. Su Yuang watched Bai Lu's ecstatic reaction and felt a pang of discomfort. Hong Tao smiled and said, congratulations to Xiao Yi and Bai Lu's team for earning another point. Now please look at the second question. On the Southern Heavenly Gate, there is a couplet. What is that couplet? Hong Tao continued. You rested at the Southern Heavenly Gate for quite a while. If you paid close attention, this question shouldn't be too hard. Everyone, how is this not hard? They had glanced at the couplet, but noticed some characters were in traditional script, so they ignored it. After all, they couldn't read it anyway. Who would have thought that Hong Tao and that sly old fox would come up with such a devilish question? There was no chance for them to answer at all. At least with the step count they could make a wild guess, but a couplet. Fabricating one was utterly impossible. Teacher Hong, that's too harsh. Everyone groaned. We forfeit. 5 teams gave up directly. Only Xiao Yi and Bai. No way. They didn't forfeit. Kai Shuquan and the others stared at Xiao Yi and Bai Lu in amazement. Were these two really? Did they actually know the answer? Your turn this time, Xiao Yi said to Bai Lu. All right. Bai Lu answered confidently. The couplet is the gate opens to the 9th heaven, striding up to the scenic wonders of 3 realms. The steps climb 10,000 levels, overlooking 1,000 obstacles below. Teacher Yang. Hong Tao looked at Teacher Yang. Teacher Yang said seriously, Bai Lu's answer is correct. They got it right again. Everyone was shocked watching Xiao Yi and Bai Lu. What was going on with these two? Xiao Zhan said meaningfully, Bai Lu is truly amazing. She even knows traditional characters and memorized the couplet exactly. Bai Lu said straightforwardly, when we were at the Southern Heavenly Gate earlier, Xiao Yi explained the couplet to me, and I just remembered it. Xiao Yi. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. Bai Lu could answer the couplet because of Xiao Yi. Su Yuang cast a resentful glance at Xiao Yi. When she used to be with him, he was always forgetful and couldn't remember many things. But now, just by teaming up with that little vixen, Bai Lu, his memory seemed so sharp, as if he knew everything. It made her feel a bit jealous. Xiao Yi, have you climbed Mount Tai before? Xiao Zhan stared straight at him. If he had climbed it before, knowing the couplet would be no surprise. Xiao Yi replied calmly, when I arrived at Nanshanmen earlier, I happened to hear a cultured elderly gentleman explaining there. I listened intently, and then recounted it to Bai Lu. Bai Lu said, that's indeed the case. I see. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but show a look of sudden realization. If that's the case, it's understandable. Lucky. Xiao Zhan said, feigning praise. Xiao Yi and Bai Lu's team gets 1 more point. Hong Tao chuckled lightly, and added, now the final question. What are the 2 corresponding peaks on the left and right of Nanshanmen? Everyone. Riguan Peak and Yueguan Peak. Suddenly Kai Shuquan answered first. Correct. Teacher Yang smiled and nodded. Kunzi you actually knew the answer to. Lu Han looked at Kai Shuquan in bewilderment. I thought everyone was just here to slack off, but you've been secretly working hard. Is that? Kai Shuquan said. I saw someone looking for Yueguan Peak earlier, and then someone pointed out the positions of the sun and moon peaks. I remembered. I'm also someone who can answer correctly. Kai Shuquan winked at Chen Yuqi. Kunzi is amazing. Chen Yuqi gave a thumbs up. Kai Shuquan looked at Xiao Yi and said, thanks for the opportunity, old Xiao. Don't joke around. I didn't know the answer. Xiao Yi said helplessly. I don't believe it. Kai Shuquan chuckled. Kai Shuquan and Chen Yuqi's team gets 1 point. Hong Tao looked at the card in his hand. He continued, next we begin the third activity. Along this journey, I believe everyone has already appreciated the beauty and grandeur of our magnificent rivers and mountains. This time each team is to draw a picture. After finishing, our teacher sure will offer comments. The full score is 10 points. I hope everyone will continue to work hard. After Hong Tao's announcement, the staff immediately brought up various paints, drawing paper and brushes. Drawing. This is your forte, Yu Wang. Xiao Zhan looked at Su Yuhuang with full confidence. Su Yuhuang smiled and nodded. She had indeed studied painting specifically and was quite accomplished. I've also learned a bit, Li Yitong said with a smile. Yuqi, this time it's all up to you. Kai Shuquan looked at Chen Yuqi. Okay. Chen Yuqi nodded seriously. Most girls are indeed more skilled in art. Yang Ying, this heavy responsibility is entrusted to you. Li Cheng looked at Yang Ying. Yang Ying said confidently, don't worry, leave it to me. This time I must get a high score and crush them thoroughly. Xiao Yi. Bai Lu looked at Xiao Yi. She had a little painting skill, but not enough to be presentable. As for Xiao Yi, he seemed, it's fine, you go ahead, Xiao Yi said softly. Alright then. Bai Lu picked up the brush, dipped it in paint, and began to paint seriously. This time it seemed to become a PK among the 5 female stars. Online the audience began discussing again. How many steps are there from Nanshanmen to the Jade Emperor Summit? How did Xiao the Playboy manage to answer that? The couplet on Nanshanmen. That question was too hard. My Bai Lu is amazing. My Gage is also someone who can score points. This middle part has made me look at him in a new light. Little Black showing your chicken feet, huh? Su Goddess and Xiao Zhan's team isn't doing well. Bullshit. Xiao the Playboy's team is just lucky. In the next painting round, Su Goddess will surely crush everyone after all her painting skills are not low. That's right, Su Goddess often shares her paintings on Weibo, and they are indeed very good. This time Xiao the Playboy and his team will probably crush. Xiao the Playboy is trash. I saw him show off on Weibo before. He couldn't even draw a straight line or a perfect circle, yet there were people praising him below. Probably he praised himself with his all the count. Netizens were watching the show while starting a group attack. Especially Su Yuan's fans were once again launching a round of assault. Their goddess had just torn into Xiao Yi. Now was the perfect opportunity to crush him. 10 minutes later. Oh Xiao Yi, I painted wrong. Bai Lu had originally intended to draw a straight tree on the cliff, but it turned out crooked. Subconsciously she was about to correct it. Xiao Yi glanced at it, and said softly, no need to change. Purchase divine painting skill. Xiao Yi spent 2 million to buy the divine painting skill. He took Bai Lu's hand, and said calmly like this. After that Xiao Yi held Bai Lu's delicate hand, and operated throughout. Bai Lu's cheeks flushed slightly. This playboy really knew how to do it. However, when Bai Lu saw what Xiao Yi drew with her hand, she was extremely astonished. If her original drawing was just an outline of a mountain, now Xiao Yi had fully depicted the mountain's layered peaks, precipitous cliffs, and perilous grandeur. Moreover, his brush strokes were swift without any hesitation, each stroke seemingly created by divine craftsmanship beyond the scope of her mind. His control over various paints was also extremely precise. Mountains, trees, water. Xiao Yi could actually paint. Stunned. Bai Lu was completely stunned. What couldn't Xiao Yi do? But when he was with her, why did he pretend to know nothing? Su Yuang looked at Xiao Yi and Bai Lu from the side, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, feeling uneasy. She didn't believe Xiao Yi could paint. Before, when Xiao Yi was with her, she had taught him to paint, but he couldn't even draw a straight line or a circle and ended up painting something that looked like nothing. Moreover, he shamelessly posted it on Moments claiming he was good at painting and ended up being ridiculed by many. Now he was holding Bai Lu's hand to paint, and she wondered what monstrosity he would produce. Holy SHD. Xiao the Playboy actually grabbed my Bai Lu's delicate hand. Whoa, I don't want to live. What's wrong with holding hands? He even carried Bai Lu up Mount Tai. Fine. I won't mention the Mount Tai climbing thing. That's completely beyond human capability. Just on this point, no one present is a match for Xiao Yi. Damn. Xiao Yi is really too good at this. No wonder he's labeled a playboy. My Bai Lu was actually made to blush and her heart raced by him. I'm convinced. Master Xiao just published a book. He'll buy it on loan. With Xiao Yi's skills at flirting, even the time management master would have to need. Everyone stop joking. Observe Xiao Yi's eyes carefully. They are extremely serious, fully immersed in painting. It's not as dirty as you think. If Xiao the Playboy can paint, he'll livestream eating SHD while spinning 360 degrees. Seeing Xiao Yi holding Bai Lu's little hand painting, many of Bai Lu's fans let out a series of wails. What a steal. Star Media really sent me a treasure this time. Hong Tao looked at Xiao Yi. The reactions from the other groups were quite average. Only Xiao Yi and Bai Lu's side consistently produced big highlights, which was the source of guaranteed viewership. As a result, the camera time for Xiao Yi and Bai Lu was also increasing. In the blink of an eye, another 20 minutes passed. Each team finished painting. Everyone has finished. Next, let's invite Teacher Shi to. Hong Tao chuckled lightly. Teacher sure evaluate mine. Yang Ying raised her painting a riot of colors with thick pigments that weren't well controlled, looking less like a painting and more like a piece of paper randomly daubed with paint. Teacher sure chuckled and said, "This is just scribbling. I'll give you 2 points." Normally Yang Ying's painting would deserve a 0, but for the sake of the show's effect it couldn't be too harsh. 2 points was just right. Yang Ying knew her painting was mediocre, lightly stuck out her tongue, and said, "Thank you, Teacher sure." Then Teacher sure looked at Li Yitong's raised painting and nodded gently. Though it's still average, the basic outline is there. I'll give you 4 points. Thank you, Teacher sure. Li Yitong's face lit up with joy. Teacher sure, look at mine. Chen Yuqi raised her painting. Teacher sure glanced at it and said with a smile, "This is a combination of cartoon characters and landscapes. I'll give you 3 points." Chen Yuqi's painting was also quite ordinary, appearing rather uneven. A cartoon figure paired with a wooden bridge, but compared to Yang Ying's scribble, it was passable. "Thank you, Teacher sure." Chen Yuqi quickly expressed gratitude. Getting 3 points was decent, at least not last place. Next was Su Yuang's painting depicting several large mountains with lush trees and misty clouds, looking quite impressive. Teacher sure examined it and praised, "Well done, young lady. You have some solid foundation. Your style reminds me of a student of mine named Feng Baiyun." Su Yuang's eyes lit up, and she said, "I am indeed a student of Teacher Feng." Teacher sure chuckled upon hearing this, so that I never imagined that Feng Baiyun, that good-for-nothing lad, would one day become a teacher himself. He was the most troublesome student back then. Times have changed. 30 years of, "Young lady, this painting of yours is quite good. I'll give you 8 points. Teacher sure said seriously. "Thank you, Teacher sure." Su Yuang replied with utmost respect. Finally, it was Bai Lu and Xiao Yi's turn. Everyone immediately looked at them, their paintings still face down, unknown in quality. Bai Lu flipped her painting over. Teacher sure glanced at it, then his eyes brightened. He quickly leaned and took out his reading glasses from his pocket and put them on. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. The others, seeing Teacher sure's expression, were extremely curious and stared at the painting. At first glance it was a landscape painting, and indeed quite good. At that moment the camera also focused on the painting. After carefully examining it for 3 minutes, Teacher sure said in a serious tone, "This painting is exemplary, unique in style at the level of a top-tier master. The brushwork is delicate, the composition orderly, the materials carefully chosen, and the spiritual essence of the mountains, water, and trees is fully revealed. Looking across the entire country, no more than 15 people in Huaxia have such mastery." Having said that, he looked at Xiao Yi with a shocked expression. A top-tier master's painting, and he had painted it while holding someone else's hand. To paint while holding another's hand made it even more difficult. How could he achieve such effortless control? The others were also startled. Was Xiao Yi really that talented? Top-tier master level. Su Yuang was utterly stunned. Even her master Zhang Baiyun was not qualified to be called a top-tier master. Could Xiao Yi genuinely be a master painter? How was that possible? Wasn't he incapable of even drawing a simple circle? At that moment, Su Yuang suddenly felt Xiao Yi was a stranger, as if she had been deceived. Or perhaps she had never truly known Xiao Yi. First he displayed exceptional skill in playing the zither and singing, and now he had revealed extraordinary painting ability. Was this still the Xiao Yi she knew? How much had he been hiding from her? "Young friend Xiao Yi, may I be so bold as to ask who your—" Teacher sure's expression was exceedingly serious. To be so young and yet possess top-tier master-level skill. This was too prodigious. Behind such a prodigy there must be a master of the grandmaster level. Looking across the entire Huaxia, there were no more than 5 grandmaster painters. He himself was one of them, and he knew the other 4, but none of their styles resembled Xiao Yi's. Could there be a 6th grandmaster painter in Huaxia? Xiao Yi smiled faintly and said, "I have no master, I am my own school." "Is that so?" Teacher sure clearly did not believe him. He gave Xiao Yi a deep look and said, "I also have an old friend with the surname Xiao." Xiao Yi instinctively asked Xiao Qingfeng, but as soon as he said it he fell silent. Teacher sure's expression turned strange, confirming his suspicion. This young man was likely a descendant of that old fellow Xiao Qingfeng. Thinking about it, that old man's painting style was cunning and versatile, unique unto itself, but extremely distinctive. If Xiao Yi had learned from him, it would indeed be hard to tell which school he belonged to. "I understand." Teacher sure gave Xiao Yi a kind smile, and did not continue discussing the old man. He said seriously, "This painting of yours deserves a full score." Xiao Yi nodded slightly. The surrounding people looked at Xiao Yi with strange expressions. "Xiao Yi, didn't you say your family were farmers, and yet you studied painting under a master?" Xiao Zhan looked at Xiao Yi, feeling annoyed. Once again being overshadowed by Xiao Yi was truly unpleasant. Xiao Yi had said his family were farmers. To achieve such skill in painting one must learn from a young age. How could a rural farming family afford to study under a master? Teacher sure glanced at Xiao Zhan, sighing inwardly at the audacity of youth. Kai Shuquan frowned slightly. What did Xiao Zhan mean, looking down on farmers? Whose ancestors weren't farmers a few generations back? Xiao Yi remained silent. Su Yuang instinctively wanted to say something. Bai Lu immediately took Xiao Yi's hand, offering comfort. "Ahem. I declare that Xiao Yi and Bai Lu's group receives a full score," Hong Tao quickly announced. On the internet, the painting done by Xiao Yi and Bai Lu is truly beautiful. Xiao Yi has top-tier master level. Does this old man even know what he's talking about? I think Xiao Yi and Bai Lu's painting isn't as good as Goddess Seuss. Ignorance. This senior is one of the 5 great painters of Huaxia Shichinshi. Many paintings in the Imperial Museum are his works. If you say he doesn't know, do you? The netizen who said earlier that if Xiao Yi could paint he would livestream eating his own feces, please start your performance. It's hilarious that Xiao Yi's family are farmers. Such a humble background. No wonder he gets carried away with a little achievement. Truly inexperienced. When you mock others you also slander your own ancestors. Be careful with your words. Whose ancestors haven't farmed the land? Now we begin the 4th program of today. Next the program team will bring out 3 paintings drawn by Teacher Shi during his visit to Mount Tai. Everyone needs to choose one of the 3 paintings based on their artistic conception, match it with a line of ancient poetry, and finally Teacher Shi will score it. This round is still out of 10 points. Hong Tao quickly announced the next program. The program team immediately brought up 3 paintings. The first painting at the summit of Mount Tai, a middle-aged man gazes at the distant beautiful scenery. The second painting, the beautiful scenery remains a young man is climbing an exquisite pavilion. The third painting, a woman in the pavilion holding a round fan ponders in front of a mirror. All 3 paintings are masterpieces. Now each group should observe the 3 paintings and write down your answers on the paper in your hands. Hong Tao announced. Everyone immediately approached the 3 paintings to observe, closely whispering to each other as they did so, not wanting others to know their answers. Xiao Yi, what ancient poem should match the first painting? Xiao Yi, the second painting. Bai Lu leaned close to Xiao Yi's ear and asked softly. A warm breath with a faint fragrance made Xiao Yi's ear tingle. The segment of matching poems to pictures isn't that our goddess Su's forte. Goddess Su is not only proficient in painting, but also well-versed in poetry and literature. She's a famous, talented woman in the entertainment circle. Wouldn't it be easy for her to take first place? Goddess Su says no pressure at all. This time that scumbag Xiao will definitely be thoroughly suppressed, and he'll regret offending Goddess Su. If scumbag Xiao can match a good poem, I'll livestream myself doing a 720-degree crazy spin and eating shit. This time it's real with thousands of netizens as witnesses. A few minutes later, everyone quickly wrote down their answers. The camera focused on their answers. Li Cheng and Yang Ying's group, first painting. Far away, I know my brothers are climbing high. Ooh, everywhere they insert Cornell, but one is missing. Lu Han and Li Yatong's group, first painting. All birds have flown away high. Ooh, a lonely cloud drifts leisurely alone. Kai Shuquan and Shun Yuqi's group, first painting. When the heart is righteous, even a dangerous path feels level. The first 3 teams all chose the first painting, perhaps because it was easier to match with poetry and their matches were flawless. Su Yuang and Xiao Zhan's group, third painting. The new makeup vies with the painting, which number in Jiayang Palace. The slender shadow reflects on spring water. You must pity me, and I pity you. When Su Yuang wrote these 4 lines, she glanced at Xiao Yi with obvious implication. Teacher Shi looked at the answers from several people. He smiled lightly and said, everyone's answers are very good. They all express part of what I wanted to convey, but I can only give you 9 points. Because the remaining 1 point reflects another layer of my mood. I hope you all understand. When everyone heard 9 points, they breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had some knowledge, otherwise it would have been difficult. It seems Xiao Yi and Bai Lu's answers haven't been revealed yet. Xiao Zhan looked at Xiao Yi and Bai Lu with a half smile. They had already scored 9 points. How many points could these 2 get? Hope these 2 end up at the bottom. Teacher, sure, our answers are ready. Please take a look. Bai Lu flipped over the written answers. Not 1, but 3 lines. All 3 paintings were matched. Teacher sure nodded with a smile and stepped closer to look. Just the first answer made his heart tremble. I will ascend to the summit and see all mountains at a glance. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted to express when he painted? Moreover, he had never seen this poem before. He was completely astonished. I will ascend to the summit and see all mountains at a glance. Su Yuan's heart also trembled. She loved painting and poetry. This line was absolutely the most fitting, but in her memory this poem seemed not to exist. Could it be? Su Yuan looked at Xiao Yi and Bai Lu with shock. Which one of them wrote it? Excellent poem. Teacher sure exclaimed in amazement. He continued to read the next poem. To see 1,000 miles farther, ascend one more story. Hiss. Good. Teacher sure couldn't help but give a thumbs up. That young man climbing the tower on the surface was to see farther, but the side message was a strong desire for knowledge. Ascending a high tower is like pursuing knowledge step by step. Only by learning more can one's horizon broaden. He quickly turned to the third poem. The third painting was mainly about boudoir resentment, so the poem Su Yuang wrote was also on that theme, which was perfectly fine. But what about the one Xiao Yi and Bai Lu? What cannot be retained in the world is the rosy face leaving the mirror and the flowers leaving the tree. Good, good, good. Teacher Shi repeated 3 times. His body trembled and his eyes toward Xiao Yi and Bai Lu were extremely excited, as if he had found a kindred spirit who understood him. The 3 paintings matched with these 3 poems were the most harmonious, and these were poems he had never seen before. Good, truly excellent. Young friend Xiao Yi, little girl Bai Lu, the poems you matched are truly wonderful. I, an old man, like them very much. Teacher Shi said in a trembling voice. Bai Lu said shyly, these are all Xiao Yi's merit. He made me write them. She looked at Xiao Yi with immense admiration. When Xiao Yi asked her to write these 3 lines, she herself was shocked. Although she didn't know much about poetry, just from the literal meaning, she could tell these 3 lines were extraordinary. especially the last line which she liked very much. What cannot be retained in the world is the rosy face leaving the mirror and the flowers leaving the tree. Who can keep their youthful beauty against the weathering of time? Su Yuan looked at Xiao Yi with a complicated expression. You know this well, so why did you still treat me so badly? Isn't my youth valuable? Or is it that you know this so you don't want to delay me? Scumbag, if you had explained clearly to me, I would definitely have forgiven you. Otherwise, how could it have come to this? Everyone looked at Xiao Yi with shock. At this moment they wondered what couldn't Xiao Yi do. Damn God. Xiao Zhan's face turned very ugly, filled with jealousy. At Tianyu Media, although he was a top star, Xiao Yi with a face even more handsome than his stole the spotlight, and gained the favor of countless female artists, making him extremely jealous. All along he had used his talent to suppress Xiao Yi, thinking he was unbeatable. Unexpectedly, after Xiao Yi left Tianyu Media, he seemed to have completely changed. He revealed such terrifying talent, which made Xiao Zhan both angry and even more jealous. He, Xiao Yi, a rural farmer, how does he deserve such talent? Young friend Xiao Yi, your poetic attainments are superb. Teacher sure said, excitedly looking at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi smiled without. It's not that my attainments are superb, but that our great China with 5,000 years of history has a rich and colorful culture and has produced countless famous masters. Xiao Yi, my young friend, could you inscribe these 3 verses onto my 3 paintings? Whatever conditions you propose, I shall agree to them. Teacher Shi's expression was exceedingly earnest. His 3 paintings had yet to be adorned with inscriptions. If paired with these verses, the artistic conception would undoubtedly be elevated by several degrees. Feel free to do as you wish, Elder Shi. Xiao Yi spoke softly. Spreading the excellent culture of my homeland in this parallel world was a matter beyond question. Your verses, you must write them yourself. Teacher Shi declared solemnly. Very well. Xiao Yi did not demur excessively. He directly spent 2 million to acquire the divine level calligraphy skill. Then picking up the brush beside him, he swiftly wrote the 3 verses in cursive script. Superb calligraphy. Teacher Shi exclaimed with excitement, unable to resist praising him once more. The crowd smiled bitterly. He even excelled at calligraphy. They felt a stark contrast between a top student and an average one, the pressure immense. After Xiao Yi finished, Teacher Shi gave him a full score. If the maximum were not 10, he would have awarded 100. Holy crap. Xiao Yi can actually write poetry and verses I've never heard before. Has he been secretly studying behind our backs? I refuse to believe this. How could Goddess Su lose to Xiao Yi? This must be a staged effect. The production team definitely prepared a script for Xiao Yi long ago. The capital really went to great lengths. To be honest, I think these 3 poems by Xiao Yi are quite good. Can you all sense a certain special feeling from them? I will ascend to the summit and see how small all other mountains are. This gives me an inexplicable sense of dominance. It speaks of mountain climbing, but isn't it also about life? Only by fearing no hardship and continuously climbing can we behold life's true beauty. To see 1,000 miles further, climb 1 more floor. This seems to speak of the pursuit of knowledge which has no end. To see farther, broaden one's horizons and achieve success, one must keep learning diligently. What stays in the world the least is beauty fading from the mirror and blossoms falling from the tree. This poem is most fitting for many women. Youth fades, do not let it be wasted. But I sense another meaning. Time is limited, so cherish every moment. For the sake of that last line, I want criticize Xiao Yi. I suddenly like this poem very much and plan to use it as my signature. Hey, that netizen who vowed to eat feces after a 720-degree spin. Why did you deactivate your account? This time the trolls did not heavily criticize Xiao Yi because they realized the poetic part lay beyond their knowledge and they found it hard to attack. Subsequently, the 5th program began, which was also the last program of the afternoon. The final program this afternoon is this: take Jiangshan rivers and mountains as the theme, spontaneously compose a song and then sing it. The scoring rule is simple: if you write it and sing it, you get 10 points. Hong Tao announced the content of the 5th program. Writing a song. That's my forte. Xiao Zhan radiated confidence. Having been overshadowed by Xiao Yi before, he was determined to show off this time and make the audience realize how formidable he truly was. A top celebrity. If he didn't display some skill, they might think he was inferior to a third-rate nobody. Kai Shuquan, Lu Han, Li Cheng, and others were also not to be outdone, their expressions serious as they observed the surroundings for inspiration. Xiao Yi, this is your task. He'll just lie back and enjoy. Bai Lu laughed playfully, all charm and grace, especially her crescent-shaped eyes that narrowed when she smiled, incredibly beautiful. Xiao Yi smiled wryly. Tiring. Brain-racking. Let me comfort you a little. Bai Lu walked behind Xiao Yi and gently massaged his shoulders and back, providing attentive support. That's more like it. Xiao Yi nodded with satisfaction. You're lucky. Bai Lu rolled her eyes. Writing a song. Isn't that what my Zhan excels at? Bullshit. Do you think my Gij, the top star of Huayu, is a vegetarian? Han Zi is no slouch either. He has quite a few songs. Brother Cheng and Sister Ing will definitely take first place. Xiao Yi writing a song. He sings well, but he definitely can't write one. That's right. Those 3 songs he sang before must have been bought by his company. Let's watch the scumbag Xiao make a fool of himself. The trolls, seeing their chance, immediately started typing, ready for the next round of assault. A man can be destroyed, but the keyboard must be eternal. I swear I will take the keyboard as my soul, the internet as my source, and use criticism to attain the Tao. Either the keyboard dies, or I die. I dedicate everything to the keyboard. I am the guardian on the great wall, the dawn in the cold darkness. When the keyboard lights up, that is the moment of my awakening. He come. 15 minutes later. I'm done. Xiao Zhan was the first to finish. We're done too. The others quickly chimed in. Writing a song seems difficult, but in reality it's not. If it's a simple pop song, it can be composed quickly. If stuck, one can just incorporate ancient poems or historical figures. The hard part is the melody, which requires time to mature. Of course, everyone knew this, so they opted to use previously composed melodies. Good ones can be versatile. Who goes first? Hong Tao looked at the group. He'll go first. Teacher Hong, please prepare a guitar for me. Xiao Zhan looked at Hong Tao. Teacher Hong, I also need a guitar. Give me a harmonica. A piano would be even better. Kai Shukuan and others said. Soon various light instruments were brought up by the staff. Xiao Zhan performed first, singing a song called Shan Haiyu Mountains, Seas and Moon. Su Yuang played the guitar for him. Their cooperation was very harmonious. The lyrics were quite ordinary, but paired with the original melody, it was still bearable. 3 minutes later. Not bad. Hong Tao praised. Everyone applauded. Thank you. Xiao Zhan smiled confidently, glancing at Xiao Yi with a hint of provocation. Little nobody, now you know the strength of your Zhangu, right? Then Kai Shukuan and the others began their own performances. Their lyrics were also simple, all using previous melodies, but they sounded fine and passed the test. All very good. Excellent. Hong Tao applauded everyone. Haha, my Zhan is amazing. Perfect match with Goddess Su, a golden couple. Even if they were off, it's still better than the scumbag Xiao. He definitely can't write a song. Ahem, Han Zi is not weak either. His cooperation with Li Yitong was great. Alas, this time brother Chung and sister Ing were, even if they were off, it's still better than the scumbag Xiao. He definitely can't write a song. Ahem, any netizen planning to eat feces live. The netizens kept commenting. Next up is Lao Xiao. I wonder what kind of song he'll bring us. I'm really looking forward to it. Kai Shukuan and the others looked at Xiao Yi. Su Yuang also stared at him. Could he really write a song? Shall we go for it? Bai Lu clenched her fist and cheered him on. Her ex-boyfriend couldn't lose to others, otherwise she would lose face too. Ah, this damn competitive spirit. Xiao Yi smiled lightly and sat down beside a guqin. He'll bring you a song. I love the rivers and mountains more than the beauty. Xiao Yi said softly. Words cannot exhaust the worldly loves and hates, nor can they tell the full tale of mortal feuds and grudges. Generation after generation, it's all about fate. Wow. When Xiao Yi sang the first 3 lines, the audience was instantly stunned. The melody was wonderful and the lyrics opened with a classical charm, another classical song. Classical music paired with the magnificent landscape was a perfect match, and the song title contained the word river and mountain, which corresponded exactly to the theme. Flowing with the same blood, drinking the same water. This road is long and winding. Red flowers naturally match green leaves, who will accompany me through this vast and hazy coming and going. I love the river and mountain, but I love the beauty more. Which hero and good man would rather be alone? Good sons, bold and courageous. With lofty aspirations, their fame spreads far across the seas. Life is but a few short autumns. Don't stop until you're drunk. 4 minutes later, the song ended. Clap, clap, clap. The audience immediately applauded. The performance was superb. Bravo. Hong Tao's expression was extremely excited. He loved this song. He never expected such an exquisite piece to appear in the show. What a pleasant surprise. Xiao Yi was truly a treasure. He kept bringing great surprises. Having him join this show was the greatest gain for the production team. The river and mountain and the beauty. If you cannot have both, you face the dilemma of choice. But loving the river and mountain more than the beauty essentially means making a choice, give up the river and mountain and win the beauty. Life is short, why let worries and entanglements bother you? Just raise your glass and drink to your heart's content, leaving your troubles aside. Red flowers paired with green leaves, one day the red flowers will wither and the green leaves will fade. It is hard to die together, but the bond remains unbroken. Career and feelings. When they become a contradiction, how should one choose? Su Yuang looked at Xiao Yi with a complex expression. The song used simple and plain words, yet conveyed a sense of helplessness. She even found her own reflection in the song. Did she like Xiao Yi? Of course she did. But to further her career, she decisively broke up with Xiao Yi. Even when she knew Xiao Yi was about to be terminated by the company, she publicly severed ties with him to make a clean break. Love the river and mountain more than the beauty. He really does prefer beautiful women. Bai Lu's thoughts were simple. She flashed a charming smile at Xiao Yi. No wonder that man was such a scoundrel. He truly liked beautiful women. Damn it. Wasn't she beautiful herself? Why, when he was with her, did he still have to flirt with other girls? And it seemed he wasn't just flirting with one. He was casting a wide net. Scoundrel Xiaoying. While Bai Lu was complaining, she felt secretly pleased. Because at this moment when Xiao Yi wrote this song, the river and mountain were at his feet. So who was the beauty? It couldn't be Su Yuhuang, could it? Although the outside world rumored that Su Yuhuang was also one of Xiao Yi's rumored ex-girlfriends, she had publicly severed ties with him, so this beauty couldn't be her. Yang Ying, Li Yitong, and Chun Yuqi looked at Xiao Yi with somewhat different expressions. Was the beauty referring to one person, or to all the beautiful women present? It had to be said scoundrel Xiao was quite talented. The women's hearts rippled with emotion, feeling that Xiao Yi's song was praising them. Scoundrel Xiao really knew how to play. Old Xiao, that's amazing. Kai Shukuan gave Xiao Yi a thumbs up. He wasn't surprised that Xiao Yi could write a good song since he had witnessed Xiao Yi's talent before. But this song couldn't be described merely as a good song. It was an absolute masterpiece. It was the kind of song that would be passed down and widely sung, and it was certain that soon countless people would be playing it on repeat. Old Xiao not bad. Lu Han couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Xiao Yi is so talented. Yang Ying praised. Of course. Look whose teammate he is. Bai Lu said proudly, her smile radiant. When others praised her ex-boyfriend, it was also a compliment to her. It showed she had good taste. Xiao Yi smiled wryly and said nothing. Damn it. He's showing off again. How could he write such a good song? Did he prepare? Xiao Zhan muttered to himself, feeling very uncomfortable. He had thought he could overshadow everyone, but in the end Xiao Yi stole the spotlight. Crushed again. Damn it. Holy crap. Xiao Yi has another masterpiece. Love the river and mountain more than the beauty. It's so good. Whoa, it's so good. When will it be released? My ears are pregnant. Xiao Yi and I are the same kind of people. Ooh, I also love beauties. You love nothing. You're a freeloader. Drink this bowl of bull's penis soup and replenish yourself. No matter how well he sings, he's still a scumbag. Disgusting. I won't listen to a single one of his songs. The comments were incessant, but very few were negative because the song was truly good. Thank you, Xiao Yi, for performing Love the River and Mountain more than the beauty. I really love it. Hong Tao said seriously. I declare that all 5 groups receive full marks. Hong Tao immediately announced the results. He continued, the afternoon's 5 performances are over. I will now announce everyone's final scores. Xiao Yi and Bai Lu's group, 32 points. Su Yuwang and Xiao Zhan's group, 27 points. Kai Shuquan and Shun Yuqi's group, 23 points. Lu Han and Li Yitong's group, 23 points. Li Cheng and Yang Ying's group, 21 points. The rankings of the 5 groups were out. Hong Tao smiled and said, as I mentioned earlier, the last place will face a penalty. The penalty is to help our staff move these instruments into the room. As for the reward for first place, it will be revealed later. Brother Ching's sister Ying, it's your turn now. Everyone looked at Li Cheng and Yang Ying. The two smiled wryly. Fortunately, these instruments were light, and there were staff members helping, so it wasn't really a punishment. Alright, the afternoon's performances are over. The scenery of Mount Tai is still beautiful. Oh, everyone can go sightseeing. Well, gather at the hotel at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Of course, the cameras will be following you all along. Hong Tao announced. Everyone stretched their limbs. Since they came to Mount Tai, they naturally wanted to fully appreciate the Lu Yuhuang, let's go for a stroll. Li Yitong looked at Bai Lu and Su Yuhuang. Okay. Bai Lu glanced at Xiao Yi and then nodded. With such beautiful scenery, the girls naturally wanted to take photos. Of course, they had to use the sponsor's phone or they wouldn't be allowed to take pictures. I won't go, you two go ahead. Su Yuhuang said softly. Old Xiao, let's go. Kai Shuquan said to Xiao Yi. You go ahead, I'll enjoy the breeze. Xiao Yi smiled wryly. Xiao Zhan, what are you doing? Let's go. Lu Han looked at Xiao Zhan. Let's go. Xiao Zhan nodded slightly at Su Yuhuang and then followed the others. On the scene, only Xiao Yi and Su Yuhuang remained. Holy crap. Look, only Xiao Yi and Goddess Su are on screen right now. Is a showdown about to happen? A showdown. There's definitely going to be a showdown. I have a bad feeling. Those two are about to throw down. The production team is so malicious giving us this shot. They're deliberately stirring up. Awkward. So excited. The netizens were thrilled, their hearts brimming with anticipation. A national goddess, Su Yuhuang, a top-tier superstar. The other was a third-rate star known as Xiao the Playboy. Su Yuhuang had once publicly denounced Xiao Yi, and rumors suggested she was his ex-girlfriend. This scene was unbearably awkward. How would the two of them face it? Xiao Yi gazed calmly into the distance where the magnificent mountains and rivers lay before his eyes. Su Yuhuang stood beside him, also silently looking afar. A gentle breeze swept by, stirring her hair and brushing against Xiao Yi's face, carrying a faint fragrance. I'm sorry. Su Yuhuang paused, then whispered. It's nothing. Xiao Yi replied casually, as light as a cloud. Though he had inherited everything from this body, including the original owner's memories and feelings, and was affected by them, he was still himself, an outsider. He wouldn't dwell too much on the original owner's tangled emotions. There was no need to deliberately torment himself. Seeing Xiao Yi so indifferent, Su Yuhuang didn't know what to say and could only remain silent. She had expected him to blame her, mock her, but instead he simply said, This left her with an inexplicable sense of loss. Even if he had scolded her, she would have felt somewhat relieved, but his calmness only made her feel worse. Perhaps he had already let go of those feelings, otherwise how could he be so composed? Thinking this, Su Yuhuang was even more at a loss for words, her emotions in turmoil. Whoa, weren't we supposed to see an awkward scene? It's just this calm. For some reason I suddenly feel like Su Goddess and Xiao Yi are a perfect match. Am I crazy? A single sorry. How many I love yous does it betray? What else can you say? A man should be like this, able to pick up and let go. I really like Xiao Yi's style. Let go my ass. My ex-girlfriend went around telling everyone I was dead. She deserves to die. If you had even 2 peanuts, you wouldn't be this drunk. Since when did you have an ex-girl? The netizens were taken aback by Xiao Yi and Su Yuhuang's exchange. They had expected a massive confrontation, but it was so calm. A bit disappointing. At 5 in the afternoon, the group gathered. Is everyone hungry? Hong Tao looked at them. Yes. They shouted in unison. Hong Tao smiled and said, the next part of the show will take place in Tyne City. We'll head down the mountain first. and then you can freely go eat savoring all kinds of delicious food. Yeah, everyone was overjoyed. After admiring the scenic mountains, it was only natural to taste local specialties. Then they descended the mountain and entered Tian City. In a hotel, Hong Tao announced, "From now on, each team can freely wander the city. Our cameraman will follow you throughout. The production team will assign random tasks to you. How well you complete the tasks will determine whether you get a good room tonight. Best of luck. Let's go." After Hong Tao finished, everyone was excited. "Yo Huang, I know a great restaurant here. We'll take you there. Yangying, you're treating this time. You don't." They quickly dispersed. Bai Lu looked at Xiao Yi and asked, "Xiao Yi, what should we eat?" "Let's just wander around first." Xiao Yi didn't know what to eat either. The two walked side by side through the city. It wasn't yet evening. By 7 or 8 the night market would open, bustling with activity. After a few steps, Xiao Yi instinctively reached into his pocket. "Wait for me." He walked into a convenience store and bought a pack of Ziyun cigarettes for 14 yuan. "It's gone up again," Xiao Yi muttered. The cigarettes used to cost 10 yuan, then gradually rose to 11, 12, 13, and now 14. Old smokers lamented they could no longer afford them. Snap. Xiao Yi lit one. "You?" Bai Lu's expression changed. The cameraman was still filming, and this was a live broadcast. His smoking was definitely being captured. The cameraman also smiled bitterly. He couldn't cut the feed now. Should he move the camera elsewhere? Xiao Yi glanced at the cameraman and said calmly, "It's fine. Since it's already been filmed, just keep rolling." Hong Tao's voice came through the cameraman's earpiece. He hadn't expected Xiao Yi to smoke openly, but since he was a heavy smoker himself, he didn't mind. They'd already captured it, so they might as well roll with it. Although it wasn't ideal for a public figure to smoke, there was no rule saying they couldn't. At that moment, the live chat exploded. "Holy crap, did I just see Xiao Yi smoking? No wonder he's called Xiao the Playboy. Depraved, even smoking. No wonder Su God has posted that photo on Weibo. I can't stand a man who smokes. He might think it's cool, but I find it disgusting. Despicable jerk, go crawl out of the entertainment. Let others mock or praise. Live freely." That's probably the true meaning of silence is gold that Xiao Yi sang. At this moment, I suddenly feel he's so real, at least not pretentious. Exactly. What's wrong with a man smoking? I work my ass off every day to support my family, bowing and scraping to others, getting yelled at by my boss. I can't cry like a woman when I'm wronged. I have to swallow all that bitterness, then silently light a cigarette. Is that not allowed? I never understood why my dad smoked every day inside. After I started working, I finally got it. Forget it, no need to explain. Men understand men best. Why say so much? It only makes you look weak. Silence is gold. Screw it. No matter how heavy the pressure, we'll carry it. We're men after all. Some female fans started cursing, but immediately got drowned out by countless men. It was indeed inappropriate for a celebrity to smoke, especially in public. It could set a bad example. But Xiao Yi showed no concern and was so composed. That took guts. Bai Lu was speechless. This man really didn't care at all. Had barely been caught smoking in a photo posted by Su Huang, and now he was lighting up in public. What a bold heart. What? Xiao Yi is actually taking Bai Lu to eat at a street stall. Xiao Yi is really stingy. Look at my Zhan. He's now taking Su Huang to a fancy restaurant for a lavish meal. He earns so much money, yet he takes a girl to eat at a street stall. It's utterly disgusting, not a shred of gentlemanly grace. Ladies, keep your eyes wide open. If your boyfriend ever takes you to a street stall, you can just break up with him. Sister, I'm having street stall food with my boyfriend right now. I think it's wonderful, so I won't break up just to spite you. What's wrong with street stall food? My boyfriend and I are both working hard, striving for a better life. Is it wrong to eat at a street stall now? My boyfriend may not be ambitious and can only take me to street stalls, but every time I see his honest, sincere smile, I'm truly happy. That's enough for me. That sister earlier probably still doesn't have a boyfriend. Everyone, let's laugh at her. On the internet, some continued to spew venom, because at that moment Xiao Yi and Bai Lu were sitting by the roadside eating barbecue, a scene that stood out sharply against the other 4 couples. Yet precisely because of this, it carried a touch of real life, striking a chord with many. So the woman who had mocked Xiao Yi for taking Bai Lu to a street stall now faced a storm of backlash. 2 hours later, Xiao Yi and Bai Lu, full and satisfied, continued to stroll through the city, taking in the various scenic sights. As they walked, a tavern called Falling Leaves appeared before them. "Xiao Yi, let's go have a drink." Bai Lu's eyes lit up as she was brimming with energy and wanted to drink with Xiao Yi. "Whatever you like." Xiao Yi was indifferent. The two entered the tavern. Inside, it was crowded and a singer on stage was strumming a guitar, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Bai Lu ordered a cola bucket and poured a glass for Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi took a sip, silently watching the singer on stage, a gentle smile, tinged with nostalgia, appearing on his face. In his past life, he had been the same, singing on the streets, performing in bars. At first it was for the dream of music, later reality trampled that dream beyond recognition, and he sang purely for survival. "What's wrong?" Bai Lu studied Xiao Yi's face, curious. It was the first time she had seen him wear such an expression. A strange feeling. He was smiling, but why did it carry a hint of sorrow? Nothing. Xiao Yi looked away and clinked his glass with Bai Lu's. Okay. Bai Lu didn't dwell on it, and they began to drink. After a few glasses, her cheeks flushed with a tipsy glow, and under the lights, she looked even more enchanting and beautiful. Just then a soft sobbing came from nearby. Xiao Yi and Bai Lu turned to look. At the table closest to them, a man was gulping down drink after drink, tears streaming down his face. "What's wrong with him?" Lu asked in surprise. Xiao Yi said softly, there are many kinds of people who come to a tavern. Some seek thrills or romance, some come with friends for pure joy, some carry a heavy heart and drown their sorrows in drink. Xiao Yi, your next task is to find a way to comfort that man. Hong Tao's voice came through the communication device. Lu glanced at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi smiled lightly. They'll go over and see. Wow, a new segment. What's up with that guy? Why is he crying? Probably heartbroken, but totally unnecessary. It's just a woman, isn't it? There are plenty of fish in the sea. Hilarious, crying over a breakup like that. Among all things in the world, the one thing that deserves no mockery is true devotion. You may call him foolish, but never mock his feelings. The camera was still on Xiao Yi and the others. The viewers were baffled. A grown man crying in a tavern. Xiao Yi walked over to the man, pulled out a cigarette, and offered it to him. Brother, heartbroken. The man took the cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag, tears still flowing. Xiao Yi casually sat down. The man poured Xiao Yi a drink. Xiao Yi gave him a cigarette, and the man gave him his own drink. Men's communication is simple. Clink. They touched glasses and downed the drink. The man's emotions were at a breaking point, and Xiao Yi's presence seemed to give him an outlet to pour out his heart. He wiped his face, looked up at the ceiling, and said, my ex-girlfriend got married. I regretted it the moment we broke up. I kept contacting her afterward, but got nowhere. I remember when we broke up, she said if fate allowed us to meet again, we might get back together. So I clung to that hope and waited for years. But today I saw her again. She told me she was already married, and beside her was an exceptionally outstanding man. At that moment, all my hopes shattered. My world collapsed. I had so many things I wanted to say to her, to pour out my heart. But I knew I was a man. I had to be responsible. She was so wonderful and her boyfriend was so wonderful. How could I disturb her life? So I gave her my blessings and left without looking back. I regret it so much. Why did I ever agree to break up with her? As he spoke, tears streamed down his face again. When the audience heard his story, their hearts clenched. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have laughed at you. I'm such a jerk. The word love. Once you're entangled in it, how can you ever break free? I hope this bro can move on soon. His story is so heartbreaking, but as a man he truly has a sense of responsibility. Not disturbing her. Maybe that's his ultimate way of, sigh. I have an ex-girlfriend too. I never disturbed her either. She was so outstanding, destined to find someone better. And me? I'm so ordinary. You never know how precious something is until you lose it. But now it's too late for us. Listening to someone else's story, I end up crying. I have a similar story too. Maybe when we meet again, we'll be strangers. I only hope she gets better and better while I fade into the Many who had experienced similar pain felt a tightness in their chests, as if they couldn't breathe. Often the first person you're with rarely stays with you till the end, but that kind of love is etched into your bones. A lifetime unforgettable. Xiao Yi said nothing, only raised his glass and clinked it with the man's again. They drank another round. On stage the singer had finished. Brother, let me sing a song for you. Xiao Yi said to the man and walked toward the stage. Buddy, that guy at table 7 just got his heart broken. Can I borrow your stage and guitar to sing a song for him? They'll pay you. Xiao Yi discussed with the singer. The singer smiled and said, no need to pay. The guitar and stage are yours. He handed the guitar to Xiao Yi and announced to the crowd. Next, this brother will sing a song for a heartbroken friend. Let's welcome him. Applause erupted from the audience. Xiao Yi, holding his guitar, said to the man at table 7, Buddy, the next song is Yuxiang for you. He gently strummed the guitar as the intro began to play. Strike a match, ignite the languid night. Exhale a wisp of smoke drifting toward the half-drawn window. Quickly brush off the dust, don't stain your eyes. Perhaps, in laughter you've long forgotten, while I in my wanderings am weathered and worn. Longing needs time to slowly heal. After the song looped, the venue fell silent. The audience below wiped their tears, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Everyone once had a beautiful story, but in the end, due to various reasons, they had to part ways. This song captured the agony and helplessness. Yet in the end, one must slowly lick their wounds and let time heal them. It was resignation, it was relief, and it was the only path. At table 7, the man buried his face in his hands, sobbing. Xiao Yi gazed at the man and said, the order of life is truly important. Sometimes it's not that you're not good enough, but that you arrived at the wrong time. The one who once got drunk with you is destined never to see you home. This Yuxiang was written by Kafu for his ex-girlfriend Yuxiang. He also had an ex-girlfriend, and his story was almost identical to the man's below the stage. To be precise, the man's experience mirrored Kafu and Yuxiang's exactly, so Xiao Yi chose to dedicate this Yuxiang to him. It was all about timing, loving but not being able to have, ultimately parting with regret. Yet perhaps it was this profound pain that gave birth to this classic song. Thank you so much. The man wiped away his tears. Healing his wounds would take time. But since he had decided not to disturb her, he wouldn't. After this cigarette and this glass of wine, he would continue his own new journey. Perhaps one day when he thought of her again, there would be a ripple in his heart. The man finished his cigarette and drink, then left. He had drunk enough. If he continued, no one would be able to take him home. Xiao Yi. Lu's eyes were red, tears streaming down her face. She was also Xiao Yi's ex-girlfriend. Would her story one day be like that man's? If that day truly came, would he be devastated? Would he shed tears? No. If it did, she only hoped he would remain a heartbreaker, not lingering too long over a relationship, and quickly move on to the next love. She really didn't want to see him cry. But what if she were the one trapped in the story? by Lu's heart ached terribly. If she were the one unable to let go, could she truly endure? This Xiang is just too sorrowful, a perfect match for that guy's story. Xiao Yi, you're so cruel. I just crawled out of the swamp of love, and then you dragged me back with Xiang. I hate you. Boo-hoo. Xiao Yi, the Heartbreakers songs are too sad. I came to enjoy the scenery, not to listen to sad songs. Listening and listening, I started crying. Turns out I'm the one in the story. I've never experienced it. I hope I never understand this song. The more you say that, the more I suspect you already do. Online netizens were in tears. This time there were no vicious comments, only tears and heartache. Had Xiao Yi also experienced it? Otherwise, how could he sing such a world-weary song? Meanwhile, Kai Shuquan and the others were watching the show. When they saw Xiao Yi singing Xiang, their hearts tightened. Old Xiao isn't far from us. Let's go find him, said Kai Shuquan. Xiao Yi. Su Yuhuang watched him on stage, her breathing labored, tears streaming down. What had this heartbreaker experienced after breaking up with her? Or had she hurt him too deeply? Let's go to the Fallen Leaves Tavern. Su Yuhuang wiped her tears and whispered. Xiao Zhan frowned slightly. You're my CP, why go to that tavern? Although you have rumors with Xiao Yi, it's not real. Xiao Zhan was very displeased, but with cameras on him, he said nothing. Watching the show were also Xiao Yi's other 3 ex-girlfriends. Xiao Yi, you bastard, you were the one who let me down. Zhao Jinmai wiped her tears and sobbed. After breaking up with me, is Xiao Yi still not over it? Should I call to comfort him? But his phone is unreachable now. Tan Sanjian's eyes were red, wishing she could call Xiao Yi and tell him she hadn't found anyone else since they broke up. Boo-hoo. Xiao Yi, you big bad guy, you fooled my feelings and stole my tears. Are you satisfied now? You even act like the victim and write songs like this. Boo-hoo. Zhang Yingxue kept wiping her tears, her heart aching. She picked up her phone and dialed Xiao Yi's number repeatedly, but it wouldn't go through. At that moment, the women wanted to tell Xiao Yi, you are not the dust in our eyes, and you will never stain our eyes. You are Xiao Yi, the one who shared unforgettable love with at the Fallen Leaves Tavern. Wow. Kuan. It's really Kuan. Boo-hoo. Hanzi is here too. Su Goddess and Xiao Zhan are here. I suddenly remember, isn't that Xiao Yi on stage? No wonder he sings so well. He's a celebrity too. As Kai Shuquan and the others entered the Fallen Leaves Tavern, instantly became lively. The owner, wiping his tears while smiling, thought, today this little tavern is truly bustling. Pity that girl who said she'd stay with me till the end is nowhere to be seen. Old Xiao. Kai Shuquan went straight on stage and gave Xiao Yi a hug. Lu Han followed suit and embraced him. The women below watched silently. At that moment, they felt a sense of warmth. Love was gone, but he still had his brothers. That was not without perfection. Boo-hoo. Old Xiao, you made me shed so many tears, Lu Han said in mock displeasure. Xiao Yi smiled faintly. Sorry for making everyone cry. Old Xiao, how about we sing a song to match the mood? Kai Shuquan said seriously. Brothers together singing a song was most fitting. Xiao Yi looked at the singer beside him. The singer said excitedly, go ahead, do as you please. Alright then, let's sing one more. With that, Xiao Yi pulled out paper and pen and casually wrote a song for Kai Shuquan and Lu Han. They looked at the lyrics, a new song that felt good. Now they just had to follow. Xiao Zhan, what are you standing there for? Come up. Lu Han called to Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan shook his head. You guys sing. He naturally didn't want to share the stage with Xiao Yi, even with cameras around. He didn't want to pretend to be harmonious. Seeing Xiao Zhan not coming up, the 3 said nothing more. The women looked forward with anticipation, wondering what song the 3 would sing next. Xiao Yi said to Kai Shuquan and Lu Han, the melody is simple. He'll sing it once, then you follow me. No problem. Kai Shuquan and Lu Han nodded with smiles. Next, a song called A Friend's Wine for Everyone. Xiao Yi said softly. The melody of the guitar began, followed by the singing. Yesterday is gone, never to return, oh yeah. Happiness is more precious than anything. Spilled water cannot be gathered again, oh yeah. Peach blossoms fade, but roses bloom. Ideals have changed our appearances, and taught me to cherish the shoulders of friends. Xiao Yi sang through once, and Kai Shuquan and Lu Han caught the rhythm, immediately joining in. The 3 sang with a band. The crowd below was completely swept up in the atmosphere. Raising their glasses, they sang along, the ambience electric, as if Wu by himself were holding a concert. This song in this moment felt incredibly fitting. Just moments ago, everyone was trapped in the throes of heartbreak, tears streaming. Now it was as if they had found the shoulder of a friend, all sorrow dissipating into smoke, leaving only fine wine and brothers. Yes, without a lover there is still a brother's shoulder to lean on. Forget everything else. Today brothers gather together only to drink. Cast all worries behind, and do not waste the wine. Below the stage, the women also raised their glasses, their hearts light. Watching the 3 singing passionately on stage, they suddenly understood. Perhaps this is the bond between men. Xiao Zhan watched the 3 singing fervently on stage, a trace of inexplicable jealousy stirring within him. Such friends it seemed he did not have. After a few rounds, the song came to an end. The 3 embraced, and someone immediately handed them fine wine from below. Kai Shuquan and Lu Han raised their glasses to Xiao Yi. The 3 downed it in one gulp. One song seemed to draw their friendship even. Bravo. The crowd applauded endlessly. Xiao Yi and Jigu really seem to have a good relationship. I really love this friend's wine. I'm grateful that I also have friends like this. Young people might not understand this song, but as we grow older, when everyone is busy making a living weighed down by various worries, being able to gather and share a drink is truly a luxury. I hope Xiao Yi releases this song soon. Next time I go to a bar, I want to sing it with my friends. I'm lucky to have a few close friends who have accompanied me all the way to now. A loner is either a god or a beast, but isolation leads to loneliness. Thank you, my brothers. Dear brothers, it seems we haven't gathered for a long time. If you have time, let's make a plan. As expected, this song will become a KTV staple before long. The online reaction was immense. In life, having a few friends is truly wonderful. Thank you, everyone. Xiao Yi and the others bowed to the crowd. Hey, raise your guitar back. The stage is yours. Xiao Yi handed the guitar to the singer beside him. Recovering his wits, the singer quickly took the guitar, his eyes brimming with excitement. This friend's whine was truly magnificent. After finishing the song, he too would find some friends to gather with. Not long after, Xiao Yi and the others finished their drinks and left. At 9 in the evening, everyone returned to the hotel. Xiao Yi and Bai Lu, as promised, received the luxurious room. The next morning at dawn, everyone gathered together. This episode of the show had come to an end, and it was time to say goodbye. This episode is ending, and I suddenly feel reluctant to part with Xiao Yi. All good things must come to an end. Next episode, other artists will join. That's normal. Without Xiao Yi and Bai Lu's team, I feel like something would be missing. The viewers sighed as they watched the screen. After all, it was time to part. Thank you all for your company all along. We are truly grateful. Especially Xiao Yi and Bai Lu. You have given us so many surprises and emotions on this journey. Thank you, Hong Tao said with heartfelt sincerity. At this moment, the popularity of Mountains and Rivers Are Beautiful had soared to the third most watched, a tremendous success. And all of this was inseparable from the efforts of everyone present. Everyone remembers the reward I mentioned earlier, right? Now I'm about to tell you the reward is a check for 5 million given by the various investors. Hong Tao smiled as he took out the check. Wow, everyone's eyes lit up. 5 million was not a huge sum for these top-tier stars, but winning it in such a show brought immense satisfaction. Now I announce that this check belongs to Xiao Yi and Bai Lu. Hong Tao handed the check to Xiao Yi. Thank you, Teacher Hong. Xiao Yi and Bai Lu expressed their gratitude. We're about to part ways. Would anyone like to sing a farewell song? Hong Tao looked at all eyes immediately fell on Xiao Yi. By now they understood that Xiao Yi was a hit-making singer capable of producing classics on demand, so naturally they turned to him. Xiao Yi, how about a little something? Hong Tao said with a wink. Xiao Yi gave a wry smile. Teacher Hong, you're trying to drain me dry. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Wasn't it true? In this one episode, Xiao Yi had already produced 3 songs. If he did another, that would be 4. Which other variety show contestant could be so generous as to offer 4 songs? Alright, I'll sing one last song. Xiao Yi didn't insist further. He wasn't stingy, considering it as spreading Earth's excellent culture in this parallel world. He then wrote down the lyrics and melody. The title was Light of Friendship with a prison-like vibe. Once he sang this song, someone might end up in trouble next time. The band members immediately stepped forward to study the music, while others read the lyrics. After about 10 minutes, everyone had the staff on site stood together. The melody began. Xiao Yi led the singing. In this life, how many close friends can one have? How many friendships can last forever? Today we part shaking hands with each other. Friendship will always remain in your heart and mind. Today is but a temporary farewell. We will surely meet again someday. Everyone sang along the rhythm, cheerful and free, carrying a hint of reluctance. Gradually the song approached its end. The moment of parting was near. Boo-hoo. This episode is over, and this Light of Friendship makes me cry again. Xiao Yi is so talented. I'm totally hooked. I've turned from a hater to a fan. I've decided to stop criticizing him. His talent has won me over. I haven't even recovered from friends' wine, and now this Light of Friendship comes along. Indeed, after the drinking, everyone has to part ways. The show may be over, but I'm even more excited for Xiao Yi. Looking forward to his upcoming shows and works. In the afternoon, Xiao Yi had already returned to Jiangxing. His bank account had increased by 2,500,000. Bai Lu had originally intended to give him the full 5 million, but he naturally refused. Xingchen Media, Xiao Yi, you are amazing. Boss Yang looked at Xiao Yi with admiration. She had also watched the show this time, and Xiao Yi's performance was truly outstanding. The 4 divine songs, coupled with the segment where he carried Bai Lu up Mount Tai, had won over a large number of casual fans. Clearly Xingchen Media had struck gold. Thank goodness for my keen eye. This time Tianyu Media is probably crying in the bathroom. Boss Yang chuckled to herself. Xiao Yi, was that segment of you carrying Bai Lu up Mount Tai real? Wang Yujing stared at him with curiosity. Xiao Yi didn't look particularly burly. Could he really sprint while holding a 90-pound Bai Lu? Fake. Xiao Yi shook his head. I don't believe it. Boss Yang and Wang Yujing naturally didn't buy it. After all, it was a live broadcast. If it were fake, there would at least be some visible props. But they hadn't seen any such thing, so how could it be fake? Yet they couldn't fathom the mystery behind it. Was Xiao Yi truly that strong? Suit yourselves. Xiao Yi smiled lightly, offering no explanation. Xiao Yi, Xingchen Media is planning to co-produce an urban drama with Ruohong Media, and I want you to play the... Boss Yang looked at him seriously. Let me see the script first, Xiao Yi said with a smile. Fine. Without further ado, Boss Yang... Xiao Yi took the script and waved his hand. I'm sleepy. He'll go rest for a bit. Go ahead, go ahead. Boss Yang and Wang Yujing rolled their eyes at him. Oh, and don't smoke next time. Wang Yujing called out loudly. Got it. He'll humbly accept your advice, but I want change. Xiao Yi's lazy voice drifted back, leaving Boss Yang and Wang Yujing standing there utterly speechless. Was this kid really this arrogant now? Can you media? Damn it, Xiao Yi actually performed so well this time. Could it be that those 4 songs were prepared by Xingchen Media? But that shouldn't be the case. Suna stared at her phone, her expression darkening. When Xiao Yi was under her management, his performance had been terrible. The company had invested heavily in him, but he had barely made a splash. Yet the moment he moved to Xingchen Media, it was as if he had become a completely different person, and he was even gaining popularity. This was a bitter pill to swallow for someone with a strong competitive streak like hers. Moreover, everyone was now discussing Xiao Yi's feat of carrying Bai Lu up Mount Tai, something she found utterly baffling. It just wasn't humanly possible, was it? No, I can't let him keep strutting around. I need to teach him a lesson. A cold glint flashed in Suna's eyes. Just then her phone suddenly rang. Hello? Who is this? Suna answered the call. I'm Wang Yujing. Wang Yujing's tone was indifferent. Wang, Sister Wang, what can I do for you? Suna immediately lowered her posture. She couldn't afford to offend Wang Yujing, otherwise she might find herself unable to survive in this industry. Wang Yujing said coldly, I'm now Xiao Yi's agent. So don't you dare pull any more tricks. I'll let slide the last time Su Yuan cashed in on Xiao Yi's popularity, but don't let it happen again. Otherwise you'll face the consequences. After saying that, Wang Yujing hung up. That was the power of an agent. They could handle many things for you. Suna's face turned ashen. After a moment she murmured, so Xiao Yi has latched onto Wang Yujing. No wonder he has so many resources. Looks like I can't touch him for now. She understood the terror of Wang Yujing all too well. The woman meant every word she said. If she dared to act recklessly again, she would be in deep trouble. After all, these agents all held some dirt on each other. I may not be able to move you, but there are others who can. Suna made a phone call. In the rental house. Xiao Yi lay on his shabby bed and pulled up the system panel. Host Xiao Yi. Skills Grandmaster level martial arts divine. Painting divine, calligraphy divine, acting divine, singing divine, lyric writing divine, composition divine, guqin divine, guitar divine, medicine. Stamina 300. Money 7. 5 million. 7.5 million. Xiao Yi sighed in admiration. This was far more than he could have ever earned before. For an entertainer, this amount was nothing special. What mattered was that he didn't even own a house. That made him even more ordinary. Then Xiao Yi spent 6 million to purchase the divine piano, divine eru, and divine swana skills. As the saying goes, more skills are never a burden. The more the better. Still have 1.5 million left. That's still plenty. A smile spread across Xiao Yi's face. His mind wandered, and as he thought, he drifted off to sleep. Damn you, Xiao Yi. You won't answer my calls. Just you wait. Jerk Xiao Yi, if I ever call you again, I'm a dog. You scumbag Xiao Yi. You're not picking up again. How infuriating. I'm going crazy. Xiao Yi, pick up the phone. Zhao Jinmai and the other girls tried calling Xiao Yi, but the calls never went through. Was this idiot's phone always on silent? After sleeping for over 2 hours, Xiao Yi finally woke up. He checked his missed calls. There were over a dozen. 4 were from Zhao Jinmai and the others, and the rest were from unknown numbers. Beep. Suddenly a call came in. It was from Bai Lu. Big moneybags, aren't you busy? Got time to call me? Xiao Yi checked the trending topics on Weibo. Someone is humiliating you. Bai Lu's tone was serious. Oh, let me see. Xiao Yi casually opened Weibo. His followers, originally over 6 million, had now grown to 8 million. Xiao Yi, you're so hateful. I was already engaged to my girlfriend, but now she wants me to carry her up Mount Tai before she'll marry me. I hate you. Xiao Yi, I'm your anti-fan. Please sing Yu Xiang for me, thank you. Scumbag Xiao Yi, no matter how good your singing is, your character is... Comments of all sorts flooded in. Xiao Yi scrolled to the trending topics. Several of them were about him. Following Moonlight, Xiao Yi released 4 top-tier songs in a row. When it comes to entertainment industry artists this year, Xiao Yi is definitely one of the most underestimated. Xiao Yi smoking tops the trending list. No matter how talented an artist is, they still need good character. Of course, the top spot was a comment from a user named Zheng Haohai. Xiao Yi used to be an artist under my company Tianyu Media. He has extremely poor character, smoking, drinking, throwing tantrums, harassing female artists. He was universally disliked within the company, which is why Tianyu Media terminated his contract. Zheng Haohai commented. Then various reactions poured in. Wow. Prince Zheng of the entertainment circle is publicly exposing Xiao Yi's dirt. This is going to be interesting. Prince Zheng is the young master of Tianyu Media. His words carry a lot of weight. Girls, I told you long ago that Xiao Yi has no character and is a huge scumbag. A real man should be like Prince Zheng. Look, young Master Wang has retweeted this comment. Is he joining the anti-Xiao Yi camp? One Prince Zheng, one young Master Wang. What has a third-tier artist like Xiao Yi done to deserve this? When Xiao Yi saw these messages, he merely smiled casually. You're still smiling. Bai Lu was exasperated. Did this idiot have such a thick skin? Any other artist would be rushing to clarify the facts and send legal notices, but he was actually laughing. What others say can you really seal their mouths? Ignore them. Xiao Yi was completely unfazed. Alright. You're always so carefree, why am I even worrying? I'm hanging up. Bai Lu ended the call. Shortly after, Wang Yujing called. Xiao Yi, what's your take on this? Want me to take care of it for you? Wang Yujing asked. It's nothing, no need to waste energy. Xiao Yi said with a faint smile. Well, maybe it's good to have some exposure. Either way, it's attention. Wang Yujing laughed, a bit surprised by if it were any other artist, they'd be crying and begging her to resolve it immediately. Xiao Yi's attitude pleased her greatly. In the entertainment industry, you need to withstand pressure to go far. If you get depressed over a little trouble, you might as well quit. After hanging up Xiao, he continued scrolling through his phone. Before long, a peculiar comment appeared, startling everyone. Under Zheng Taizi's post, a comment surfaced. The commenter was named Lin Taizi. What kind of trash dares call itself a prince? Did your father give you the nerve? At the same time, he commented under Wang Gongzi's post, Wang Gongzi. Little Wang, you sure look impressive. This comment immediately shot to the top. However, eagle-eyed observers noticed that this Lin Taizi's location showed as the inside a high-rise Zheng Haohai clad in a blue suit stared at the comment with a dark expression. Looking for trouble. Someone dig up this person's details immediately. They'll make him pay. But just as he finished speaking, he received a call. Dad, what's up? Zheng Haohai asked hastily. Delete that Weibo post now. That Lin Taizi is the young master of the Imperial Capital's Lin Group. You can't afford to provoke him. He's worthy of the title prince, but you are not. The head of Tianyu Media said in a deep voice. Zheng Haohai's face changed. Imperial Capital. Lin Group. In the Imperial Capital, there were 4 great families, Qinshu, Lin, and Yi. These families had deep roots and formidable backgrounds untouchable by anyone. Now that Lin Taizi from the Lin family had called him out, Zheng Haohai dared not say a word. He could only obediently delete his Weibo post. Meanwhile, Wang Gongzi also received a warning and immediately deleted his. But shortly after they deleted, Lin Taizi posted a Weibo update. 2 cowards. He directly screenshotted 2 images pointing at Zheng Taizi and Wang Gongzi. Seeing this, the two were furious, but dared not speak, fearing utter ruin. Many who saw the post were also shocked. Not only had this man mocked them in the comments, but he also directly posted on Weibo. What audacity! Yet the 2 princes didn't even utter a word. What was going on? Could this Lin Taizi have such a terrifying background that even Zheng Haohai and Wang Gongzi dared not provoke him? Sharp-eyed observers noticed 3 likes and 3 comments under this post, all showing locations in the Imperial Capital. Qin Taizi, eating popcorn. Lin Erdog, playing with your little bird. Chu Taizi, what's Lin Erdog up to? Yi Taizi, Lin Erdog has made it. Seeing these 3 comments, everyone was stunned. Who were these people? They seemed far from ordinary. Could they be some powerful young masters from the Imperial Capital? Very likely. Otherwise, why wouldn't the 2 from Jiangxing fight back? Who would have thought that a simple jab at Xiao Yi would bring out so many formidable figures? Xiao Yi ignored the online comments. He opened the script to see what kind of drama it was. The art of traditional Chinese medicine. Xiao Yi's expression turned strange as he continued reading. After a while, he nodded to himself. The script was relatively mediocre, following an online trend, but it was bold in its approach. In the current medical world, Western medicine reigns supreme, while the traditional Chinese medicine passed down by ancestors is gradually forgotten and distrusted. This drama aimed to pass on Chinese medicine, helping more people understand its essence. Moreover, the show would feature real scenarios such as real patients and real doctors, which was quite innovative. The screenwriter was bold, and the investors were even bolder. Xiao Yi immediately sent Wang Yujing a message he could take this role. Jihuang Hall, a centuries-old traditional Chinese medicine clinic in Jiangxing. The current head was the renowned Master Qi Yongshan. Unfortunately, Chinese medicine was in decline, and Master Qi had no disciples, so Jihuang Hall was gradually withering. The filming location was set at Jihuang Hall. As Xiao Yi and Xiao Yu got out of the car, the crew members looked over. It's him. Zhao Silu and the crew showed a look of surprise. Was this jerk also going to act in this drama? She was no stranger to Xiao Yi. During the filming of Tianxiao last time, he had been overly attentive to her. After she rejected him, he immediately turned around to flirt with other girls in the crew. A complete woman. But why was this jerk driving an unmarked car? He used to love showing off. Didn't he once boast about his Maserati? Why so low? Had he lost too much money? Xiao Yi. Wang Yujing, who was also on set, saw him and immediately walked over with 2 middle-aged men. Sister Wang. Xiao Yi nodded slightly. Wang Yujing introduced them. This is Director Zhang from Our Star Media, and this is Director Sun from Rahong Media. Hello, Director Zhang. Hello, Director Sun. Xiao Yi greeted the 2 renowned directors. Brother Xiao, how did you film that scene of carrying by Lu up Mount Tai? Can you let me in on the secret? Director Zhang winked. Xiao Yi's mouth twitched. You'd have to ask Teacher Hong for that. Hong Tao told us to ask you. Director Sun chuckled. Having directed many works, he still couldn't figure out how anyone could carry a grown adult and sprint up Mount Tai. That was beyond human capability. There had to be a trick. Ahem. It's fake anyway. Xiao Yi coughed lightly. Alright. Xiao Yi, let me introduce you to the others. Wang Yujing shot a glare at the 2 directors, then led Xiao Yi to the rest of the crew. When they reached Zhao Silu, she said, this is Zhao Silu. You 2 seem to have worked together before. Xiao Yi looked at Zhao Silu. Indeed we did. I played a minor role in Wudong Mountain. I didn't even get a line before she killed me with 1 sword strike. The girl was indeed beautiful with a face that grew on you. No wonder the original host had been interested. Hep. Zhao Silu gave a forced smile. She was curious what role Xiao Yi would play in the drama and hoped she wouldn't have to act opposite him, otherwise she would truly be in despair. As if reading her thoughts, Wang Yujing chuckled. This time Xiao Yi plays the male lead, and Silu plays the female lead. Zhao Silu was stunned. The crew had only given her the script as she knew she was the female lead, but had no idea who the male lead was. Never imagining it would be Xiao Yi. It was unbearable. At that moment she regretted taking the role, but the contract was signed, breaking it would be costly. After all, the penalty was substantial. I'm in such a tough spot. Zhao Silu thought to herself, shuddering at the prospect of acting opposite Xiao Yi, that scoundrel. Because the script called for intimate scenes between them. Then Wang Yujing took Xiao Yi to greet the rest of the crew. Wang Yujing smiled and said, "Since everyone is mostly here, I'll take you to meet Master Qi." Everyone's expression immediately turned. The filming was set against the backdrop of Qihuan Hall, and Master Qi himself would make a cameo appearance. He was a renowned divine physician of China, having saved countless lives and earning deep respect. Wang Yujing led everyone into Qihuan Hall. The space inside was vast, with 4 antique buildings and 2 large courtyards, elegant and classical, filled with a faint herbal fragrance that soothed the spirit. In the main hall, an elderly man with silver hair and a vibrant spirit was savoring a cup of tea. "Greetings, Master Qi," Wang Yujing said, leading everyone to bow with utmost respect. Qi Yongshan set down his teacup and gave Wang Yujing a warm smile. "Yujing, feel free to film here as you like. Use anything in my Qihuan Hall. After all, when I pass away in a couple of years, I won't be taking these things with me." "Master, you jest. You are in excellent health and could live another 40 or 50 years. Many people still await your healing," Wang Yujing said with a gentle laugh. "I'm old, truly old." Qi Yongshan waved his hand with a smile. "Come, let me first show you around Qihuan Hall. It will be more useful for your filming." Qi Yongshan took everyone on a tour of Qihuan Hall. The first stop was the consultation hall, which housed numerous medicinal herbs and antique medical instruments. The second was the herb storehouse, where many precious herbs were piled of considerable value. The third was the patient's resting room, furnished with several beds. The fourth was the library, filled with many medical texts, most of which were the fruits of Qi Yongshan's lifelong labor. Everyone in the library looked around with reverence. Some picked up books to read. Master Qi's works were invaluable, and they naturally wanted to appreciate them. Xiao Yi casually picked up a classic, the Huangdi Neijing Inner Canon of the Yellow Emperor. The art of Qi Huang, the diagnosis and treatment of diseases, originated from this very text. Master Qi observed the group with a kindly expression. Among these items were many heirlooms left by ancestors. If the young people liked them, he intended to give them away. After all, they had been sitting here uselessly. When he saw Xiao Yi pick up the Huangdi Neijing, his eyes lit up. This young man had good. This copy of the Huangdi Neijing was different from those sold in the market. It was an unabridged version passed down through generations of Qi. Moreover, the young man gave him a strange sense of familiarity which was odd. But to his disappointment, Xiao Yi merely flipped through the book. Then Xiao Yi's eyes fell on a yellowed ancient book with 4 characters, Qi's acupuncture method. He became interested again, reading it carefully, nodding occasionally with it. If the Huangdi Neijing was the general outline, then Qi's acupuncture method was the practical application and synthesis of the 9 acupuncture techniques from the Huangdi Neijing. It was the essence of acupuncture, extremely precious. Initially, Qi Yongshan was disappointed when Xiao Yi put down the Huangdi Neijing, but seeing Xiao Yi then pick up Qi's acupuncture method and show approval, he wondered, could this young man actually understand this method? The most precious inheritance of Qihuan Hall was this very acupuncture method. He had taken on disciples before, but none could comprehend it, let alone practice it. That was why he had stopped taking students. "Young friend, what do you think of this method?" Qi Yongshan approached Xiao Yi and asked with a smile. Xiao Yi pondered and said, "Qi's acupuncture method originates from the 9 acupuncture techniques of the Huangdi Neijing, but unlike them, it incorporates Qi's own practical experience into the theoretical foundation. Of course, the most crucial aspect is that this method draws from Bienkei's 13 ghost acupuncture points and Sun Simiao's 13 health cultivation methods, combining acupuncture with health preservation to maximize its efficacy." When Xiao Yi finished, Qi Yongshan was stunned, because everything he said was absolutely correct. Qi's acupuncture method had been passed down through generations within the family, never circulated outside, so very few people knew its core principles. Furthermore, the method indeed incorporated the 13 ghost acupuncture points and the 13 health cultivation methods. Without profound knowledge of ancient medicine, one could not discern its subtleties. This young man had grasped the key points after just a casual glance, which was almost unbelievable. "Young man, do you understand medicine?" Qi Yongshan stared at Xiao Yi with blazing eyes. Xiao Yi nodded. "A little." Qi Yongshan immediately asked, "If someone suffers from insomnia, frequent nightmares, easy startling red rashes on the tongue, dry lips, listlessness, but all Western medical tests show normal results, how would you perform acupuncture and prescribe medication?" Xiao Yi shook his head. "There are many similar cases. If it's due to liver gall disharmony and deficiency heat disturbance, no need for acupuncture. Just soothe the liver, promote bile flow, calm the mind, and use herbs like Corydalus, Salvia, Schisandra. If it's due to Qi blood stagnation compressing the internal organs, then acupuncture is needed. The Lingjio needle from Qi's acupuncture method can be used, or the 13 ghost acupuncture points can be applied to the Shanxing acupoint. If it's due to..." Xiao Yi casually described several scenarios, and the more Qi Yongshan listened, the more delighted he became, for Xiao Yi was correct in every case. "Young friend, what is your surname?" Qi Yongshan asked. "My surname is Xiao. My given name is Yi." Xiao Yi replied softly. "Xiao, are you from the capital?" Qi Yongshan asked instinctively. Xiao Yi nodded slightly. Qi Yongshan stared at Xiao Yi for a moment, then asked, "What is Xiao Qing phone to you?" Xiao Yi paused for a moment, then said, "He is my grandfather." "So you're old Xiao's grandson. What a coincidence." Qi Yongshan was overjoyed. He smiled and said, "Xiao Yi, my boy, you might not believe it, but your grandfather and I were apprenticed to the same master." We are brothers in the martial arts. What a profound connection. Xiao Yi showed no surprise. Haha, old Xiao's descendant. How interesting. Xiao Yi, my boy, how much of your grandfather's skills have you mastered? Qi Yongshan asked curiously. Xiao Yi lied, about 30%. 30%. Remarkable. The waves behind drive the waves ahead. Qi Yongshan gave a thumbs up. To have mastered 30% of old Xiao's skills at such a young age was already a fearsome talent. What's the matter? Wang Yujing approached. Nothing, just chatting with Xiao Yi. He's an interesting lad. Qi Yongshan said with a smile. I see. Wang Yujing didn't think much of it. After more than 10 minutes, everyone had nearly finished their briefing. It was time for filming. All cameras were in place. Inside the Chihuang Hall, Xiao Yi, dressed in casual attire, was calmly sipping tea. The surroundings were desolate and silent, symbolizing the decline of traditional Chinese medicine fading from memory, yet imbued with an indescribable mystique. At this moment, the character he played was also named Xiao Yi, the last closed-door disciple of Old Master Qi. Though he had inherited the true teachings of Old Master Qi, traditional Chinese medicine had fallen into decline, and few patients were willing to seek his treatment. Time passed. Finally, two women appeared, one sitting in a wheelchair, the other pushing it. The woman pushing the wheelchair was the female lead Fang Xuejian, played by Zhao Silu. Her character was a descendant of a once prominent, but now declining family of traditional Chinese medicine. However, she was a rebellious soul who disliked studying medicine and had thus inherited none of her family's true legacy. The woman in the wheelchair was her best friend Fu Yinyu, a wealthy heiress who had mysteriously become paralyzed. After consulting many renowned Western doctors without any success, and with amputation looming, she had no choice but to seek help from Old Master Qi. The crew members silently watched Fu Yinyu in the wheelchair. This scene was both a shoot and reality, for Fu Yinyu's condition was indeed as depicted. She was the heiress of Ruahong Media and a celebrity in the entertainment industry. Unfortunately, last year, she had mysteriously become paralyzed. After countless visits to major hospitals, none could help. This time she had truly come to seek treatment from Old Master Qi, with the filming as a secondary purpose. If Old Master Qi could not cure her this time, then tomorrow her parents would send her abroad to have her legs amputated using the best techniques available. Inyu traditional Chinese medicine is all a scam. Why come to a place like this? Fang Xuejian, played by Zhao Silu, glanced around with a hint of prejudice in her eyes. Why would someone from a family of traditional Chinese medicine harbor such prejudice? It traced back to a medical dispute 10 years ago. Her father, a renowned physician in the city, had lost a patient during treatment. The patient's family caused an uproar, and because of this incident, the Fang family fell into decline. Her mother divorced her father. Thus, she developed a strong aversion to traditional Chinese medicine and instinctive resistance, and her personality became rebellious. However, after witnessing the male lead's medical skills, she would become his apprentice and gradually regain her faith in Chinese medicine. Her character represented the general public, one who needed to slowly come into contact with and understand Chinese medicine before accepting and promoting it. It was a journey from prejudice, resistance, and distrust to contact, understanding, trust, and promotion. Xiao Yi's character, on the other hand, represented the art of Chinese medicine itself. Chinese medicine is profound and extensive. It has its own heritage. It does not actively seek people out. It remains in the Chihuang Hall in a state of stillness. When someone needs it one day, it naturally exerts its power. On the other hand, Xiao Yi represented the healer, a flesh and blood physician. Alright, Old Master Qi is a renowned medical expert in China, different from those fake practitioners. Fu Yinyu said softly. Fine, fine. As you wish. Fang Xuejian pushed the wheelchair toward the main hall of Chihuang Hall. Hey, you, the one drinking tea is Old Ma. Fang Xuejian called out loudly. Fu Yinyu gave her a reproachful look, then said to Xiao Yi, excuse me, is Old Master Qi available? Xiao Yi said indifferently, the old man is drunk and won't see anyone today. Come back tomorrow. Tomorrow. But I can't wait until tomorrow. Fu Yinyu shook her head slightly, a hint of genuine sorrow in her eyes, the most authentic emotion she had shown. Because if Old Master Qi couldn't cure her today, her parents would indeed send her for amputation tomorrow. This time the production team strove for authenticity. So many of the patient's stories were real. Can't wait until tomorrow. Xiao Yi narrowed his eyes, set down his teacup, and gestured for Fu Yinyu to come closer. He looked her up and down. Hey, what are you doing? Fang Xuejian immediately stepped in front of Xiao Yi, her eyes full of hostility. Xiao Yi casually pushed her aside and stared at Fu Yinyu. Have you seen a Western doctor? What did they say? Fu Yinyu was startled, then said, I've been to many hospitals. They couldn't find anything wrong. One doctor suspected a nerve disorder, but the test showed nothing. What she said was true. Her lines were based on her own real experience. Qi Yongshang, standing nearby, watched Fu Yinyu intently and began to form a suspicion. Give me your hand. Xiao Yi said. Fu Yinyu, though puzzled, extended her hand. Xiao Yi immediately began to take her pulse. You? Fang Xuejian instinctively wanted to scold him, but when she saw the intense seriousness in Xiao Yi's expression, she held back. Because this scene was all too familiar to her. It was exactly how her father took pulses. After a moment, Xiao Yi murmured, before your legs lost sensation, did you experience emotional instability, irritability, frequent anger, heart palpitations, insomnia, and a tightness in your chest? Fu Yinyu was shocked. These lines were not in the script, but they exactly described her real feelings. Before her paralysis, she had indeed experienced all the symptoms Xiao Yi mentioned. She loved acting, but her parents forced her to inherit Ruahong media and forbade her from pursuing an acting career. This made her angry and often emotionally out of control. A week later, her legs lost all sensation. Director Sun, watching from the side, instinctively wanted to remind Xiao Yi that but seeing the excellent effect of the scene and the perfect emotional rapport between the two, he decided not to interrupt. After all, actors improvising on the spot was perfectly alright. I understand your condition. If you want treatment, it will only cost 50 yuan. Xiao Yi remained indifferent. You? Can you cure me? Fu Yinyu was astonished. Although she knew this was a script, she still desperately hoped that the man before her could truly heal her. She was almost obsessed. It's up to you whether you want treatment or not, Xiao Yi said indifferently. Fu Yinyu hesitated for a moment, then said, alright, he'll do it. Fang Xuejian saw a glimmer of hope in her best friend's eyes and couldn't bear to spoil it. She shot a fierce glare at Xiao Yi and said, if you can't cure Yinyu, I'll smash this place's signboard. Xiao Yi said to Fang Xuejian, take off her shoes and socks. Oomph. Fang Xuejian snorted coldly, but still obeyed. Then Xiao Yi took out his silver needle case and gently grasped Fu Yinyu's foot. At this point, Director Sun wanted to call a cut because it was impossible to actually insert the needle. They would need to use special effects in post-production. Don't stop yet, let him do it. Xiao Yi knows medicine. Besides, I'm here too, Qi Yongshan said in a serious tone. What could it be? Director Sun was startled, recalling that during the filming of The Magnificent Mountains and Rivers, Xiao Yi seemed to have treated an egret's foot, suggesting he really knew a bit about medicine. Director Sun exchanged a glance with Director Zhang beside him, both thinking of a hair-raising possibility. In this shoot, the patients were all real, so could this lead actor also truly know medicine? If that were the case, it would be exhilarating. Both directors felt a surge of excitement. Such a scene might only be captured once, so they did not call a cut. Fu Yinyu and Zhao Silu, seeing that the directors did not stop them, could only continue acting. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi decisively inserted a needle into Fu Yinyu's by acupoint. Zhao Silu was taken aback. This bastard really stabbed her. Was he out of his mind? Why didn't the director call a cut? But there was a rule in filming: if the director didn't call cut, Fu Yinyu was a little startled, but showed no sign of it. Since her legs were completely numb, she thought, let him stab if he wants. She actually wished his needles could bring sensation back to her legs, but that was utterly impossible. She only hoped that old Master Qi standing by could truly cure her legs later. Xiao Yi, having inserted one needle, did not stop, but continued to apply more. He picked up Fu Yinyu's hand and said calmly, don't move. Then he directly inserted a needle into her Shaoshang acupoint. Fu Yinyu was shocked. Her hands had sensation. But after Xiao Yi's needle, not only did she feel no discomfort, but her arm actually seemed to feel much better. What was happening? Isn't this just acting? Why does it feel like he's actually treating me? And the way he described her condition earlier was also accurate. This jerk. Zhao Silu was now numb, staring at Xiao Yi in shock. But to the onlookers, it seemed she was simply amazed by Xiao Yi's acupuncture technique, so the footage would still be fine. Both directors were now extremely excited. Damn it, after so many years, this was the first time they had seen such a scene. It would be a bragging point for years to come. Acting in a drama, and you're actually treating a patient. What a character. Only you, Xiao Yi, could do this. Meanwhile, Qi Yongshan was deeply shaken, because he discovered that the acupuncture technique Xiao Yi was using was actually the Qi's acupuncture method. That made sense. Although the Qi's method was not taught to outsiders, old Xiao knew it, and if he had taught Xiao Yi, it was understandable. For a moment, Qi Yongshan felt even more anticipation. The two needles Xiao Yi had inserted were flawless, and his technique was so masterful that even she couldn't help but don't move your hands, relax your body. I can cure you, Xiao Yi said calmly. Perhaps it was these words that made Fu Yinyu's guarded mind relax. I do hope you can really cure me, Fu Yinyu thought to herself. Xiao Yi reached out to support the back of her head and inserted a needle into her Feng Fu acupoint. 3 needles were inserted. Then he stopped needling and began to massage her shoulders, back, and feet with a skilled and meticulous technique that clearly marked him as a master. Even the surrounding staff were stunned once again. 3 minutes later, Xiao Yi removed the 3 silver needles and said calmly, try standing up and walking. Fu Yinyu instinctively tried, and amazingly she actually stood up. For a moment the set fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at Fu Yinyu. She had really stood up. Xiao Yi just inserted a few needles and gave her a massage, and she stood up. Are we really acting right now? Indeed. Both directors were astounded. Xiao Yi really knew medicine. My legs are healed. Fu Yinyu looked at her legs in delight, moving them up and down without any problem. Her legs were truly healed. Zhao Silu, standing nearby, was shocked. The staff immediately signaled her with their eyes. Zhao Silu snapped back to reality, rushed over excitedly, and hugged Fu Yinyu. Yinyu, your legs are really healed. Whoa! Fu Yinyu cried, tears of joy. This moment was pure, genuine emotion. After crying for a while, she wiped her tears and said to Xiao Yi, thank you. Xiao Yi said calmly, don't thank me yet. I charge for my services, 50 yuan, hurry up and pay up. The scene was captured up to this point. The surrounding staff immediately rushed over. Sister Yinyu. Zhao Silu stared at Fu Yinyu in amazement. At this moment she couldn't help but suspect that Fu Yinyu's legs had already been healed long ago. Otherwise, how could Xiao Yi casually insert a few needles and massage her, and they are really healed. Fu Yinyu wiped the corner of her eye. Excitedly she said to Xiao Yi, thank you. I never expected that coming to act in a drama would actually let me meet a divine doctor. Everyone suddenly realized that Xiao Yi was a true divine doctor. They never expected that this was not acting, it was real. Reality was even more absurd than the script. Who would believe it if this got out? Xiao Yi smiled faintly and said, I still want to collect 50 yuan. Not just 50, even 500,000 or 5 million I would give you. Fu Yinya's voice trembled. From being paralyzed to being able to walk, it was undoubtedly a rebirth. How could she not be excited? Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Xiao Yi chuckled. Xiao Yi, do you really know medicine? Zhao Silu looked at him in astonishment. Was this the same jerk? Xiao Yi, she knew. The patients in today's shoot are real, so why can't I, the actor playing the doctor, be real? Xiao Yi looked at Zhao Silu with a half smile. Zhao Silu was speechless. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yi, my boy, excellent medical skills. Truly worthy of being old man Xiao's grandson. Even I am in awe of your needling technique. Qi Yongshan walked over with a smile. The crowd was stunned, staring at Xiao Yi in surprise. Xiao Yi casually explained, actually the elders in my family are traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, and I learned a bit from childhood. The crowd understood upon hearing this. Master Qi, what is the situation with Inu? Director Zhang asked curiously. Qi Yongshan chuckled lightly. This girl cannot control her emotions well. Liver depression turns into fire, disturbing the mind, and qi and blood are blocked, causing the meridians to be obstructed. Xiao Yi's use of acupuncture and massage to unblock the qi and blood is naturally the most suitable. Xiao Yi nodded slightly and said to Fu Yinyu, although your legs are better now, you still need to ask the old master to prescribe some medicine to nourish the liver and kidneys and calm the mind. Also, try to be less angry in the future and resolve your emotions promptly. Accumulated depression can lead to illness. This is no joke. Fu Yinyu nodded quickly. At this moment she was utterly in awe of Xiao Yi. Who would have thought that a young heartthrob could actually be a divine doctor, and she had encountered him? It seemed that heaven did not intend to take away her legs. Xiao Yi, take a look at me. Zhao Silu extended her hand toward Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi casually took her hand and frowned slightly. Seeing this, Zhao Sila's heart tightened, and she asked nervously, what's wrong? There's a saying, don't fear a Chinese medicine practitioner joking, fear a Chinese medicine practitioner frowning. Xiao Yi frowned and said, how can it be so rough, not smooth at all? Where are the promised slender jade fingers, warm and soft as jade? You jerk. After realizing Zhao Sila's face flushed slightly. This guy was openly taking advantage of her. She had actually been scared just now. But her hand was naturally soft and delicate. How could it be rough? Ha ha ha. The staff around burst into laughter as well. But they also understood that this time the lead actor was truly a divine doctor with superb medical skills, which made them look forward to the upcoming scenes even more. Half an hour later, filming continued. This time, because word spread that Fu Yinyu had been cured, many patients came to Chihuan Hall. Outside the door, 10 real patients were queuing. Don't ask why they didn't go to the hospital when they were sick. Otherwise, it's like asking why someone who has no money doesn't just eat meat. These patients now understood that the lead actor really knew medicine, and they were filled with anticipation. Acting in a scene, earning some money from medicine, and if they could also get their illness cured along the way, wouldn't that be wonderful? Next, Xiao Yi demonstrated his real medical skills. All 10 people were needled and completely cured. When these extras walked out of Chihuan Hall, they felt a bit unreal. Their illnesses had actually been cured just like that. Seeing this, the staff were also in awe. It's not that the actor's acting is good. It's that he wasn't even acting at all. As time passed, Zhao Sila's character Fang Xuejin also joined Chihuan Hall, becoming Xiao Yi's first apprentice. The first week, Fang Xuejin spent cleaning, being clumsy, and in the second week, after seeing many patients, her mind gradually calmed down. Although she was still impatient, at least she was no longer clumsy. In the third week, when Xiao Yi treated patients, he let Fang Xuejin observe. In the fourth week, Xiao Yi taught Fang Xuejin acupuncture, medicinal properties, and other knowledge. Fang Xuejin regained her confidence and studied earnestly. In the fifth week, an accident occurred. A terminally ill patient with no cure came to Chihuan Hall. Xiao Yi exhausted all his skills but could do nothing. Of course, this was only in the play. In reality, that extra's illness was not that serious, and Xiao Yi casually cured him. This was also the week when Fang Xuejin and Xiao Yi had a conflict, representing the contradiction between the public and the understanding of Chinese medicine. Fang Xuejin, your medical skills are so good, why didn't you save him? His precious daughter is only in elementary school. Now that he's gone, what will his daughter do? Xiao Yi, people are born, grow old, get sick, and die. Isn't that normal? Fang Xuejin, you don't have a shred of humanity. I hate you, and I hate Chinese medicine. Xiao Yi, walk out that door and never come back. In a fit of anger, Fang Xuejin left Chihuan Hall. Inside Chihuan Hall, Xiao Yi remained expressionless. At this moment, he symbolized Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine is inherently indifferent. When someone seeks it, it will do its utmost, but if the person dies, it will not show any extra emotion. It is hard-hearted. A day passed. Fang Xuejin had not returned. In Xiao Yi's indifferent eyes, a trace of color finally appeared. He wondered if Fang Xuejin had encountered trouble. At this moment, he no longer symbolized the indifferent art of Chinese medicine, but a healer with his own emotions. Chinese medicine is unfeeling, but a healer has feelings. Therefore, he left Chihuan Hall to search for Fang Xuejin. Sure enough, she was in trouble. In the end, he used his medical skills to cure her. Fang Xuejin continued to stay at Chihuan Hall, studying medicine earnestly. Having been saved by Chinese medicine, she completely trusted it. Doubt, slight trust, suspicion, then complete trust. Such a complex process symbolizes the rugged path of Chinese medicine's inheritance. To gain people's trust, it requires both the inherent power of Chinese medicine and healers with superb skills and noble character. At this point, the first part was considered complete. Good. Filming for today is over. Directors Zhang and Sun showed satisfied expressions. Having directed filming for many years, they had never seen such smooth scenes that didn't even require much editing. Xiao Yi and Silla deserve extra treats. You are amazing. Director Zhang gave them a thumbs up. Zhao Silas' acting was indeed excellent with no flaws. But Xiao Yi was even more terrifying. His acting was clearly honed through countless trials, extremely formidable. It was hard to imagine that someone so young could possess such terrifying acting skills. Good at singing, superb medical skills, and great acting. What kind of freak was this? How could a normal person have the energy to do so many things? Sigh. Acting opposite Xiao Yi is too stressful. Zhao Silu remarked. She had acted with many seasoned actors, so her ability was not weak. But when she competed with Xiao Yi in acting, she felt she could barely keep up with it. Xiao Yi's eyes, movements, and words were the pinnacle of acting. Truly terrifying. Was this the same supporting character she had killed with a single sword stroke? What a pity. Xiao Yi sighed softly. What's a pity? Zhao Silu looked at him in confusion. Xiao Yi frowned and said, the scene where I treat you. It was supposed to involve taking off your clothes, but it was passed directly. You're asking for a beating. Zhao Silu clenched her fists and glared at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi mused, someone like you. I can take down 100 with one punch. Take this. Zhao Silu kicked at Xiao Yi, for she had practiced taekwondo. Xiao Yi casually reached out and grabbed Zhao Silas. You? Let me go. Zhao Silu felt a bit embarrassed, not expecting that her attempt to show off her skills would be so easily overpowered. How infuriating. Xiao Yi sighed. Miss Zhao, your beautiful legs, so fair and delicate, would be wasted if not used for pedaling a rickshaw. Why not come with me to the countryside to farm? With that, he released Zhao Silas' foot. Ha ha ha. The staff on site burst into laughter, finding it quite amusing. You? Despicable. Scumbag Xiao. Zhao Silas shot a fierce glare at Xiao Yi, then fled in embarrassment. This scumbag used to only run his mouth. Now he's even getting physical. My own beautiful legs. I can't bear to touch them myself, yet you dare to. Xiao Yi exchanged a few words with old Master Qi, then turned and left. Unexpectedly, as soon as he reached his own car, he found that all 4 tires had been slashed. What the hell? Which bastard did this? Ill fucking. Xiao Yi's eyes widened, his expression one of utter anguish. His newly purchased beloved car had been sabotaged, and all 4 tires slashed. Which idiot did this? Huh. I'm dying of laughter. Off to the side, Zhao Silla drove over in a Mercedes-Benz, looking extremely pleased. That scumbag's tires got slashed. What clever little rascal did such a wonderful deed? How satisfying. Xiao Yi shot a fierce glare at Zhao Silu, then took a picture of his beloved car and posted it on Weibo. Who the hell slashed my car's tires? My newly bought car. After posting, he called the 4S shop. He then went to scan a shared bike, but as far as his eyes could see, there wasn't a single shared bike around. Scumbag Xiao, get in. We'll give you a ride. Zhao Silu said upon seeing this. Xiao Yi didn't stand on ceremony. He directly opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. Where do you live? Zhao Silu glanced at Xiao Yi. Setting aside his womanizing, this scumbag was still quite handsome. Xiao Yi replied, Songjiang Street, Guanyanhai Apartments. Zhao Silu stepped on the accelerator and the car sped away. However, Xiao Yi's Weibo was now erupting. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Scumbag Xiao's tires got slashed. Look at that furious look on his face, so hilarious. Scumbag Xiao, I'm so sorry. I slashed your tires, haha burp. Xiao Yi's beloved car is actually a UN. I thought at least it would be a Mercedes-Benz. Suddenly feels a bit sad. A big star like Scumbag Xiao drives such a modest car. Could the huge compensation he paid earlier have drained him dry? Actually, I quite like Xiao Yi. At least he's low-key. Damn. Old Xiao, what happened? How did your tires get slashed? Which sneaky hater did this? Songjiang Street was built along the Songjiang River, renowned for it. As they entered Songjiang Street, Zhao Silu suddenly exclaimed, Xiao Yi, it looks like a car has fallen into the river ahead. Stop the car. Xiao Yi said in a grave tone. He immediately pulled open the door and ran forward. Zhao Silu parked the car by the roadside and quickly followed. At that moment, the guardrail by the Songjiang River was broken and a Tesla was sinking steadily, with the people inside panic-stricken. Splash. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yi leaped into the water. Xiao Yi. Zhao Sila's face changed drastically, her expression filled with panic. She shouted for help from the surroundings while dialing the emergency number. Vehicles around came to a halt and dozens of people rushed over. Those who could swim jumped directly into the water. In the water about 6 or 7 meters deep, Xiao Yi had already reached the Tesla. The windows were tightly shut and there were 3 people inside. A middle-aged couple and a little girl. Bang. Xiao Yi punched the window, shattering the glass. Water instantly flooded into the car. Please save our daughter first. The middle-aged couple quickly lifted the little girl up. Xiao Yi didn't waste words. He grabbed the girl's arm and swiftly swam upward. 2 middle-aged men nearby hurried over to assist. People above threw down ropes. Xiao Yi handed the girl to them, then dove back underwater. 2 minutes later. On the shore, Xiao Yi performed CPR. Cough. A series of coughs sounded, and the middle-aged couple gradually regained consciousness. They're awake. The crowd around saw this and rejoiced, feeling a sense of relief. Is our daughter okay? They asked anxiously, their first concern being their child. Perhaps this is the most selfless love of parents. Walk. The little girl burst into tears and threw herself into their arms. Yaya. The family wept together on the spot. Surviving a disaster should make them cherish each other even more. By then the ambulance and police had arrived. Go to the hospital for further examination, Xiao Yi said to the middle-aged couple while wringing the water out of his clothes. Beside him the other two men were also wringing water from their— Thank you our benefactors. The middle-aged couple knelt down to bow to Xiao Yi and the three of them. Please don't. The two men quickly helped them up. Xiao Yi quietly slipped away, and Zhao Silu, seeing this, quickly followed. Soon after, the family was taken away by the ambulance. On the road, Xiao Yi looked at Zhao Silu and said, Beautiful Zhao, I'm almost home. Thank you for the ride. Xiao Yi, you're amazing. Zhao Silu gave Xiao Yi a thumbs up. Xiao Yi shook his head. Remember, you must act within your means when saving someone. Your own life is the most important. He dared to jump in and rescue because he was fully confident. If he didn't have the ability, he might not have saved them, or else he might have ended up— Xiao Yi, since you're almost home, how about inviting me up for a visit? Zhao Silu said seriously. At this moment, she was filled with curiosity about him. In her impression, Xiao Yi was a morally corrupt scumbag. But such a scumbag possessed remarkable medical skills and acting talent, and now he had jumped into the water to save someone acting like— Could a person like this really be a scumbag? Xiao Yi said with a strange expression. I'm a scumbag. Aren't you afraid? He'll have ulterior motives. And if the paparazzi catch us, I don't care, but aren't you worried? I'm not afraid. I can take on 10 of you. As for the paparazzi, let them snap away. For an artist, the fear isn't of scandals, but of having no scandals. Zhao Silu clenched her fist, showing no fear. Fine, don't regret it later, Xiao Yi said indifferently. Then he led Zhao Silu back to his humble abode. You live here? Zhao Silu was stunned. She had imagined Xiao Yi's place would be quite luxurious. Unexpectedly, it was a small 60-square-meter flat. Can't compare to you rich ladies, Xiao Yi sighed. TCH. Zhao Silu rolled her eyes. Having acted in films for several years, she was indeed a little rich woman. Xiao Yi handed her a paper cup and said casually, There's tea on the table. Help yourself. I'm going to take a shower. Then Xiao Yi went into the bathroom to shower. Zhao Silu began to look around the room. The room was very simple. The most valuable item was the laptop on the table. It was hard to imagine that this scumbag Xiao Yi would live in such a place. 5 minutes later, Xiao Yi finished showering and changed into clean clothes. Finished so quickly, Zhao Silu, holding a paper cup, stared at him with a strange expression. Xiao Yi said helplessly, Miss Zhao, can a man shower quickly? It's not like I'm fast in other aspects. Maybe you're fast in other aspects too. Zhao Silu said provocatively. Xiao Yi walked toward her teasingly. Want to try? Zhao Silu immediately stepped back, glaring at it. Xiao Yi chuckled and walked toward the fridge, frowning slightly. There's no food left. They'll go buy some groceries and cook. Of course you can go back and eat on your own. They'll go with you. I want to taste your cooking too, Zhao Silu immediately said. This man actually knows how to cook. How interesting. Wonder what it tastes like. As you wish. Xiao Yi waved his hand, slipped on his slippers, and walked outside. Zhao Silu quickly followed. At the vegetable market, Zhao Silu, wearing sunglasses and a mask, followed beside Xiao Yi. How much for this potato per jean? 5 yuan. 5 yuan per kilogram. 5 yuan per jean. 2.5 per jean. Take it or leave it. Fine. How many jean? Xiao Yi haggled with the vendor. Zhao Silu stared blankly. This jerk Xiao Yi actually knows how to bargain. It felt quite interesting. Xiao Yi picked up a few potatoes and continued walking. Next came another round of bargaining, which had Zhao Silu exclaiming in delight. After returning home, Xiao Yi started cooking. This time the dishes were a bit more sumptuous. There were braised beef, potatoes, stewed chicken, papaya, spare ribs. Let me taste your cooking. Zhao Silu immediately picked up her chopsticks. Moi. Suddenly her eyes lit up. So fragrant. This philanderer could actually cook such delicious food, truly beyond her expectations. Was making a good meal also a must-have skill for a jerk? Xiao Yi also started eating. His eating speed was as fast as ever. A few minutes later he was completely full. Why eat so fast? Aren't you afraid of upsetting your stomach? Zhao Silu muttered. There was still plenty of food on the table. She would eat slowly. Humph. Snap. Xiao Yi lit a cigarette, feeling pleased. Smoking is harmful to your health. Zhao Silu glared at Xiao Yi, but Xiao Yi completely ignored her. Half an hour later, Zhao Silu was full. She held her stomach and said, I'm full. It's all your fault for making the food so delicious. Now I'm going to gain weight. No, I need to move around. Zhao Silu immediately started pacing in the cramped room. A moment later Zhao Silu let out a scream. She desperately ran to Xiao Yi and threw herself into his arms, trembling. Xiao Yi, there's a huge spider. Do you think girls are most afraid of cockroaches? No, they are most afraid of snakes, centipedes, spiders, caterpillars, maggots, and other things with many legs or no legs. The cigarette in Xiao Yi's hand instantly fell to the ground. A fragrance assailed him as Zhao Silu's hair scattered across his face, her soft body completely pressed against his chest. A few seconds later Zhao Silu came to her senses and pushed Xiao Yi away, then straightened her hair on the side, looking somewhat embarrassed. Ahem. Not bad, the feel is quite nice, huh? Xiao Yi coughed lightly. You? Zhao Silu clenched her little fists, her face flushed. This big jerk was so infuriating. It's just a big spider. What's there to fear? Xiao Yi walked over. He was immediately speechless. Where was the big spider? This spider was pitifully small. Is it that big? Xiao Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Silu said awkwardly, anyway, I'm just afraid. None of your business. Xiao Yi stared at Xiao Silu with a strange expression. You're not deliberately trying to take advantage of me, are you? You're a big jerk, and ugly, only a fool would take advantage of you. Xiao Yi couldn't be bothered to respond, and sat directly on the soft sofa. Actually, it was really soft, huh? I want to sit too. Xiao Silu immediately sat beside him, crossing her legs with an expression of utter comfort, as if she took out her phone and scrolled. Breaking news, several heroes in our city saved 3 lives in Songjiang. They are Xiao Yi, Xiao Silu, Wu Dequan. Attached below were several pictures including ones of Xiao Yi and Xiao Silu. Damn, isn't that Xiao Yi? He actually jumped into the water to save people. Unbelievable. Xiao Yi is a real man. I'm giving you a thumbs up this time. Who the hell dares to badmouth Xiao Yi now? Those haters, would you dare to jump into the 6 or 7 meter deep Songjiang to save people at? Xiao Yi, I really should be damned. I shouldn't have slashed your tires. If you hadn't returned normally in Zhao Sila's car, these 3 might have died. I truly deserve to die. I'm going to turn myself in immediately. Everyone don't slash Xiao Yi's tires anymore, because he might be on his way to save lives. I declare that from now on my UN group will provide free tire replacements for Xiao Yi for life. Online there was another wave of comments. In fact, the praisers and the fierce haters were often the same group of people. Xiao Yi, we've become famous. Zhao Silu with a stunned expression handed the phone to Xiao Yi. Being on the hot search for saving lives was a first. Xiao Yi glanced at it casually, unconcerned. It was just a spuro-feminine act, nothing to care about. Doo-doo. At that moment a phone rang. Hello. Xiao Yi answered the call. Xiao Yi, this is Fu Yinyu. Thank you for healing my leg. I'm transferring 10 million yuan to you now. It's a small token of my gratitude. You must accept it. Fu Yinyu's voice came through. No need. Xiao Yi refused firmly. Fu Yinyu paused for a moment, then said, then let me Xiao Yi said, forget it. My UN is quite good. I'm not used to driving others. That's it, I'm hanging up. Xiao Yi directly ended the call. Zhao Silu looked at him with a strange expression. 10 million. A sports car. Just refuse like that. If you say he's rich, he haggles fiercely over groceries. But if you say he's poor, he can directly refuse 10 million and a sports car. Suddenly she found this man very interesting. Which side of him was the real one? Soon another call came in. It was Wang Yujing. Xiao Yi, come with me to a banquet at 9 tonight, how about it? Sure, Xiao Yi replied. Okay, he'll send you the location. Wang Yujing said. Zhao Silu glanced at Xiao Yi's phone and said curiously, a banquet at Yunding. What's up? Xiao Yi asked. Coincidentally, I'm going to tonight. It seems to be the same banquet. We can go together then. Zhao Silu said. That's no problem, I can hitch a ride anyway. Xiao Yi said casually. Oomph. I'm going to make you pay for the ride. Zhao Silu punched Xiao Yi's shoulder. After a while Zhao Silu said, come on, let's go somewhere. Xiao Yi didn't want to move. Zhao Lucy said, you seem to have no other clothes. Let me take you to buy a new set, otherwise how will you attend the banquet? 9 o'clock in the evening. Outside the Yunding mansion. Xiao Yi, you're so handsome. Zhao Silu, dressed in a long gown, looked at Xiao Yi with astonishment. Previously Xiao Yi had been in casual attire. Though handsome, he appeared somewhat languid and his intense aura had not been fully revealed. But now dressed in a black suit with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, his gaze sharp and piercing, he exuded an eerie aura like a lofty emperor, instantly maximizing his presence. This nearly made Zhao Silu fail to recognize him. A single suit could change a person's aura. How powerful that was. Xiao Yi looked at his suit, frowned slightly, as if he didn't quite like the feeling. It's uncomfortable. Xiao Yi muttered. Hearing this, Zhao Silu glared at him and said, only I am willing to spend on you. Tell me which other girl would buy you clothes. That's true. Xiao Yi nodded seriously. Zhao Silu was indeed the first girl to buy him clothes. So you should be secretly happy. Zhao Silu let out a coquettish hum. Xiao Yi. At this moment Wang Yujing walked over. When she saw Xiao Yi and Zhao Silu, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Especially Xiao Yi's current attire, which shocked her deeply. His aura was too terrifying, causing an inexplicable palpitation, and such an aura could never be put on by acting. Hello, Sister Wang. Zhao Silu immediately greeted Wang Yujing. Silu, where is your sister Qiong? Wang Yujing asked. Sister Qiong, named Zhou Qiong, was Zhao Silas' agent. Zhao Silu said Sister Qiong should be arriving soon. As soon as she finished speaking, a Mercedes-Benz drove toward them. Sister Qiong. Zhao Silu immediately waved at the middle-aged woman in the car. Zhou Qiong stepped out of the car. She nodded at Zhao Silu, then said to Wang Yujing, Sister Wang. Afterwards she glanced at Xiao Yi beside them, slightly startled. Is this Xiao? Let's go inside, Wang Yujing said softly. Then the 4 of them walked into the Yunding mansion. The 8th floor of the building. A luxurious feast was being held. Soft music played, a red carpet was laid out, and the venue was decorated with lanterns and colorful banners. Fruits, delicacies, red wine, and beverages were arranged around. The people inside were all dressed in luxurious gowns and suits, holding glasses of red wine, chatting softly, creating a rich atmosphere. Sister Wang. When the crowd spotted Wang Yujing, they immediately came over. It should be noted that Wang Yujing, as a top agent in the entertainment circle, wielded formidable power. Even the most prominent celebrities had to show her respect. Wang Yujing smiled lightly at everyone and said, let me introduce you all. This is Xiao Yi, and I am his agent. The crowd's gaze instantly fell on Xiao Yi with expressions of shocked curiosity and envy. Having latched onto such a powerful figure like Wang Yujing, even a nobody could soar in the entertainment industry. However, Xiao Yi's aura seemed excessively strong like a crown prince, instilling an inexplicable pressure. Hello everyone. Xiao Yi gave a faint smile to the crowd. Everyone hurriedly nodded. Xiao Yi. A surprised voice rang. Bai Lu, dressed in a white gown, was walking in with a middle-aged woman. When she saw Xiao Yi, her face was full of surprise. This scumbag was actually attending the banquet, and he looked— Lulu, be reserved. The middle-aged woman beside Bai Lu reminded her in a low voice. Oh. Bai Lu immediately calmed down and walked towards Xiao Yi and the others with the woman. Sister Wang, you arrived quite early. Bai Lu's agent greeted Wang Yujing. Wang Yujing smiled lightly and said, we just got here too. Then she said to Xiao Yi, you young people should go mingle. Xiao Yi nodded slightly and walked aside. He casually found a seat, poured a glass of red wine, and savored it alone. Zhao Silu and Bai Lu immediately sat down beside him. Bai Lu stared at Xiao Yi in amazement and said, Xiao Yi, this is the first time I've seen you in a suit. You look really handsome, so devilishly charming. Such good taste. Zhao Silu said he. Thanks for the compliment, Lulu. I bought this for Xiao Yi. Don't you think we look good together? Bai Lu frowned upon hearing this and asked with confirmation, you bought it? Zhao Silu exclaimed, yes. That guy Xiao Yi, he's really too poor. He only had 2 outfits in total. Today he jumped into the water to save someone, and his clothes got completely soaked. So I bought him a suit. And honestly, once he put on the suit, I almost didn't recognize him. I see. Bai Lu showed a look of understanding. Xiao Yi had indeed mentioned last time that he didn't have many clothes. And there had already been reports today that he had saved someone from the water. No, I have to buy him some too, Bai Lu thought to herself. Otherwise people might say she, as his ex-girlfriend, was too stingy to even buy him a few clothes. Silly, you seem to have a good relationship with Xiao Yi, Bai Lu asked with feigned curiosity. Earlier there had been rumors online that Xiao Yi had tried to flirt with Zhao Silu on set. Seeing the two of them like this, had the scumbag Xiao Yi actually succeeded? It was well known that when Xiao Yi was with her, he had often flirted with other female artists. Zhao Silu, however, didn't think much of it, and said bluntly, it's okay. We're working together on a drama right now. Xiao Yi clearly didn't want to continue this topic. He asked, do you know the purpose of today's banquet? Bai Lu said, I do know. Actually, it's a charity auction and some influential people will be attending. Zhao Silu said, I heard that the host of this banquet is a mysterious woman from the imperial capital. Her background seems significant, so many people are honored to attend. Oh, Xiao Yi didn't take it too seriously. He raised his glass to the 2 women and drank it down in one gulp. As time passed, more and more people arrived, including many big names in the entertainment circle. Suna Su Yohuang and Xiao Zhan were also among them. When they saw Xiao Yi, Suna's gaze turned cold, and Xiao Zhan's expression also darkened. This guy actually came to the banquet. Meanwhile, Su Yohuang frowned slightly, staring at the 2 women beside Xiao Yi. This guy attracts attention everywhere he goes. Bai Lu was one thing. After all, she had been on the same team with Xiao Yi during the show, so it was normal for them to be close. But why was Zhao Silu laughing and chatting with Xiao Yi? After all, during the filming of Tianxia, Xiao Yi had been all over her, but she had cruelly rejected him. When Su Yohuang found out about this, she was furious. Xiao Yi had actually flirted with other women behind her back, which laid the foundation for their breakup. Now seeing them chatting and laughing seemingly on good terms, she couldn't figure out the reason. Then a few more young people arrived, all dressed in designer brands. Young Master Wang and Zheng Haohai were among them. Young Master Wang, Young Master Zheng. Upon seeing Zheng Haohai and the others, some of the surrounding celebrities and agents immediately stepped forward to greet them. After all, these were the sons of major conglomerates, individuals with exceedingly formidable backgrounds. Building rapport with them at this moment was of utmost importance. These young men merely nodded slightly. Bai Lu, one of the wealthy second generation clad in a white suit, fixed his gaze on Bai Lu, a flicker of fervor appearing in his eye. Seeing this, Zheng Haohai and Young Master Wang exchanged knowing smiles and said, Young Master Chen found a lady to your liking. Their gazes then shifted to Xiao Yi, a hint of mockery in their eyes. It was unexpected that Xiao Yi would attend this banquet. They were determined to make him pay. Young Master Chen said nothing, instead picking up a glass of red wine and walking toward Bai Lu. Miss Bai Lu, may we have a drink? Young Master Chen raised his glass toward Bai Lu, his gaze still intense. He was one of Bai Lu's many suitors. From the moment he saw her on television, he had been utterly smitten, seeking an opportunity to pursue her. Now that chance had arrived. Bai Lu apologized. I'm sorry, I've already had too much to drink. I can't have any more. Instead of taking the hint, Young Master Chen smiled lightly and said, Miss Bai Lu, my name is Chen Qingyun. Do me the honor of having just one glass. Sorry, I really can't. Please find someone else to drink with. Bai Lu's tone grew impatient. Chen Qingyun frowned slightly, then said confidently, Miss Bai Lu, won't you even grant me this small courtesy? You might not know, but I am the heir of the Chen group. Since she can't drink, are you going to force her? Xiao Yi said calmly. Chen Qingyun's gaze fell on Xiao Yi. Who the hell do you think you are? I'm talking to Miss Bai Lu. Do you have the right to speak? Xiao Yi casually splashed the red wine from his glass onto Chen Qingyun's face, saying coldly, And who the hell do you think you are? How dare you shout at me? Xiao Yi. Bai Lu and Zhao Silas' expressions shifted slightly. You're fucking asking for it. Chen Qingyun roared, grabbing a bottle from the table and preparing to smash it over Xiao Yi's head. As the heir of the Qin group, to have wine splashed in his face was a tremendous humiliation. If he didn't retaliate, what would the other young masters present think of him? Xiao Yi reached out, casually seized Chen Qingyan's arm, and flung him down with force. Bang! Chen Qingyan crashed hard onto the floor. Ill fucking! Chen Qingyan cursed. Bang! Xiao Yi kicked him, sending him flying 4 or 5 meters. Chen Qingyan let out a pig-like squeal, blood streaming from his mouth. Xiao Yi grabbed a bottle, walked expressionlessly toward Chen Qingyan, stepped on his chest, and raised the bottle to smash it against his head. Xiao Yi, stop! Bai Lu and Zhao Silu cried out. Oomph! Xiao Yi gave a faint smile, not immediately smashing the bottle. Instead, he poured the wine over Chen Qingyan's head. You're fucking dead. In the heir of the Qin group. You dare touch me, and I'll fucking destroy you. Chen Qingyan roared. Stubborn mouth. Bang! With that, Xiao Yi brought the bottle down directly onto Chen Qingyan's head. Chen Qingyan was battered and bleeding, screaming incessantly. But what the hell is the Qin group? Don't think you're anything special just because you're a little heir. Even if your father were here, he wouldn't dare speak to me like that. A flicker of disdain passed through Xiao Yi's eyes. Chen Qingyan was now terrified and dared not say another word. But in his heart, he harbored an intense hatred for Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, are you fucking asking for death? How dare you hit young Master Chen? Zheng Haohai and young Master Wang's faces darkened as they strode over. Was Xiao Yi out of his mind? To strike the heir of the Qin group? Did he have a death wish? Xiao Yi cast a cold glance at Zheng Haohai and young Master Wang. A pair of clowns. I've been ignoring you all along. If you dare utter another disrespectful word, I won't hesitate to cripple you both. You? Zheng Haohai and young Master Wang were furious. A mere third-tier celebrity dared to speak to them like that. Slap. Slap. Xiao Yi dealt each of them a resounding slap. Did I give you permission to speak? His tone was sinister, and as his aura erupted, it was over. Zheng Haohai and young Master Wang trembled, inwardly intimidated by Xiao Yi's presence. They dared not utter a single word. Zheng Haohai in particular wore a very ugly expression. Earlier, when Xiao Yi was still with Tianyu Media, he had a stubborn temper. Others would show Zheng Haohai at least some respect and greet him politely. But Xiao Yi had never given a damn about him, which deeply irritated Zheng Haohai. This was partly why Xiao Yi's contract had been terminated. Now the man had not only slapped both him and young Master Wang, but had also terrified them into silence. They were utterly enraged. Damn it. They'll make sure you're blacklisted. They'll fucking destroy you. The two fumed, inwardly wishing they could tear Xiao Yi apart. It's over. Bai Lu and Zhao Silu stood frozen in place. Su Na and the others were also stunned. This bastard. Does he have a death wish? Su Yuan's heart tightened. She felt that Xiao Yi might have landed himself in serious trouble. Was this madman trying to get himself killed? Xiao Zhan sneered inwardly and immediately pulled out his phone to call the police. What's going on? Wang Yujing and the others approached. Seeing the scene, Wang Yujing's heart skipped a beat. Xiao Yi had gotten in, and from the looks of it, the man on the floor was seriously injured. This guy really knew how to cause trouble. What should he do now? Even Wang Yujing was at a loss. After all, the 3 men Xiao Yi had beaten were no ordinary people. Xiao Yi, you. Wang Yujing stared at Xiao Yi with a grave expression. Xiao Yi said calmly, don't concern yourselves with this matter. Wang Yujing let out a soft sigh. In a society governed by law, assault came with consequences. This could land Xiao Yi in prison and ruin his future. Someone had probably already captured everything on video, and soon the news of Xiao Yi's assault would be headline news. Soon a group of security guards appeared. Sir, this is Yunding Tower. Disturbances are prohibited. Please come with us. The security captain glared coldly at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi regarded them indifferently and said, stand down. This is beyond your ability to handle. The security captain stared at Xiao Yi, not immediately questioning his words. Yunding Mansion was a highly unusual building. As security guards there, they naturally had sharp eyes. Some exceptional individuals were indeed beyond their authority to control. Before them, this young man possessed a unique aura and an overwhelming sense of pressure. He was certainly no ordinary person. For a moment, the crowd hesitated. If they can't handle him, what about us? A group of police officers appeared at the entrance. Zhao Qian led the team, fully armed. She fixed her gaze on Xiao Yi and said, Xiao Yi, I never expected you to resort to violence. Earlier, Xiao Yi had subdued the thugs at Taoyuan Mountain and saved a family of 3 from drowning. The Bureau had even planned to award him a Medal of Bravery tomorrow. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had actually struck someone. It was truly disappointing. Xiao Yi looked at Zhao Qian and the others, saying calmly, what do you think? Huh? Do you think even the police can't control you? Then what can? Zhao Qian's voice turned cold. She knew Xiao Yi was skilled in martial arts, but his arrogance irritated her. No matter how strong he was, could he possibly overpower? Officer, this man assaulted us. Arrest him at once. Zheng Haohai's face darkened as he spoke to Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian glared at Xiao Yi and said, Xiao Yi, come with us to the police station. Xiao Yi's gaze was indifferent, unmoved. Since that's the case, don't blame us for being rude. Zhao Qian waved her hand, and the officers surrounded Xiao Yi. Wait. A clear, melodious voice rang out. Let me see who dares to cause trouble at my Yunding Mansion. A beautiful woman in a cyan dress with skin as white as snow and an ethereal aura walked in with a group of people. Everyone turned to look and found that the people beside the woman were all the wealthy elites of Jiangqing. Any one of them could shake the entire city with a single stomp. Seeing the woman appear, Zhao Qian frowned slightly. Who was this woman? The woman in the cyan dress walked over, her expression calm as she stared at Xiao Yi. No one can cause trouble at Yunding Mansion. The security can't control you, the police can't control you. What about me? Xiao Yi's face remained expressionless as he looked at the woman in cyan. Zhu Qinghong from the imperial capital. Your father was just transferred to Jiangxing and is the city's top leader. The crowd was stunned. This woman had such a formidable background. The top leader of Jiangxing. How terrifying was that? For a moment silence fell over the scene. Everyone looked at Zhu Qinghong with deep wariness. They seemed to understand why so many wealthy individuals were gathered around her. Zhao Qian's expression grew serious. Zhu Qinghong frowned slightly upon hearing this and said in a low voice, "It seems you know quite a lot." Her father's transfer to Jiangxing was not widely known. How did this man find out? Xiao Yi said calmly, "You can't control this matter either." Everyone was taken aback. He dared to speak such words to the daughter of Jiangxing's top leader. Was he insane? As the saying goes, commoners don't contend with officials. No matter how formidable you are, can you really outshine those in power? Arrogant. Zhu Qinghong's tone turned icy. Qinghong. A faint voice sounded. A middle-aged man in a mouse suit walked in with his hands behind his back. And who is this? Everyone looked at the man in confusion. Another unknown figure. But Zhu Qinghong's face showed surprise when she saw him. She quickly stepped forward and bowed. Qinghong pays respects to Mr. He. The middle-aged man was named He Wenyuan, also from the imperial capital, and his identity was extremely mysterious. Even her father had to treat him with respect. He Wenyuan nodded slightly at Zhu Qinghong, then turned his gaze to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. He Wenyuan looked away and said to Zhu Qinghong, "Leave this matter alone." Understand. Qinghong understands. Zhu Qinghong replied respectfully, not daring to question He Wenyuan's words. Yet she was deeply curious. What exactly was Xiao Yi's back? Even He Wenyuan spoke up for him. Zhao Qian frowned. This matter still fell under their jurisdiction. Suddenly her phone rang. She answered and a stern voice came through. "We can't handle this. Come back." Director Liu. Zhao Qian was shocked, suppressing her astonishment. She waved her hand and ordered, "Fall back." She gave Xiao Yi a deep look and said, "Xiao Yi, you'd better not cause any more trouble. Otherwise I won't care about whatever special status you have." And so Zhao Qian and her team left. The security guards also dispersed. Meanwhile, Zheng Haohai and his two companions received calls from their parents. Their faces turned pale. They shot Xiao Yi a profound glance, then without a word immediately left the place. He Wenyuan said to Xiao Yi, "I once owed your parents a favor. Now it's repaid. Come, let's have a chat outside." Xiao Yi nodded slightly and walked out. Everyone stood frozen in place. Was that it? The matter was over. They had expected Xiao Yi to be taken away, but he ended up unscathed. What was going on? The police couldn't control him, and even the daughter of Jiangxing's top leader couldn't. What kind of identity did he have? For a moment, everyone was intensely curious about his background. Some even speculated that Xiao Yi might be a hidden prince. Didn't he say his family were farmers? Xiao Zhan's face was hideous with anger. But then again, He had said he owed Xiao Yi's parents a favor. Perhaps this didn't mean Xiao Yi had any background, it only showed that He was extraordinary. That Xiao Yi. Bai Lu and Zhao Silu were stunned, their hearts filled with doubt. What was going on? What was the truth about Xiao Yi? "Father, I have a question." Zhu Qinghong called her father Zhu Xian. "What is it?" Zhu Xian's gentle voice came through. "Is there a prominent Xiao family in the imperial capital?" Zhu Qinghong asked. Zhu Xian pondered for a moment and said, "In the imperial capital, there are only 4 major families: Qin, Shu, Lin, and Yi. There is no Xiao family." No Xiao family. Zhu Qinghong was slightly startled, then immediately recounted what had happened at Yunding Mansion. Zhu Xian was somewhat surprised. Even He appeared. How interesting. Since He has spoken, you don't need to concern yourself with this matter. The call ended, and Zhu Qinghong remained silent for a long time. Meanwhile, in a police car, Zhao Qian called Director Liu again. "Director Liu, you owe me an explanation." Zhao Qian's voice was stern. Police work was about fairness and justice, about the law. What had happened at Yunding Mansion today had indeed put them in a difficult position. If word got out, wouldn't people question the police's credibility? Director Liu said bitterly. "A big shot from the imperial capital called. What could I do?" "In the imperial capital? Could it be that Xiao Yi is some young master?" Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow and said, "As far as I know, among the 4 great families of the imperial capital, none have the surname Xiao." Director Liu sighed and said, "So I don't understand either. The Yunding building just had an incident, and the imperial capital already knows about it. This is clearly very And what about that He? What is his background?" Zhao Qian continued to ask. Director Liu said, "I don't know. But this time it was the one surnamed Chun who struck first, and the other 2 were the ones who spoke insolently. Xiao Yi's actions were understandable. You should not interfere. Also tomorrow, deliver the Medal of Bravery to him. We must not let a hero's heart grow cold." Zhao Qian. She felt that Director Liu might know something. This old fox was hiding his true depths after all. A few minutes later, Xiao Yi returned to the banquet scene. Everyone's gaze instantly fell upon him, filled with curiosity, surprise, and confusion. Expressions varied. "Xiao Yi, what just happened?" Bai Lu immediately asked. Xiao Yi casually said, "Just what you saw. I am the prince of the imperial capital. Some small fry dared to offend me. Isn't that ridiculous?" "Really? A prince? Didn't you say your family were farmers?" Bailu quickly said. You silly goose, you actually believed I was some prince. What kind of society is this? Were there any princes? I'm not lying to you. My family are farmers. Xiao Yi said seriously. Then who was that mister? He from earlier? Bailu asked curiously. That mister. He seemed very powerful. Even the daughter of the top leader of Jiang City had to bow respectfully to him. He was definitely not ordinary. After Bailu asked this question, the people around also pricked up their ears, including Zhu Qinghong. Xiao Yi said, as for that mister. I don't know his true identity. But when he was down on his luck, my parents gave him a meal, so he owes my family a huge favor. Now he seems to be doing well, and we happened to meet, so he repaid the favor. That's simple. Bailu was slightly stunned. What else? Did you think I was really some prince? If I were a prince, would I be this poor? Didn't you hear what mister? He said. He came to repay a favor. Xiao Yi laughed wryly. That seems right. You are indeed quite poor. You can't even afford clothes. Zhao Silu nodded subconsciously. Bailu scrutinized Xiao Yi, feeling that things were not simple. This guy Xiao Yi often spouted lies as she couldn't believe his nonsense. Upon hearing this, some people around them breathed a slight sigh of relief. They had thought Xiao Yi really had some impressive background. Thank goodness. Just now I thought he was really a prince. It seems Mr. Yi's appearance was a coincidence, repaying a favor. That makes sense. Xiao Zhan muttered to himself, regaining his confidence. Of course, some people felt the matter was suspicious, and it was definitely not as simple. This man is becoming more and more mysterious. Zhu Qinghong thought to herself. She naturally wouldn't believe Xiao Yi's one-sided story. His special aura was extraordinary, implying he was not from an ordinary family. What about your hitting people? Bailu asked nervously. She didn't want Xiao Yi to be taken to the police station. Xiao Yi said seriously. This time the one surnamed Chen struck first, and those surnamed Zheng and Wang spoke rudely. My actions were justified. Their parents felt they were in the wrong, and have already called to settle with me. Both sides agreed, so the police won't pursue it. That's it. That's good. Bailu nodded, relieved. If Xiao Yi really got into trouble, she would feel guilty, since he acted for her sake this time. However, the way Xiao Yi moved was terrifying. He seemed like a completely different person. It's good that nothing happened. I was scared just now. Wang Yujing spoke up, but the look in his eyes towards Xiao Yi clearly held a special meaning. Your hitting people has been captured on video, and someone has posted it on the platform. You'll probably face another storm. Wang Yujing said seriously. As an artist, publicly hitting someone was no small matter. Everyone knew that some artists who fought ended up ruining their careers. Let them talk. I don't care. Xiao Yi said indifferently. Wang Yujing gave a bitter smile, and didn't dwell on it. Since it had already happened, talking more was useless. They had to think of a solution. This time I have invited the doyen of the antique appraisal world, Mr. Zhang Baichuan. Let's welcome him. Zhu Qinghong said. Everyone applauded as an elderly man with white hair smiled, and sat down in the VIP seat. Zhu Qinghong continued. In this auction, there will be many antiques, calligraphy, paintings, jade, bronze, and other items. I hope everyone will keep their eyes open and obtain something they desire. All proceeds from the auction will be donated by the auctioneer. After each item is auctioned, everyone can ask Mr. Jiang for an appraisal. Now I declare the charity auction officially begin. Next, let's welcome the first item. Zhu Qinghong said softly. Staff immediately brought up an exquisite porcelain bowl. The first item, starting bid, 3,000. Zhu Qinghong said seriously. 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. Everyone immediately started bidding. Those who could come here, naturally, did not lack money. Whether they could get a good item didn't matter. The key was the sense of participation. Xiao Yi, what do you think of this porcelain bowl? Bailu looked at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, however, looked at his system panel. The divine level appraisal skill cost 2 million. Good grief, he only had 1,500,000 on him. Couldn't afford it. Ding. This time the system can give the host a chance to get a credit of 1 million. The system's voice sounded. So good. Xiao Yi looked strange. He could buy on credit. As a counterattack system, I have also come through counterattacks from many systems. I know counterattacks are not easy, so I understand the host's current situation. The system explained. Is there any interest? Xiao Yi asked. The system said, there is no interest at all. Just repay it in time when the host has money next time. Hearing this, Xiao Yi didn't hesitate. He spent 1 million and took a credit of 1 million, eventually obtaining the divine level appraisal skill. Xiao Yi, I'm asking you, what about this porcelain bowl? Bailu continued to ask. Xiao Yi glanced at the porcelain bowl, and all the information about the bowl appeared before him. Yuan blue and white porcelain imitation, priced at 10 yuan, guaranteed quality for display only, not to be used for food, otherwise it may cause poisoning. Seeing this message, Xiao Yi said to Bailu, this is a yuan blue and white imitation worth at most 10 yuan. Bailu and Zhao Silu were taken aback. You can appraise antiques. Zhao Silu stared at Xiao Yi, her eyes filled with curiosity. Xiao Yi replied, no, but there are plenty of such items in supermarkets. All right. The two women said no more and focused on the auction. The first item was quickly sold for 15,000 yuan. Master Jiang, could you please appraise this porcelain bowl for me? An artist asked respectfully. Old Master Jiang smiled and nodded, then began to examine the bowl. After a look, he said with a smile, you can keep this as an ornament. The crowd understood it was a fake. But that was normal. If everything were genuine, wouldn't the auctioneer lose a fortune? The artist paused for a second and asked, how much is it worth? Old Master Jiang said, 10 yuan, plenty in supermarkets. The artist smiled wryly, realizing the antiques game was indeed deep. But 10,000 yuan was a small sum to him. He just wanted to participate. Xiao Yi. Amazing. You were right. Bai Lu and Zhao Silu gave Xiao Yi a thumbs up. Xiao Yi said helplessly, visit the supermarket more often and you'll be as great as I am. The second item was soon brought up, a dark red brush pot that looked extremely ancient with some lacquer peeled off, but still smooth perhaps from years of handling. The starting bid was again 3,000. As soon as it appeared, many in the room were clearly tempted. This was likely a good piece. 3,000, 5,000, 8,000, 10,000. The crowd kept bidding, convinced that this old object was probably genuine. Xiao Yi, what do you think of this brush pot? Bai Lu asked curiously again. The brush pot looked very old with a glossy sheen, likely authentic. Xiao Yi said, if I told you it's a modern imitation, would you believe me? No. Bai Lu shook her head. Xiao Yi said, what if it really is fake? How about we make a bet? Bai Lu looked at Xiao Yi with a fighting spirit. Her woman's intuition told her it wasn't fake. Xiao Yi smiled faintly. What's the bet? Bai Lu said, I bet it's real. If I win, you write me a song deal. Xiao Yi rubbed his chin. And if I win, you give me a kiss. Oomph. Zhao Silla pinched Xiao Yi's arm hard. This player was eyeing Bai Lu. How despicable. Bai Lu blushed and said impulsively, who's afraid of who? Deal. Bai Lu, don't bet with that player Xiao Yi. He's clearly up to no good, not a decent person. Zhao Silu quickly warned. Bai Lu said confidently, I'm not scared. He'll win. Player Xiao, get ready to write a song. A minute later, the brush pot was sold for 30,000 yuan. Then old Master Jiang began his appraisal. This piece is exquisitely made, but it's a modern imitation. You can keep it as a decoration at home. Old Master Jiang said with a smile. The buyer looked awkward. Another fake, damn it. The crowd couldn't help but wonder if all the items in this charity auction were fakes. But that was impossible. If all were fake, the auctioneer would be ruining their own reputation. Have you decided where to kiss? Shout. Bai Lu glared at him, then turned to Zhao Silu. Silla, did I say anything just now? Zhao Silla shook her head. I didn't hear anything either. Did you say something? Bai Lu said triumphantly to Xiao Yi, player Xiao, you're so wicked. You're hallucinating and trying to take advantage of me. Humph. Xiao Yi chuckled. The third item was soon brought up. An exquisite porcelain jar. Starting bid, 500,000. Perhaps because the previous two items were fakes, the crowd was now hesitant. Though they were rich, they weren't fools and wouldn't be taken for a ride. Xiao Yi, what do you think? Bai Lu and Zhao Silu looked at him, wanting his opinion. Xiao Yi smiled faintly. Yuan blue and white dragon jar worth around 10 million. It's a good piece. You're bluffing. Zhao Silu rolled her eyes at Xiao Yi. If he had said it was fake, she would have believed him. Xiao Yi glanced at Zhao Silas' attractive legs and said with a smirk, want to bet? If you lose, you kiss me twice. Oomph. Zhao Silu snorted and ignored him. Though she didn't believe it was real, she didn't dare bet lightly, as she couldn't figure out Xiao Yi. Bai Lu asked Xiao Yi, are you serious? Xiao Yi said, when am I not serious? All right. Bai Lu nodded slightly. Across the room, Xiao Zhan sneered. Xiao Yi, you don't even need to draft when you brag now. You can't even tell if that jar is an antique, yet you claim it's worth 10 million. Interesting. As if you're some expert appraiser. In his eyes, it was just a broken jar. If it were really worth 10 million, would the auctioneer easily... Xiao Yi ignored Xiao Zhan entirely. Xiao Zhan's face stiffened. 500,000. This time, without hesitation, she called out the bid. Bai Lu, you. Such a spendthrift woman. Zhao Silu was speechless, feeling Bai Lu was even more gullible than herself. She actually believed that big player Xiao Yi. Haha. Bai Lu, don't regret it later. Xiao Zhan said with a mocking tone, certain Bai Lu would lose everything. Bai Lu glanced at Xiao Zhan. Though she said nothing, her eyes showed disgust. This Xiao Zhan was really hateful, always targeting Xiao Yi. What had Xiao Yi ever done to him? Could it be that Xiao Yi was too handsome, making him jealous? Bai Lu bid 500,000. No one raised the price. The item naturally went to her. Old Master Jiang, please appraise this jar for me. Bai Lu said respectfully. In her heart, she felt a strange anticipation. If it was fake, so be it. 50,000 was nothing to her. But if it was real? Although Xiao Yi was unreliable, he probably wouldn't set her up. Jiang Baichuan smiled, gently picked up his magnifying glass, and began to examine it carefully. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. After a moment, he said to Bai Lu earnestly, girl, you've struck gold with this item. The others perked up at his words. Is this jar genuine? Bai Lu's face lit up with hope as she quickly asked, Master Jiang, what is this jar exactly? Jiang Baichuan chuckled. It's a Yuan dynasty blue and white dragon jar worth around 10 million. I've seen a similar one that failed to sell at auction for 8 million, but its quality was slightly inferior to yours. Girl, you're quite lucky. Bai Lu processed the news, then burst into joyous laughter. She threw her arms around Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, you're amazing. Ahem. A little restraint, please. Xiao Yi said, exasperated. Bai Lu released him immediately, her face brimming with excitement and delight. Zhao Silu, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. So Xiao Yi had been right all along, and his words matched Master Jiang's exactly. This guy really knew how to appraise antiques. Acting medicine appraisal. Wasn't he just like a male lead from a TV drama? The others gazed at Bai Lu with envy. To snag a dragon jar worth millions for a mere 500,000. What incredible luck. Xiao Yi sighed. I just made a wild guess, and it turned out to be true. I'm stunned. Bai Lu said seriously, this thing is worth so much. We'll split it, okay? Xiao Yi smiled faintly. He wondered if the item would need to be handed over to the authorities. If so, he'd probably get a certificate and a 500 yuan reward. Of course, that seemed unlikely. After all, it came from Zhu Qinghong's auction house. If it couldn't be traded, she wouldn't have dared to put it up for— Damn it. He actually called it right. This broken jar is really worth millions. Xiao Zhan felt his face burning with humiliation, his heart full of bitterness. So Xiao Yi was right. Bai Lu turned to Xiao Zhan. Oomph. Xiao Zhan's expression was awkward, a forced smile, twisting his lips, his fists instinctively clenching. That bastard Xiao Yi had stolen the spotlight, and he had even handed him a chance to show off. This dog of a man was utterly infuriated. Su Yuan glanced at Xiao Zhan, disappointment flickering in her eyes. The company had arranged for her to stir up a fake romance with him to boost her popularity, but after interacting with him, she found him truly lacking. Perhaps she should reconsider this publicity stunt. Even if it was all fake, if Xiao Zhan messed up, it would do her no good. The auction continued. With the dragon jar as a promising start, the attendees were more eager for the rest of the auction, no longer fearing that everything on offer was fake. Xiao Yi, give me some advice, okay? I want to snag a good piece too. Zhao Silu stared at the dragon jar in Bai Lu's hands, a hint of envy in her eyes. Such a precious treasure. Selling it for money would be too vulgar. It would be better kept as— Not unless you give me a kiss. Xiao Yi said with a grin. No way. Bai Lu immediately grabbed his arm and gave it a hard pinch. This flirt couldn't be allowed to chase after Zhao Silu. She had to nip it in the bud, otherwise Zhao Silu would be devoured whole. Lulu, you're nervous. Something's off. Spill it. What exactly is your relationship with Xiao Yi? Zhao Silas' eyes were fixed on Bai Lu, sensing something amiss. Me? What's off? Nonsense. Xiao Yi and I are just friends. Bai Lu shot Zhao Silu a glare, then let go of Xiao Yi's arm with an awkward smile. Holding his arm in public like this was indeed inappropriate. I almost believed you. Zhao Silu chuckled. Bai Lu ignored her. The auction proceeded without pause. Then an inkstone appeared, starting bid 50,000. Brother Xiao Yi, what do you think of this inkstone? Zhao Silu asked coquettishly. Xiao Yi glanced at it, and information about the inkstone came to him instantly. He smiled. This is a Qing Dynasty Duan inkstone inscribed by Yi Bingshou, worth $1 million. You might want to go for it. All right, he'll take it. Zhao Silu immediately raised her hand. 50,000. 60,000. Someone countered. 100,000. Zhao Silu raised the bid directly. The other bidder, startled by her jump, gave up on the inkstone with a wry smile. No one else bid. The inkstone went to Zhao Silu. Zhang Baichuan examined it carefully. After a thorough inspection, Zhang Baichuan said with a smile, this is a Qing Dynasty Duan inkstone inscribed by Yi Bingshou, worth $1 million. As far as I know, a similar one was auctioned in 2007 for over 900,000. Yours is of equal quality, and given current prices, it's at least $1 million. Ah, it's real. Zhao Silu exclaimed in shock. It's real, Zhang Baichuan confirmed with a serious nod. Having worked in appraisal for years, he couldn't be wrong about a Qing Dynasty Duan inkstone. Xiao Yi, you're amazing. Zhao Silu immediately grabbed his arm and shook it. Hey, what are you doing? Bai Lu slapped her hand away. This little minx. Trying to seduce Xiao Yi, how despicable. She couldn't allow any chance. Today she held his arm, tomorrow she'd kiss him, the day after she'd be in his bed. Unacceptable. Sorry I got too excited. I couldn't help it. But brother Xiao Yi is really incredible. Zhao Silu giggled. Xiao Yi shook his head. Not really. I've loved calligraphy and painting since I was a child, so I know a bit about brushes, ink, paper, inkstones, and ancient paintings. Ask me to appraise bronze or jewelry, and I'd be completely lost. See, that's an actor for you. Lying without batting an eye, or a racing heart so natural. Bai Lu remembered that Xiao Yi was indeed talented at painting. Could that be why he had such profound knowledge of ancient artifacts? The auction continued, and more fine pieces appeared. A nice ceramic plate. Starting bid 30,000. It was genuine. Xiao Yi glanced at it, and directly said 100,000. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zhan, seeing Xiao Yi bid, didn't hesitate to raise the price, determined to snatch the item. After the past few rounds, he had figured out that Xiao Yi definitely had some skill in appraisal. Since he had set his sights on this ceramic plate, it was probably worth something. He couldn't let it slip away. Xiao Yi furrowed his brow and said 200,000. 300,000. Xiao Zhan refused to be outdone. Xiao Yi shot a glance at Xiao Zhan and said with a grim face, 500,000. 600,000. Xiao Yi fell silent for a moment, then fixed his gaze on Xiao Zhan and said, are you truly determined to acquire this item? My apologies, but I sense it is something of value, so I cannot easily relinquish it. Xiao Zhan said with a beaming smile. Seeing Xiao Yi's somewhat dark expression, he felt an intense pleasure, as if he had quaffed a magical elixir. Ecstatic indeed. 1 million. Without wasting words, Xiao Yi directly added 400,000. When Xiao Yi called out 1 million, Bai Lu and Zhao Silu were both astonished. It seemed this ceramic plate was truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan's heart raced with excitement. Back then Xiao Yi hadn't even bid on the priceless dragon pattern jar worth tens of millions, yet now he was targeting this ceramic plate. Could it be that the plate's value surpassed that jar? At this thought, Xiao Zhan's breathing quickened. He was not short of money, but the idea of besting Xiao Yi while acquiring a fine piece brought him immense satisfaction. He could even post a photo of the ceramic plate on his social feed, boasting about it generously, and incidentally slap Xiao Yi in the face. That would be truly satisfying. It would also let his fans know that their beloved Xiao Zhan possessed some skill in antique appraisal. 2 million. Suppressing the thrill within, Xiao Zhan directly raised the bid by 1 million. 3 million, Xiao Yi said with an expressionless face. 4 million. Xiao Zhan immediately raised the price. Beside him, Su Yuang slightly furrowed her delicate brows, feeling that Xiao Zhan had become somewhat obsessed. Are you certain you want this plate? Xiao Yi looked at Xiao Zhan and asked once more. Xiao Zhan smiled confidently. Do you even need to ask? On the contrary, if I'm not mistaken, you don't have much money left, do you? After all, Xiao Yi was facing a huge compensation payment, and he was only a third-tier celebrity. Even though a few of his songs had gone viral, how much could he actually have? As a top-tier idol, Xiao Zhan had plenty of money. He wasn't worried that Xiao Yi would snatch this item away from him. Alright, since you've put it that way, I'll let you have it. Xiao Yi said indifferently. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately sensed something was off. But he still forced a smile, and said, What do you mean let me have it? I won this item with my own efforts. It's not a gift from you. Xiao Yi smiled faintly, and said no more. He had originally not intended to bother with Xiao Zhan, but the other man had kept provoking him. It was necessary to teach him a lesson, lest others think Xiao Yi was an easy pushover. 4 million for a ceramic plate. Everyone was taken aback. If it turned out to be genuine, it was fine, but if it was a fake, that would be a disaster. 4 million was no small sum. Master Jiang, may I trouble you to appraise it? Xiao Zhan said respectfully to Jiang Baichuan. Jiang Baichuan nodded with a smile and began to examine the ceramic plate. After a minute, he stated with certainty, This is an authentic piece. On hearing this, Xiao Zhan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Xiao Yi with even greater smugness. You bastard, how dare you speak to your brother Xiao Zhan like that? You actually tried to trick me. Did you think I was an easy fool? But the next words from Jiang Baichuan made his smile freeze. Jiang Baichuan shook his head. It is indeed a genuine piece, a Qing dynasty ceramic plate, but it was fired in a folk kiln. Its value is capped at 100,000. What? Only 100,000? Xiao Zhan's body slumped back in his chair, all traces of his smile vanished. He had spent 4 million on something worth only 100,000. Was this a loss? This was a bloody catastrophe. For a moment, Xiao Zhan felt like vomiting blood. Everyone else stared at him with strange expressions. What a colossal fool. Then they turned to Xiao Yi, who remained calm and composed as if he had expected this. In an instant, everyone understood. Xiao Zhan had been set up by Xiao Yi. Damn. Xiao Yi was a master of deception, and it sent a chill down their spines. Xiao Zhan, knowing nothing, had blindly followed the trend. Now look at the mess he was in. Xiao Yi, you. Bai Lu and Zhao Silu stared at him in disbelief. Earlier, Xiao Yi had acted as if he were determined to win the bid, when in fact he had been plotting to trap Xiao Zhan. Even they had been fooled. But this guy was ruthless. By doing this, he had thoroughly offended Xiao Zhan. Though it's not nice, it feels absolutely satisfying. Bai Lu thought to herself, watching Xiao Zhan's pale, dazed face. She felt a surge of pleasure. You kept picking on Xiao Yi. Now you've reaped the consequences. It was all his own doing. But the way Xiao Yi tricked him like that. Suddenly he seemed so handsome. Su Yuang looked at Xiao Yi, momentarily stunned. In the past, although he was arrogant, his personality was relatively mild. He rarely did such underhanded things. Ever since he left Tianyu Media, he seemed to have completely changed, publicly striking someone without fear, and now ruthlessly setting up Xiao Zhan. It all made him seem mysterious. At that moment, Su Yuang couldn't help wondering, was this the real Xiao Yi all along? This ceramic plate may not be worth 4 million, but it's still quite fine for collection. Young friend, don't be too disappointed. In the world of antiques, securing an authentic piece is what truly matters. Jiang Baichuan said with a comforting smile. Xiao Zhan's expression eased a little after hearing his words. Spending 4 million on something worth 100,000 was indeed a huge loss, but at least it was genuine. Thinking like that, it wasn't entirely unacceptable. After all, some people had paid millions only to end up with modern imitations. Such cases were common. Getting a genuine piece was actually decent. What annoyed him was being tricked by that bastard Xiao Yi. Just you wait. Xiao Zhan shot a dark look at Xiao Yi. Everyone could only feel sorry for Xiao Zhan's misfortune, though they also felt a bit of amusement. But the auction had to continue. Item after item appeared. An ancient painting appeared before Xiao Yi. It seemed to have aged considerably, with even the corners gnawed by insects. The starting bid for this painting was 200,000. 200,000. Someone attracted by the piece immediately called out. 300,000. Another person refused to be outdone. 400,000. Su Yuang spoke. She thought the painting was nice. 500,000. Xiao Yi glanced at it and directed. Those who had intended to bid instantly fell silent. Xiao Yi was unpredictable. If they continued, they might end up like Xiao Zhan. After all, in such a setting, losing an item was one thing, but losing face would be a joke. Su Yuang shot a glance at Xiao Yi, her heart skipping a beat. She had just placed a bid, and Xiao Yi spoke up immediately. Could he be? Although she had apologized to Xiao Yi at top Mount Tai, and he had said it was fine, this man was fickle. If he suddenly decided to set her up, it wouldn't. Moreover, Xiao Zhan's provocation tonight had likely truly angered Xiao Yi. Since she had been by Xiao Zhan's side all along, it might have displeased Xiao Yi, prompting him to try to trap her. With that thought, Su Yuang decisively withdrew from the bidding. Jerk Xiao, you want to trap me? Well, I won't let you have your way. Let's see what you do now. Silence fell over the venue. No one else bid. In the end, the painting went to Xiao Yi. Jiang Baichuan then proceeded to appraise the painting. After a thorough examination, he looked at Xiao Yi and said with a wry smile, "Young friend, this painting is a modern replica. The marks on it were all made using chemical agents. It's fake." The crowd gasped, a strange look dawning on their faces as a wave of relief washed over them. Damn it. Xiao Yi truly was no good. He had wanted to trap them. If they had gotten carried away, they would have ended up just like Xiao Zhan. Luckily, they had held back. "Wait, we haven't offended you, have we? That wretched Xiao Yi, he really did want to trap me." Su Yuang glared fiercely at Xiao Yi. That scheming man had definitely tried to set her up. Good thing she hadn't fallen for it. As she thought this, she felt a mix of triumph and inexplicable disappointment. Xiao Yi had actually intended to trap her. It seemed he hadn't truly forgiven her. Then again, who could generously forgive someone who had publicly torn them apart? But was she at fault? Yes, she was, but Xiao Yi was no saint either. When she was with Xiao Yi, she believed she had never let him down and had given her all. And what had Xiao Yi done? He had flirted around, endlessly growing ambiguous with other female artists. So how could she be blamed? Jerk Xiao, this time you tried to trap someone and ended up trapping yourself. Zhao Silla looked at Xiao Yi with extreme exasperation. She too was wondering whether Xiao Yi's real target had been Su Yuang. Judging by the situation, he had apparently intended to trap Su Yuang, but failed. "Xiao Yi, your plan backfired, didn't it?" Xiao Zhan seized the opportunity, letting out a cold sneer. He felt a secret satisfaction. Though Xiao Yi had tricked him, he had fallen, and a man who often walks by the river is bound to get his feet wet. "You tricked me, but you ended up embarrassing yourself, didn't you?" Bai Lu said to Xiao Yi, "Don't worry, I'll cover the 500 for you." Xiao Yi smiled calmly and walked over to Jiang Baichuan. "Grandpa Jiang, do you have any tools here? I'd like to take this painting apart." Xiao Yi said softly. Playing tricks." Xiao Zhan snorted. Jiang Baichuan immediately understood Xiao Yi's intention and asked in surprise, "You suspect this is a painting within a painting?" Xiao Yi nodded. "Possibly, but it wasn't just possible. He was 100% certain it was a hidden painting. Otherwise, why would he have bid on it?" "Wait a moment." Jiang Baichuan nodded lightly. Soon cutting tools were brought up by the staff. "Will you do it, or shall I?" Jiang Baichuan looked at Xiao Yi. Though he had previously determined that the outer painting was a modern replica less than 40 years old, if it was a painting within a painting, that would be after all, in the antiques trade, encountering a painting within a painting was quite common. Some ancient paintings of great value were hidden by collectors who dared not show them, so they sealed them inside another painting. But over time, due to the collector's death, theft, accidental loss, etc., the scroll would end up in the outside world. "You are the professional. You do it." Xiao Yi chuckled. "All right." Jiang Baichuan wasted no time and began working. The crowd watched with curious eyes. Xiao Yi did seem to have some skill in appraising treasures. Now that he believed it was a painting within a painting, could there really be another painting inside? It was something to look forward to. Just trying to show off. Xiao Zhan thought to himself, refusing to believe in any so-called painting within a painting. A few minutes later, the painting was cut open. Jiang Baichuan carefully removed a reddish ancient painting from inside. It really is a painting within a painting. The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief, then suddenly felt a sense of having been deceived by Xiao Yi. That Xiao Yi. Su Yuang was at a loss for words. She had thought Xiao Yi was trying to trap her, but now it was clear she had been flattering herself. As this realization struck, she felt embarrassed and her face flushed. As expected of Xiao Yi, I knew he wouldn't act recklessly. Bai Lu's face broke into a radiant smile. Facts proved that Xiao Yi was still the one who came out on top. The question now was how valuable the painting inside was. It must be something remarkable. Why else would someone hide it inside a fake? Of course, there were also skilled forgers who liked to be mysterious and deliberately trick knowledgeable people. Some, upon detecting a painting within a painting, would guess that the inner one must be a treasure and pay an exorbitant price to acquire it, unaware that they were simply opening a blind box. Damn, there really is another painting. Xiao Zhan didn't know what to say. He had been slapped in the face again, and his face flushed red. Even though no one around him was paying attention, he still felt incredibly awkward. It was like an ignorant person recklessly challenging an expert only to be repeatedly humiliated. Damn it, how infuriating. Xiao Zhan's anger boiled inside him. As Jiang Baichuan removed the painting, his expression changed to one of extreme shock. This is Tang Yin's embracing knees and reciting by the maple. Jiang Baichuan was visibly shaken. He immediately took out a magnifying glass and examined it with great care and caution. Every authentic work by Tang Yin was a masterpiece, the dream of countless antique enthusiasts. He had seen a few genuine Tang Yin works before, but most were in museums, extremely precious. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qinghong also walked over and stared intently at the painting. The emergence of a genuine Tang Yin work was truly astonishing. After a thorough examination, Jiang Baichuan said gravely, "This is indeed Tang Yin's embracing knees and reciting by the maple. According to some records, this painting was lost long ago. To think we would see it today, what a miracle." "Grandpa Jiang, may I ask how much this painting is worth?" someone asked curiously. "A genuine work by Tang Yin would surely fetch a high price." Upon hearing this, Jiang Baichuan chuckled softly and replied, "An authentic work by Tang Yin is not cheap. This painting is worth at least 30 to 40 million. What? 30 to 40 million. The crowd immediately looked at Xiao Yi with envy. This guy's luck was simply too good. He had actually obtained such a valuable painting. Moreover, an authentic Tang Yin. Could it be measured in money? Such an item placed in one's study for collection and appreciation, that is the true way. Some of those who had previously bid on this painting all showed regret. If they had continued bidding given their wealth, they might have been able to acquire it. But how had they been fooled by Xiao Yi? At this thought, everyone couldn't help but sigh in regret. The treasure was right before their eyes, yet they had failed to seize it. That was truly Xiao Yi, how about selling this painting to me? I'll offer 35 million. A wealthy tycoon looked at Xiao Yi intending to 40 million. Give it to me. Another wealthy man spoke. Once people become rich, they tend to affect refinement, collecting antiques and calligraphy from famous masters to boast about to their friends. Xiao Yi smiled faintly and said, I'm sorry, but I plan to keep this painting for my collection and won't be selling it for now. Money can be earned anytime, but a genuine masterpiece by a great master is not something one encounters every day. If he were destitute and penniless, he would certainly consider selling the painting, but unfortunately, he was not that poor now. Upon hearing this, the two wealthy men couldn't help but feel disappointed. Zhu Qinghong gave Xiao Yi a deep look. This man not only had a mysterious background, but also possessed such remarkable appraisal skills. Truly impressive. Jiang Baichuan asked curiously. Young friend, I'm very curious. How did you notice that this was a painting within a painting? He had examined the painting before, but found nothing. He never expected it to be a hidden painting. Xiao Yi thought for a second and replied, it was just luck, I guess. I had a feeling this painting was special, so I bid on it. To Xiao Yi's words, Jiang Baichuan only smiled lightly and didn't ask further. Two items worth tens of millions had appeared in the auction, making the crowd even more excited. In the subsequent auction, everyone became more enthusiastic. Whenever they saw something good, they directly raised the bid since they didn't lack money. If they were lucky, they might also acquire an antique worth tens of millions. 2 hours later, the auction ended. Bai Lu took the lead and paid 500,000 for Xiao Yi. A wealthy little rich girl was indeed different. In the hall, people gradually left the venue while some gathered together to chat about things. Xiao Yi, Bai Lu, Si Lu, you all made a killing tonight. Wang Yujing smiled at the three. Bai Lu and Zhao Silu said, we owe it all to Xiao Yi. He guided us, allowing us to win such good items. Wang Yujing looked at Xiao Yi with full approval. This young man was truly excellent. He was destined to become a towering tree in the future. Bai Lu's agent Lu Jing smiled and said, young people should socialize more. Zhao Silas agent Zhou Qiong also nodded lightly. Xiao Yi was no ordinary person now. With Wang Yujing as his backing, it would be hard for him not to soar in the future. Earlier during their conversation with Wang Yujing, he had showered praise on Xiao Yi. If Bai Lu and Zhao Silu interacted more with Xiao Yi, they would surely reap great benefits. Alright, it's getting late. Everyone should head home. Wang Yujing said with a smile. The group dispersed when Xiao Yi returned to his residence. It was already 11 at night. Massive gossip. Xiao Yi actually beat someone up at Yunding Mansion. Chun Qingyun, the heir of the Chun group, was seriously injured by him, and Zheng Haohai and young Master Wang were also slapped in the face. Smoking, drinking, harassing celebrities, kicking a dog in public, and now beating people. This Xiao Yi is really no good. He's completely disgracing the entertainment industry. If he doesn't get out of the industry, everyone here is to blame. Sisters, look. Xiao Yi is a violent man with a twisted mind. If anyone becomes his girlfriend, she will definitely be abused. When looking for a boyfriend in the future, keep your eyes wide open and never choose someone like him. I was there. Let me state the facts. Chun Qingyun asked Bai Lu to drink with him. Bai Lu said she was already drunk and refused. But Chun Qingyun wouldn't let it go. Xiao Yi stepped in to stop him, and the other guy directly picked up a wine bottle and smashed it at Xiao Yi, but was knocked to the ground by Xiao Yi. As for Zheng Haohai and young Master Wang, they stepped in for Chun Qingyun and spoke rudely to Xiao Yi. As a result, Xiao Yi gave each of them a slap on the face. That's it. A witness stepped forward to explain. Many people saw this and immediately spoke up. Initiating a fight versus being forced to defend oneself plays a decisive role in public opinion. Sometimes the masses won't talk about the law with you. After all, not everyone understands the law. Everyone only understands that whoever throws the first punch is in the wrong. Holy crap. That means Xiao Yi is a real man. Bai Lu said she didn't want to drink anymore, but Chun Qingyun wouldn't let it go, and he even struck first. He deserved to get beaten. Furious for the sake of a beauty. I don't see anything wrong with Xiao Yi's actions. If a girl beside me were harassed as a Northeasterner, I'd just go up and fight. Setting aside the facts, is Xiao Yi not wrong to hit someone? Just because someone insults you, you have to hit them. So damn low-class, disgusting. Get out of the entertainment industry. Little fairy spewing nonsense again. I'm a girl, yet you dare to curse me. Do you have any gentlemanly demeanor or upbringing? Low-class man, loser, overconfident, ordinary guy. You can curse others, but when others curse you, it's not allowed. Real double-standard low-class woman. Don't say you're a girl. Even if you were an animal, it wouldn't be okay. Dude, is it necessary to curse a woman? Yo, the simp appears. It's because of these simps that so many overconfident ordinary girls exist. Everyone mock him. You laugh at the simp for ending up with nothing. The simp laughs at you for never having tasted her sweetness. Then Bai Lu posted a status. Thank you, Xiao Yi, for tonight's matter. Bai Lu's fans saw this and immediately reposted. Our Lu has spoken. It seems Xiao Yi is not at fault. Earlier Xiao Yi carried our Bai Lu up Mount Tai, and now he's furious for her. I've decided to ship them as a couple. Bai Lu and Xiao Yi are really perfect together. I love it. Anyway, no matter how you smear Xiao Yi, he is the most amazing man in my heart. I hope I can have a boyfriend like him. Zhao Silu also posted a status roughly describing the course of events. Why Xiao Yi took action, which was to protect Bai Lu. After her fans saw it, they immediately reposted and many people began to speak up for Xiao Yi, believing his actions were righteous. Xiao Yi lazily scrolled through his phone, paying no heed to the online comments. Soon Zhao Jinmai called. Xiao Yi, what happened? Did you actually hit someone? Zhao Jinmai asked. I did. But the other party voluntarily reconciled with me. You really are a handful. Subsequently Tan Songyun and Zhang Yingxue also called to inquire. A celebrity brawl is an extremely serious offense. One misstep could ruin their entire future. Yet judging by Xiao Yi's nonchalant demeanor, he seemed utterly unfazed, leaving the women utterly speechless. Was his heart truly that vast? He didn't seem the least bit worried. The next day, in the afternoon, Jiangqing First People's Hospital. The film crew's shooting location was right here. Xiao Yi. Upon seeing Xiao Yi, Zhao Silu immediately greeted him with a smile. How did you feel last night? Xiao Yi looked at Zhao Silu. Zhao Silu giggled. Naturally I was happy. I can tell. You've been cheerful all along. Xiao Yi chuckled. Xiao Yi, Silu, go change your clothes quickly. We're about to start shooting. Director Zhang and Director Sun said to the two. Xiao Yi and Zhao Silu immediately went to change. The scene's content, an extremely high-status individual arrived at the People's Hospital, but Western medicine could do nothing, so they eventually invited Xiao Yi here. The scene's moral was simple. It wasn't enough for traditional Chinese medicine to be accepted by the public, it also needed support from above, and that VIP represented that very authority. Inside the hospital, everything was ready: real doctors, real nurses, real patients. Ready, the two directors announced loudly. Everyone became serious, entering the zone. Filming commenced. Meanwhile, in one of the hospital's emergency rooms, a team of medics worked swiftly, continuously resuscitating a man in his 50s on the table. This was no act. The man's identity was far from ordinary. He was Wei Jun, former top official of Jiangqing, though now retired. Half an hour ago, Wei Jun had suddenly collapsed and fallen unconscious. Now he was hovering between life and death. As the team frantically worked to revive him, Wei Jun's electrocardiogram waveform fluctuated wildly, gradually flattening toward a straight line, while the heart rate monitor's number. When the ECG becomes a flat line, it means the heart has completely stopped. Defibrillator. Yang Qianhe, the hospital director, quickly ordered. An emergency specialist immediately used the defibrillator for cardiopulmonary resuscitation, but the numbers didn't rise. They plummeted even faster. Has Elder Qi? Yang Qianhe looked gravely at a nearby expert. He'll be here any moment. The expert wiped cold sweat from his brow. Bang. Soon the door swung open. Qi Yongshan strode in quickly with a medical staff member. Elder Qi. Seeing Qi Yongshan, Yang Qian's face lit up with joy. Without a word, Qi Yongshan immediately produced several silver needles. With lightning speed, he inserted them into Wei Jun's abdomen, heart, and brow. Beep, beep, beep. After the 3 needles were placed, Wei Jun's ECG and heart rate monitor readings stabilized at a relatively steady level, no longer falling. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Though the numbers hadn't risen, as long as they didn't become a flat line or hit zero, there was still. Don't be too optimistic. Qi Yongshan shook his head. I've only temporarily protected his heart meridian with the soul returning needle, but it can last at most a dozen minutes. If I remove the needles, he will surely die. Yang Qian's heart tightened. Elder Qi, is there nothing you can do? Qi Yongshan sighed. Ultimately, my medical skills are insufficient, but it's not entirely hopeless. Yang Qian's face brightened. What is it, Elder Qi? Please speak freely. Qi Yongshan pondered. There's a film crew shooting at your hospital right now. Go fetch that young man surnamed Xiao. He might have a solution. All right, he'll go at once. Yang Qianhe hurriedly replied. He was naturally aware of the filming. In fact, he had personally approved it. Elsewhere, the filming continued. Soon it reached the scene where Xiao Yi was to approach the emergency table and treat the distinguished patient. Just then, Yang Qianhe suddenly appeared with several medical staff. He asked urgently, who is Xiao Yi? Director Yang. Seeing Yang Qianhe, the two directors were startled. This wasn't in the script, was it? Xiao Yi said softly, Xiao Yi. What's the matter? Yang Qian's face lit up. So you're Xiao Yi. It's like this, a very distinguished patient has arrived at the People's Hospital, and he's in critical condition. I'd like you to come take a look. Elder Qi is there too. He asked me to find. Xiao Yi mused, lead the way. The extra and the filming crew had some ailments, but his condition wasn't urgent, it could wait. Please follow me. Yang Qianhe said. Then Xiao Yi and the others departed. Follow them. The two directors exchanged glances, a more audacious idea forming in their minds. Since they were filming, why not make it more authentic? However, the main crew didn't follow, only the two directors, and Zhao Silu accompanied them. Yang Qianhe didn't object. Saving a life was paramount now, nothing else mattered. And if the patient could be saved, it would be a tremendous miracle. Zhao Silu walked beside Xiao Yi, her eyes brimming with curiosity. When the experts in the treatment room saw the film crew, they frowned, but Yang Qianhe subtly shook his head, signaling them to stay silent. Old master. Xiao Yi greeted Qi Yongshan first. Qi Yongshan nodded lightly. Young Xiao, come take a look at this patient. The surrounding experts quickly stepped aside. Without a word, Xiao Yi grabbed Wei Jun's wrist and took his pulse. 3 seconds later, he nodded. The pulse is faint, but there's still residual warmth. Old master's soul-returning needle is truly remarkable. Young brother Xiao, can you save him? Yang Qianhe asked eagerly. Xiao Yi said calmly, rest assured, with me here he won't die. The experts present exchanged doubtful glances. Was this young man's confidence truly warranted? Xiao Yi said to Zhao Silu beside him. Watch carefully and listen well. Zhao Silu nodded quickly, momentarily unsure whether this was still part of the act. Xiao Yi casually took out his own silver needles. He explained to Zhao Silu the technique the old master used is called the soul-returning needle from the Qi family acupuncture method. It means that even a person who has stopped breathing can be granted a few more moments of life. Don't underestimate those moments. They are crucial in treatment. He swiftly produced 10 silver needles, and with a flick of his hand inserted them all into Wei Zhan's various acupoints. The crowd widened their eyes instantly. Could this be the legendary flying needle technique? Qi Yongshan's heart trembled. For him, performing the flying needle technique was not a problem. What truly shocked him was the needle technique Xiao Yi employed. 10 silver needles inserted into extremely special acupoints, most of which were lethal points. What kind of needle technique was this? As far as he knew, Qi Qingfeng was most proficient in 5 needle techniques. They were the heavenly medicine acupuncture, ghostly medicine acupuncture, ghost gate, 13 needles, Tai acupuncture, and Qi's acupuncture. Among them, the heavenly medicine and ghostly medicine techniques were the most exquisite, ever-changing, and encompassing all phenomena. Heavenly medicine focused on saving lives, while ghostly medicine, though capable of healing, primarily aimed at taking life. This time, having Xiao Yi come here was also to see if he mastered the heavenly medicine acupuncture. If he did, then he could surely save this person. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yi did not use the heavenly medicine acupuncture, but instead employed a technique he had never seen before. Could that fellow Qi Qingfeng have created a new and bizarre needle technique? He and Qi Qingfeng had once studied under the ghostly physician Bai Li Chan, and they were his only 2 disciples. Qi Qingfeng's talent was terrifying. In just 3 years, he had mastered all of Bai Li Chan's skills, and even created the heavenly medicine acupuncture, making Qi Yongshan. After all these years, that old fellow Qi Qingfeng's skills must have grown even more terrifying. Silver needles. Can they really be used in such a way? The crowd was dumbfounded, feeling that this was not saving a life, but a performance, a scene that could only be seen on television. Xiao Yi glanced at Zhao Silu, who stood beside him with a dazed expression. He continued to explain, the needle technique I used is called soul-calming acupuncture. If the old master's soul-returning needle pulls a person back from the gates of death, sustaining their last breath for 12 minutes, then the soul-calming needle extends that breath for 3 days. The 10 silver needles correspond to the 3 souls and 7 spirits. It sounds like metaphysics, so don't take it too seriously. In reality, it's not that exaggerated. Just listen. Of course, our mission as healers is not to prolong life, but to save lives. Zhao Silu subconsciously asked, but it only keeps him breathing. He can't wake up immediately. What should we do then? Xiao Yi nodded. A good question. Using only the soul-calming needle makes it extremely difficult to awaken a person whose body is in deep slumber. Therefore, another needle technique must be applied. He took out 3 more silver needles and inserted them into Wei Zhan's head. This is the unity needle. It can regulate the Buddhist Qi and blood, promoting the unification of essence Qi and spirit. Generally, when a person's essence Qi and spirit become one, they break through their shackles and awaken from slumber. It's like when you have a nightmare and suddenly wake up. That's because your essence Qi and spirit are highly tense, triggering a physical reflex. Xiao Yi explained. Bzzz. 3 seconds later, the 3 silver needles began to vibrate faintly. The crowd widened their eyes again. How could the needles move on? Xiao Yi shook his head. It's not the needles moving, it's the patient's essence Qi and spirit surging, causing the needles to tremble. If the needles didn't move, it would mean that the essence Qi and spirit hadn't been activated, and the patient would be in danger. The vibration of the 3 needles grew faster and faster. When it reached its peak, Wei Zhan, lying on the emergency table, suddenly opened his eyes, gasping heavily, his forehead covered in sweat. He's awake. The crowd was extremely excited. They hurriedly looked at the surrounding instruments where various data were rapidly recovering. Incredible. He had actually saved a person with just a few silver needles. The crowd stared at Xiao Yi in awe, especially the experts present, most of whom were trained in Western medicine and placed great faith in technology. But at this moment, Xiao Yi had shown them with a few silver needles just how profound the legacy of their ancestors was. With just a few needles, he could save a person on the brink of death. This wasn't science, it was pure metaphysics. Perhaps we should study traditional Chinese medicine, some experts murmured to themselves. Xiao Yi said calmly, the legacy left by our ancestors is vast and profound. Study it carefully, and you will surely gain something. After speaking, he quickly removed the silver needles from Wei Zhan's body. Then he said to Qi Yongshan, Old master, the rest is up to you. Don't worry. Qi Yongshan smiled lightly, his eyes filled with approval as he looked at Xiao Yi. Silly goose, what are you standing there for? Let's go. Xiao Yi glanced at Zhao Silu, a bit speechless. This little girl really hadn't seen the world. Oh. Zhao Silu snapped out of it, and quickly followed. The filming crew also walked out. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Outside, the shooting had concluded. Director Zhang and Director Sun gave Xiao Yi a thumbs up. What is a divine physician? This was a true divine physician. Who would have thought that filming a TV drama would bring in a real divine physician? Xiao Yi, you're amazing. Zhao Silu looked at Xiao Yi with admiration. Xiao Yi asked, you were also watching during the filming. How much of what I said did you remember? Zhao Silu said awkwardly, I didn't remember a thing. Xiao Yi nodded. It's good that you didn't. After all, who in their right mind would remember such boring stuff? He'll go treat that patient first. He came to film even though it didn't work out, but he still needs to be treated, Xiao Yi said softly. Obviously the scene of treating the important figure had already been completed in reality, so there was no need to continue filming. Of course, whether it could be broadcast would definitely require asking for that important figure's opinion, as it was a bit of an invasion of privacy. Afterward, Xiao Yi went to treat him. A few minutes later, Xiao Yi walked out of the ward. Qi Yongshan came over with a smile. Old master. Xiao Yi greeted him. Qi Yongshan handed Xiao Yi something. A medical license. Xiao Yi's expression turned strange. Qi Yongshan said with a smile, I guessed you didn't have one, so I asked Yang Qin how to get one for you. Also, from now on you are an honorary physician at the People's Hospital. Feel free to drop by whenever you have time. Xiao Yi chuckled. You sure came prepared, old man. Qi Yongshan said, your performance this time was really impressive. You actually used 2 needle techniques I've never seen before. Xiao Yi smiled without speaking. It wasn't that he was so skilled, but that the system could provide too much. Enough said. He'll be heading back now. At my age, running around like this is too much for my body. Qi Yongshan waved his hand. Old Master Qi, let me see you out. Yang Qin happened to walk out. He nodded slightly at Xiao Yi and immediately followed Qi Yongshan. Xiao Yi stretched his back. Today's scene was finally over. Just as he walked out of the hospital, Zhao Silu drove up in her Mercedes-Benz. Xiao Yi, get in. No need, I drove here. Xiao Yi took out his keys and pressed, and the nearby yuan emitted a beep-beep sound. Zhao Silu said, does your cheap yuan worth only 100,000 feel as comfortable as my Mercedes-Benz worth millions? 2 months later, the filming of The Art of Healing was completed perfectly. The speed was astonishing. Xiao Yi and Zhao Silu are both skilled actors. Especially Xiao Yi, who never acted but performed with genuine intensity. So many scenes were nailed in one take. Zhao Silu's performance was also outstanding. Otherwise, this TV series would have taken at least 3 months to complete. On the other side, the TV series, Fu Yao starring Bai Lu and another top-tier star officially premiered. On the first day, 7 episodes were released, receiving widespread first-class special effects, first-class acting, first-class plot. Contrary to expectations of a typical Xinxia brainless romance drama, it centered on humanity and the greater good, leaving viewers thoroughly satisfied. Bai Lu's acting is amazing. This Yao Qi is more brilliant than any drama she's taken before. Zhang Yi's acting is also great. I love it so much. My favorite is the senior brother from Yao Qi. I thought the plot would be the senior brother falling for the saintess, competing with others, jealously fighting. But unexpectedly, he sacrificed himself, fearlessly sweeping away 100,000 demonic soldiers with a single sword strike. After death, his sword shattered, embedded in the void, his body, standing tall, terrifying countless demons. The demon emperor Su Taishu is also a superb character. He slaughters wherever he goes, ruthless and merciless without any hesitation. This is the demon in my mind. Good heavens. Following the old trope, I thought the demon lord would be the male lead, but he wasn't. The male lead is actually a blind woodcutter. Can you believe it? Isn't that a case of playing the fool? That scumbag Xiao actually has a role too. This is the first time I've found his acting acceptable. It gave me a huge sense of contrast. Listening to his lines, I suddenly felt inexplicable sympathy. A half-demon who resorts to any means to survive. Is he wrong? I refuse to watch any TV series with that scumbag Xiao. A disgraced artist shamelessly appearing on screen. It's disgusting. If you don't watch, that's fine. I've already got VIP. By the way, it seems scumbag Xiao's other 4 songs have been released. In the rental apartment, Xiao Yi stared at the computer screen. During the filming of The Art of Healing, he had already uploaded 4 songs through the Earthling account. Love the Kingdom More Than the Beauty, Lingering Fragrance, Friends Wine, and Light of Friendship. At this moment, Love the Kingdom More Than the Beauty topped the monthly streaming chart. Lingering Fragrance was 2nd, Friends Wine 3rd, Light of Friendship 4th. Another round of chart domination. Netizens' comments were also very interesting. Scumbag Xiao may be a scumbag, but his songs are impeccable. Every single one is worthy of being collected and looped. Singing the most heartfelt songs while being the most scummy man. That's scumbag Xiao for you. When will he release a textbook? He'll take a loan to buy it. After listening to scumbag Xiao's Light of Friendship, I suddenly missed the good brother who went to jail for me back then. I swear I will take good care of his wife and will not let him down. Trash songs. I really wonder what kind of people like scumbag Xiao's music. As I've said before, as long as scumbag Xiao doesn't leave the entertainment industry, my fight won't stop. Bring on the keyboard. Domestic abuser, big scumbag, so disgusting. Get lost. Xiao Yi looked at these comments and just smiled casually. This month the earnings from the 7 songs had been withdrawn. A total of 27 million. A staggering amount, enough to take one's breath away. Of course, it's nothing compared to those top-tier celebrities. Some of them charge tens of millions for a single episode of a TV series, which is terrifying. So while 27 million seems like a lot, it can't even compare to a single episode of those top stars. But for Xiao Yi, it was indeed a considerable sum. First pay back the system's 1 million, then buy a house. Xiao Yi murmured. The rental apartment's environment was really not good, so moving to a house was quite necessary. After repaying the system's 1 million, Xiao Yi called a classmate of his. Jianhua, he'll come over to see the property right away. Xiao Yi said softly. Sure, I can treat you to afternoon tea then. The other person chuckled lightly. Tianheng Group Sales Office. Old Xiao, what kind of house do you want to see? Zhao Jianhua smiled broadly as he poured a cup of tea for Xiao Yi. He was Xiao Yi's high school classmate, now the general manager of Tianheng Group's Jiangxing district. Very impressive. Of course, the key point is that Tianheng belongs to the Zhao family. After all, Tianheng Group is among the top 10 in the national real estate industry. Xiao Yi took a sip of tea and said softly, the villa in Jingjiang Diyuan. He had been looking at houses for a while. Jingjiang Diyuan was the most suitable, beautiful environment surrounded by water, the wealthy district of Jiangxing. Jingjiang Diyuan. There is indeed a newly built villa there, excellent quality. After we finish tea, you'll take you to see it. Zhao Jianhua chuckled. All right. Xiao Yi nodded with a smile. After a cup of tea, Zhao Jianhua took Xiao Yi to Jingjiang Diyuan. Then he led Xiao Yi to a standalone luxury villa. The two strolled around the villa. The villa was very large, over 1700 square meters, with 3 floors, a large yard, a private swimming pool, a private gym, and a private basketball court. The key point was that the environment here was very nice, quiet and comfortable, surrounded by greenery, very beautiful. Not bad at all. The price probably reaches over 80 million, right? Xiao Yi murmured. This was a wealthy district, especially a villa of over 1,000 square meters. The price would naturally not be low. 80 million was a standard reference. Moreover, villas in Jingjiang Diyuan were extremely scarce. It wasn't just about having money, one also needed the right connections. Zhao Jianhua smiled and said, the original price is 88 million, but since you're a young master Xiao, I'll give it to you for 25 million. Xiao Yi was surprised. Wouldn't that be a huge loss for you? Zhao Jianhua laughed wryly. I originally wanted to give it to you directly, but I was afraid you wouldn't accept. All right then. I won't waste words. Let's sign the contract, Xiao Yi said softly. Zhao Jianhua took out the contract and Xiao Yi quickly signed it. Done. From now on, this villa is yours. If you encounter any problems, Zhao Jianhua handed Xiao Yi a set of keys to the villa. Thanks. Xiao Yi smiled. Zhao Jianhua waved his hand. We're brothers. Saying thanks is too formal. But I have a favor to ask. See if you have time. Tell me, Xiao Yi said. Zhao Jianhua stated directly, I'm getting married the day after tomorrow. I'd like you to be my best man. By the way, my fiancé is actually from your circle. Xiao Yi chuckled. All right, send me the location. Remember to provide cigarettes. Got it. Zhao Jianhua nodded with a smile. Then the two left. 3 hours later, Xiao Yi checked into Jingjiang Imperial Garden. The furniture was complete, and even the bedding in the rooms had been prepared in advance. Xiao Yi lay on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and crossed his legs, feeling utterly content. The housing issue had been resolved. He still had 1,500,000 yuan left, which remained a substantial fortune. After finishing his cigarette, Xiao Yi headed to Star Media. At Star Media, Wang Yujing, dressed in a blue skirt, walked over with a smile. Xiao Yi is here. Sister Wang, this dress is truly beautiful, Xiao Yi complimented. What a sweet talker, Wang Yujing said with a suppressed giggle, feeling delighted inside. She casually handed him a script and said, the company plans to film a campus-style movie. Take a look at the script. It's called Serenity in Indifferent Summers Like Fleeting Years. Xiao Yi took the script and glanced at it. The title was not bad. After a while he nodded slightly and said, it's not exceptionally good, but it's passable. Campus-themed films often revolve around romance and career, and this movie encompassed both, with the core being a fish-off-water story set in an online context. Such scripts were not outstanding, but they had selling points. The box office wouldn't be too disastrous. Wang Yujing asked, this time Boss Yang wants you to play the lead. What do you think? Xiao Yi pondered and said, no problem. It was merely a matter of cashing in, and he wouldn't refuse. Wang Yujing said, then go familiarize yourself with the script. Filming starts in a week. Xiao Yi nodded. All right. 2 days later, at Rose Manor, lanterns and colorful decorations created a jubilant atmosphere. A grand classical Eastern wedding was under. On the lush green lawn, many guests attending the wedding gathered, holding glasses of red wine, chatting softly with beaming smiles and a spring-like breeze. In the crowd, Xiao Yi held a glass of red wine, savoring it alone. Nearby, some beautiful women covertly observed him, their eyes burning with interest and sending flirtation. Clearly they already knew this was Xiao the scoundrel and were surprised he had come to the wedding. Xiao Yi. A surprised voice rang out as Tan Songyun in a long dress walked over. At this moment, Xiao Yi was incredibly handsome. His unique aura shocked her profoundly. It was the first time she had seen Xiao Yi in a suit. He seemed completely transformed, almost unrecognizable. Xiao Yi was also somewhat surprised to see her. The groom is my classmate, Xiao Yi said with a smile. Tan Songyun looked at him oddly. The bride is also my classmate. What a indeed, quite a coincidence. A pair of ex-lovers are about to witness a blissful couple, Xiao Yi teased. Tan Songyun rolled her eyes, feeling a touch of emotion. She stole a glance at Xiao Yi, wondering what would have happened if they hadn't broken up. Enough chatting, I have to get down to business, Xiao Yi said, checking the time. He set down his glass and walked forward. Today he was not only the best man, but also the host. He stepped onto the front platform, picked up a microphone, and announced in a clear voice, the dragon calls the phoenix greets the dragon. Beneath the parasol tree, the phoenix seeks its mate. Welcome the groom and bride. As melodious music began to play, Zhao Jianhua, dressed in a classical red robe, led out a beautiful woman in a traditional bridal gown. The bride's name was Feng Yu, an artist in the entertainment industry. Everyone's eyes instantly fell upon them. Hand in hand they walked toward the front stage, faces full of joy. Xiao Yi smiled warmly at them and continued, two families unite in marriage, a covenant made in this hall. A blessed union equally matched. On this day the peach blossoms blaze fitting for home and hearth. May their descendants flourish like melon vines, ever prosperous and thriving. Let this pledge of lifelong devotion be inscribed on a wild goose letter, and the covenant of red leaves be recorded in the nuptial registry. When Xiao Yi delivered these vows, the audience was stunned, looking at him with admiration. Such words could only come from someone with profound knowledge. That scoundrel really speaks well. Tan Songyun watched Feng Yu walking on the red carpet, her eyes filled with blessing. When the groom and bride reached Xiao Yi, he continued, "Guan Guan cry the ospreys on the river islet. A graceful gentlewoman is a fine match for a gentleman. Now perform the wedding rites. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. The ceremony is complete." Xiao Yi smiled at the newlyweds. Applause erupted. The two sets of vows were classic, perfectly matching the divine couple. Xiao Yi is so talented. I envy the couple on stage. When I get married, I want a classical wedding like this. If only I could have Xiao Yi as my host. Many women below stared at Xiao Yi with eager eyes. Tan Songyun also gazed at him with sparkling eyes. At that moment, she suddenly found Xiao Yi incredibly attractive, irresistible to explore. "Old Xiao, since it's such a grand wedding, how about gifting us a song?" Zhao Jianhua asked with a smile. Xiao Yi chuckled. "All right." Zhao Jianhua asked, "What instrument do you need?" "We have everything here." Xiao Yi replied, "Just a guitar." Someone quickly prepared. A moment later the guitar was in Xiao Yi's hands. He looked at Zhao Jianhua and Feng Yu and said, "Congratulations on your union. He'll dedicate a song to you. The song's title is for you." With that, Xiao Yi gently plucked the guitar strings, and a melodious tune began. He started to sing soft. "He will be your groom. From now on he will be your lifelong companion. Everything about him will be closely tied to you, sharing both fortune and misfortune. She will be your bride. She is someone else's heart entrusted to your hands." When Xiao Yi sang this, applause erupted again. The song was perfect, a true wedding anthem. On stage, Zhao Jianhua and Feng Yu had tears in their eyes, gazing deeply at each other, vowing never to part, and to treat each other with. "It must be a special fate that allowed us to walk all the way and become a family." The song ended. Applause continued. Many in the audience had misty eyes, gently wiping them, looking at their loved ones with tenderness and affection. A couple's union is fate, therefore they should treat each other with respect, cherish one another, be tolerant, and give mutually. He is the treasure of his parents, and she is the princess of hers. They must not let each other down or hurt one another. With mutual respect, supporting each other through thick and thin, hand in hand to old age, whether bitter or tiring, facing it together. That is the purest form of love. Xiao Yi. Tan Songyun silently gazed at Xiao Yi, her eyes reddened. "Since you know love can be so pure, why must you be? Isn't having me alone enough?" "Old Xiao, thank you. It's our honor to invite you here today." Zhao Jianhua gave Xiao Yi a deep embrace. Xiao Yi said with a smile, "For the rest of your lives cherish each other and never let each other down." Zhao Jianhua nodded earnestly, his gaze toward Feng Yu filled with. Zhao Jianhua took the microphone and said to the crowd, "Now everyone eat and drink freely." Below the stage, Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun sat together. Tan Songyun poured a glass of red wine, took a sip, and looking at Zhao Jianhua and Feng Yu said, "I really envy them." Xiao Yi chuckled. "What? You want to get married?" Tan Songyun rolled her eyes. "Career first." Xiao Yi sighed. "I was going to say if you wanted to get married, I could fulfill your wish." Tan Songyun was stunned, then stared at Xiao Yi with a half smile. "You want to be my boyfriend?" Xiao Yi said solemnly, "I meant I could be your host. Look how well I hosted today. I guarantee you an unforgettable memory." "Get out of here." Tan Songyun glared at him. This man still wanted to be the host at her wedding. What was he thinking? If she ever got married, she definitely wouldn't let him come home. Just then Zhao Jianhua brought over a basket of betrothal gifts containing several cartons of Huazi cigarettes. Xiao Yi didn't stand on ceremony. He casually opened one, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. "You?" Tan Songyun's expression shifted slightly. This scoundrel was about to smoke again. Wasn't he afraid of being photographed? If the news got out, it would stir up another storm. Xiao Yi, however, paid no attention. At 7 in the evening, Xiao Yi returned to Jingjiang Diyuan. At night, the great city was ablaze with lights, the signs of various buildings shimmering with colorful radiance, revealing the unique, bustling scene of a metropolis. On the streets, people came and went, lively and bustling. Couples walked hand in hand, their eyes revealing longing for the future. Xiao Yi walked with his hands in his pockets, a cigarette dangling from his lips, aimlessly strolling through the crowd, like a lone wolf, evoking an inexplicable sense of solitude. He didn't know how long he had walked. Finally, he arrived outside Jingjiang Diyuan. "Xiao Yi." A surprised voice suddenly sounded from behind. Xiao Yi slowly turned around and saw Bai Lu walking toward him. The look in her eyes was one of surprise and delight, clearly not expecting to meet him here. Xiao Yi looked at Bai Lu and said with a gentle smile, "Among the crowd, I searched for him 1,000 times, and suddenly turning back there, he was amidst the fading lights." Bai Lu's heart trembled inexplicably. She approached Xiao Yi and asked softly, "Why are you wandering alone so late at night?" Xiao Yi replied, "I've been busy all day and was about to head home. What about you?" Bai Lu stretched lazily, sat down on a nearby bench and grumbled, "Looking for a place. My previous lease expired." Xiao Yi wasn't surprised. Bai Lu had never bought a house and always rented, though the ones she rented were certainly luxurious villas. "Found anything?" Xiao Yi asked. Bai Lu shrugged, not yet. They'll keep looking tomorrow. There are very few listings that satisfy me. Xiao Yi said, why not come take a look at my place? It's quite spacious and I'm the only one living there. It's empty. Bai Lu rolled her eyes, forget it, your place is too small. Even one person would be cramped. Xiao Yi chuckled, pointing at Jingjiang Diyuan. I'm not talking about the rental house. I mean inside here. Follow me. Bai Lu was slightly taken aback, then followed Xiao Yi into Jingjiang Diyuan. When they arrived at the villa, Bai Lu was stunned. Xiao Yi, this is your house. Xiao Yi smiled and nodded yes. I just bought it today. If you're interested, move in. You actually managed to buy a villa in Jingjiang Diyuan. That's incredible. I've looked at properties here before, but they were almost all reserved. I never thought you'd get one. Bai Lu exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Yi said softly, if you're interested, move in. I won't charge you rent. The villa was too big for just him alone. It would be much nicer to have someone else living there. Great. They'll move in tomorrow. Bai Lu didn't stand on ceremony, as she was troubled by the housing issue, and since Xiao Yi had a place here, she wouldn't go far away. Xiao Yi said, then let me show you around the rest of the place. Half an hour later, Xiao Yi sat on a lounge chair on the rooftop, holding a glass of red wine. Moonlight poured down like a torrent, illuminating his figure. The bustling lights of the metropolis painted a picture of peace and prosperity. Gazing at the splendid scenery, Xiao Yi couldn't help but recite. Leaning alone against the railing in the fine breeze, I gaze afar at the spring sorrow that darkly spreads to the horizon. In the fading light of the setting sun, the grass is tinged with mist, wordless who understands my leaning on the rail. I plan to indulge in wild revelry singing over wine, but forced joy has no flavor. My belt grows looser, yet I regret not, I grow thinner for her, and after reciting, he shook his head with a wry smile, and downed the wine in one gulp. Xiao Yi, you're amazing. Poetry and lyrics come to you effortlessly. My belt grows looser, yet I regret not, I grow thinner for her, and suffer willingly. That's beautifully written. And that line before. Among the crowd I searched for him 1,000 times, and suddenly turning back there, he was amidst the fading lights. That's also very evocative. Bai Lu came to sit beside Xiao Yi, admiration shining in her eyes. Xiao Yi looked at the horizon, and said with a smile, and Mr. Wang Guowei's Rinjian Sihua, there are 3 realms of life. The first realm, last night the west wind withered the green trees. Alone I climbed the high tower, gazing at the road to the horizon. This speaks of the need to first set a goal that may be lonely. The second realm, my belt grows looser, yet I regret not, I grow thinner for her, and suffer willingly. This describes the need for perseverance, persistence, and no regrets, while pursuing the first goal. The third realm, among the crowd, I searched for him 1,000 times, and suddenly turning back there, he was amidst the fading lights. This means that when we set a goal and keep chasing it, we may have no results for a long time, but by chance everything falls into place, and success comes naturally. Bai Lu listened, her gaze toward Xiao Yi even more admiring. Perhaps she had read too few books. She didn't know Mr. Wang Guowei or Rinjian Sihua. Of course, the original sources of these 3 lines are not from Rinjian Sihua, but from Yin Shu's and Lu Yong's Butterflies in Love with Flowers, and Xian Qiji's Green Jade Cup. Xiao Yi, you know so much. Suddenly I feel so stupid. Bai Lu rested her chin on her hand, quietly looking at Xiao Yi. The moonlight cast on his face made him seem incredible. Xiao Yi asked seriously, am I handsome? Yes. Bai Lu nodded. Then why haven't you kissed me yet? Xiao Yi said solemnly. Get lost. Bai Lu's face flushed, and she glared at Xiao Yi fiercely. Heartbreaking. Xiao Yi sighed lightly, a hint of disappointment appearing on his face. Seeing this, Bai Lu immediately gave Xiao Yi a peck on the cheek like a dragonfly skimming the water. You actually kissed me. Xiao Yi looked stunned. I was just joking, and you actually kissed me. You're being ungrateful. Bai Lu let out a coquettish snort, then immediately left with a Jiangxin College of Art. Today was the day of the first scene shoot for Nji Rua Su Xia Ru Lu Nian. In the gymnasium, a large crowd of students gathered, their expressions extremely excited. Chen Xian go. Chen Xian go. Chen Xian go. At this moment, 2 basketball teams were constantly battling, and the score kept changing. Yellow team 25 versus blue team. On the court, a young man in a blue jersey with the number 6 on his back was dribbling the ball, continuously passing several opponents, then made a layup, perfectly scoring 2 points. This person was Xiao Zhan, who played the second male lead. Chen Xian, the heartthrob of many girls at Jiangxin College of Art, a rich second generation with unique musical and athletic talents. Rua Su Chen Xian is really handsome. And his family is so rich, too bad he's not mine. Next to Su Yohuang, a woman with a ponytail stared excitedly at Chen Xian, who was striding swiftly on the court. Su Yohuang played the female lead Lin Rua Su. At this moment, she was watching Chen Xian on the court, with a smile, her eyes bright. 3 minutes later, the score became yellow team 30 versus blue team 45. Yellow team requests a substitution. The coaches of both teams said to the referee, "Nji, you're up next." I'm exhausted. A crew-cut man walked over to a bespectacled man who looked like a bookworm. This bookworm was Li Nji, played by Xiao Yi, who was usually extremely low-key in class, and Lin Rua Su was his ex-girlfriend. The two had broken up a week ago, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Rua Su was with Chen Xian. As the crew-cut man spoke to Li Nji, Li Nji was taken aback, obviously not expecting to be asked to play. This PK between the yellow and blue teams was actually a competition between Class 1 and Class 2 of the music department, and he was in Class 1. There were only 6 boys in the whole class. The ponytail woman beside Lin Ruosu whispered, "Ruosu, your ex-boyfriend is about to play. Do you think Qin Xian will crush him? Should you ask Qin Xian to go easy on him?" Lin Ruosu smiled faintly, without replying. You from start to finish her gaze was on him. As for Lian Ji, when she proposed the breakup, she had already decided to forget him. Lian Ji glanced at the crew-cut man and nodded. Alright. This scene was the highlight of the male lead's comeback. As a bookworm, Lian Ji was usually unnoticed in class and easily overlooked. He managed to win Lin Ruosu over because they met many times in the library. Perhaps they shared similar interests at that time, which led to them being together. But now it was graduation season and everyone was busy with thesis and job matters, so the novelty naturally faded. On the other hand, Qin Xian came from a wealthy family and could go back home to live off his parents after graduation without any worries about work. Naturally, many girls liked him. Although materialistic, that was the reality. It was perfectly normal for Lin Ruosu to fall for him. Therefore, in this scene, Lian Ji's path to revenge began, and he would once again step into the public eye, changing everyone. Overall, it was a process of playing the fool to catch the tiger, somewhat like an online drama. Lian Ji silently walked onto the basketball court, the number 4 on his yellow jersey, even more conspicuous than himself. Xiao Zhan stared at Xiao Yi with a playful expression. According to the script, Qin Xian did not take Lian Ji seriously at this moment, and even entertained the idea of toying with him. And Xiao Zhan really wanted to play a trick on Xiao Yi. Although his ball skills were not excellent, he felt he could still make Xiao Yi feel some pressure. With this thought, the smile on Xiao Zhan's face grew stronger. Although later in this scene Xiao Yi would have a comeback, in the early part, he would not. On the court, the blue team was passing the ball. Qin Xian got the ball, and immediately someone blocked him. He made a fake move, dodging the person in front. And Ji blocked him quickly. The yellow team player hurriedly said to Lian Ji. Lian Ji immediately jumped, trying to block Qin Xian. Bang! Unexpectedly, Qin Xian pushed hard with his arm, directly knocking Lian Ji to the ground. The referee's whistle blew. Lian Ji's glasses fell to the ground, and Qin Xian deliberately stepped on them as if by accident. Then he said apologetically, "Oops. So sorry, classmate." At this moment, Xiao Zhan was secretly delighted. That push was a completely genuine performance. "And Ji, are you okay?" The yellow team players quickly came over. "I'm fine." Lian Ji casually picked up the broken glasses from the ground and placed them outside the court. "You're up for the free throw," the yellow team captain said to Lian Ji. After the two teams were positioned, Lian Ji stood at the mid-court line, his expression no longer dull, but rather calm. Raised his hand, shot the ball. It went in. Good. The yellow team players applauded. Director Zhang, who was responsible for the complex shooting, nodded with satisfaction. According to the plot, if Xiao Yi missed the shot, they would have used some special effects editing. But now it seemed completely unnecessary. This reminded Director Zhang of the scene where they shot The Art of Qihong. TSK. Could he also be a basketball expert? Director Zhang thought to himself. After witnessing Xiao Yi's medical skills, if Xiao Yi were to display powerful basketball skills, he would not be surprised at all. Class 1 go. Class 1 go. Class 1 go. The classmates from Class 1 had been so frustrated that they couldn't speak. Seeing Lian Ji score a basket, they became extremely excited and started cheering enthusiastically. "I didn't expect you to have some skills." Qin Xian looked at Lian Ji with surprise. Lian Ji didn't say anything, as scoring a basket was no big deal. Blue team served the ball. This time the ball reached Qin Xian. Lian Ji stood in front of him. Qin Xian smirked, showing off, and turned around to bypass Lian Ji. But just as he completed the turn, the ball in his hand was snatched by Lian Ji. Lian Ji made a long pass, directly throwing the ball to the yellow team captain, who was running towards their own basket. The two teams immediately chased after. It could be said that to achieve authenticity, the production team had recruited actors who could actually play basketball. Across the entire court, the one with the worst skills was undoubtedly the captain of the yellow team. Reacted swiftly, dribbling forward with the crowd in pursuit. One player from the blue team, exceptionally fast, immediately blocked his path. Seeing this, he immediately passed the ball to Lian Ji. After securing the ball, Lian Ji chose not to pass again, this time as the rebound area was already occupied, so he launched a direct assault. With a swift dash, he evaded the first defender, then performed a crossover dribble and a spin to bypass the second, leaping directly into the air. Bang! A thunderous dunk. The ball went in. Dead silence fell over the scene. Both the extras and the main actors stared wide-eyed, their expressions the most genuine they could be at that moment. He actually knows how to play. Su Youwang's expression was one of astonishment. In the play, Lian Ji was a dull character who rarely exercised and only liked to read, offering her no sense of novelty. In reality, Xiao Yi, though not dull, also disliked sports, and she had never seen him play basketball. She never expected that a single dunk could be so devastating. In an instant, a complex glimmer appeared in Su Youwang's eyes as she looked at Xiao Yi. A moment exactly as the director had hoped. It would be unnatural if she didn't feel some complicated emotions after seeing her formerly mediocre ex-boyfriend suddenly become so formidable. Lian Ji, actually this good. The ponytail girl beside Su Youwang murmured, her eyes filled with disbelief. She could no longer distinguish between reality and the script. The players from both the yellow and blue teams were also stunned. Among them, aside from Xiao Zhan, everyone's skills were quite good. They had originally assumed Xiao Yi's basketball skills were mediocre and had been figuring out how to cooperate with him for the scene. Now it was completely unnecessary. The guy was truly extraordinary. That dunk, though some of them could also pull it off, was nowhere near as smooth as Xiao Yi's seamless sequence of moves. What a guy! Everyone had just come to act, but he had actually gone all out. At this moment, a fierce fighting spirit filled their eyes. If this weren't a script, they would have loved to have a real match. Of course, even so, they decided to step up their game for the rest of the scene. At least during defense, they would make Xiao Yi feel some pressure. This guy actually knows how to play. Turns out I'm the only noob here. Was all that seriousness really necessary? Xiao Zhan looked bewildered. His skills weren't terrible, but far from impressive, and among this group, he seemed very average. If the others hadn't deliberately held back earlier, his spotlight would have been stolen long ago. What a guy. Another surprise for me. Director Zhang beamed with satisfaction. Lianji, Lianji, Lianji. On the scene, a group of girls chanted his name excitedly, their voices high-pitched. If he had pulled off a dunk like that in his freshman year, he would probably have had many girlfriends by now. Xiao Yi's expression remained calm. He was fully immersed in the role. If not for fear of standing out too much, he could have easily performed a dunk from the three-point line. You know, the soaring dragon cyclone slam from Dongfang Xiang. That flashy, grandiose move. Rising into the air, a thunderous dunk that would make Jordan weep and James drown his sorrows in the dead of night. The blue team's free throw. The ball went to Chun Xian again. Gritting his teeth, he dribbled forward, but before he even reached mid-court, the ball was stolen by Lianji. Lianji immediately passed. The yellow team scored a layup, adding 2 more points. After that, Lianji kept stealing the ball, breaking Chun Xian's spirit and numbing Xiao Zhan. Even the moment he got the ball, his heart was racing. This guy was not only amazing at singing, but also terrifying at basketball. In fact, on several steals, Xiao Yi had clearly been holding back, otherwise Chun Xian probably wouldn't have had a chance to dribble at all. After repeated steals, Chun Xian collapsed, his fighting spirit gone. Seeing this, the blue team players instinctively avoided passing to Chun Xian, since every time the ball reached him it was immediately stolen. Then a blue team player who was 1.8 meters tall dribbled forward, intending to go for a 2-point layup. Bang! Lianji leaped and delivered a massive block. The ball flew out, the yellow team recovered it, and scored a fast break layup. Awesome. Freaking awesome. Must have practiced for 2.5 years at least, the blue team player cursed inwardly. He had thought his moment to shine had come, only to be met with a huge block. Boss Xiao, can you go easy? The other players from both teams found it both amusing and exasperating. They were just filming a scene and a god had appeared. Then the game continued. Whenever Xiao Yi got the ball, he either dunked directly or hit a three-pointer with a perfect swish, scoring relentlessly. As time passed, the game ended. Yellow team 102 versus blue team 60. In the end, the yellow team won. Lianji and the others, surrounded by a crowd, finished the first scene. Holy crap. Xiao Yi, your basketball skills are insane. The actors from both teams gave him a thumbs up. Was this even acting? It was pure domination. Xiao Yi chuckled and said, you all weren't going all out, otherwise I wouldn't have stood a chance. Xiao Zhan, standing nearby, twitched his mouth. I ran my legs off. He felt implicitly mocked by Xiao Yi. It's not that I didn't give my all, my skills are just this limited. Come on, if we really went all out, I feel like you'd crush all of us. The blue team captain smiled bitterly. Su Yuang looked at Xiao Yi with a complex expression, a hint of loss in her eye. Everyone worked hard in this scene. Ooh, extra chicken legs are in order. Director Zhang smiled broadly at the group, extremely satisfied. According to the usual schedule, this scene would have taken at least a day or two to shoot. But in just an hour it was perfectly completed in one take. What a joy. Moreover, the extras' expressions were incredibly authentic. Of course, not all of the hour-long game footage could be used. A large portion would have to be cut. Originally, the production cycle for a film usually spans years or months. But in this fast-paced era, everyone is chasing quick profits, so the timeline is accelerated. Many films without seasonal changes are completed within a month, and even some TV dramas are wrapped up in a month. Absurdly fast. This inevitably leads to significant flaws in acting. However, in this era of valuing looks, people instinctively overlook acting quality and focus entirely on appearance. A truly helpless situation. Even a powerhouse like Taisu Company had once spent an excruciatingly long time filming Water Moon, but now their production pace was accelerating at an astonishing rate. However, they demanded exceptional acting skills from their performers, so the number of actors who could meet their standards was exceedingly scarce. At the current pace, if no issues arose midway, director Zhang was confident they could wrap up within half a month. The campus-style shoot was relatively simple, as many elements could be sourced directly from the surroundings. Everyone take a break. We'll start the second scene in a moment. Director Zhang announced to the crew. The second scene primarily consisted of filler content to pad the runtime. For instance, interactions between Lianji and his roommates, a chance encounter with Lin Ruosu outside the library, and the brewing conflict with Qin Xian. Such scenes lacked dramatic tension, but served as a narrative lubricant, smoothly advancing the plot. At 5 in the afternoon, Xiao Yi returned to Jingjiang Diyuan carrying bags of groceries. In the villa, Bai Lu had already finished moving all her belongings. She sat on the sofa, chin propped in her hand, watching a program about the majestic mountains and rivers, a blissful smile spreading across her face. Especially the segment where Xiao Yi carried her up Mount Tai. It was incredibly thrilling. You're back. Seeing Xiao Yi return, Bai Lu immediately walked over and took the groceries from his hands. Sorry, I meant to help you move, but the shoot ran late, Xiao Yi said softly. Bai Lu replied, it's fine. The moving company handled everything. Xiao Yi said, they'll take a shower first then cook. You can start washing the vegetables. Okay. Lu went straight into the kitchen to wash the vegetables. After dinner, Xiao Yi lit a cigarette, crossed his legs, and lounged comfortably on the sofa. Lu sat beside him, patting her belly with satisfaction. Xiao Yi's cooking was getting better and better. At this rate, she would definitely be fattened up by him. Xiao Yi, it's all your fault. I'm going to gain weight again, Lu muttered. Xiao Yi chuckled softly, ignoring this woman who said one thing but meant another. After lounging for over 10 minutes, Lu said, Xiao Yi, now that we've eaten and drunk our fill, how about we go out for a stroll? The night scenery of Jiangsheng is at its most beautiful, and the streets are lively with people. Too lazy to move, Xiao Yi said lazily. No, you have to move, or you'll get fat too, Lu insisted, grabbing his arm and pulling him off the sofa. Fine. He'll move, okay. Xiao Yi was utterly exasperated. Let's go. Lu put on a cap and mask, then dragged Xiao. In a luxurious shopping mall, Xiao Yi was carrying bag after bag, looking like a walking shelf. Everything Lu had bought for him. Clothes, pants, shoes. This girl really knew how to win people over. Oomph. That little vixen Zhao Silu has no relation to you, yet she bought you clothes. I'm going to buy you even more, so from now on you'll only wear what I pick out, Lu said triumphantly. Xiao Yi said in exasperation, I'm worried that if we ever have a fight you'll make me strip off all these clothes, pants, and shoes right on the street. How awkward would that be? After all, isn't that how it goes in TV dramas? Don't worry, I'm not that petty, Lu said nonchalantly. Good, because I'm thick-skinned enough that I'd never give them back, Xiao Yi said even more brazenly. When someone offers to buy you clothes for free, you never refuse. Once the clothes are on your body, no one can take them off. Xiao Yi, that piano is so beautiful. Lu's gaze suddenly fell on a piano in the mall's atrium. The piano was a lustrous platinum white, adorned with exquisite patterns, stunningly elegant. She also had a piano in the villa, but it wasn't as gorgeous as this one. Excuse me, can people play this piano? Lu asked the security guard beside it. The guard replied, only those at level 9 or above can play. Lu's eyes lit up and she said, then I'm level 10. The guard smiled and said, then you're allowed to play. Without hesitation, Lu sat down and gently pressed the keys, a melodious tune filling the air. She played Rain Butterfly, a piece with a beautiful melody. The enchanting music drew the attention of shoppers around the mall, who pulled out their phones to record. 3 minutes later, Lu stood up. She looked at Xiao Yi triumphantly and said, so, my level 10 piano skills are impressive. Xiao Yi chuckled. So-called level 10 is for amateurs. Reaching it is indeed impressive. But beyond level 10, there are actually higher grades. Those are the virtuoso levels: level 3, level 2, level 1, and special grade. And for Xiao Yi, there was another level above special grade, the divine grade. Seeing Xiao Yi's dismissive smile, Lu glared and said, how about you give it a try? Fine, Xiao Yi said with a light laugh, setting down his bags and sitting at the piano. The security guard didn't object. Then Xiao Yi played, longing across time and space. The melancholic melody rose, striking a chord in everyone's hearts, making them tear up. The piece was so beautiful. Lu stared blankly at Xiao Yi, who was playing with such intensity. Tears welled up involuntarily in her eyes, perhaps because the music was so deeply moving, or perhaps because she sensed a profound loneliness within it. 3 minutes later, Xiao Yi finished. Applause erupted. Xiao Yi smiled at the crowd, then looked at Lu in surprise. Why are you crying? None of your business. Lu wiped her tears and turned away, refusing to look at him. All right, don't cry, Xiao Yi said, patting her head, then picked up the bags from the floor. Let's go. Oomph. Lu gave a delicate snort and quickly followed Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, what level are you at? She asked curiously. As a level 10 amateur, she was certainly skilled among non-professionals. But Xiao Yi's performance just now gave her an extraordinary sensation, as if his piano technique surpassed her understanding, a level she could never reach. Xiao Yi replied, I'm a virtuoso at the special grade. Liar. The only special grade in the country is Lang Lang. Lu naturally didn't believe him, but she guessed he was probably at the virtuoso level. What was that piece called? It was so beautiful. Lu asked again. Xiao Yi said, longing across time and space. If you like it, I'll teach you later. Great. It's a deal. Lu's eyes lit up. After returning to Jingjiang Diyuan, Lu went to her piano and said to Xiao Yi, teach me that piece now. Xiao Yi sat down and gently pressed the keys. Isn't it time-traveling longing? Lu was startled. Xiao Yi was not playing the previous tune. As he played, he sang softly. Maybe only by letting go can I get closer to you, only by not seeing you will you remember me. Time accumulates the fruits of this midsummer, the lonely fragrance of memories. I will try to leave you, try not to think of you, even though this is not my intention. You once said you would love me forever, but perhaps promises are just made because of uncertainty. Don't use silence to hide anything anymore when the result is so naked. 3 minutes later, the song ended. Lu stared blankly at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi chuckled and said, what do you think of this song? Lu replied subconsciously, it's beautiful. Xiao Yi said, this song is called Fruits of Midsummer. He'll write down the lyrics and sheet music for you later. It's a gift for you. Lu had bought him so many things this time, so giving her a song in return was only fitting. Lu was first startled, then looked at Xiao Yi with pleasant surprise. This jerk Xiao was giving her a song. This song was exceptionally good. If she sang it, the effect would naturally be strong. Xiao Yi smiled lightly and quickly wrote down the sheet music and lyrics. Lu picked it up and looked at it for a long time. The more she looked, the more she liked it. This song was truly wonderful and the melody was excellent. Xiao Yi, there's something I can't quite understand. Why is this song called Fruits of Midsummer? Aren't summer fruits sour and bitter? Why not call it Fruits of Autumn? Bai Lu asked curiously. Xiao Yi explained, most fruits of midsummer are sour and bitter, while it's like the love of 17 or 18-year-olds when everyone is innocent and naive. It's sour and bitter, but if it can withstand the passage of time and last to the end, it becomes sweet. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu suddenly understood. So that's it. Practice well. Ask me if you don't understand anything. Xiao Yi lay on the sofa lazily taking out his phone. Okay. Bai Lu immediately began to practice. Just as she opened her phone, Xiao Yi's Weibo exploded again. Jerk Xiao is smoking in public again. This is tarnishing the entertainment industry. Why hasn't he been banned yet? A netizen posted a picture of Xiao Yi smoking at Zhao Jianhua's wedding, and sitting opposite him was none other than Tan Sanyan. Xiao Yi went to attend his friend's wedding, served as a groomsman and host, tired all day. Can't he even smoke a cigarette? I also attended that wedding. Xiao Yi's wedding speech was truly amazing. He must be a learned person. What wedding speech? Can any sister share it with me? It's this one: two families unite in marriage, a covenant made in one hall, a blessed bond forever matched equally. Behold today's peach blossoms in full bloom, fit for home and family. Divining the future, may your descendants be many and prosperous, your family thriving and flourish. With this vow of white hair we write to the swan letter, and inscribe the covenant of red leaves on the Mandarin duck register. It's so evocative. When I get married, I want the host to recite these words too. Wow. Xiao Yi is so talented. I have the full video. Everyone click to watch. Everyone quickly open the video of Xiao Yi at the wedding. From being a groomsman to the host delivering the wedding speech, and finally singing for the bride and groom. The whole process was explosive like a TV drama, leaving people deeply shocked and filled with emotion. This wedding speech is truly amazing, especially Xiao Yi's slightly weathered voice, which feels very comfortable. That song doesn't seem to have a name yet. I don't know when it will be released. I'm getting married in a while, and I hope to hear it by then. Sisters, I've fallen under the spell of Jerk Xiao's talent. Woo, it's deadly, hee, damn it. I can't criticize this person anymore. His talent has crushed my intelligence. Don't give me this kind of job in the future. 5 cents for me to attack a big shot. Isn't that asking? After watching the video, everyone gave continuous praise. They had a feeling that if Xiao Yi released that nameless song, it would soon become a must-sing song at weddings. Just as everyone was praising, a black fan immediately revealed new information. Jerk Xiao Yi is shopping with an unknown woman. Some suspect that woman is Bai Lu. Jerk Xiao is so disgusting. 1 second he's entangled with Goddess Su, and now he's flirting with Bai Lu. Disgusting. I saw it with my own eyes. Xiao Yi indeed went shopping with an unknown woman tonight. He played a piano piece at the mall. I recorded the video. Everyone check out this piece. Soon a videographer posted the video. After some knowledgeable people watched it, they said, so awesome. Xiao Yi's piano level has at least reached the level of a concert pianist, and that piece is also excellent. I've never heard it before, it must be original. The person above is hilarious. As far as I know, piano only has 10 grades. Where does concert pianist level come from? The more ignorant a person is, the more blindly confident they become. Xiao Yi looked at the overwhelming comments online, but didn't take them too seriously. Now he finally understood the principle that black fame is also fame. The more fiercely netizens attack, the higher the heat, and the greater the traffic. No wonder those faded stars deliberately stir up publicity. Bai Lu was still practicing that song. Wrong note. The more Xiao Yi listened, the more he felt something was off. He walked over and guided Bai Lu on how to play and sing the song perfectly. Bai Lu was as serious as a primary school student. A week later, at the Jiangxing Art Academy in the music hall, many students gathered together. Today's scene was extremely important. It was set around a music party. In the scene, Su Youhuang playing Lin Ruosu was to perform on stage with Xiao Zhan playing Qin Xian. Lin Ruosu would dance and Qin Xian would sing. Of course, the key was Xiao Yi playing Lin Anji going on stage to show off. Filming was being prepared. Xiao Yi looked at director Zhang speechlessly and said, my script for the next part seems incomplete. It's fine for me to go on stage directly, but the key is that Lin Anji has to sing. Aren't you going to prepare a song for me? Director Zhang said with a wry smile, with your talent, do you still need us to prepare a song for you? Just improvise when you go on stage. Xiao Yi's mouth twitched. Damn it, this was fleecing him. Director Zhang looked at Su Youhuang and Xiao Zhan beside him and said, Qin Xian, Qin Xian, Qin Xian, Ruosu, Ruosu. The audience's screams continued. Lin Ruosu and Qin Xian, as the melodious music started, Lin Ruosu danced gracefully. Her classical dance was as light as a startled swan, as elegant as a swimming dragon, drawing every. Qin Xian, holding the microphone, sang with deep emotion. The two cooperated perfectly, looking like a celestial couple, making everyone envious. 5 minutes later, the performance concluded. The host picked up the microphone and said, next we have another activity. We will randomly select a student to come up and sing a song. As the host finished speaking, the stage lights swept across the audience, finally halting on Xiao Yi, who was seated below. Anji, go on. His dorm mates immediately urged Li Anji, while the surrounding girls stared at him with flirtatious smiles. Li Anji's extraordinary ball skills had already made them aware of his uniqueness. If he could sing well too, he would be even more captivating. Li Anji borrowed a guitar and walked onto the stage with a calm expression. Qin Xian fixed his gaze on Li Anji, a flicker of mockery gleaming in his eyes. Lin Ruosu, on the other hand, watched Li Anji with an indifferent expression. His earlier display of superb basketball skills had utterly humiliated Xian, which left her feeling somewhat displeased. Next a song. Too much for all of you. Lianji murmured softly. He gently plucked the guitar strings, and as the chords rang out his voice quickly followed. Squandering love recklessly hard already shattered what else is there to care about. Whatever you want to let you take it all. If you think freedom is happiness. Love is a mistake born of weakness, so why care about what others say or think? Too many excuses, too many reasons. For love I've betrayed everything. If you want to leave me. The song echoed on, evoking a sense of inexplicable loss. Too many excuses. Too many reasons. Don't ask me how I'll get through the hard times. Maybe you'll live on well, or maybe it'll vanish without a trace. What do you care about? The crowd's hearts trembled. Some listeners wept as they heard it, especially many boys who felt a lump in their throats. It was graduation season, but also the season of breakups. How should one choose to end a relationship? With a string of excuses and lies, or by saying it directly? At that moment many found their answers. Some after hearing the song suddenly no longer wanted to break up. Among them were certain girls. If they chose to part, what would become of the other person? Would he, like the one in the song, silently lick his wounds in some corner, or simply disappear from the crowd for the rest of his life? Many wiped their eyes, gazing at their partners in silence, their hearts in turmoil. That's Xiao Yi. Director Zhang stared wide-eyed. He had let Xiao Yi improvise, never expecting him to drop a bombshell. Good heavens, the weight of this single song was enough to rival the entire film. Suyo Huang, as she listened, had already shed tears, her heart aching even more. She felt that Xiao Yi's rendition of Too Much might have been specifically meant for her. As Xiao Yi's ex-girlfriend, the breakup was her unilateral decision. Was it she who had squandered love recklessly? And what about Xiao Yi? He never explained, never complained. Even when she tore into him, even when Suna used her account to trample on Xiao Yi, he never uttered a word of defense. All along she had called Xiao Yi a scumbag, but how much better was she? Hadn't she also hurt him? Since the breakup, though she could still see him, it was as if he had completely vanished from her life. Even when they met, there were no words between them. The greatest distance in the world is standing right before you, yet you remain utterly silent about the past, treating me like a stranger. At that moment, Su Yuang felt a piercing pain in her heart. She stared blankly at Xiao Yi on the stage, tears streaming down her face without her realizing it. Everyone thought she was too immersed in the scene, but no one knew she was acting out her true feelings. I owe you an apology. Su Yuang murmured, her breath rapid, sobbing uncontrollably, utterly lost. She suddenly felt that at this moment, she had lost something forever. The song ended. Thank you, everyone. Xiao Yi bowed to the audience and turned to walk off the stage. Lin Anji. Lin Anji. Lin Anji. I love you. The crowd below shouted excitedly. The extras here were mostly students from Jiangxing Art College. They had never expected that coming to be extras would allow them to witness a perfect concert. This song Too Much was truly beautiful, stirring the hearts of many. After filming, Xiao Yi stood under a campus street lamp and click, click. He pressed the lighter several times, but the night wind seemed to have a grudge against him, constantly blowing out the tiny flame. Just then Su Yuang walked up to Xiao Yi. She lifted her coat to shield him from the wind. Xiao Yi didn't stand on ceremony. Under her coat, he lit the cigarette. Taking a deep drag, Xiao Yi murmured, thanks. As your ex-girlfriend, I owe you a sincere apology. Su Yuang gazed at Xiao Yi in silence. Xiao Yi smiled faintly, saying nothing, not knowing what to say. Want to take a walk together? Su Yuang said softly. Sure. Xiao Yi nodded gently. Afterward, the two strolled around the campus. The campus was filled with students, couples holding hands, and some even embracing intimately in the shaded groves. University is nothing but an ivory tower. Those who enter are bound to leave eventually. Sometimes I really envy them. Envy that they haven't yet stepped into society, don't have to worry about too many things, and can do as they please without a care. Su Yohuang, gazing at the couples around, murmured. Maybe so. But one day taking on responsibilities is something every adult must do. Xiao Yi said, hands in his pockets, his expression languid. They walked on and on. Eventually they reached the sports field, which was beautifully laid out. A green football field in the center, and several open-air basketball courts up front. At night, two places on campus were the most lively. First, the small grove on the back hill. Second, the large sports field. On the field, a male student was sitting with a guitar, singing and playing to himself. A dozen or so people were listening to him. Lingering Fragrance. Su Yuang looked at Xiao Yi. The student was singing Lingering Fragrance. She also loved that song. It was steeped in melancholy, leaving a lingering aftertaste. They continued walking forward. Xiao Yi. Suddenly the student who was singing spotted Xiao Yi and called out joyfully. Xiao Yi smiled lightly and walked over with Su Yuang. The surrounding crowd, seeing him, grew excited and immediately pulled out their phones to take pictures. Not bad. Xiao Yi praised. The student's face flushed with embarrassment. He knew his singing was actually quite mediocre. Xiao Yi, how about you sing one? The student asked nervously. Xiao Yi was slightly taken aback. Sing one. Su Yuang stared at him with a strange expression. Sing one. Sing one. The surrounding students immediately started making a ruckus. Those who were jogging, strolling, or loitering on the playground also gathered. But this is your stage, isn't it? Xiao Yi looked at the student, feeling both amused and helpless. It's fine. Just go ahead and sing. The student immediately handed the guitar to Xiao Yi, hoping to hear him sing. You xiang again. Xiao Yi chuckled softly, took the guitar and murmured, Then he'll just sing something random. He gently plucked the guitar strings. A prelude sounded, and everyone realized it wasn't Yu Xiong, but a melody they had never heard. Xiao Yi began to sing a cappella, trembling not only your tears, but also the remaining world. The mocking wind loudly sings of parting, yet I cannot hear it. Tears that traverse 1,000 years, only visible in dreams. I long to see you again, even just once. Xiao Yi's voice was distinctive, clear, and melodious, like a divine sound, instantly transporting everyone into a beautifully ancient atmosphere. That was amazing. The surrounding people stared at Xiao Yi with excitement. Every song he sang was divine. In the entire entertainment industry, it seemed only Xiao Yi could do this. How could he have so much talent inside him? A genius. I never truly understood you, so what right do I have to criticize you? Su Yuhuang looked at Xiao Yi, who was singing earnestly, and a hint of shame appeared in her eyes. Dreams among the strands of hair am stranded in the dream. The moonlight is all from the past, a pale longing. You gaze at the horizon, I gaze at your face. Remember your features'll seek you in the next life. After Xiao Yi finished the song, everyone was still frozen in place. More than 10 seconds later, they finally snapped out of it, and applauded enthusiastically. Their eyes. Xiao Yi, you sang so well. The student said excitedly, looking at Xiao Yi with admiration. Learning is endless, I still need to keep working hard. Now it's your stage, go for it. Xiao Yi shook his head and returned the guitar to the student. Xiao Yi, what's this song called? The student quickly asked. Xiao Yi said, 1,000-Year Tears. After saying that, he continued walking forward with Su Yuhuang. After strolling around a couple of times, they arrived at the cruise parking lot. Let me give you a ride back, Su Yuhuang said to Xiao Yi. No need, I drove here. Xiao Yi opened the door of his on. Su Yuhuang looked at Xiao Yi's on. This man was becoming more and more low-key, so low-key that he felt unfamiliar to her. Xiao Yi stepped on the accelerator, and the un sped away. At Jingjiang Dun in the villa, Bailu was staring intently at her computer. Summer Fruit had been released and received countless positive reviews. So beautiful. I never expected that Lu Bao not only has excellent acting skills, but also sings so wonderfully. Whoa. Another song that can be played on loop. I love Lu so much. Everyone looked closely. The lyricist and composer seems to be Earthling. Isn't that scumbag Xiao's nickname? Oh my god. It really is Xiao Yi. He actually wrote a song for Bailu. Could it be true, as the rumors say that they're together? Undeniably, scumbag Xiao is truly a genius. Every song that comes from him is never trash. When netizens listened to the song, they were extremely surprised. The lyricist and composer was none other than Xiao Yi. Bailu looked at these comments and smiled lightly without explaining. What are you grinning about? Xiao Yi happened to walk in. Bailu immediately handed the computer to Xiao Yi and said, look. Xiao Yi glanced at it casually and said lazily, just as expected. After saying that he went to take a shower, Bailu continued scrolling through Weibo. 1,000-Year Tears. That guy Xiao Yi sang another song. Bailu quickly saw a video where someone had posted the clip of him singing on the playground. As for the songs in the music hall, due to confidentiality, they had not been released yet. Bailu opened the video and listened to it, her eyes lighting up. It was so beautiful. She began to hum along. Just bid farewell in late autumn, just a glance and flowers fall. By the window a solitary figure sits, the night grows lonelier. A road divides into two, love, but must let go. The idle east wind passes, stirring memories like yesterday. As she sang, she said seriously, that guy Xiao Yi is a scumbag indeed, but his talent is impeccable. The lyrics are so well written. But why is Su Yuhuang with him? Bailu frowned slightly. How carefree could this guy be? After being torn apart, he still walks with her. Doesn't he have any wariness? Damn. Scumbag Xiao sang again, this is so good. Whoa. This 1,000-Year Tears inexplicably reminds me of Moonlight, it feels so fitting. Scumbag Xiao, release this song quickly, or he'll chop you up. Hey. Every time I want to flame Scumbag Xiao, his songs always ring in my ears. I end up softening my heart, unable to sleep, feeling inexplicably sad. Damn. Isn't that Su Goddess next to Scumbag Xiao? Why is she with him? I feel so sorry for my Bailu. Exactly. Bailu and Scumbag Xiao are the perfect match. Su Yuhuang, that scheming woman, go away. Netizens kept commenting. Compared to before, the number of haters had significantly decreased. Of course, it wasn't that the keyboard warriors had reformed, they were just waiting for an opportunity, like poisonous snakes, to strike a fatal blow. After all, they had made a devout oath to their keyboards: as long as they live, the keyboard shall never die. After Xiao Yi came out of the shower, Bailu immediately asked, Xiao Yi, why are you walking with that woman, Su Yuhuang? She's clearly not a good person. Xiao Yi said casually, in the recent filming we're both in the same crew, so it's inevitable. Is that so? Bailu frowned, suspecting that Scumbag Xiao might be trying to flirt with Su Yuhuang. After all, based on her understanding of Xiao Yi, he might actually do such a thing. Of course, she was clearly overthinking. Even if Xiao Yi made a move on her, he would never make a move on Su Yuhuang. Xiao Yi looked at Bailu speechlessly and said, if I wanted to pick up a girl, wouldn't I just pick you up directly? Why go far when the one is near? They'll believe your quibble for now. Bailu gave a delicate snort, but inside she felt Another week passed. Filming continued. There were 2 more major scenes ahead. The first scene was the graduation season of Jiangxing Art Academy. The second scene was the grand wedding of Lin Ruosu and Chen Xian. Ready. Director Zhang shouted loudly. Everyone was ready, all cameras in position. The shooting of the first scene proceeded at a rapid pace. Thesis, defense, graduation gown, dressing, graduation photo taking, and the group photo with the girl. Classmates exchanged words contemplating what to do after stepping into society. Reluctantly parting with the girl they had a crush on in class, they each carried their suitcases and went back home to their families. And Ji, what do you plan to do after graduation? Will you pursue your musical dream? We'll give it a try for a while and see. Sui, did you break up with your girlfriend? Alas, I don't want to hold her back. After all, her family is well off, while I'm just a poor boy from the countryside. They'll probably only earn 3,000 or 4,000 a month from now on. I can't let her suffer with me. I kinda can't bear to part with my Xiao Chui. I've been silent for 4 years, never daring to confess my feelings. I wonder who she'll end up marrying. It breaks my heart. I want a drink. I was planning to invite the girls in our class, but many of them already have boyfriends. Forget it. Let's just have a few drinks together, guys. Don't go to your girlfriends, or well, cut ties. Xiao Yi, since it's graduation season, shouldn't you sing a song? Director Zhang prompted. Su Yuang and the others immediately looked at Xiao Yi, their eyes filled with anticipation. That guy Xiao Yi had a mind full of creativity. Everyone wondered what kind of song he would sing for the graduation season. Xiao Yi said helplessly, if I sing again, I'll have... Director Zhang immediately said, don't worry, the company has already approved the funds. You can settle with Boss Yang later. Alright. All of you want to squeeze me dry. Since that's the case, they'll sing a song for everyone. Xiao Yi said with a wry smile. What instrument do you need? Director Zhang was also decisive. Guitar. Xiao Yi chose the guitar. Then the staff brought a guitar. Xiao Yi stood together with the others, gently plucking the guitar strings. Well, since it was the graduation season, he would give everyone a fitting song goodbye. After all, the surrounding extras were all students. This song goodbye was meant as a gift for them. He hoped they would have wonderful memories of their college life rather than dwelling on various dormitory conflicts. The prelude began. Xiao Yi started singing. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to say goodbye to you, because maybe you'll never see you again. Tomorrow I will leave the familiar place in you. When we part, my tears will fall. I will remember your face forever. Everyone felt a lump in their throats. Some students even burst into tears. That guy Xiao Yi with just one opening line stole their tears. But this song was truly wonderful, perfectly fitting their current mood. They looked at their classmates feeling a strange sense of loss. In the play it was graduation, but they themselves were not far from graduation. When that time came, they would also have to part. After parting with, in the past, having a drink only required 2 or 3 people to head straight to the bar, KTV, or street stalls. But after graduation, what then? Everyone would be busy with life, working hard, some even choosing to start a family. With various ties binding them, getting together again would be quite difficult. In the past, they always thought that after saying goodbye, they would truly meet again. But in reality, they had already seen many people for the last time. The crew members also felt an inexplicable reluctance. Even though it was just filming, when the shoot ended, everyone would go their separate ways. This song goodbye was truly fitting for the occasion. Gradually, some people began to sing along with Xiao Yi. The song was simple, easy to follow, and some even remembered it after just one listen. After the song ended, Xiao Yi slowly put away the guitar. 3 minutes later, this scene came to a close. Xiao Yi, that song was... Director Zhang gave Xiao Yi a thumbs up. He had come to realize that Xiao Yi was a prodigy. Any crew that could get him to act would be immensely lucky because he truly brought his own. The previous song too much along with this one could already serve as the movie's theme song and background score. Xiao Yi, what's the name of this? Someone asked curiously. Xiao Yi said goodbye. Goodbye? Indeed, very fitting. The others said, feeling a sense of melancholy. Xiao Yi looked at the surrounding students and said, this song goodbye is mainly for you. I hope that after graduation you will have dreams in your hearts and achieve things. No matter how hard life gets, don't forget to keep in touch with your classmates. Thank you, Xiao Yi. The crowd said loudly, tears welling in their eyes, deeply moved. The campus shooting ended. Outdoor shooting was still in full swing. The content being filmed was 1 year later when Lin Ruosu and Chen Xian got married, inviting many of their classmates. As the main character, Li Anji naturally received an invitation, but he didn't attend. Instead, he held a concert. Of course, this later part was added by Director Zhang on the spot, as he thought it would create a better effect. This time, Director Zhang also invited Director Sun. Director Zhang was in charge of Lin Ruosu and Chen Xian's wedding, while Director Sun was responsible for filming Li Anzi's concert. At Jasmine Manor, Su Yuang wore a beautiful white wedding dress, while Xiao Zhan wore an expensive black suit. Director Zhang Xiao Yi didn't come. Su Yuang asked. Director Zhang said, no, Xiao Yi is busy with Director Sun on the other side. They're filming another scene. Another scene? Su Yuang was slightly taken aback. According to the original script, Xiao Yi was supposed to attend the wedding of Lin Ruosu and Chen Xian, ending with a heart-wrenching story. Now hearing that Xiao Yi's role had changed, she was extremely surprised and very curious about what his scene would be. But she also felt a strange sense of relief. Although it was just acting, if Xiao Yi actually came to the scene, she would feel a bit awkward. Because she didn't want Xiao Yi to see her in a wedding dress with another man. Alright, everyone get ready. Director Zhang said with a smile. Everyone immediately got into character, all cameras in position. Action. Director Zhang gave the order. The live music began. In the center of the manor, Xiao Zhan and Su Yuang walked hand in hand, appearing before everyone. Xiao Zhan wore a warm smile, while Su Yuang's smile was somewhat forced. For some reason, she suddenly felt uneasy and had difficulty getting into character. Cut. Director Zhang saw this and immediately called a stop. He quickly went over to Su Yuang and said, Yo Huang, your expression in this scene is unnatural. You should be wearing a happy smile. Relax, take it easy. Sorry, let me try again. Su Yuwang said seriously. Alright. Director Zhang nodded. Filming continued. But after 3 consecutive takes, Su Yuwang's expression was extremely unnatural, and it got worse with each take. Su Yuwang said apologetically, sorry Director Zhang, I don't know what's wrong, I'm having trouble getting into character. Director Zhang upon hearing this stroked his chin and said, hard to get into character. After a moment of contemplation, Director Zhang made an extremely bold decision. He said seriously, in that case let's use the footage from your first take. Since it's hard to get into character, let's make it more authentic, and according to his original plan this scene was the grand wedding of Lin Ruosu and Chun Xian, a picture of perfect happiness. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi's scene was to sing a melancholy song at a concert, a bittersweet ending to a tortured romance. But now that Su Yuwang was struggling to get into character, he decided to go with the flow. Sometimes weddings aren't always happy. Her expression suggested that this wedding wasn't as perfect as imperfection perhaps is the best. Director Sun used the existing footage and made a small wrap-up, then said to everyone, alright, the wedding scene is over. Now let's head to the Grand Theater. Xiao Yi is holding a concert there, and if we're late we'll miss it. Everyone perked up with interest. Clearly at this concert Xiao Yi would once again bring his own songs, and they didn't want to miss it. They just didn't know what kind of song Xiao Yi would bring. Usually, it would be a sad song. Since his ex-girlfriend was marrying someone else, the song would naturally be melancholic. When everyone arrived at the Grand Theater, there were already over 1,000 people gathered inside. Some were extras, but the majority were packed. Xiao Yi stood on the stage holding a guitar and said to the crowd, thank you all for coming. Today I'd like to offer you a song, Let the Past Go with the Wind. The prelude began stirring hearts, and then the singing started. Your shadow is everywhere. A person's heart is like a speck of dust falling in the past, drifting into the future, falling into the eyes. It brings tears. Let the past go with the wind, all with the wind, all with the wind. My heart moves with you. Yesterday's flowers bloom and fade. It's not a dream, not a dream, not a dream. Let the past go with the wind, all with the wind, all with the wind. My heart aches with you. The audience below stared blankly at Xiao Yi singing his heart out on stage, tears inexplicably streaming down. For a moment, they seemed to see a man disheartened by love, filled with infinite emotion and regret for the past, ultimately finding himself again and keeping company with solitude. Let go of the past, forgive everything. Choose to release, let the past go with the wind, let it all vanish like smoke. From now on, the sweetness and bitterness, the ebb and flow, are all my own and have nothing to do with you. The singer may be unintentional, but the listener takes it to heart. Su Yuwang's tears kept flowing as she didn't know why, but she felt weak all over and her heart ached. Let the past go with the wind. This song was telling her that Xiao Yi had completely let go, and from now on there was no possibility between. Everything about him would have nothing to do with her anymore. Is that so? If Xiao Yi's earlier song was about losing faith in love, then this song, Let the Past Go with the Wind, was about completely letting go of everything. Perhaps in the future he would fall in love with someone else with another story, but definitely not the same person. So let the past go with the wind. This is your true attitude, isn't it? Su Yuwang sobbed. At that moment, she seemed to understand why Xiao Yi could remain so calm and composed when he saw her. This song had already given the answer. The performance ended. Thank you. Xiao Yi bowed to the audience. Applause. A burst of enthusiastic clapping. Director Sun's filming also ended here. This drama concluded with the concert as its true ending. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Director Sun's eyes were full of emotion. He felt Xiao Yi was too amazing. Meanwhile, Director Zhang beside him was wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Because in his view, Xiao Yi's Let the Past Go with the Wind was not as sorrowful as imagined. Instead, it was full of relief. Ending the play with this song seemed to be the true perfection. Compared to the songs that brought pain and tears, this one was clearly the finishing touch. Good heavens, as expected of Xiao Yi, I really have to bow to you. Director Zhang said in a trembling voice. Xiao Yi brought 3 songs to one film, and they matched the theme perfectly. Su Yuwang gave Xiao Yi a deep look, then silently turned and left. At this moment her mind was in turmoil. She didn't know what to say, only wanting to find a quiet place. Perhaps she too should let go of those unrealistic thoughts and focus on her own matters. Xiao Yi walked off the stage. Everyone immediately applauded him. Xiao Yi, you're amazing. Even if this film we made doesn't become a hit, your 3 songs definitely will. Director Zhang's tone was extremely earnest. This film would probably be labeled as a bad movie with divine songs. Director Sun beside him smiled wryly and said, that Xiao Yi always likes to create miracles. This song, Let the Past Go with the Wind, really struck a chord in my heart. Xiao Yi smiled and said, it's all thanks to everyone's great cooperation. At this point, Nji Ruosu Xiaoru Lu Nian was completely finished filming. Director Zhang said, tonight at 8 I've prepared a wrap party at Highway Restaurant. Everyone must come. Great, the crowd shouted. In the afternoon, Xiao Yi returned to Xinchen Media. Wang Yujing said to Xiao Yi, the 3 songs you sang in the drama this time, the company intends to use them in the drama and purchase them from you at 2 million each. What do you think? That's fine. Xiao Yi nodded lightly. The so-called purchase of the 3 songs was only for the usage rights, 2 million each. Not a small amount. Then sign this contract. Wang Yujing handed a contract to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi glanced at it, found no issues, and signed his name. After that, Wang Yujing transferred the money to him. The total was 9 million yuan. comprising 5 million for his salary plus the usage fees for the 3 songs after tax deductions. Originally, Xingchen Media had advanced him 5 million to repay debts. During the filming of Qi Huang Jishu, his salary was also 5 million, which the company directly deducted. Now his salary could be paid normally. Of course, it still had to deduct some taxes. Unlike the high taxes on Earth, taxes in this parallel world were very low. For instance, on Earth, if a celebrity earned 10 million, the individual income tax alone would be 40%. Plus various value-added taxes and surcharges, the total tax would be around 4 to 5 million, leaving them with only a little over half. Moreover, many entertainment companies would take a large cut, which is why many artists choose to evade taxes. But in this parallel world, celebrities only need to pay 1/10 of their income. For 10 million, it's 1 million. They only pay about 1 million. They'll go record the songs first. Xiao Yi said softly. Go ahead. Wang Yujing nodded with a smile. 2 hours later, Xiao Yi finished recording the 3 songs. Of course, the release time of the songs must be synchronized with the film to better attract traffic. At 8 in the evening, everyone gathered on time at Highway Restaurant for the rap party. Let's toast to the perfect conclusion of this shoot, Director Zhang said, raising his glass. Cheers, they chorused. The meal stretched over 2 hours with much drinking, leaving them tipsy. Full and satisfied, time to go. Everyone rose from the table. Leaving the restaurant, many were helped by assistants into cars and driven away. Remaining were Xiao Yi, Su Yohuang, and Xiao Zhan. Xiao Yi lit a cigarette, gazing into the distance with a hint of drunkenness in his eyes. He had drunk heavily tonight, toasted repeatedly, and only his tolerance kept him from being fully intoxicated. Su Yohuang kept her head down, silent and lost in thought. Yohuang, it's late. Let me take you home, Xiao Zhan offered. No need for the trouble. A friend will pick me up, Su Yohuang replied softly. Xiao Zhan nodded. All right, I'll head off then. With that, he climbed into the sports car driven by his assistant and vanished into the night. A roar then echoed as a luxurious Ferrari. Yohuang, get in. From the car, a man in a black suit with sharp brows and starry eyes, exceedingly handsome, spoke to Su Yohuang. Su Yohuang nodded lightly and entered the car. With a roar, it sped away. She turned her head slightly to glance at Xiao Yi before looking away. Xiao Yi remained calm, hands in pockets, wandering aimlessly down the street. In the night, with dim lights and a cold breeze, a strange loneliness crept in. Returning to Jingjiang Dian, the night had deepened. Xiao Yi, you're back. Why so much wine? Bai Lu hurried over to support him. I'm fine, Xiao Yi waved off, still showing signs of intoxication. Let me help you rest on the sofa, Bai Lu guided him. As Xiao Yi laid down, Bai Lu lost her balance and fell onto him, her long black hair cascading over his face like a fragrant veil. Xiao Yi stared blankly at Bai Lu's delicate features and bright red lips. Under his direct gaze, she couldn't help but avert her eyes. Gently stroking her fair chin, Xiao Yi inexplicably leaned in for a kiss, sweet, smooth, and tender. Bai Lu's mind went blank from the kiss. She only widened her eyes, unsure what to do. Xiao Yi's hand slowly caressed her back, soft and delicate. Her heart trembled, her body going limp as she yielded to his whims. 3 minutes later, Bai Lu quickly stood up, breathing heavily, her face flushed. Xiao Yi meanwhile had fallen asleep, his soft snores rising. You? Taking advantage of me, Bai Lu muttered, covering her face as she glared at him. Yet seeing him in deep slumber, a sweet smile crept across her face. She fetched a blanket and covered him. Then, sitting by the sofa, she rested her chin on her hands, earnestly studying his handsome face. Come to think of it, he's quite charming like this, giving a sense of peace. Bai Lu stared at him, thinking to herself. Good night. She gently pinched his cheek, turned off the light, and softly returned to her room. The next day, Xiao Yi woke up. Bai Lu, in a white dress, was organizing items on a shelf. When she saw him awake, her cheeks flushed, recalling last night's embarrassing scene. Xiao Yi held his head, puzzled. How did I get back last night? He was hazy from too much drink and couldn't remember. You walked back yourself? Next time you drink, let me know so I can pick you up. What if something happened? And drink less from now on. All right, last night's rap party had me toasted a lot. He'll cut back, Xiao Yi nodded. By the way, do you remember anything else from last night? Bai Lu asked, a hint of tension in her eyes. Xiao Yi looked puzzled. Anything else? Seeing this, she guessed he had truly forgotten. She giggled, never mind. He'll take a shower, I reek of alcohol. Xiao Yi headed to the bathroom. After washing up, Bai Lu asked, holding a large dragon pattern jar, Xiao Yi, do you want to sell this jar? It was worth millions, but she wasn't short on money and didn't want to part with it. Xiao Yi chuckled, keep it as a collectible. Its value can't be measured in money. I thought the same, Bai Lu laughed. Then she added, but since we agreed to split it, I'll transfer 500,000 to you. Xiao Yi smiled, no need. Transferring money would make things distant. After all, isn't yours mine? Bai Lu was startled, then clenched her fist and lightly punched his chest, huffing. You smooth talker, not a good man. Carefully setting down the jar, she asked, Xiao Yi, nothing to do today. What do you plan? Nothing at all. No. Bai Lu tugged his arm. Let's go out for a big meal. At the mention of a feast, Xiao Yi perked up. You're treating. Fine. Bai Lu rolled her eyes. At the Oriental Elegance, a lavish restaurant, Xiao Yi browsed the menu. Just then he noticed a man and woman entering with bright smiles. One was Su Yohuang, stunning in a blue dress. The other was the handsome man from last night, in an expensive black suit. Yohuang, I often come here. They serve various Oriental cuisines, all excellent, the man said with a light smile. Su Yohuang was about to respond when she spotted Xiao Yi ahead. Her smile faltered, turning awkward. Xiao Yi merely glanced at them briefly and looked away. Su Yuang opened her mouth as if to explain something. Let's sit there. The man led her to a window seat directly opposite Xiao Yi's. Yo Huang, I recommend these dishes, they're all great. The man pointed at the menu. She replied softly, glancing at Xiao Yi. Just then she saw a woman in a white strapless dress sit down beside him. Bai Lu. Su Yuang was taken aback. Oh, Su Yuang. Bai Lu looked up and happened to see Su Yuang. With a strange expression she said, Yo Huang, is this gentleman beside you your boyfriend? Su Yuang was about to reply. The handsome man smiled lightly at Bai Lu and said, My name is Li Xuanqing, a suitor of Yuang. Oh. Bai Lu nodded lightly. Being able to dine with a suitor meant that this suitor was no ordinary man, but it had little to do with her. Soon the dishes were served. Li Xuanqing picked a piece of fish for Su Yuang and said softly, Yo Huang, try this West Lake vinegar fish. It's a representative of Zhejiang cuisine, exceptionally delicious. Thank you. Su Yuang expressed her gratitude. She did not pick up her chopsticks, but instead looked up at Xiao Yi and Bai Lu across the table. She saw Bai Lu continuously serving food to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, this is delicious. Xiao Yi, have more of this. Xiao Yi, this is also good. Bai Lu quickly heaped a large bowl of food for Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi buried his head and ate voraciously. Only beauties and fine food could not be betrayed. Seeing Xiao Yi eating so happily, Bai Lu couldn't help propping her chin on her hand, her eyes full of delight. Seeing this, Su Yuang felt that the fish in her bowl had lost its flavor. The West Lake vinegar fish was indeed full of vinegar, evoking a strange sourness in her heart. An hour later both parties finished their meals. Unlike Xiao Yi and Bai Lu, who were immensely satisfied, Su Yuang felt that the meal was tasteless like chewing wax. Xiao Yi, wait for me outside, I'll go pay the bill. Bai Lu said to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi put his hands in his pockets and Bai Lu walked to the front desk to pay the bill. At that moment Li Xuanqing and Su Yuang were also paying. Su Yuang hesitated for a moment before asking, Bai Lu, what's the situation between you and Xiao Yi now? Bai Lu chuckled coquettishly. Nothing special, just treating him to a meal today. Oh. Su Yuang replied softly, then added, I thought you two were in a relationship now. Bai Lu's face flushed slightly, and she snorted playfully, what are you thinking? How could I ever be with that scumbag Xiao? Hearing this, Su Yuang felt even more uncomfortable. She was not a fool. Bai Lu's eyes had already revealed many details. Xiao Yi and Bai Lu were very likely together. After all, there had been many rumors online recently about them. Shopping in malls, Xiao Yi writing songs for Bai Lu. The more she thought, the more uneasy Su Yuang became. She said earnestly, Bai Lu, that Xiao Yi is a bad guy. You need to be careful. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu frowned, and her tone turned cold. Su Yuang, I hope you never say such things again. When it comes to understanding Xiao Yi, you are no match for me. He is not as bad as you imagine, otherwise why would he not have come after you publicly tore him apart? As for Su Yuang, Bai Lu was actually extremely displeased. It was bad enough that she had publicly attacked Xiao Yi on social media before, but later to create a CP with Xiao Zhan, she even stepped on Xiao Yi again. Now she was even speaking ill of Xiao Yi. How detestable. As his ex-girlfriend, even I couldn't bear to tear him apart. Who does Su Yuang think she is? Daring to target him repeatedly. Su Yuang was rendered speechless. She had only casually reminded Bai Lu, never expecting such a strong reaction. Did she know Xiao Yi less than Bai Lu? She was Xiao Yi's ex-girlfriend. When it came to knowing Xiao Yi, how could Bai Lu compare? Xiao Yi is waiting for me outside. Oh, I still have to go shopping with him. Bai Lu said coolly. After Bai Lu left, Li Xuanqing asked softly, Yo Huang, are you familiar with that Xiao Yi? Su Yuang was silent for a moment, then shook her head and said, not very familiar. He used to work at the same company as me, but we later had some conflicts. I see. Li Xuanqing smiled lightly and didn't ask further. In a large shopping mall, Xiao Yi was carrying bags of stuff, feeling a bit amused and helpless. Unsurprisingly, Bai Lu had brought him to the mall to shop again. Various clothes, pants, leather, shoes, all brand names, giving him a feeling of being kept by a wealthy woman. You still have several pieces left from the last time you bought them, Xiao Yi said ruefully. A man's wardrobe only needs 2 or 3 sets. Replace them when they wear out. There's no need to buy so many. Bai Lu, wearing sunglasses, snorted playfully. I have money and am just having fun. I like buying things for you, so what? Tell me how many ex-girlfriends in the world treat their ex-boyfriends this well. You're a rich woman, whatever you say is right. Xiao Yi nodded obediently. Bai Lu was extremely tsundere. Bai Lu. Suddenly a surprised voice rang out. A man and a woman were walking toward them, the man carrying several bags in his hands. The woman was adorned with gold and silver, heavily made up, holding a phone in her hand with an extremely haughty expression. Although Bai Lu was wearing sunglasses, the woman recognized Huang Jingjing. Bai Lu was somewhat surprised to see the woman, for she was her college classmate. However, after graduation, the woman did not enter the entertainment industry, but became a teacher at a music training institution. There had been some conflicts between the two. In college, Bai Lu was the center of attention, while Huang Jingjing was envious and jealous. Especially when a boy that Huang Jingjing liked was pursuing Bai Lu, that made her even more resentful. Tsk, Bai Lu, is this your boyfriend? He's quite handsome. Huang Jingjing clicked her tongue appraisingly at Xiao Yi, a hint of mockery in her eyes. Although she hadn't paid much attention to Bai Lu's career over the years, she knew that Bai Lu was thriving in the entertainment industry. She never expected to see Bai Lu shopping with a man. If the outside world found out, it would be quite interesting. Bai Lu said coolly. I know he's handsome, you don't need to tell me that. Huang Jingjing linked arms with the man beside her. She said proudly, let me introduce you. This is my husband Feng Hao. He works at the tax bureau, just a mediocre little civil servant. In her eyes, no matter how much money an entertainer made, could they compare to someone with a secure government position. During college, she had been overshadowed by Bai Lu, and now she naturally wanted to surpass her. Feng Hao put down the things in his hands and extended his hand to Bai Lu, saying, hello, if you ever encounter any tax issues you can call me. I imagine you artists must have many tax problems to solve. A gleam of heat flashed in his eyes as he looked at Bai Lu. He naturally recognized the famous star Bai Lu. Compared to her, Huang Jingjing was like a common hen to a phoenix. Of course, when one is desperate, even a common hen would do. Thank you, but my tax matters are usually handled by my agent. Bai Lu noticed a strange look in his eyes, felt disgusted, and didn't extend her hand. Feng Hao frowned at Bai Lu's blatant disregard. Xiao Yi glanced at him and said teasingly, bro bought a lot of nice stuff for your girlfriend again, huh? TSK Tisk, all designer brands. Feng Hao cast an indifferent glance at Xiao Yi and ignored him. Not everyone recognized this third-tier celebrity. Huang Jingjing felt a surge of vanity and said proudly, all these together are only a few tens of thousands, nothing much. A heavy sense of humble bragging. Then she looked at the bags in Xiao Yi's hands and saw they were all men's clothes. She frowned and said, you're really something. As Bai Lu's boyfriend, you buy things for yourself and can't even buy her something. How can Bai Lu have a good life like this? Can't you learn from my boyfriend? He's generous and treats people well. Admittedly, Huang Jingjing's words made Feng Hao feel even. Although Huang Jingjing was usually vain, she always praised him at crucial moments, which was why he was willing to spend money. Xiao Yi sighed and poor. I'm neither a rich second generation nor a civil servant. I'm just an unemployed drifter now. Hearing this, Huang Jingjing felt even more pleased. Seeing how handsome Xiao Yi was, she had thought he was some rich second generation Bai Lu had found, but he turned out to be just an unemployed drifter. This boosted her confidence. No matter how beautiful you are, Bai Lu, or how well you do in the entertainment industry, the boyfriend you found is still not as good as my man. Feng Hao looked at Xiao Yi and said earnestly, young man, you need to work harder. I happen to know some important people. If you need, I can introduce. Xiao Yi said, that's not necessary, but I really envy brother Feng Hao who can buy his wife expensive clothes. Unlike me, I'm penniless. These things aren't expensive, just 100,000 or so, and they were all bought by Bai Lu for me. I'm really worthless. At first, Feng Hao was pleased with Xiao Yi's words, but the more he heard, the more uncomfortable he felt. In fact, as Huang Jingjing said, he did work at the tax bureau, but he was just a minor clerk. Embezzlement was basically impossible. So he didn't have much money either. Buying these tens of thousands of clothes would mean at least 2 months of hardship. Moreover, he had always been the one buying things for Huang Jingjing. He had never seen her buy anything for him. For instance, the clothes he was wearing had been used for over a year, and he couldn't bear to replace them. In contrast, Xiao Yi was carrying bags after bags, and the total value of these items was over 100,000, all bought by a woman. For a moment, Feng Hao was filled with envy. Damn it. If he had the chance, he wouldn't want to work hard either. He'd love to live off a woman too. Huang Jingjing was speechless for a moment. Her things were only a few tens of thousands, while Xiao Yi's were over 100,000, which killed her interest in continuing the comparison. That woman Bai Lu made a fortune and actually kept a gigolo. How infuriating. This dog of a man is no good either. Living off a woman and saying it so openly. Has he? Bai Lu giggled beside him, thinking Xiao Yi really knew how to act. Ahem. Bai Lu, we have things to do, so we'll leave first. Huang Jingjing changed the subject and dragged Feng Hao away quickly. Living off a woman is wonderful. It saves 20 years of detours, Xiao Yi remarked. In his past life, when he was singing on the street, wasn't he hoping for a wealthy woman to see through his stubbornness, tear off his disguise, and ultimately save him over 20 years of detours? You smooth-talking guy. Bai Lu rolled her eyes. Xiao Yi must have made a killing recently. Not to mention other things, just that villa alone already surpassed many entertainment industry artists. Every profession follows the Pareto principle. The entertainment industry is the same. Only a portion of artists make big money while most are just scraping by. Bai Lu considered herself to have some money, but she couldn't afford a huge villa like those in Xinjiang Diyuan. At least it wasn't something you could buy with just money. But Xiao Yi could directly acquire one. Could you call him poor? Back at Xinjiang Diyuan, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Bai Lu was a bit tired and lay down on the sofa, but a satisfied smile appeared on her face. So buying things for others could also bring such happiness. She must be crazy. Bai Lu smiled charmingly. She took out her phone, but moments later her expression turned strange. There was a music account that had posted some information about her. Shocking. Popular actress Bai Lu has actually kept a gigolo and bought him over 100,000 in clothes. Below there were pictures of her and Xiao Yi. No need to guess. This was definitely Huang Jingjing's doing. Soon reposts kept coming. Damn. Isn't that gigolo Xiao Yi? Someone immediately recognized the person beside Bai Lu as Xiao Yi. I thought it was something big. Xiao Yi already went shopping with Bai Lu last time. Posting this again is so boring. TSK. Is the person who posted this just getting internet access in their village? But is Bai Lu really dating Xiao Yi? Otherwise, why would she buy him so many things? Xiao Yi is trash, a gigolo, utterly disgusting. Fuck this trash, Xiao Yi. Why hasn't he been kicked out of the entertainment industry yet? Assaulting people, smoking, living off a woman, throwing diva fits, kicking stray dogs, harassing female artists, cheating on multiple artists. With all these charges, why hasn't he been blacklisted? Is the power of capital so great? How sad and pitiful. Bailu was speechless reading these comments. If you knew that I'm cohabiting with Xiao Yi, would you spit even more venom? Xiao Yi, someone is spreading rumors that you're being kept by me. Bailu stared at him with a smile. Xiao Yi said lazily, boring. After Xiao Yi entered his room, Bailu's phone rang. Sister Lu, what's up? Bailu answered. It was her agent Lu Jing. Lu Jing asked, what's going on between you and Xiao Yi? Bailu said bluntly, nothing special. Didn't I tell you last time my lease expired? I'm staying at Xiao Yi's place now. You're even cohabiting. So fast, Lu Jing exclaimed. Bailu quickly replied, it's not as exaggerated as, alright then, I won't bother you. Anyway, Xiao Yi is not bad, spending more time with him won't hurt. After saying that, Lu Jing hung up directly. Bailu's expression turned strange. She had thought Lu Jing was coming to interrogate her, but instead she told her to spend more time with Xiao Yi. What did that mean? When you all find out that Xiao Yi and I were already together long ago, I wonder what you'll think. Bailu said mischievously. At this moment in Xiao Yi's room. Beauty Zhao, may I ask what brings you? Xiao Yi asked, holding his phone. It was Zhao Jinmai calling. Zhao Jinmai said in an unhappy tone, when do you have time? He'll take you to buy clothes. What do you mean? Xiao Yi pretended not to understand and asked. Playing dumb, I admit that when we were together, I really didn't do well enough. I didn't buy you many things. Now that I have money, whatever you want I can buy it for you. Zhao Jinmai said dominantly. Previously she had been busy filming and didn't have much time to browse the online circle. Today in her spare time she happened to see pictures of Xiao Yi and Bailu shopping together, and it seemed Bailu had bought him many things. This made her a bit jealous, so she planned to buy Xiao Yi something. Otherwise, if word got out, people would say she wasn't a qualified ex-girlfriend. Of course, these were all excuses. She just couldn't stand seeing Xiao Yi wearing clothes bought by that little vixen Bailu. If he had to wear something, it should be bought by her. What a damn possessiveness. Don't bother buying me things. If you're really sincere, just let me save 20 years of struggle. Xiao Yi teased. Fine, then I'll let you save 20 years. Where do you live now? He'll find time to come see you. Zhao Jinmai snorted. Ahem. You'd better focus on filming. My crappy room has poor signal. I'll hang up first. Xiao Yi quickly ended the call. At this moment in a room at a film crew location, Zhao Jinmai stared at the disconnected call, utterly furious. Xiao Yi, you jerk. Just wait, how dare you hang up on me. Don't ever let me see you again. Zhao Jinmai hugged a pillow and punched it twice fiercely. A new day? Xingshan Media? Good morning, Boss Yang's sister. Xiao Yi, holding a steamed bun, greeted Boss Yang and Wang Yujing. Good morning. Boss Yang and Wang Yujing smiled. Xiao Yi, recently Xingshan Media received 3 scripts and plans to have you act in one of them. Take a look and see which one interests you. Of course, they're all supporting roles. Boss Yang handed the 3 scripts to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi flipped through them. The first, Do Di Song Qiong. The second, Do Shen De Lu. The third, Shenhua. What do you think? Wang Yujing asked. Which one do you intend for me to pick? Xiao Yi asked. Boss Yang said, Do Di Song Qiong and Do Shen De Lu have vast worldviews and many elements. They are adapted from popular online novels, generating tremendous heat and traffic. They feel decent. On the other hand, Shenhua is adapted from an old movie long ago. It's a historical drama with somewhat lackluster special effects. Xiao Yi asked, who are the leads for Do Di and Do Shen? The lead of Do Di is Wu Lei and Do Shen's is Xiao Zhan. One is a popular powerhouse actor, the other is a top trending idol. Working with them might give you more opportunities. Boss Yang said softly. Of course, her true thoughts were different. Because the budget was limited, if a top idol joined, they would take most of the funds as their salary, leaving insufficient funds for special effects. For a fantasy epic, if the special effects fall short, and the plot deviates greatly from the original, it will surely cause backlash from the original fans. From a short-term perspective, such shows use the original's hype and hire top idols to rake in easy money. But this is extremely detrimental to an actor's growth. She hoped Xiao Yi would become a powerhouse actor, not a star who just rakes in easy money. After listening to Boss Yang's words, suddenly the famous scenes of Do Qi Hua Ma and Hao Yanju Sun appeared in Xiao Yi's mind. I am a Do Wang and a Do Di is chasing me, but I am not flustered at all. I even feel like laughing because his horse is not as fast as mine. The thought of that famous scene was embarrassing. Ahem. Let's go with Shenhua. This script feels good. Xiao Yi said softly. Shenhua was naturally good, there was no doubt about it. In this script, he would play the villain Gao Yao, a ruthless and tragic character. What a unique eye. I thought you would choose the other 2 scripts. Boss Yang looked at Xiao Yi in surprise. If it were an ordinary artist, they would definitely choose the other 2. After all, with a top idol, it comes with massive traffic. Even if the show is heavily criticized, it can still attract a large number of casual fans. But she didn't expect Xiao Yi to skip the first 2 and intuitively choose Shenhua. Good, worthy of the person she valued. Truly discerning. If Xiao Yi had actually chosen the first 2, she would have been somewhat disappointed. Wang Yujing smiled lightly. Her thoughts were consistent with Boss Yang's. Of course. Xiao Yi replied with a smile. Actually, all 3 scripts were good. The first 2 fantasy scripts, if they were willing to invest in special effects, use talented actors, and not deviate from the original plot, would definitely produce good results. As for the last script, the key was acting. Alright, then go for an audition today. They'll tell you secretly, this drama actually has a top idol too. You must work hard and not let down the reputation of our Xingqian media. Boss Yang stretched. The matter was settled. Xiao Yi and Xiao Yu left Xingqian media and headed to the audition location. Jiangxing Huangying Building. This was the location of the Huangying Group branch. In terms of strength, Huangying was far stronger than Tianyu Media, Xingqian Media, and others. At this moment, many audition candidates had already gathered here. Teacher Ching, this is Xiao Yi. He's here for the audition. Xiao Yu said respectfully to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was a veteran powerhouse actor Cheng Long. He had acted in several films and was a household name. This TV adaptation of Shun Hua was based on the movie he had starred in, and he was the supervising director of the TV series. Hello, Teacher Cheng. Xiao Yi greeted him proactively. So you're Xiao Yi. Not bad. Cheng Long gave Xiao Yi a thumbs up. As one of the three major investors, Xingqian Media had strongly recommended Xiao Yi to him. Having been in the entertainment industry for many years, he was especially good at judging people. The first time he saw Xiao Yi, he felt this young man was extraordinary. That special aura could not be faked by acting. Xiao Yi smiled lightly. Cheng Long looked at a handsome young man beside him and said, Yiba, come here. Teacher Cheng. Wang Yiba immediately walked over, extremely respectful. He was playing the lead role Yi Xiaochuan originally intended for Hugo, but Hugo had other filming commitments, so the crew later found Wang Yiba. Cheng Long smiled and said, now have a scene together with Xiao Yi. Hell, play Gao Yao. Just pick a reunion scene where they drink together and improvise. Wang Yiba glanced at Xiao Yi beside him, frowning slightly. He naturally knew Xiao Yi. Recent events about him had been spreading like wildfire. But he wasn't fond of Xiao Yi. The other was too handsome, making him feel a great threat. What? Is there a problem? Cheng Long asked. No problem. Wang Yiba quickly replied. Then the people around cleared a space. Ready. Cheng Long spoke. Wang Yiba took a deep breath, pondered the script content, and quickly entered the state. He casually picked up a nearby water cup and mimed drinking from it. Then pointing at Xiao Yi, he said angrily, Gao Yao, you've changed. I don't even recognize you anymore. What are you thinking about all day? You're always thinking about how you want to dominate the world, how you want to overthrow this world. I'm really scared, afraid that one day you'll become that Zhao Gao. Xiao Yi instantly entered the state, as well his expression somewhat manic, eyes bloodshot and misty, and he said, Yi Xiaochuan, you're so great, you're so pure. Now you can curse me. Wang Yiba slammed the paper cup to the ground and said angrily, so what if I curse you? Xiao Yi gave a thumbs up to Wang Yiba and said with measured cadence, you're so great, you're so pure. Do you know what kind of bullying I've suffered here? Just because I have no power or influence and crippled. I'm a fucking useless person. You're so great, everybody loves you. What a crappy place, crappy place, crappy place. As he spoke, tears streamed down Xiao Yi's face, his expression ferocious and filled with immense rage. I will step by step climb to the very top. I want to be Zhao Gao. I don't want to be bullied by others anymore. I want to be the highest Zhao Gao, the Zhao Gao who is second only to 1 and above 10,000. Xiao Yi walked toward the stairway nearby, head lowered, his steps unsteady, climbing step by step with an extremely manic expression. When he reached the middle of the stairs, he turned around, sat down on the stairs, and his eyes displayed a mix of confusion, fear, and loss, a complex array of emotions. He murmured, I don't want to be bullied anymore, Yi Xiaochuan, you know. I really don't want to be bullied anymore. I want to be Zhao Gao. Wang Yiba stared at Xiao Yi in a daze, stunned by Xiao Yi's acting, not knowing what to say, and broke. Pressure. A pressure that hit him like a wave, leaving his forehead covered in cold sweat. Just thinking about having to truly act opposite Xiao Yi later made him feel an inexplicable palpitation. He couldn't understand why a third-rate actor so heavily criticized could display such terrifying acting skills. Was this the same Xiao Yi who was being trashed online? Was this still the Xiao Yi he remembered? It was one thing to be handsome, another to sing well, but to have such terrifying acting skills. Fear. Wang Yiba's heart was filled with fear, and Qinglong and the others nearby were also wide-eyed, stunned by Xiao Yi's acting and lines. Wang Yiba's lines were indeed in the script, but Xiao Yi's lines here were completely absent from the script. Clearly Xiao Yi was improvising. And this improvised speech was even more perfect than the original script. Great. Too good. Qinglong was overjoyed, unable to help giving a thumbs up. Xiao Yi's display of both acting skills and line delivery was explosive. This was the Gao Yao he wanted. Just from this scene, he knew that Gao Yao had to be played by Xiao Yi, no one else would do. Moreover, the lines for this scene in the original script had to be changed to what Xiao Yi had said. Xiao Yi now exited the state. True acting naturally means becoming the character, fully revealing the character's emotions. That's what constitutes excellent acting. If one merely copies the lines and actions without emotional engagement, the effect would obviously not be very good. Xiao Yi, your improvisation was really great. I've decided that we'll use the lines you just said for this scene. Filming will take place in a week. In the meantime, feel free to come to the set to familiarize yourself and communicate with the staff. Qinglong said excitedly. Okay. Xiao Yi nodded lightly. Then Qinglong gave some instructions. Xiao Yi then left the Huangying building with Xiao Yu. Time flew. A month passed. Huangji Shu had already aired 18 episodes, while Anji Sra was scheduled to premiere on the 15th of next month. When Huangji Shu premiered, the haters immediately showed up without even watching the show and started to trash it. What? This drama is actually starring that scumbag Xiao Suddenly I have no interest in even watching it. You're so right, sis. A scumbag acting in an awful medical drama. How dare they release it? It's an eyesore. I don't even need to watch it. Just give it a 1-star rating. Heh, just a crappy show trying to make easy money. Chinese medicine is just mythologized by people. Oh, it's not that powerful. Only Western medicine is the way. Oh, Zhao Silu actually acted with that scumbag Xiao. This time she'll probably be dragged into the mud too. Collateral damage. Actually, I think this drama is actually pretty good. That old man Shi Yongshan from Chihuang Hall is a real divine doctor. He once treated the head of state, and his medical skills are extremely formidable. Let me tell you a secret: the patients in this drama are all real, and even the lead actor Xiao Yi knows medicine. Go check Fu Yinya's Weibo, who she has said that it was indeed Xiao Yi who cured her leg. The person above is joking, right? That scumbag Xiao knows medicine. I'd rather believe that a pig can climb a tree. A fantasy. Does Xiao Yi have a medical license? If you're going to brag, at least provide evidence. At first the haters were unrelenting, but some people strangely noticed that although the show was heavily trashed, it also received a lot of positive reviews. Some even discovered that a few big-name medical experts personally reposted comments, and among them were many prominent figures in Western medicine. Yang Qianhe, director of the First People's Hospital, this is a good drama. The patients and doctors in it are all real. The later filming took place at my First People's Hospital. Chinese medicine has never declined. It's just that we unworthy descendants have failed to inherit and promote it. After practicing medicine for many years, I feel truly ashamed. Many experts at the First People's Hospital are now studying Chinese medicine. I hope our Chinese medicine can develop with great momentum. When some haters saw this comment, they immediately became displeased. Where did this fraud come from? How dare he impersonate the director of the First People's Hospital? Is he tired of living? The capital is willing to do such insane things to whitewash Xiao Yi. Friend above, I am a specialist in the cerebral palsy department of the People's Hospital. I think you should come to our hospital to get your brain treated. Some people always speak without thinking. Whether Director Yang is fake or not, just click on his profile and you'll know. Say whatever you want. In my opinion, this is a lousy drama, and Xiao Yi is a lousy person. Exactly, setting aside Xiao Yi's acting skills, he's just a lousy person. Keep being stubborn. But the conversation didn't stop. Then another person gave a like. Wei Zhen, a drama filmed with real patients, is indeed very bold. I am honored to be one of them. Thank you to the doctors in the drama for saving my life. Who is this again? Coming here to whitewash? Hilarious, right? A hater said disdainfully, directly mocking under this comment. Sigh, bro, you're done. This is the former top leader of Jiangxing. You'd better wait for the community to send you warmth. Really, the top leader? The guy above is done for. Dong dong dong. Hello, please open the door. Delivery. What are you guys up to? I just passed out from jerking off, and just... Some netizens quickly clicked on Wei Zhen's account. They didn't check and didn't know, but when they did, they were shocked. It really was the top leader. For a moment, the entire internet fell silent. Netizens dared not post messages recklessly. Those haters hurriedly shut up and deleted their comments. It should be noted that some of these haters were paid trolls while others were directly personnel from certain media outlets. At this moment, they were completely cowed, trembling with fear. Who would have thought that a single drama would expose two big shots? Moreover, even the top leader said that the patients in it were real. Now who would dare to refute? Clearly Wei Zhen's words carried great weight. Many people changed their negative reviews to positive ones, and for a time all sorts of praise poured in. Some doctors even began to study the drama directly. More precisely, they were researching the dialogues between Xiao Yi and Qi Yongshan in the drama because their remarks involved some extremely important medical theories. Some people deliberately consulted ancient medical texts and found that both men's remarks were traceable. At the same time, many others sought to verify the authenticity of the scenes in the filming. They didn't check and didn't know. When they checked, they were shocked. It turned out that the entire process of Xiao Yi's acupuncture medication and treatment was real. Countless netizens were stunned, finding it hard to believe. Filming a drama, they actually went for the real deal. As a result, the ratings of The Art of Healing skyrocketed. It instantly trended on the hot search list, with data soaring terrifyingly, directly crushing other dramas airing at the same time. The acting skills Xiao Yi displayed also left a deep impression on everyone. It was simply amazing. His expressions, actions, and lines were so formidable that there was nothing. Especially when he practiced medicine, there was no emotion in his eyes, causing an inexplicable palpitation and fear. As for all this on the internet, Xiao Yi did not pay much attention. At this moment, he was sitting on a filming floor in Hongdian eating a boxed lunch. At this moment, he was dressed in Qin Dynasty attire with makeup that completely concealed his handsome features, making him look sinister and treacherous. A vivid villainous image that evoked inexplicable fear at a glance. After finishing his boxed lunch, Xiao Yi casually took out a cigarette and lit it. Bad news, Mr. Cheng. Bai Bing fell from the wire. Suddenly a staff member ran toward Cheng Long, who was eating a boxed lunch nearby. Upon hearing this, Cheng Long immediately put down his boxed lunch and walked forward. Xiao Yi also followed. Ahead, a group of staff gathered, and on the ground lay a woman in a white dress, her face extremely pale. No one dared to move her, as such a fall might involve fractures. Lifting her carelessly could backfire. The best course was to wait for medical personnel. This woman was Bai Bing, who played Princess Yushu in the drama The Female Lead. Bai Bing was a member of Huangying, and Cheng Long had high regard for her. Among the 4 beauties of the imperial capital, Bing Shuiwei Tian, by Bing was one. Rumor had it that all 4 had powerful backgrounds that no one dared to provoke. Of course, these were merely online exaggerations and mutual gilding. There were indeed some extremely formidable women in the imperial capital, but definitely not these 4. Old Jiang, what happened? Cheng Long looked at a middle-aged director beside him. This director was called Jiang Hui, brother of Jiang Qingru from Taisu, with a background not simple either. Jiang Hui said in a deep voice, "There was a problem with the wire just now. The ambulance is on its way. Where are the medical staff?" Cheng Long asked loudly. Film crews usually have medical staff on standby, as various emergencies can occur during filming. "Mr. Cheng, the medical staff have all gone to eat," Wang Yiba said quietly. Cheng Long frowned. Xiao Yi stepped forward and said, "Let me take a look at her." "Xiao Yi, don't make trouble at a time like this," Wang Yiba immediately said. Xiao Yi took out his phone, opened an electronic certificate, and said, "This is my medical license." Cheng Long took the phone, glanced at it. Good heavens, honorary physician of the People's Hospital. His expression was shocked, and his look at Xiao Yi was filled with disbelief. Xiao Yi, so young, was already a physician at the People's Hospital. Was he that prodigious? The surrounding staff were also stunned. This guy Xiao Yi actually had a medical license. What's going on? A doctor coming to the entertainment industry to act. Is that how it works? Wang Yiba was slightly taken aback, his expression awkward. Xiao Yi was a doctor. What the hell is going on? Xiao Yi, quickly check on Bai Bing. Cheng Long urged. Xiao Yi walked over to Bai Bing, bent down, and Xiao Yi, how is she? Cheng Long asked. Xiao Yi said casually, she's lucky. Only a fracture of the left radius, no bone defect. No other issues. Have someone bring the medical kit, and prepare 2 wooden boards. Upon hearing this, Cheng Long couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it was just a fracture, it was manageable. Having filmed for many years, he had fractured bones many times himself, so he was experienced. If the condition wasn't serious, it would basically take 2 to 3 months to fully recover. Soon someone brought the medical kit. Xiao Yi grasped Bai Bing's arm. For this simple fracture without bone defect, no other surgery was needed. Only a simple reduction procedure was required to align the bones. If there were bone fragments, surgery would be needed to remove the fragments, and then apply a steel plate. Wait, what are you doing? Just as Xiao Yi was about to proceed, 3 medical staff finally arrived at the scene. Seeing Xiao Yi holding Bai Bing's hand and preparing to act, their expressions immediately changed. Cheng Long looked at the 3 medical staff and said, "Xiao Yi is a doctor." The 3 medical staff hurriedly said, "Mr. Cheng, a fall from a wire is no small matter. We can't just mess around." Cheng Long directly handed Xiao Yi's phone to the 3 medical staff. Honorary physician of the People's Hospital. The 3 medical staff were taken aback, bewildered. This young heartthrob Xiao Yi was actually a physician. It somewhat overturned their is being a celebrity this competitive these days. Crack. While Cheng Long and the 3 medical staff were talking, Xiao Yi had already completed the radius reduction. He immediately picked up the wooden boards and gauze to immobilize Bai Bing's arm. "It's done," Xiao Yi said softly. The 3 medical staff quickly stepped forward to examine. After a check, they breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Bing hadn't recovered yet. She was stunned from the fall and a bit frightened, but it wasn't serious. Soon after, the ambulance arrived and took Bai Bing to the hospital. "Xiao Yi, thank you for this time," Cheng Long said, gently patting Xiao Yi's shoulder. "No big deal." Xiao Yi put his phone in his pocket. Bai Bing was injured. It would take 2 to 3 months for her to recover. Thus her scenes had to be postponed. However, the scenes involving Xiao Yi and the others were to proceed with. After all, in this fast-paced era where everyone was frantically filming to rake in quick money, waiting for a single person would inevitably delay the entire production schedule. In the past, even the changing of seasons had to be endured with lengthy waits. But now it was different. Even if a scene required seasonal elements, special effects could be employed, significantly shortening the filming duration. Filming progressed with fervor. Over a month later, Xiao Yi's scenes were all wrapped up, allowing him to head home directly. "Xiao Yi, you must attend the rap party," Jackie Chan said earnestly, holding great expectations for him. Jackie Chan spoke earnestly to Xiao Yi, holding him in high regard. Young as he was, his acting skills were exceptional, and being a physician at the People's Hospital was truly impressive. His future held boundless potential. "Sure, Teacher Chung." Xiao Yi nodded with a smile. Jackie Chan pretended to be displeased and said, "Why call me Teacher Chung? Just call me Brother Long from now on." "All right, Brother Long." Xiao Yi did not stand on ceremony. Subsequently, Xiao Yi and his assistant Xiao Yi returned to Jiangxing. Jingjiang Dun. Bai Lu, clad in a pristine white suspender dress, lounged lazily on the sofa, munching on a bag of potato chips with a crisp crunch. Ding dong. The doorbell rang and Xiao Yi opened the door to enter. "Xiao Yi, you're finally back." Bai Lu immediately set aside the chips and walked toward him cheerfully, a faint fragrance wafting over. During this period, Bai Lu had also been busy filming, finishing just 2 days ago. Xiao Yi chuckled, "How's your shoot going?" Bai Lu, a top-tier star, usually played leading roles, and the projects she took on were all high-budget productions. She said in a sweet voice, "I think it's quite good. The show is called The Spring of..." Hearing the words "The Spring of K-pop," Xiao Yi paused slightly. A Qiong drama. A poignant love story set in the Republic of China, a tear-jerking masterpiece. For the post-80s and post-90s generation in China, when it came to Republican-era television love stories, Yaba Xinliang and The Spring of K-pop invariably came to mind. Back then, the internet was not yet widespread, and not every household had a television. Yet even so, Yaba Xinliang and the Spring of K-pop were etched into countless memories. This show will be a huge hit, Xiao Yi said seriously. Under normal circumstances, such a show, if released on Earth today, would be outdated and attract very few viewers, as it was somewhat old-fashioned. But on Blue Star it was the opposite. The entertainment industry there had always been sluggish, dominated by capital, with few quality productions. Though audiences idolized celebrities, they eventually grew weary and craved excellent works to refresh their eyes. Thus, when a good show appeared, countless viewers would eagerly embrace it. Bai Lu rolled her eyes. It hasn't even aired yet. How do you know it will be a hit? Xiao Yi replied, I guessed. Then I'll take your word for it, she said. Bai Lu gently tossed her hair. Beep. At that moment her phone rang. Hello, Director Luo, what's up? Bai Lu asked. The caller was Director Luo from the Spring of K-pop production team. Bai Lu. Recently the company has been desperately searching for a theme song for the Spring of K-pop, but nothing suitable has been found yet. Do you have any recommendations? Director Luo's voice came through. During this period the producers had been scouring for the ending theme for the Spring of K-pop, approaching numerous singers, but none had delivered a satisfactory piece. This show was different from others. It centered on tragedy, touching the depths of the soul. Therefore the ending theme had to be sorrowful and poignant. Modern music, which was too frivolous, dominated by high-pitched pop tunes, could not achieve the refined, melancholic, and grieving tone they desired. Resources. Bai Lu's eyes immediately turned to Xiao Yi. Writing songs, wasn't that his specialty? She looked at Xiao Yi with an inquiring expression. Xiao Yi nodded slightly. Bai Lu quickly said, Director Luo, how about I recommend Xiao Yi to you? Xiao Yi. That works. Have him send over the song for us to review. If it fits well, discuss the price, Director Luo replied immediately. Although Xiao Yi was a third-tier star, he had been a hot topic in the industry lately. Especially his previous songs, which had stirred souls. Each one a masterpiece, untouched by the fast-paced trends of the era. This was impressive. Perhaps he could indeed deliver a fitting ending theme for the Spring of K-pop. Alright, I'll discuss it with him, Bai Lu said softly. After hanging up, Bai Lu asked Xiao Yi, so what do you think? Should I first brief you on the plot, and then you create? No need. I've read Xiong Yao's original novel, Xiao Yi said softly. Oh, okay, Bai Lu replied without giving it much thought. Record a draft, and send it over later. Xiao Yi walked toward the piano. Bai Lu quickly took out her phone, her gaze toward Xiao Yi. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed he intended to compose the lyrics and melody on the spot. Although she had witnessed his creative prowess before, it never failed to astonish her. Xiao Yi pondered for a moment, and said softly, the song is called Farewell to the Ill-Fated Lover, a duet version. With that, the prelude started. Xiao Yi began to sing a cappella. If I had known we were fated to part, why did we meet? The love of bygone days will forever dwell in my heart. Whether it's fate or not, this love has gradually lost its way. After tonight, it will be the time to say goodbye. Why does heaven toy with the path of love? Oh ho ho. The song ended. Bai Lu stood frozen, her eyes reddened, tears streaming down. Wasn't this song the very portrayal of the love between Mu Peiyun and Yi Yaohua in the drama? It was a tangled, heart-wrenching tale. Mu Peiyun, a wealthy heiress, encountered danger during an outing and was saved by college student Yi Yaohua. They fell in love and even reached the point of engagement. But then the villain Mo Lacun appeared, scheming to create misunderstandings between them, driving them apart. Mu Peiyun eventually married the villain. 10 years later, Mu Peiyun and Yi Yaohua met again, and the tumultuous emotional thread resumed. Particularly when Mu Peiyun went mad, it was utterly heartbreaking. The phrase farewell to the ill-fated lover. Wasn't that exactly the story of Mu Peiyun and Yi Yaohua? The recording ended. Bai Lu, eyes red, glared at Xiao Yi, and said, Xiao Yi, you're such a tease, deliberately making me cry. For an actor, fully immersing oneself in a role, and even temporarily becoming the character, is part of the craft, making it hard to step out of that emotional state. This song stirred up the emotion she had felt during the drama, making it unbearable. Send it over, Xiao Yi said with a smile. Bai Lu immediately contacted Director Luo, and after about 10 minutes Director Luo called back, extremely excited. This ending theme is absolutely perfect. It's exactly what I was looking for. Bai Lu contacts Xiao Yi right away and asked him how much he wants for this song. Also would like you and him to sing it as a duet. Bai Lu said, Xiao Yi is right here with me. He'll hand the phone to him, and you two can discuss it. She passed the phone to Xiao Yi. Hello, Director Luo, Xiao Yi greeted. Xiao Yi, this song of yours is a perfect match for our TV series. Name your price, Director Luo said straightforwardly. Director Luo spoke directly. Xiao Yi said softly, 1 million. After all, it was only the usage rights of the song. 1 million was already a lot, and the real copyright remained in his hands. Moreover, with the help of the hit TV drama, the song's popularity could be further boosted. Alright, 1 million it is. Also see if you can compose another theme song. Director Luo said very seriously, after listening to the ending theme you sent, I suddenly realized that the theme song we originally selected is somewhat inadequate. Xiao Yi pondered and said, no problem. If it's suitable, still 1 million. The Spring of K-pop, a TV drama, produced 2 excellent songs, with Meeting the Fateful Lover Again being just one of them. Director Luo smiled and said, then record another demo for me. Xiao Yi was indeed a treasure of a singer, giving him a surprise in such a short time. It was absolutely perfect. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yi looked at Bai Lu and said, continue recording. Still recording. Are you trying to Bai Lu widened her eyes. In an instant he was about to produce 2 songs. This was too terrifying. Was he even human? Everyone knew that a song from lyrics to composition took at least a week or so, and if one wanted to polish it, it could take months, or even. But what about Xiao Yi? He could produce any song he wanted at will, terrifyingly so. Xiao Yi glanced at Bai Lu. As a literary copycat, if he couldn't even do that, then what was the point of copying? Xiao Yi chuckled, don't daydream. Bai Lu snapped out of it, and immediately started filming. Xiao Yi said softly, this song is called Blooming and Falling. He lightly tapped the piano keys. The prelude sounded. According to the original composition, it needed a Xiao vertical flute to begin with guqin and violin accompaniment to fully display the perfect melody. However, due to limited conditions, he would simply use the piano for accompaniment. The singing began, rain vast, mist vast, hoping for flowers to bloom, but they have already fallen. Waiting, waiting, I am waiting, don't let me wait in vain. The whispers under the flowers I have never forgotten. The vows under the flowers we will never ever part. Don't say it, don't say it, don't say you no longer love me. 3 minutes later the song ended. Compared to the previous song, this, Blooming and Falling, was more suitable for a female solo, so Bai Lu could sing it. After all, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to sing it himself. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Bai Lu's eyes were red, and she forgot to wipe her tears. She couldn't help but give Xiao Yi a thumbs up, prostrating herself in admiration. By now she had fully accepted that Xiao Yi was a musical prodigy. Xiao Yi said softly, this song is suitable for you to sing. He'll release it under your name. For me to sing. Bai Lu stared at Xiao Yi, deeply moved. Are you touched? Xiao Yi asked with a smile. Yes, very much. Extremely touched, I can't repay you. Bai Lu nodded, seriously very moved. Then go ahead and be moved slowly. Also wipe your tears, you look like a little kitten. I'm going to take. Xiao Yi walked straight to the bathroom. Bai Lu on the other hand sent the video to director Luo. As expected, director Luo was very excited and extremely satisfied. The theme song and ending theme were set as these two songs. Next, Bai Lu and Xiao Yi would go to record them. After taking a shower, Xiao Yi wrote down the lyrics and scores of the two songs, then taught Bai Lu to sing. 3 days later, Bai Lu had mastered the songs completely. The two went to the studio to record. After recording, Xiao Yi's card balance increased by 2 million, and Huang Ying also paid him 5 million for his acting fee. At the same time, he could also withdraw the earnings from his previous songs. In the end, his card had a total of 30 million yuan. Clearly, he had become a nouveau riche again. At this time, Nji Rua Su Xia Ru Lu Nian was officially released in major cinemas. When the movie was released, Xiao Yi uploaded 3 songs, Too Much, Goodbye, and The Past Goes with the Wind, which would bring him another huge income. On the first day of Nji Sua Rua, netizens were full of praise. Although this was a money-grabbing drama with top stars like Su Yuhuang and Xiao Zhan joining, it naturally attracted a huge amount of traffic. Initially, most of the positive reviews came from the fans of these two. Wow, my Zhan and Goddess Su are such a perfect match. I ship them so hard. Yeah, look at the way Goddess Su looks at Zhan, full of deep affection. No wonder they're a couple. I love it. Zhan is so handsome when playing basketball. Look at the other players around him. They're all hesitant and can't keep up with his pace. Seeing Xiao Zhan and Su Yuhuang appear, there was a sea of praise. Their fans kept spamming the comments and controlling the reviews, which was extremely overwhelming. But when it came to Xiao Yi's appearance, the reviews were overwhelmingly negative. I don't really like Xiao Yi. Look, he just plays a bookworm, nothing outstanding about him. What the heck? What's going on? Was that dunk by Xiao Yi special effects? Damn, it's definitely special effects. Xiao Yi debuted together with brother Guqin training for 2.5 years. How could he possibly play basketball? Watching Xiao Yi play basketball, I feel it's too exaggerated. Is the production team trying to make a basketball fantasy drama? When everyone saw the scene of Xiao Yi playing basketball, they couldn't help but exclaim that it was just special effects. Xiao Yi's such a fresh-faced idol. How could he play basketball? Wasn't that a joke? Unfortunately, Xiao Yi didn't show them the truly shocking scenes, otherwise he would have performed a fierce dragon repentless dunk to shatter the backboard. I'm a student from Jiangxing Art Academy, and I played a supporting role at the time. I can tell you responsibly that the basketball game was real and Xiao Yi's dunk was real too. No special effects used at all. Having watched the whole drama, I suddenly realized it's a terrible show. Apart from Xiao Yi's dunk and his 3 songs, there's really nothing else that stands out. Those 3 songs are really amazing. As far as I know, it seems Xiao Yi improvised them on the spot, which is terrifying. The 3 songs are now online so everyone can go listen. Does the fact that Xiao Yi sings well mean he isn't a scumbag? Sisters, join me in boycotting scumbag Xiao. After watching the movie, many netizens went crazy with comments, and at the same time a group of haters kept tagging Kai Shukuan. Kai Shukuan saw that his Weibo was bombarded with mentions, and people were also sending him mocking basketball memes. He was extremely speechless and replied, "What does it have to do with me?" As he said this, he sent a meme himself. At the same time, he directly tagged Xiao Yi and asked, "Old Xiao, how long have you been secretly practicing your ball skills behind my back?" Xiao Yi replied, "Training for 2.5 years. Kai Shukuan, little black sub, I've caught you red-handed. You finally showed your chicken feet." He also sent a meme of Electric Chicken Boy. The netizens couldn't help but chuckle at their exchange. It seemed that not only Xiao Yi was a little black sub, but Kunzi Kai Shukuan was also one, as he actually collected his own brother chicken memes. After trolling for so long, the netizens had developed a certain fondness. They suddenly realized that although Kunzi lacked many representative works, his character was decent, and he wasn't too flashy. He was relatively humble. Of course, with character, one should never judge by appearances, it should be proven by time. Some people might seem decent, but could collapse at any moment. Especially in the entertainment industry, everyone is acting. Anyone could have a fall from grace. Perhaps the next one could be Kunzi. At Xingchen Media, Boss Yang watched as the data for Ji Su Rua soared incessantly, accompanied by a steady stream of positive reviews, filling her with delight. Based on the current growth rate, she estimated that the film's box office could reach around 800 million yuan. As for the film's investment, it was only 60 million yuan, and with subsequent marketing costs it amounted to roughly 65 million yuan. After all calculations, it was undoubtedly a massive profit. The film's quality was actually mediocre, merely a standard online underdog story. What truly captivated the audience were the 3 songs provided by Xiao Yi. Upon their release, the 3 songs were quickly clipped and promoted by various bloggers, integrated into countless videos, generating immense buzz. Some people, after hearing the songs, specifically sought out the film to watch. A remarkable phenomenon. This film didn't flop, and Xiao Yi deserves immense credit, Wang Yujing remarked with a smile. Indeed, I was lucky to sign a gem, Boss Yang replied, her words tinged with pride. What's got you two so cheerful? Xiao Yi asked as he entered. Xiao Yi, perfect timing. Come take a look at this data, Boss Yang gestured. Xiao Yi walked over, studied the data on the screen, and nodded slightly. Not bad. For an online film to achieve such results it's all thanks to your 3 songs, though otherwise the numbers wouldn't be this good, Boss Yang said earnestly. Xiao Yi waved his hand dismissively. It's not solely because of me. The credit goes to the combined efforts of the entire crew. Upon hearing this, Wang Yujing couldn't help but giggle softly. A talented, polite, and humble young artist. Who wouldn't adore him? Enough about the film. Is there a new script you wanted me to see today? Xiao Yi inquired. Wang Yujing nodded gently and retrieved a script from beside her. There's a variety show called Surprise Attack Singer. That seems quite promising. Take a look. Xiao Yi took the script, skimmed through it, and nodded. Not bad, but from the content it seems to require 2 singers to collaborate. Wang Yujing replied, that's simple. If you think it's fine, I'll contact a suitable partner right away. Of course, if you have a particular singer in mind, I can reach out to them as well. Xiao Yi chuckled lightly. Sister Wang, feel free to handle the arrangements. Alright then, Wang Yujing said with a light smile, immediately picking up her phone to make calls. After a short while, she turned to Xiao Yi. What do you think of Zhao Jinmai? I just contacted her company, and they're fine with it. Zhao Jinmai. Xiao Yi pondered. When it came to acting, Zhao Jinmai was undoubtedly capable, but as for singing, there might be some challenges. However, given their special relationship, they would likely work together with great synergy. Agreed, Xiao Yi replied after a moment of deliberation. Zhao Jinmai's forte was acting, and her singing skills were somewhat lacking, with few musical works to her name over the years. Yet with Xiao Yi's guidance, things should be manageable. Great, it's settled then. I'll have her contact you, Wang Yujing said with a smile. She then called the other party to finalize the arrangements. Shortly after, Xiao Yi received a call from Zhao Jinmai. Xiao Yi, I'll come to your company soon. Sure, Xiao Yi replied softly. Half an hour later, Zhao Jinmai arrived at Xingchen Media, accompanied by a middle-aged woman of elegance, her manager Bai Shui. Wang Yujing smiled warmly at Bai Shui and Zhao Jinmai. Have a seat, and we'll talk. Xiao Yi stepped forward to pour tea for the 3. Thank you, Bai Shui and Zhao Jinmai said with gentle smiles. Wang Yujing looked at Bai Shui and asked Shui, what are your thoughts on this Surprise Attack Singer program? Bai Shui glanced at Zhao Jinmai and paused thoughtfully. Jinmai excels in acting. Although her singing foundation is decent, she hasn't produced many notable works in recent years. This show offers her a valuable opportunity to develop comprehensively. Wang Yujing nodded gently. The investment in this show is substantial, and participants need to prepare multiple songs in advance. Has your company made adequate preparations? Bai Shui smiled bitterly. We did some preparation, but there aren't many songs we're satisfied with. Wang Yujing hesitated for a moment, then turned to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, what do you think? Xiao Yi smiled lightly. These are minor issues. Don't worry about the songs. I'll handle everything. Hearing this, Bai Shui's eyes lit up. Xiao Yi had been consistently producing phenomenal songs lately. With him on board, the matter of songs was hardly a concern. Zhao Jinmai meanwhile gazed silently at Xiao Yi as if she wanted to say something, but held back. Wang Yujing nodded with a smile. In that case, let Jinmai and Xiao Yi focus on the show without worry. Great, Bai Shui said with a light smile. The next day, Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai headed to the recording venue, a luxurious grand. Xiao Yi, I still feel uncertain, Zhao Jinmai whispered to him. Xiao Yi replied softly, don't worry, I'm here. Zhao Jinmai felt somewhat reassured. A head camera was pointed at them. They followed the staff into a lavish private room. After a brief rest, a member of the production team entered to explain the rules. The so-called Surprise Attack Singer format involved 14 popular singers forming 7 home teams on stage. Offstage, 14 Surprise Attack Singers also formed 7 challenger teams. Their task was to challenge any of the 7 home teams. If a home team was successfully challenged twice by a challenger team, they would be eliminated and the challenger team would take their place. Once a challenger became a home team, they would then face the risk of being challenged by other challenger teams. Each challenger team had only one opportunity to challenge. If successful, they could stay and continue. If they failed, they would be eliminated immediately. Thus, the competition was extremely brutal. After explaining, the staff handed out materials on the home teams. As the home teams consisted of popular singers with considerable strength, their information was publicly available. The challenger teams, however, remained mysterious, ready to surprise the home teams and the audience at any moment, adding novelty to the show. After reading the profiles of the singers, Xiao Jinmai felt immense pressure. The show would officially begin in 1 week. During that week, all participants could use the recording studios provided by the production team. The show had made a substantial investment, hiring numerous bands and sound engineers, and each group was assigned their own resources. After the introduction, the staff guided Xiao Yi and Xiao Jinmai to familiarize themselves with the venue. Once they were acquainted with the space, Xiao Yi and Xiao Jinmai began recording. All the songs were composed by Xiao Yi while Xiao Jinmai was responsible for singing. A week later, the show recording began. Inside the Grand Theater, 14 home singers paired into 2 groups sat together. Below, 500 audience members were seated. The judges this time were the audience below. The quality of the songs was entirely determined by their votes, and the group with more votes won. The home singers were all extremely popular, such as Team 1 Xiao Zhan and Su Yuhuang, Team 2 Hua Chenyu and Zhang Biqing, Team 3 Lu Han and Guan Xiaotong, Team 4 Zhou Sheng and Guqin, Team 5 Wang Sulong and Ouyang, Team 6 Zhang Liangying and Mao Bai, Team 7 Su Jiaying and Huang Xiaoyan. 7 teams, many powerful vocalists, an incredibly strong lineup, and the grouping was quite interesting. As for the host, it was the veteran singer-teacher Niu Huan. In the private rooms, 7 challenge teams were all staring at the big screen where they could watch the entire performance of the home singers in the theater. Beside each challenge team was a button. When the home singers finished singing, if a challenger wished to challenge, they only needed to press the button. All of them are huge stars. In room 5, Xiao Yi and Xiao Jinmai belonged to challenge team 5. Xiao Jinmai stared at the big screen, her tone somewhat grave. This challenge singer competition was indeed a major investment, having invited all formidable talents. Xiao Yi smiled lightly, saying nothing. Niu Huan, holding the microphone, said with a smile, "Next, please welcome the first team to perform." Soon the first home team took the stage. Xiao Zhan and Su Yuhuang stepped onto the stage. The first round focused on duets, but the subsequent rounds would test individuals. They sang a duet titled Moonlit Night. The audience voted. Of course, the vote count would not be revealed immediately. After the challenge teams began their challenges, the audience would vote again, and then the 2 teams' votes would be compared to see if the challenge succeeded, and only then would the results and numbers be announced. After the first round of filming completed, a brand new ranking would be announced. If a home team ended up in last place, they lost a survival opportunity and became vulnerable to challenges. As long as a challenger succeeded against them, once they would have to leave. The 3 teams that ultimately remained. The third place did not have to leave, but needed to continue competing until the first place was determined. Xiao Zhan and Su Yuhuang finished their performance. The scene erupted in enthusiastic applause. Just as they were about to step off the stage, a sudden ringing sound echoed through the venue. Xiao Zhan and Su Yuhuang halted. The ringing signaled that a mysterious challenge team was about to challenge them. They wondered who the challenge. Niu Huan smiled and said, "The first home team now faces a challenge from a challenger team. Please sit aside for now. Let us see which challenger team has initiated the challenge." Everyone's expressions turned serious. The challenge teams were extremely mysterious, and they were very curious about which challenger singers would appear this time. "Next, welcome challenge," Niu Huan announced in a clear voice. Then lights flashed. Xiao Yi in a black suit and Xiao Jinmai in a white dress walked out. Xiao Yi, Xiao Jinmai. When they saw Xiao Yi and Xiao Jinmai appear, Su Yuhuang and Xiao Zhan were stunned. These 2 were the challenge singers, and they were challenging them in the very first round. In an instant, Su Yuhuang and Xiao Zhan felt a wave of pressure. If any other challenge team had challenged them, they might not have felt such pressure, but with Xiao Yi on the opposing team, how could they not be wary? After all, Xiao Yi's strength was terrifying. As for Xiao Jinmai, she posed much less of a threat. Xiao Yi. When the other home singers saw Xiao Yi, they also showed expressions of shock. None of them had expected Xiao Yi to participate in this show. It was well known that ever since Xiao Yi terminated his contract with Tianyu Media, he seemed to have transformed, frequently producing divine songs that left everyone in awe. At first, people thought that Xingshan Media had spent a fortune to prepare good songs for him to promote him. Later, they gradually discovered that all the songs, lyrics, composition, and performance were completed by Xiao Yi alone. Only then did they realize that Xiao Yi was a formidable original singer. Pressure. Everyone felt immense pressure. The challenge singers this time include Old Xiao, terrifying. Lu Han said in awe. The pressure suddenly increases. Hua Chenyu frowned. He had never taken Xiao Yi's strength too seriously, but after the last Singer Is Me competition where Xiao Yi displayed terrifying power, he understood just how formidable with his own strength, and Zhang Biqing's ordinary challenges didn't intimidate them, but a challenge from Xiao Yi was full of uncertainties. Zhang Biqing said, "Not necessarily. If their team succeeds in the challenge, they will become the home team, and then they won't challenge us further. They'll challenge others." Hua Chenyu shook his head. "That's not the case. Because the home team also has to go through a final ranking, Xiao Yi will be our competitor no matter what." Zhang Biqing realized that seemed true. The pressure is immense. The other 5 home teams were also astonished, and some challenge singers in the private rooms felt heavy-hearted. But soon, everyone ignited with boundless fighting spirit. All present were masters with no weak strength. Until the last moment, no one knew who would win. Moreover, this was a duet. No matter how strong Xiao Yi was, if Xiao Jinmai held them back, the outcome was uncertain. "Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Yi." "Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Jinmai." Xiao Yi and Xiao Jinmai greeted the audience with smiles. This time it was Xiao Jinmai who pressed the challenge button. Because the first song they had chosen happened to be somewhat similar to Su Yuhuang and Xiao Zhan's Moonlit Night, they directly opted to challenge. Next we will bring you a song Flowers and Moon on a Perfect Night. Zhao Jinmai said softly. The prelude began a clear and melodious guqin sound. Zhao Jinmai held the microphone looking tenderly at Xiao Yi, and her sweet voice rang out. Spring breeze blows blowing into my heart, missing you makes my heart pound, unable to Why don't you understand the falling flowers and tension, only gazing at the bright moon outside the window? Xiao Yi also looked at Zhao Jinmai, a gentle smile on his face, and his voice carried. The moon hangs high curved like your brow, missing you my heart only moves forward, never backward. I say to you, don't you know that flowing water is not heartless, carrying you toward the celestial palace in the sky? Zhao Jinmai and Xiao Yi exchanged glances and began the chorus. On this perfect night of flowers and moon, two hearts in love joyfully united. On this perfect night lovers become pairs. I say to you, who else in this world can play Mandarin ducks with you in the water, flying wing to wing? Wow! Everyone marveled. This song was simple, not difficult to sing, yet it brought a very comfortable feeling like bathing in moonlight. Though tinged with a hint of melancholy, their duet was natural, cheerful, and incredibly warm. It felt like a love song full of under the sweet osmanthus tree with blooms and a full moon. A man and a woman gazed at each other affectionately, faces glowing with gentle, happy smiles. Lovers finally became family. Now I understand why they chose to surprise attack Xiao Zhan and Su Yuhuang. Their musical styles are remarkably similar. Zhang Liangying chuckled softly. When they saw Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai launching a surprise attack on Xiao Zhan and Su Yuhuang, they couldn't help but wonder if it was due to the feud between Xiao Yi and Su Yuhuang that the pair were the first to be targeted. But now it seemed otherwise. The reason for the surprise attack was simply the similarity in song styles. Under such circumstances, a surprise attack was only natural. Suddenly I feel they're a perfect match. Su Jiaying, with her adorable baby face, propped her chin on her hand and gazed at Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai, singing passionately on stage, a smile spreading across her face. Beside her, Huang Xiaoyan pursed her lips and giggled. They really do look like a good match. Later we sisters should also sing a little love song. All the other teams are male-female pairs, we're the only sister pair. It wouldn't be right to sing a love song. Su Jiaying reached out and gently pinched Huang Xiaoyan's cheek. Huang Xiaoyan was also very pretty, with eyes like crescent moons that held stars and a face like a porcelain doll. Pinching her small cheek felt wonderfully soft. Both were youthful and cute, perhaps that was why they chose to team up. After the song ended, the audience cast their votes. Niu Huan looked at the vote counter in his hand. After a moment he murmured, voting is over. One team has 390 votes, the other has 420. So has the fifth surprise attack team succeeded? Niu Huan deliberately teased the suspense. The crowd grew a little nervous. He looked at Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai and said, congratulations, you got 420 votes. Zhao Jinmai was thrilled. The surprise attack had succeeded. Xiao Yi merely smiled slightly, saying nothing. Su Yuhuang clapped softly, a complex look in her eyes. Watching Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai perform passionately on stage, she felt an indescribable sense of loss. Xiao Zhan's expression turned unnatural. Xiao Yi's successful surprise attack meant that he and Su Yuhuang still had one chance to survive. If they were attacked again and the opponent succeeded, they would be eliminated and sent home. A burst of enthusiastic applause filled the venue. As expected of old Xiao, he puts pressure on us the moment he arrives, Lu Han said in a serious tone. The others also looked grave. Now that Su Yuhuang and Xiao Zhan's team had been successfully attacked, the next target might be them. Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai returned to their booth. If they wanted to stay in the competition, they would need to launch another surprise attack. The second host team went on stage to perform. Hua Qingyu and Zhang Biqing sang together and received a decent score. No one challenged them, so they were temporarily safe. Time passed minute by minute. All 7 host teams finished their performances. During that time, 1 or 2 surprise attack teams took the stage, but failed, and were eliminated. The first round ended. The rankings for the 7 host teams were released. First place, Zhang Liangying and Mao Bai, 418 votes. Second place, Zhou Sheng and Guqin, 415 votes. Their duet of Big Fish was simply unbeatable. Third place, Hua Qingyu and Zhang Biqing, 410 votes. Fourth place, Wang Sulong and Ouyang Na, 394 votes. Fifth place, Xiao Zhan and Su Yuhuang, 390 votes. Sixth place, Su Jiaying and Huang Xiaoyan, 387 votes. Seventh place, Lu Han and Guan Xiaodong, 385 votes. The first round rankings were now set. Xiao Zhan and Su Yuhuang's team, along with Lu Han and Guan Xiaodong's team, were in the most danger, as they each had only one survival chance left. If they were successfully attacked or ended up in last place, they would be eliminated. Soon the second round began. This round was different from the first. It featured solo performances by team members, not duets. Thus it heavily tested the singer's vocal skills and song choice. A poor performance could drag down the team's overall score. Zhang Liangying took the stage first, singing Rain Butterfly, followed by Mao Bai with Herding Horses in the City. Both were seasoned performers with strong songs, so no one challenged them. Then Zhou Sheng performed Moonlit Shadow. It wasn't in the operatic style, but his unique voice created a beautiful ethereal atmosphere, evoking the image of change longing in the Moon Palace. Guqin sang Summer Night Insects, equally impressive. Ding-ling-ling. Just as they were about to leave the stage, a bell rang. They had been challenged. The two looked surprised. Who had challenged them? They had thought that as the second-place team, they could hold on a little longer. The two watched from the side. Next, let's welcome our surprise attack, Team 5. Neo Huan announced loudly. Team 5 again. Everyone was startled. They couldn't fathom what Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai were thinking. They already succeeded in one attack. In my opinion, they should have chosen Xiao Zhan and Su Yuang's team or Lu Han and Guan Xiaodong's team. Both only have one survival chance left. They only need to win one more challenge to take over the host position, Su Jiaying said, looking puzzled. Exactly. But now they've chosen to challenge Zhou Sheng's team. Even if they win, they can't eliminate anyone. They'll still have to keep attacking. Huang Xiaoyan was also confused. Old Xiao is truly kind. Lu Han sighed. If Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai had chosen to challenge them, they would probably have been eliminated. But now Xiao Yi and his partner had chosen a team that had never been challenged before. How intriguing. Xiao Zhan and Su Yuang were also taken aback. They had expected to be attacked, but apparently not. What was this duel up to? Were they going easy on purpose? What are they doing? Zhang Biqing said with a wry smile. Xiao Yi seems to dislike following the usual path, Zhang Liangying remarked in surprise. The pressure instantly skyrocketed. I feel chills all over, guqin said with a bitter laugh. She and Zhou Sheng's team under normal circumstances should not have been challenged so early, as the top three teams usually exude an intimidation. Yet they were attacked, and by such a formidable opponent. That was terrifying. Zhou Sheng also looked grim, speechless. Our team doesn't look that easy to bully, does it? Neo Huan looked at Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai and asked with a smile, can you share with us why you chose to challenge Zhou Sheng's team this time? He was also puzzled by their thinking. Xiao Yi sighed, no choice, we've crossed song themes again. Since we're stuck, we have to bite the bullet and go for it. We're helpless too, Zhao Jinmai said with a grimace. The others listened, their mouths twitching. What a coincidence. First they clashed with Xiao Zhan and Su Yuang, and now with Zhou Sheng and guqin. Coincidence. Indeed, too much of a Generally, when similar songs appear, choosing to go head-to-head is a wise move, as it allows the audience to better pick their favorite. I really hope we don't cross paths with you again. I'm terrified, Zhou Sheng said in a plaintive tone, prompting another round. Then the stage is yours, Neo Huan said with a smile. Zhao Jinmai stepped aside. Xiao Yi went first, then it was her turn. Xiao Yi adjusted the microphone and said softly to the audience, next a song. Left hand points to the moon for everyone. Hearing the title, everyone realized it was indeed a clash of songs. The soundtrack begins. Xiao Yi starts to sing. My left hand holds the earth, my right hand holds the sky. Lightning cracks across the lines of my palms, splitting into 10 directions. Time swiftly exchanges itself for years. 3,000 worlds as if unseen. My left hand holds a flower, my right hand wields a sword. 1,000 years of snow falls between my brows. A single tear, that is me, The crowd upon hearing this felt a tremor in their hearts, their scalps tingling with awe and shock evident in their eyes. The composition is grand, the momentum like a rainbow. His singing technique is flawless, effortlessly shifting into falsetto. This is incredible, Zhang Liangying exclaimed in astonishment. Having witnessed Xiao Yi's rendition of Moonlight, she was not surprised by his mastery of falsetto, yet this song, Left Hand Points to the Moon, brought her a fresh wave of profound shock. Powerful. So powerful. This is the feeling of being crushed. Using falsetto like this is terrifying, Lu Han gasped. And hitting those high notes with falsetto is not something just anyone can do. Su Jiaying's eyes widened. Hitting high notes is not particularly difficult for many singers, but doing so with falsetto is exceptionally challenging, an ability possessed by few. But at this moment Xiao Yi had done it. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. I feel like I'm done for, Zhou Sheng said with a wry smile. Hearing Left Hand Points to the Moon, he instinctively thought of his own song Big Fish, which also uses falsetto for high notes, as his unique voice is one of a kind. If he had performed Big Fish, perhaps he could have stood a chance against Xiao Yi's song. But his performance of Moon Shadow on High was absolutely no match for Left Hand Points to the Moon. My left hand snaps its fingers, my right hand plucks the strings. A ferry boat crosses the river of oblivion, when worries can bloom into a red lotus. Do not stop, grant me distracting thoughts. My left hand points to the moon, my right hand takes the red thread. Bestow upon you and me the destined bond. As Xiao Yi continued singing, the scene erupted into pure chaos. Countless people breathed rapidly, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. Even as they listened to the song, they felt as though they might lose their breath. Xiao Yi is such a freak. He's too powerful, Wang Sulong stammered. As a former titan of internet music, he had seen many grand spectacles, but at this moment, he truly understood the meaning of pressure. Another divine song. I'm terrified of being ambushed by them. Ouyang Na nodded gravely. This was Xiao Yi's strength, wasn't it? He was truly formidable. If they were ambushed by Xiao Yi, winning would be nearly impossible. As the song ended, Xiao Yi said, "Thank you," and gave a slight bow to everyone present. The voting concluded. Xiao Yi walked off the stage. Zhao Jinmai then took the stage. Everyone looked at her with curiosity. Since Xiao Yi had delivered such a powerful song, what kind of song would Zhao Jinmai bring? It was truly anticipated. Zhao Jinmai looked at the audience and said with a wry smile, "Actually, the song I'm about to sing also overlaps with guqin's." The audience was even more surprised. Even Zhao Jinmai's song overlapped. How interesting. Zhao Jinmai took a deep breath and announced, Next he'll perform Ningxia for everyone. The prelude began. Zhao Jinmai started singing. Tranquil summer, the sky dotted with countless stars. A hint of longing in my heart, longing for your face. I can pretend not to see or secretly yearn until I can touch your warm face. The cicadas have slept sleeping peacefully. In my heart, a tranquil summer. The audience closed their eyes, listening intently to the song, immersing themselves in its artistic conception. Zhao Jinmai's Ningxia indeed overlapped with Guqin's summer night chirping. Guqin's song depicted a lively summer night filled with the sounds of insects. In contrast, Zhao Jinmai's Ningxia was incredibly peaceful and warm, very comfortable, showcasing the beauty of a summer night with a unique charm. The lyrics were simple, the melody soft and catchy, easy to remember after just one listen. The song ended. Thank you everyone. Zhao Jinmai bowed to the audience with a smile, feeling that Xiao Yi was a true genius. This song was practically tailor-made for her. Simple and easy to sing, requiring little time to master. In fact, all the songs Xiao Yi had prepared for her were relatively simple. After all, with only a week's time, a more challenging song would have been difficult for Zhao Jinmai to learn quickly. Simple songs were the most suitable for her at this moment. The voting began. It ended quickly. Niu Huan took the stage and announced with a smile, I imagine everyone is eagerly awaiting the results. Since that's the case, I won't keep you in suspense and will announce the scores directly. In this round, Zhou Shun received 410 votes. Guqin received 390 votes, totaling 800 votes. Xiao Yi received 495 votes. Zhao Jinmai received 430 votes, totaling 925 votes. Therefore, Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai have won this round's ambush challenge. Niu Huan announced loudly. Wow! The scene erupted in excitement. Xiao Yi's 495 votes were an unprecedented high score, truly terrifying. Zhao Jinmai's 430 votes were also quite high. Applause rang out continuously. Xiao Yi is really something else. Union, I hope we don't end up against them, Su Jiaying said, earnestly clenching her fists. Yes. Better not to face them, or we'll be in a tough spot. Huang Xiaoyan nodded seriously. Niu Huan looked at Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai, and said, although you succeeded in your ambush this time, Zhou Shun's team still has one chance to survive. So for now you cannot take the home team's position, but you retain the right to continue your ambush challenge in the third round. Okay. Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai nodded with smiles. Being the home team or not didn't really matter to them. Besides, challenging step by step like this seemed even more. Of course, that was Xiao Yi's thought, as Zhao Jinmai wasn't quite so bold. As time passed, other ambush teams performed, some succeeding, others failing. By evening, the second round had ended. The new home team rankings were released based on the total votes from the first and second rounds. First place, Zhang Liangying and Mao Bai with 1318 votes. Second place, Hua Qinyu and Zhang Baikan with 1310 votes. Third place, Su Jiaying and Huang Xiaoyun with 1237 votes. Fourth place, Xiao Zhan and Su Youhuang with 1225 votes. Fifth place, Zhou Shun and Guqin with 1215 votes. Sixth place, Wang Sulong and Ouyang Na with 1214 votes. Seventh place, Lu Han and Guan Xiaodong with 1210 votes. Clearly Lu Han and Guan Xiaodong were eliminated. I didn't expect to be eliminated, not by an ambush team, Lu Han said with a bitter smile. Guan Xiaodong was also somewhat resigned. There was no helping it, the singers participating in this show were all too formidable. The next day, a new round of the competition began. After Niu Huan delivered a sponsor's advertisement, the surprise attack formed. First to take the stage were Zhang Liangying and Mao Bai's team. Zhang Liangying sang Peerless, while Mao Bai performed Unstained. Regardless, both songs were exceptionally formidable, so no one launched a surprise attack against them. Warm applause erupted. The two descended from the stage. Inside the private room, they sang so well, it's unwise to attack, Zhao Jinmai remarked, staring at the large screen with awe in her eyes. Xiao Yi nodded gently. Their strength is formidable. We'll hold off for now and wait. In his view, he intended to surprise attack every home team, but Zhang Liangying and Mao Bai were too strong to target at this moment. For now, he could keep an eye on the other teams yet to be attacked and choose one to strike. If others knew Xiao Yi's plan, they would likely be utterly. Other surprise attack teams came here aiming to become home teams, because a surprise attack team only had one chance. If they failed, they would be. Becoming a home team granted them two opportunities. But Xiao Yi, on the contrary, intended to keep attacking, a thoroughly reckless approach. Yet this tactic was indeed thrilling and challenging, putting immense pressure on the other home teams, making them aware that a lurking team was always watching them. Subsequently, the other home teams performed one after another. Unsurprisingly, some teams were attacked, but the home teams were so formidable that apart from Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai's team, no one had succeeded in a surprise attack. The sixth team took the stage. Wang Sulong and Ouyang Na. Wang Sulong sang Three Kingdoms Kill, shaking the entire venue, evoking the clashing era of swords and shadows, a spine-tingling sensation that earned him a considerable number of votes. Ouyang Na then performed Shangjing, equally impressive, displaying her formidable skill. Dring. Just as they were about to leave the stage, a bell suddenly rang. Hearing the bell, the two tightened their hearts. I hope it's not Xiao Yi's team, otherwise it feels dangerous, Ouyang Na murmured to herself. Wang Sulong was indifferent. His Three Kingdoms Kill was resilient and fearless. Yet the more one feared something, the more it came. Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai emerged. Ouyang Na was dumbfounded. They had indeed been attacked by Xiao Yi. Wang Sulong looked at them and asked, did we clash songs again? They were the last group to perform, hoping to survive this round, but fate had other plans. Zhao Jinmai looked at Ouyang Na with a strange expression. We really did clash. We're quite nervous too. Whoa, how annoying. Ouyang Na said in a coquettish tone. Then Xiao Yi stepped onto the stage. He murmured, next I'll present Ciao Ciao to everyone. Wang Sulong's Three Kingdoms Kill was indeed a formidable song. Even with the entire Earth's repertoire at his disposal, Xiao Yi could hardly pick many to rival it. Of course there were some, like Three Kingdoms Love, Ciao Ciao, Under Heaven, and Half City Smoke Sand, that could contend. As for the vote count, Xiao Yi had no great certainty. In this round the key was not him, but Zhao Jinmai, who she needed to suppress Ouyang Na, while he had to achieve a stalemate with Wang Sulong's Three Kingdoms Kill. Three Kingdoms Kill featured many characters like Zhou Yu and Zhuge Liang, and the term rouge symbolized numerous beauties, Jiao Chan to Qiao Xiao Qiao, and so on. After some deliberation, Xiao Yi chose Ciao Ciao, because he favored that heroic figure, so he picked this song. Ciao Ciao, we really clashed. Everyone marveled at such a coincidence. Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai's three surprise attacks had all clash songs, which was quite frustrating. If they didn't choose a similar song for the attack, using a different piece to challenge another would be more disadvantageous. Because the audience had a first impression, if someone sang a great song first, and you later performed a similar piece, the audience would always deem it inferior. Thus the best approach was to sing a similar song before the audience's memory faded, allowing them to quickly make an accurate judgment. The prelude slowly rose. Xiao Yi held the microphone and began. Not a hero, do not read the Three Kingdoms. If one is a hero, how can one not understand loneliness? Walking down Changban slope alone, the moonlight too gentle. Ciao Ciao is not verbose, determined to seize Jingzhou. Using schemes and plots to secretly claim the song reached this point with a fast rhythm, but an overall gentle pace. However, what followed instantly ignited the entire atmosphere. At the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the land split into three kingdoms. Flames of war raged endlessly. Romance and sentiment swayed by turbulent times. Who will brew the wine? Deception and treachery define the three kingdoms. Right and wrong are hard to discern. Through chaos and clamor 1,000 years later, everything begins anew. Hua, the venue erupted with passionate sounds. Slow-paced songs with a gentle tone emphasize aftertaste like aged wine needing slow savoring. But fast-paced, high-pitched songs can directly stir the audience's emotions during the climax. There is no good or bad among them, because the audience's state of mind determines what songs they prefer. 3 minutes. The song ended. Thank you, everyone. Xiao Yi murmured. Xiao Yi, Xiao Yi, Xiao Yi. Thunderous applause erupted and the audience chanted his name. Indeed, a terrifically powerful song. Three Kingdoms Kill clashing with Ciao Ciao. This is fate. Wang Sulong commented. He also adored Ciao Ciao and planned to discuss it with Xiao Yi sometime. How terrifying. Huang Xiaoyan was astounded. Xiao Yi's musical styles were complex and varied, extremely formidable. If he launched a surprise attack, ordinary people could hardly withstand it. Too impressive. I feel if they succeed this time, unless we drop our trump cards, we'll be in grave danger. Mao Bai said gravely. Zhang Liangying nodded. Indeed. But given her and Mao Bai's strength, they need not worry too much for now. Trump cards. Both had their aces, so they could remain safe. Besides, Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai might not attack them. This guy. Xiao Zhan frowned, feeling their position precarious. If Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai attacked them in this round, Ciao Ciao could crush them. Su Yuang smiled bitterly. Compared to the surprise attack, she was more worried about the final ranking. Other groups had played their trump cards. Although she and Xiao Zhan had prepared resilient songs, they felt somewhat lacking. Thus they might end up at the bottom. They had only one surviving chance left. If they ranked last, they would be eliminated. The audience voting ended, and Zhao Jinmai took the stage. Everyone looked at her with curiosity. Xiao Yi had just delivered a trump card that could rival Three Kingdoms Kill, and they wondered what song Zhao Jinmai would use to counter Ouyang Na's Shanjing. Coincidentally, my song also clashes with Nana's. I bring you imperial capital, Zhao Jinmai said with a light laugh. The crowd was speechless and amused. 1 or 2 coincidental song clashes could be overlooked, but 3 in a row was simply absurd. This was too much of a coincidence. Ouyang Na wore a wry smile, unsure what to say. She realized that in this round Xiao Yi and Wang Sulong's 2 songs were likely evenly matched, and the key would be the showdown between her and Zhao Jinmai. Zhao Jinmai held the microphone as the prelude slowly began. She closed her eyes gently, letting the emotions build, then opened her mouth and began to sing. An empty palace, a cold solemnity. The crescent moon plays a faint dying song. Who sees the smoke of sorrow, the golden cups and jade vessels? Yet no one sighs for the rusted sword. Old friends from the past are hard to find, only longing remains. The duster sweeps across the space. A gasp erupted from the audience. The 500 spectators were stunned by Zhao Jinmai's imperial capital, their scalps tingling and goosebumps rising all over. Hearing this song they already understood, it was a remarkable piece, incredibly powerful. I suddenly feel Nana is in danger, Su Jiaying sighed. Same here. Zhang Biqing nodded seriously. This song was definitely not weak, and would surely earn a high number of votes. Alas! Ouyang Na sighed softly. She had indeed met her match this time. As expected, her Shanjing wouldn't be enough. It seemed the key to this round truly lay in Zhao Jinmai's imperial capital. They were no strangers to Zhao Jinmai. As a rising young star, though she had just graduated not long ago, she had been acting for 10 years, starting at age 12, and was so formidable that many young actors had to address her as a senior. However, Zhao Jinmai had rarely revealed her singing skills. Unexpectedly, as a surprise challenger, she brought 2 excellent songs signaling her rise in the singing domain. How formidable! Xiao Jinmai continued singing, her voice melodious and the tune beautiful, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Who comes to read the loneliness, lingering reluctance that won't disperse? Life and death are destined to vanish like smoke and clouds. Remembering the past and yesterday, loneliness is a clear sky, and the bamboo slips of once promised. Zhang Liangying closed her eyes, listening intently. After a moment, she exclaimed in amazement. This song is about an emperor sitting alone in the cold palace, wanting to find someone to drink with, but when he raises his cup, only the cold moonlight accompanies him. He suddenly remembers those brothers who fought and bled with him, to whom he promised to share the empire. Yet driven by selfishness and lust for power, he schemed and killed them all, filled with endless regret. After Zhang Liangying finished, everyone instinctively thought of Zhu Yuanzhang, as he had done something similar. Zhao Jinmai's performance ended. Thank you, everyone. She bowed to the audience with a light smile. Applause thundered through the venue. After the voting, Niu Huan took the stage and said with a smile, "Next, I'll announce the votes for both teams." Everyone's expressions turned serious. Announcing votes was always the most tense and thrilling moment. Without further ado, Niu Huan announced, Wang Sulong received 450 votes, Ouyang Na received 400 votes, totaling 850 votes. Xiao Yi received 480 votes, Zhao Jinmai received 450 votes, totaling 930 votes. Therefore, in this round, Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai's team successfully launched a surprise attack. But as usual, your team retains the right to surprise attack. After Niu Huan announced the results, another round of applause erupted. Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai returned to their private room. How do you feel? Xiao Yi asked with a smile. Zhao Jinmai replied, indeed, as a surprise attack team, they only had one chance. Once they became the home team, they would have 2 opportunities. Xiao Yi said, this makes it more interesting. It's great to spar with different teams. Zhao Jinmai nodded, that's true. She then looked at Xiao Yi and said, but the most impressive one is still you, since all these songs come from your hand. Xiao Yi chuckled and didn't continue the topic. The scores for the top 3 home teams from the first 3 rounds were also released. First place, Zhang Liangying and Mao by 2208 votes. Second place, Hua Qinyu and Zhang Biqing 2160 votes. Third place, Wang Sulong and Ouyang Na 2064 votes. Fourth place, Su Jiaying and Huang Xiaoyan 2040 votes. Fifth place, Zhou Shun and guqin 2038 votes. Sixth place, Xiao Zhan and Su Youhuang 2025 votes. This time Xiao Zhan and Su Youhuang were indeed eliminated. Lu Han and Guan Xiaotong were eliminated on the first day. They were eliminated on the second day. The competition system was indeed cruel. Even if you weren't attacked, if you ranked last, you had to be eliminated. Xiao Zhan and Su Youhuang could only wave goodbye to everyone. There was a 2-hour break for rest and adjustments. 2 hours later, the 4th round continued. Originally 7 home teams, only 5 remained. Everyone felt immense pressure and dared not be careless, while some surprise attack teams that had been on the sidelines were now ready to strike. If they kept waiting, they might never get a chance to attack, since Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai were constantly seizing opportunities. Originally, the 2 only needed to attack twice, but now they had already attacked 3 times, and the 4th was next. Who would dare wait any longer? If they continued to wait, they might only get to perform in the next season. The first to take the stage were Zhang Liangying and Mao Bai. This time they were attacked by Team 3, but the duo's strength was strong, and the surprise attack team failed. Second up were Hua Qinyu and Zhang Biqing, also attacked, but they held their ground. In this round, Zhang Biqing's Liang successfully crushed her opponent, earning a very high score. As for Hua Qinyu, he didn't do any ritual this time, and sang fireworks, which also received decent votes. After that, the 3rd and 4th teams took the stage in succession. The 4th home team was Su Jiaying and Huang Xiaoyan. Su Jiaying sang The Most Beautiful Encounter, and Huang Xiaoyan sang Tears of Time. The bell rang. They were attacked. The 2 women's hearts tightened as they stared at the surprise attack channel. By the 4th round, being attacked was perfectly normal. They weren't afraid of being attacked. They were afraid of being attacked by Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai. It's really them. When they saw Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai walking out, the 2 women couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Su Jiaying tugged at Huang Xiaoyan's delicate hand and whispered, it's fine, we have 2 survival opportunities. With the current competition format, we can definitely make it to the next round. Huang Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. What was there to fear? Now among the 5 home teams, only Zhang Liangying, Mao Bai, Hua Qinyu, and Zhang Biqin hadn't been ambushed. All the others had. What did they have to be afraid of? Another ambush on a home team with 2 survival chances. Are they planning to ambush every single home team here? Zhang Biqin exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Yi and his team must be insane. But if that's really their plan, as long as they succeed this time, will likely be their next target. Mao Bai said with a bitter smile. What did it mean to be thrilling? Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai were all about the thrill. Which other ambush team would dare to challenge every single home team? We're probably going to be ambushed next too, Zhang Biqin sighed softly. The pressure was back on. It wasn't the other ambush teams they feared, it was Xiao Yi's team. Xiao Yi walked onto the stage and said softly, "I'd like to dedicate a song heartfelt intentions to everyone." The accompaniment music began to play slowly. Xiao Yi started to sing. Your face bears a trace of haggardness, your eyes still hold lingering tears. Your lips show weariness amidst their beauty. I spent the entire night trying to discern between you and me who loves the other more. I'd rather watch you sleep so peacefully than face the merciless resolve of your awakening. When Xiao Yi sang this part, Su Jiaying breathed a sigh of relief and said to Huang Xiaoyan, "Union, I feel like we still have a chance." Huang Xiaoyan nodded. The song Xiao Yi chose and Your Most Beautiful Encounter are both love songs with a mellow tune. I think we can still put up a fight. It seems the outcome this time is truly uncertain, Ouyang Na murmured. Wang Sulong shook his head. Not necessarily. I have a feeling this song isn't that simple. Sure enough, as everyone anticipated, the next lyrics arrived. You say you want to escape, but fate has destined you to settle down. When feelings die and love fades, all that's left is an empty heart. Do you want it? Spring has passed, flowers have fallen, heartfelt intentions turn to dust. How can I describe the pain? A lifetime of love, yet I let your hand go. Wow. The scene erupted instantly. Everyone's eyes widened. They had assumed it was a gentle love song, but when the climax hit, they were all stunned. Pressure. The pressure just doubled. Zhang Baikan took a deep breath. Sister Liangying, we need to bring out our real trump card next. Mao Bai's tone was dead serious. Zhang Liangying said, we really do need to play our ace. Otherwise, once Xiao Yi and his team succeed in their ambush, our position will be in jeopardy. This song really wasn't simple, Wang Sulong said in astonishment. Come to think of it, from the moment Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai took the stage, every song they performed had been incredibly powerful and competitive, not a single ordinary one among them. And all of them were unreleased songs, which was truly terrifying. It was easy to imagine that when the show aired and they released these songs, they'd become incredibly popular again. In contrast, the other contestants were mostly performing their old songs, which would inevitably lead to some audience fatigue. New songs, on the other hand, were far more likely to pique the audience's interest. Boo-hoo. Union, hug me. I'm so sad. Su Jiaying hugged Huang Xiaoyan. She had thought they still had a fighting chance, but now she felt utterly without confidence. This heartfelt intentions was just too powerful. It's okay, we still have a chance. Huang Xiaoyan gently stroked Su Jiaying's head, comforting her. Su Jiaying looked up at her and said, but we might end up in last place. Huang Xiaoyan was stunned by the thought. Right? If they were successfully ambushed by Xiao Yi and his team in this round and ended up at the bottom, would they have to leave as well? At that thought, both of their hearts immediately tensed up. Xiao Yi finished his song. The applause from the audience was continuous. Then Zhao Jinmai took the stage. Jinmai, you didn't pick a song that clashes with ours this time, right? Huang Xiaoyan looked at Zhao Jinmai with pleading eyes. Zhao Jinmai smiled and asked back, what do you think, Sister Huang? Ugh, this isn't fun at all. Huang Xiaoyan rubbed Su Jiaying's chubby cheeks, feeling displeased. Zhao Jinmai chuckled lightly, and then announced to everyone, a song called Who Cares About the Tears I Shed for Everyone. Wow, another clash. As soon as they heard the title, everyone knew it would inevitably clash with Huang Xiaoyan's Tears of Time. But the consecutive clashes felt far too easy. Although the information about the home team singers had been released long ago, the specific songs they would perform were kept secret, so the ambush singers shouldn't have known. Of course, as ambush singers, they would certainly study the released songs and various information about the home teams to deduce which songs they might perform. But perfectly matching a song was still extremely difficult. Sigh. Xiao Yi and Jinmai are just too ruthless. Su Jiaying nuzzled against Huang Xiaoyan's chest. The clear melodious accompaniment began to play. Zhao Jinmai's expression turned serious and her voice rang out. Time passes swiftly like a gust of wind. How many stories leave behind their touch? Who can live without regret? Who can live without tears? Love and hate intertwine in an endless cycle. It's the season of falling snow again. Who can see the tears in my heart? I cannot smell the fragrance of blooming plum blossoms, but perhaps they have already withered. The beautiful continuous melody carried a hint of sorrow, stirring an inexplicable ache in everyone's hearts. Clearly this was another trump card that directly drew tears from the 500 audience members present. Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai are. This song was practically tailor-made for her. Her voice carries a slight rasp which perfectly complements this song. I feel an inexplicable sadness. This song made me cry. Boo-hoo. Xiao Yi and Jinmai not only ambushed us, but also stole our tears. How heartbreaking. Everyone stared at Zhao Jinmai on stage with awe. After several consecutive songs, who would dare to doubt Zhao Jinmai's singing? Every song she sang was tailor-made for her, which was truly terrifying. As expected, the songs performed by Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai on this show were bound to become explosive. Of course, they still didn't know that all these songs were written by Xiao Yi. If they did, one could only imagine the expressions on their faces. 5 minutes later, after Zhao Jinmai finished her performance, the scene erupted in intense, continuous applause. Niu Huan walked onto the stage carrying the vote counter. Next came the tense moment of announcing the vote count. Su Jiaying received 430 votes. Huang Xiaoyan received 425 votes, totaling 855 votes. Xiao Yi received 496 votes. Zhao Jinmai received 490 votes, totaling 986 votes. I declare that in this round, Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai have successfully launched a surprise attack. Niu Huan announced cheerfully, a hint of amusement flickering across his face at the result. He had come to realize that Xiao Yi and Xiao Jinmai seemed to be addicted to surprise attacks. Yet this approach was undeniably thrilling, making his blood surge with excitement, and the audience's emotions were completely stirred by the duo. As expected, once the show aired, it would undoubtedly spark immense curiosity among viewers. After watching the previous round, the audience would eagerly anticipate which team Xiao Yi and Xiao Jinmai would surprise next. At that moment, the show's effect would be fully maximized, and its popularity would soar to new heights. Applause erupted in the venue. Then Xiao Yi and Xiao Jinmai returned. The scores from the fourth round were fully revealed. First place, Zhang Liangying and Mao Bai with 3108 votes. Second place, Hua Qinyu and Zhang Baikan with 3050 votes. Third place, Wang Sulong and Ouyang Na with 2944 votes. Fourth place, Zhou Shun and Guqin with 2928 votes. Fifth place, Su Jiaying and Huang Xiaoyun with 295 votes. Zhang Liangying and Mao Bai held on to the top spot, while Su Jiaying and Huang Xiaoyun in fifth place faced the harsh reality of elimination. Of the 7 home teams, only 4 remained, casting an immense shadow of pressure over everyone. On the third day, the 5th round commenced. Once again, a team would be eliminated. The pressure is immense. Zhou Shun's expression turned grave. With only 4 home teams left, if they ended up at the bottom in this round, they too would have to leave. There's no choice but to give it our all, guqin said earnestly. The teams ahead of them were all formidable opponents, making the pressure overwhelming. I'm scared. Ouyang Na's voice trembled with tension. The first and second place teams had not yet been successfully surprised, still having 2 remaining opportunities. But for them in third and fourth place, it was different. They had only 1 chance left. If they finished at the bottom this time, even without being surprised, they would be eliminated. That was truly terrifying. It's okay. Making it this far is already an achievement. Let's just give our best from now on, Wang Sulong comforted. The performance began. Zhang Liangying and Mao Bai took the stage first, once again unchallenged by any surprise attack, as only Xiao Yi and Xiao Jinmai remained among the 7 surprise teams. Then Hua Qinyu and Zhang Baikan stepped onto the stage. Hua Qinyu sang Descendants of the Dragon, while Zhang Baikan performed Midnight Departing for Morning. A bell rang, signaling that they had been targeted for a surprise attack. Zhang Baikan's heart tightened as she stared at the surprise attack passage, watching Xiao Yi and Xiao Jinmai emerge. They were launching another surprise attack. Having continuously challenged so many home teams, even if they ultimately failed and left, they had already won in a sense. Because they had done what no other surprise team dared or could achieve. Applause erupted, thunderous and warm. The audience had grown completely numb to Xiao Yi and Xiao Jinmai's relentless surprise attacks, yet they remained curious about what songs the duo would bring this time. After all, their previous songs had been impressive, and this surprise attack would surely showcase another formidable track. Under the gaze of the crowd, Xiao Yi walked onto the stage in a black suit, a gentle smile on his face, exuding striking charm that made many female hearts flutter. Xiao Yi, what song will you bring us this time? Niu Huan asked with a smile. Xiao Yi replied with a smile, I'll present everyone with dragon scales of heaven and earth. Niu Huan couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. It seems we've collided again. I'm curious, will you end up colliding with every single team? Xiao Yi shook his head. I'm not sure. The songs Jinmai and I prepared beforehand have essentially overlapped with those of other groups. But a collision is a good thing. It's a tremendous success just to spar with the talented singers of the home teams. As for the final outcome, it's not that important. His words were artfully crafted, carrying a touch of humility, and subtly elevated the status of all home teams, making everyone feel at ease. Upon hearing this, the members of the various home teams smiled, gently, a sense of warmth spreading through their hearts. Xiao Yi and Xiao Jinmai had cut through thorns and brambles on their path of surprise attacks, demonstrating formidable strength. If they ultimately lost to these two, there was no shame in it. This surprise attack competition was all about testing one's strength. Only by constantly sparring with the strong could one truly improve. Well said. Young people should dare to fight and dare to act. The stage is yours. Niu Huan smiled and walked off the stage. The prelude began. Xiao Yi closed his eyes, gently waving his microphone. I dip my brush into this land. The bloodline of our nation stretches for thousands of miles. Through centuries and 600 years, the descendants of the dragon have weathered storms. On this central axis of the capital, like a gentleman's unwavering integrity, glazed tiles on the 9-dragon wall, history has risen and fallen here. A great song. The lyrics and composition are grand and unpretentious. Upon hearing the opening, the audience immediately gave a favorable review. The quality of a song can be discerned from its rhythm. As the subsequent vocals rang out, these dragon scales once fell to the ground like shattered ice, each scale every inch of heart. I cannot bear to hear the drifting tales. People uphold propriety, hearts remain tranquil. The ancient zither plays the gentleman's heart. I wait soberly for the echo circling over the vast Chinese civilization. Wow! The audience grew excited upon reaching the climax, feeling a formidable power drawn from national faith and historical culture. This power was far more moving than ordinary romantic love stories, for it effortlessly pulled you into a sense of cultural confidence, filling your entire being with strength and immense comfort. Many clenched their fists, straightened their backs, and savored the cultural faith of the nation, a profound sense of pride. The Chinese nation was originally an eastern dragon once stripped of its scales. But through the efforts of generations, all the scales had been recovered. A truly exhilarating and uplifting story. The vast Chinese nation, the boundless universe. The river of 5,000 years of history flows unceasingly, and in 70 years the divine land has witnessed the phoenix dancing and the dragon soaring. Among the 4 great ancient civilizations, only China stands tall to this day, its heritage unbroken. What a song. Great lyrics, great melody, great artistic conception. Offstage, Niu Huan clenched his fists involuntarily upon hearing this song, feeling an urge to go up and sing Borrow another 500 years from heaven. For veteran singers of his age, such a song was undoubtedly more moving. It filled them with a sense of ease and suffused them with a powerful national sentiment. A formidable strength. This heavenly dragon scales is too powerful. Watching you said, earnestly considering himself a maverick, if it were an ordinary song, he would still have room to criticize. Even Mao-biased songs could be commented on, but this heavenly dragon scales was truly flawless. He dared not disparage it. Powerful. This song is incredibly strong. If Xiao Yi and his team had ambushed us earlier, we might not have been able to withstand it. Zhang Liangying's tone was heavy with seriousness. This song was so grand and majestic, extremely formidable. A classic worthy of being collected. As the theme song for the Forbidden City documentary, it was naturally extraordinary. Although there were some issues with the subsequent singer, the song itself was beyond reproach. Later a similar piece called Snow Dragon Roar appeared, but relatively speaking, it still fell short of Heavenly Dragon scales. It's truly amazing. Zhou Sheng smiled bitterly. His vocal range determined the type of songs he could sing. For such a grand and powerful piece, his voice lacked the necessary intensity. Xiao Yi and Jin Mei's strength is terrifying. Ouyang Na remarked. The song ended. Thank you. Xiao Yi bowed to the applause. Warm applause rang out. Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi. As Xiao Yi walked off the stage, the crowd continued chanting his name. Perhaps this was the power of music. Then Zhao Jinmai stepped onto the stage. The stage belonged to her now, and so did the gaze of the audience. They watched her, curious about which song she would choose to counter Zhang Biqing's Midnight Bound for Morning. After all, Zhang Biqing's song was currently popular and widely sung. Ordinary songs would hardly stand a chance. However, based on the previous rounds, Zhao Jinmai's next selection would undoubtedly be a formidable contender. Zhao Jinmai looked at the audience and smiled. Next, till present, Sun Never Sets for everyone. Sun Never Sets. A clash of themes. The audience was momentarily puzzled upon hearing the title. Zhang Biqing's Midnight Bound for Morning depicted a train at midnight shrouded in darkness. As it journeyed toward dawn, though oppressive, reaching the destination would reveal them. It conveyed a sense of strength, a confidence, and longing for the future. And Sun Never Sets. Hearing the title, it seemed to clash with Zhang Biqing's song. Zhao Jinmai said softly, the title overlaps with Sister Biqing's song, but the artistic conception is different, so overall it's not a clash. The audience grew even more curious. Looking forward to it. Zhang Biqing laughed charmingly. Zhao Jinmai smiled sweetly as the prelude melody began, a sound of an ancient clock tinged with joy. She gently sang. The mist in the sky comes carelessly. The river is as quiet as an oil painting. The peace dove's lazy my heart secretly clears up. Pray you are like a brave imperial guard, guarding love without moving. When Zhao Jinmai sang these lines, the audience immediately swayed to the rhythm. Wow, this is a dance tune with a hint of rock and a certain flair. Ouyang Na's eyes lit up. She loved this song. It truly had a remarkable feel. It's a love song, and it really doesn't clash with Sister Biqing's piece. Both are so evocative, guqin said, while waving her arms. One song sang about determination for the future, the other about love. They were indeed different. Jinmai is amazing. This song is wonderful. Zhang Biqing exclaimed in delight. This Sun Never Sets felt cheerful and comfortable, like a sweet couple in love with a joyful rhythm and a wonderful vibe. I want to give you a sun that never sets. Send a postcard representing love. I want to give you a love that never sets. Hold your heart and travel the world. Zhao Jinmai sang while dancing, fully immersed in the song's atmosphere, feeling utter. She was like a sweet and lovely elf, her white dress fluttering exquisitely beautiful. Below the stage, Xiao Yi watched Zhao Jinmai dancing and singing joyfully, a smile playing on his lips. This song was indeed excellent, and combined with Zhao Jinmai's crisp voice, it was incredibly evocative. He recalled being once enchanted by this Sun Never Sets when it played everywhere in the streets. Now it was time to let the audience of Blue Star experience the melody from Earth. 3 minutes later, the song ended. The audience applauded enthusiastically. Zhao Jinmai, Zhao Jinmai, Zhao Jinmai. The audience continued shouting Zhao Jinmai's name. Clearly the duo of Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai had completely captivated everyone. The songs of the other contestants were mostly previously released, but the ones brought by Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai were all new. As the audience, they could hear such songs firsthand, which naturally put them in high spirits. Then Niu Huan came on stage to announce the final vote count. Huachin Yu 460 votes, Zhang Biqing 480 votes, total 940 votes. Xiao Yi 500 votes, Zhao Jinmai 480 votes, total 980 votes. Thus Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai succeeded again in this round of ambush. And Xiao Yi became the first singer in history to receive a perfect score, truly extraordinary. The subsequent performances continued. After the other two groups finished, the votes from 3 days and 5 rounds were tallied. First place, Zhang Liangying and Mao by 4068 votes. Second place, Hua Qinyu and Zhang Biqing 3990 votes. Third place, Wang Sulong and Ouyang Na 3884 votes. Fourth place, Zhou Sheng and guqin 3878 votes. In this round, Zhou Sheng and guqin were eliminated. After 3 days and 6 rounds, there would be one more round in the afternoon. After the afternoon match, only 3 teams would remain. Then the final champion would be determined tomorrow. Thus, the afternoon match was crucial. It decided who would compete for the ultimate. In the private room, Xiao Yi was drinking water. Zhao Jinmai said softly, "In the afternoon match, everyone will surely pull out their trump cards. It's fine. We'll just give it our all." Xiao Yi smiled lightly. He had no worries as he had prepared too many songs and could change tracks at any time, even playing and singing solo without any problem. No matter what extraordinary piece the opponent brought out, he could meet the challenge. After resting for 2 hours, the afternoon match continued. As usual, the first place team Zhang Liangying and Mao Bai took the stage first. This time they indeed brought out a trump card. Zhang Liangying sang Heart Painter with great emotion. Then Mao Bai performed his signature Dispel Sorrow. In this round, no one dared to relax, directly presenting their most formidable songs. In the private room, after listening to Zhang Liangying and Mao Bai's performances, Zhao Jinmai directly pressed the ambush button and said seriously, "Xiao Yi, let's ambush them this round." "Alright." Xiao Yi nodded lightly. Then the two walked out of the private room. The bell rang. Zhang Liangying and Mao Bai smiled bitterly, realizing they had been ambushed by Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai. Originally, there were 7 teams. Except for Lu Han and Guan Xiaodong, who were eliminated for being last, the other 6 teams all seemed to have been ambushed by Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai. These two were clearly set on ambushing. "We've already performed our signature song. Even if we lose with honor," Mao Bai said with a smile. Zhang Liangying rolled her eyes and said, "We haven't lost yet." The ambush began. This time it was not Xiao Yi who took the stage first, but Zhao Jinmai. She was to compete against Zhang Liangying's Hua Xin. That song was extremely powerful. People were curious what song she would choose to challenge it with. Jinmai standing on stage. "Now do you feel the pressure? Because only 3 home teams and 1 ambush team remain." Niu Huan asked with a smile. Zhao Jinmai nodded seriously. "Actually, at this moment, I am under tremendous pressure because Sister Liangying and Mao Mao have brought out their trump cards. I have no confidence at all." But Xiao Yi said that we have already done very well to get this far. The victory itself is in competing with these powerful singers, so we will give it our all, and the final result is not that important. Clap, clap, clap. The audience burst into warm applause. Indeed, as Zhao Jinmai said, even if she and Xiao Yi lost this round, in a sense they might be more remarkable than the champion, because they had ambushed all the way to the end. "Well said. The stage is yours." Niu Huan looked at Zhao Jinmai with approval, then walked off the stage with a smile. "Next I will sing White Fox for everyone." Zhao Jinmai said softly. Zhang Liangying's Hua Xin was very strong. It was hard for ordinary songs to stand against it, but this White Fox could compete. Of course, the best version of White Fox was Chen Rui's. Many covers changed the lyrics and lost the original mood. White Fox. Zhang Liangying showed a look of anticipation. Her song, Hua Xin, was the theme of the movie. The female demon in the movie was a white fox. But according to the original Strange Tales, she was actually a human skin that could transform into any beautiful woman. In the movie, the white fox fell in love with the male lead, intruded into the love between him and the female lead, and ultimately perished in a tragic end. Yet the death of the white fox in the movie evoked a strange sense of loss. Perhaps it was because Zhou Sun's acting was too good or the adaptation was too well-crafted. The song depicted a unique, poignant love story. Zhao Jinmai looked at Zhang Liangying and said, "Actually, this white fox does clash with Sister Liangying's Hua Xin, because it also tells a strange tale. As for what story, everyone will find out soon." Looking forward to it, Zhang Liangying nodded earnestly. The accompaniment began. Zhao Jinmai closed her eyes, slowly moving her arms to the rhythm, and started singing. "I am a fox who has cultivated for 1,000 years. 1,000 years of cultivation, 1,000 years of solitude. In the dead of night, can anyone hear me cry? Where the lights are dim, can anyone see me dance?" Wow, so evocative. This song style is indeed comparable to Hua Xin. The audience exclaimed in surprise. They had thought Hua Xin was the king of strange tales, but now they found this white fox to be excellent as well. The melody was beautiful, carrying a touching story that instantly drew everyone into the song's mood. Great song, so immersive. Zhang Liangying nodded slightly. This song was stylistically similar to Hua Xin, and she liked it very much. Zhang Biqing said excitedly, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. Another trump card. Ouyang Na was astonished. She had thought Zhang Liangying's Hua Xin was a trump card that no ordinary song could beat, yet Zhao Jinmai had delivered another extremely competitive song. This White Fox was bound to be a classic. It seemed Zhao Jinmai's company had invested a lot in her. So many songs were no small. She didn't know that all these songs were from Xiao Yi. Of course, the copyrights belonged to Xiao Yi. He had lent them to Zhao Jinmai for the competition, and whether to release them later was up to him. Xiao Yi possessed the entire Earth's music library. He could produce any song. If he sang them all himself, he would never finish. If suitable candidates appeared, he could let them perform, thus spreading Earth's excellent culture to this parallel world. Zhao Jinmai's voice continued. When I loved you, you were penniless, studying hard by the cold window. When I left you, you had passed the imperial exam and were celebrating your wedding night. Can I dance one more dance for you? I am the white fox you set free 1,000 years ago. See my sleeves flutter, my sleeves flutter. Vows of eternal love have turned to nothing. Everyone listened intently. After the first hearing, a story emerged in their minds. 1,000 years ago, a scholarly young man saved a beautiful white fox. The white fox cultivated diligently. 1,000 years later, she found the scholar's reincarnation. He was still an ordinary man, poor, and studying hard for 10 years to gain fame. The white fox transformed into a beautiful woman, stayed by his side as his maid, and took care of him. Gradually, the white fox fell in love with the scholar, and the scholar also fell in love with her, making vows that after passing the exam, he would marry her. Later, the scholar went to the capital for the exam. The white fox waited at home. Every night, moonlight slanted into the attic, casting a desolate glow. But she put on makeup in front of the mirror, a sweet smile on her face, because she knew the scholar would return to marry her after the exam, and she wanted to show him her most beautiful self. Spring passed and autumn came. The white fox waited, but the scholar never returned. Until one day, a fellow villager who had taken the exam with him came back, saying the scholar had passed, become the top scholar, and secured a high official position. The white fox was overjoyed. She knew he would succeed. But then the fellow villager's next words struck her like lightning. The scholar had indeed passed, and had been favored by a powerful minister, becoming his son-in-law. He was about to marry. The white fox refused to believe it, and went to the capital to find him. What she saw was his grand wedding. He was celebrating his wedding night. She did not reveal herself. Her face ashen, she watched silently, and finally, without disturbing his happy life, she left alone with T. When she loved him, he was penniless and studying by the cold window. When they met again, he had passed the exam, and was celebrating his wedding night. These two lines tell a heartbreaking love story. The tale is poignant, and ends here, leaving infinite imagination for the audience. The song concluded. Thank you, everyone. Zhao Jinmai bowed to the audience, a sweet smile gracing her face. Bravo. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, their hands clapping with fervent enthusiasm. Jinmai, you are truly incredible. This song is phenomenal. It resonates so deeply. Zhang Biqing gazed at Zhao Jinmai, admiration shimmering in her eyes. A young artist of such remarkable talent was truly a delight to behold. Thank you, Sister Biqing. Zhao Jinmai smiled in gratitude. Jinmai, I've made up my mind. I want to learn from you. Ouyang Na declared earnestly. Her musical aptitude was not insignificant. She had studied at the Berklee College of Music, garnered numerous accolades, and earned the title of a prodigy cellist. Of course, despite her impressive credentials, the public knew little of her works. A rather awkward situation where she was famous for her persona rather than her art. Moreover, she had once taken a break from her studies to pursue acting, only to be met with considerable mockery for her performance. In contrast, Zhao Jinmai had been acting since the age of 12. Throughout her school years, she balanced study and performance, honing her craft to remarkable strength and producing a substantial body of work. Originally, she had not displayed much prowess in music, but this time, collaborating with Xiao Yi, she had delivered one masterpiece after another. This astonished Ouyang Na, prompting her to seek to learn from Zhao Jinmai. Nana, let's learn from each other. You can teach me the cello. Zhao Jinmai replied with a smile. Given her own level, she naturally dared not claim to teach Ouyang Na. Mutual learning was the highest display of emotional intent. Great. I'll come find you whenever I have time. Ouyang Na giggled. Jinmai, I'm curious. Who wrote this song? It's incredibly evocative. Zhang Liangying asked in amazement. The others also fixed their curious gazes on Zhao Jinmai. Given that Zhao Jinmai had produced so many groundbreaking songs this time, her company must have invested heavily, hiring some extraordinary talents to compose these pieces. Zhao Jinmai's eyes fell on Xiao Yi, a sweet smile spreading across her face as she stated directly, all the songs I sang were actually written by Xiao Yi. Lyrics and composition, he did it all by himself. What? All by Xiao Yi? Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Could it be that all these masterpieces were the work of Xiao Yi alone? Was he a prodigy beyond comprehension? The crowd stared at Xiao Yi in shock, feeling that he was simply too terrifying. Not human, but a demonic genius. Even the most elite gold medal composers would find it difficult to produce so many songs in such a short time. But Xiao Yi, since participating in the show I Am a Singer, he had been churning out songs at a prodigious rate, a truly awe-inspiring feat. Today was the third day of the surprise attack round. How many songs had Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai performed so far? On the first day, they sang Perfect Harmony, pointing to the moon summer solstice. On the second day, they sang Chow Chow, Imperial Capital, Well-Intentioned, Who Cares About My Tears. On the third day, they sang Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth, The Sun Never Sets, White Fox, and Xiao Yi still had one more to perform. 3 days, 11 songs. All brand new songs. Xiao Yi's songs were undoubtedly his own original creations, and now even all the songs Zhao Jinmai performed were also from Xiao Yi. This was simply too astonishing. What else was hidden in Xiao Yi's mind? As everyone turned to look at him, Xiao Yi merely smiled lightly, saying nothing. Xiao Yi, I suddenly want to ask you to write a song for me. Zhang Liangying looked at Xiao Yi seriously. The talent he had displayed was not to be underestimated. If she could get him to write a song, it would undoubtedly be a masterpiece. Xiao Yi chuckled. If the opportunity arises, we can collaborate. Then it's settled. Zhang Liangying beamed a radiant smile. Afterward, Zhao Jinmai stepped down, and Xiao Yi walked onto the stage. Now it was his turn to perform. Mao Bai had sung Dispel Sorrow, a song that struck the very depths of the soul. Excellent, far more evocative than those ear-splitting tunes. Therefore, Xiao Yi needed to sing a song that could truly hold its own. Dispel Sorrow depicts the ordinary young person entering society, encountering life's myriad disparities. Others in tailored suits, luxury cars, and prestigious watches, while you remain plain and ordinary, feeling a sense of inferiority. Amid this contrast, what thoughts arise? The so-called Dispel Sorrow is but raising a glass to drown sorrows only to find them deeper. How easy is it to truly Yet when you come to terms with it and accept your ordinariness, you realize that everyone is the same as you. Different faces, different masks, each pretending to be happy. How many true? In this situation, you ask yourself, am I the only one sober amidst the drunken crowd, or am I drunk along with them? Once they are drunk, they choose to numb themselves and continue the pretense. But when you awaken from your drunkenness, you must accept your ordinary self, face reality, strive hard, and move forward. This song in essence is not negative, but rather uplifting, highly relatable to young people. Therefore, ordinary songs would find it hard to rival this one. Of course, Xiao Yi had access to the entire library of Earth's music, so finding a worthy contender was not difficult. For instance, Zhang Xiaohan's Invisible Wings is an excellent song, a masterpiece in its own right. However, it suits a female voice better, so Xiao Yi opted for a different song. Next, I'll sing Laughing at the Wind and Clouds for everyone, Xiao Yi announced softly. Laughing at the Wind and Clouds resonates more deeply with middle-aged listeners. Master Huang Zhan wrote this song under extraordinary circumstances. At the time, he had parted ways with his girlfriend of 15 years and his company was on the verge of bankruptcy. Both love and career had hit rock bottom. Standing on the rooftop, gazing at the myriad lights of the city, the endless stream of people and cars, he even contemplated jumping down. But it was in that moment, reflecting on his life, that he realized beyond love and career, there were many beautiful things worth cherishing. Thus he persevered and wrote Laughing at the Wind and Clouds. If Dispel Sorrow is a song for lost young people, then Laughing at the Wind and Clouds is for those who have experienced life and are in their middle-age troughs. Because Laughing at the Wind and Clouds is the release after enduring 7 parts of vicissitudes, the joy of letting go of grudges with a smile. The prelude slowly began. The spotlight converged on Xiao Yi as he started to sing. Who doesn't have some unforgettable heartaches? Who can foresee the consequences? Who doesn't have some old grudges and inner demons? A few unintentional mistakes? Who doesn't have dreams that remain unfulfilled? Who has never been wronged or wronged others? Who is willing to explain for what reason? With a laugh, the winds and clouds have passed. Wow. Another beautiful Cantonese song, a classic masterpiece that will surely be sung by countless people. Zhang Liangying exclaimed in astonishment. For those who have experienced life, this song resonates even more deeply. As the saying goes, youth knows not the taste of sorrow. Only those who have truly weathered the storms of right and wrong can, when looking back on their lives, smile at the winds and clouds and let go of everything. This requires immense magnanimity. In one's life, who hasn't experienced some unforgettable moments? Who hasn't harbored dreams that remain unfulfilled? Who hasn't longed for someone they could never hold? Who hasn't known love and hate? Looking back, half a lifetime has passed in an instant, and the future holds little. Why dwell on who was right or wrong? Why care about who let me? Why seek to explain too much? Everything should be faced with a smile at the wind and clouds. Accept it calmly, and ultimately look toward the future, cherishing the beautiful life before you. This is Xiao Yi's third Cantonese song, and it gives people a sense of sudden enlightenment. It's truly wonderful. Zhang Biqing stared at Xiao Yi in shock. Before this smile at the wind and clouds, Xiao Yi had sung 2 other Cantonese songs, Silence is Gold and Light of Friendship. Those 2 songs have already become explosive hits, downloaded and covered by countless people, playing on repeat in many playlists. Now this smile at the wind and clouds is also incredibly beautiful, leaving listeners with a sense of sudden clarity after hearing it. It feels as if all the gloom fades away with the melody. The line smile at the wind and clouds releases so many lingering regrets. This smile at the wind and clouds is truly powerful. Mao Mao's Dispelling Sorrow is also impressive, but I feel he might be in danger this time, Wang Sulong said with emotion. No matter what trump cards they played, Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai could still face them with ease. It was terrifying. Below the stage, Niu Huan watched Xiao Yi performing earnestly, admiration shining in his eyes. This song was truly remarkable, especially for someone of his age who could deeply relate to it. Young people might be confined to romantic entanglements and moved by similar songs, but adult life is often unsatisfactory. You encounter all kinds of things that leave you with a heavy heart, and some events can even make you lose all hope. Smiling at the wind and clouds requires immense courage as well as a broad mind. Choosing to forgive others is also a way of letting yourself go. Live joyfully with no hatred in your heart. Sing a song for today's laughter. Let your chest absorb new happiness. In the evening breeze, unlock your heart. Xiao Yi repeated the chorus once more. 2 minutes later, the song came to an end. The lingering notes still filled the air. Thank you, Xiao Yi whispered. Applause erupted. Thunderous applause rang out once again. At this moment, everyone looked at Xiao Yi with admiration. No matter the setting, only true strength can earn genuine respect. Voting began. A minute later, Niu Huan walked onto the stage and said softly, letting go of the past, releasing everything, looking toward the future, and striving to live. This smile at the wind and clouds is wonderfully written. Thank you, teacher Niu Huan. Xiao Yi expressed his gratitude. Niu Huan smiled and said, it is I who should thank you. Hearing such a good song always stirs countless emotions. One can find their own reflection in the music, choose to let go and embrace all things. This is a state of supreme mind worthy of everyone's reflection. Next, I will announce the results of the surprise attack. Zhang Liangying received 481 votes. Mao Bai received 482 votes, a total of 963 votes. Zhao Jinmai received 481 votes. Xiao Yi received 497 votes, a total of 978 votes. Therefore, Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai's team succeeded in the surprise attack. The audience erupted with excitement, and everyone applauded continuously. Niu Huan continued, there are still 2 more teams to perform their final songs. Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai, you don't need to return to your room for now. After this round, I will announce today's results, and also reveal the schedule for tomorrow's finals. Xiao Yi nodded lightly, and walked toward Zhao Jinmai, then the two sat down. Next it was Hua Qinyu and Zhang Biqing's turn to perform. Hua Qinyu sang King and Beggar, while Zhang Biqing performed Between a Kiss. Then it was the turn of the third-place team, Wang Sulong and Ouyang Na. Wang Sulong sang a song he had written and composed himself, Annual Rings. Ouyang Na sang Monday, First Check Your Horoscope. This song was a sweet little love song written by Wang Sulong. By this point, everyone had brought out their most powerful songs, not daring to take any chances. Both teams received a great response from the audience. After the voting ended, Niu Huan walked onto the stage. He held the vote counter and looked seriously at everyone. Next comes an extremely tense and exciting moment. I will announce the final results of the 3 home teams. Since there is still a surprise attack team, the third-place home team will face elimination. Everyone needs to be prepared. Everyone smiled lightly at his words. They had already achieved their goals by participating in this show, and even if they were eliminated now, they had no regrets. It seems everyone is ready. Then I will now announce the final results of the 3 days and 6 rounds. First place, Zhang Liangying and Mao Bai with 5031. Second place, Hua Qinyu and Zhang Biqing with 4940 votes. Third place, Wang Sulong and Ouyang Na with 4834 votes. The final results of the 6 rounds were announced. Wang Sulong and Ouyang Na were eliminated. Their later performances were strong, but they had lost too many points in the earlier rounds, so elimination was inevitable. A pity. Although you were eliminated, in a sense you have already won. Niu Huan smiled warmly at Wang Sulong and Ouyang Na. To have made it this far was already a testament to their formidable strength. Wang Sulong and Ouyang Na nodded with a smile. Elimination was expected. Boo-hoo. Nana will miss you. Zhang Biqing looked at Ouyang Na and Wang Sulong. We'll miss you too. We look forward to your performances. Ouyang Na said with a sweet. After the two left, the scene now consisted of 2 home teams and 1 surprise attack team, forming the final 3 teams. Niu Huan looked at the 3 teams and said, next the votes of the home teams will be reset. Tomorrow you will compete in the final round to determine the final rankings from 1st to 3rd. Good luck, everyone. Let's go. Everyone clenched their fists and shouted. 3 teams remained for the final round. Without a doubt, Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai's team was the most dazzling. They had been on a surprise attack streak until now, and at this moment they had become a true home team. So everyone was eagerly anticipating what kind of songs they would bring tomorrow. The 4th day arrived swiftly. Today was the true final. The atmosphere on site was somewhat oppressive. Everyone wore solemn expressions, poised for battle. The audience looked on with eager anticipation, knowing this round would be fiercely competitive. On the stage, Niu Huan held the microphone and announced, for the upcoming match we will determine the performance order of the 3 teams by drawing lots. Please send 1 representative from each team to come on stage and draw. You go draw. Xiao Yi said to Zhao Jinmai with a smile. Okay. Zhao Jinmai nodded gently. Then Zhao Jinmai, Mao Bai, and Zhang Biqing went on stage to draw. Were first. Zhang Biqing unfolded the paper ball in her hand. Inside was a 1. Clearly they would be performing first in this round. Going first usually meant immense pressure, because if you performed later, even though you couldn't change the predetermined song, you could make minor adjustments and have a steadier mindset. Were first. Finally a change. Mao Bai looked at the 2, on his paper, his brow slightly relaxing, a smile spreading across his face. Before this, they had almost always gone first, bearing immense pressure in every round. Now the order had finally changed, which was quite good. As for Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai's group, they would obviously be last. Next, the stage is yours. After Niu Huan finished his announcement, everyone left the stage. The first to perform was Zhang Biqing. She sang Crossing the Mundane World. This was a song in the ancient style with beautiful lyrics, melodious tunes, and a strong sense of rhythm, very evocative. It gave one the feeling of spanning 3 lifetimes, chasing a love story, very beautiful. When the song ended, it naturally won widespread praise, and applause from the scene was continuous. Then Hua Qinyu took the stage and sang Divine Tree. Xiao Yi listened from below and nodded slightly. This song was from Hua Qinyu's early period when his fame was not yet great, and his music followed the mainstream. Overall it was decent. Later, perhaps because his fame grew, he started to be unconventional. Acting strangely, twitching, jumping around, hitting high notes with cracks, and getting involved in a scandal with Zhang Biqing, which led to widespread online backlash. Moreover, his arrogance was enormous. The phrase, Hua Yu is forever the god, invited countless mockeries. Even the strongest singers, kings and queens of music dared not say such things. Therefore it is best to be humble in life. No matter how great your achievements, do not be too arrogant. The universe is vast, but do not let a single leaf blind your eyes. After Hua Chenyu finished, the audience began voting. A few minutes later it was Zhang Liangying's turn. She wore a white dress, her figure graceful like a blooming snow lotus, and sang, "The Kingdom of Women," with deep emotion. In this world there is no perfect way. To be true to Buddha and true to you. Reflecting on my mortal heart, I harm my pursuit of purity. Never has cleverness been so foolish. Since I am born to suffer on my westward journey, why must a beauty like you captivate me? How can I erase your shadow? Like forgetting my own name. The lyrics were beautifully poetic, evoking memories of Tang Sanzang's encounter with the Kingdom of Women. Among the 81 tribulations, the Kingdom of Women was his greatest ordeal. Because the other tribulations were solved by his 3 disciples, and the white dragon horse, only the emotional trial of the Kingdom of Women belonged to him alone, the most dangerous, and he had to resolve it himself. No one else could help him. In the emotional trial of the Kingdom of Women, Tang Sanzang was clearly moved. He said, if there is a next life, if fate permits. For a Buddhist, promises are extremely important. They believe in karma and reincarnation. Every promise made is a cause and effect. By saying this, he had already been emotionally stirred, but for the sake of the westward journey to seek scriptures and his faith, he could only abandon love. Before leaving, Tang Sanzang said another sentence, if there is a next life, is there a next life? In fact, this expressed his confusion. If there were a next life. But is there really a next life? Can one meet the same person again in the next life? This line surely conveys a sense of regret. This inevitably reminds one of the poem by Sangyang Gyatso. I once worried that attachment would harm my spiritual practice, but entering the mountains, I feared leaving the beauty behind. In this world there is no perfect way to be true to Buddha and true to you. In heaven and earth there is no perfect solution. You cannot have both. You must choose one and give up the other. For Tang Sanzang, whose cultivation was not yet complete, he would naturally fall into confusion. If he had already attained Buddhahood, he would not be troubled by romantic love. But unfortunately at this moment, he was just a man of flesh and blood. And what about the Queen of the Kingdom of Women? Knowing Tang Sanzang's feelings, she did not continue to stop him, but let him proceed westward. What she said was not that loving someone means giving them respect and fulfillment. Clearly this was true love, evoking sighs. When I was a child watching Journey to the West, I only thought Tang Sanzang had escaped a calamity. Years later I realized he had actually missed out on a lifetime. After the song ended, the audience kept applauding. Sister Liangying, you sang so beautifully. I'm in tears. Zhao Jinmai, her eyes red, looked at Zhang Liangying. This kind of song with a story clearly moved people more. Sister Liangying is truly amazing. Zhang Biqing nodded earnestly. Thank you. Zhang Liangying smiled gently and walked off the stage. Then Mao Bai took the stage. Afterwards he sang People Like Me. The audience was deeply touched, and the song was very evocative. Mao Bai's songs were different from others. They struck straight into the depths of the soul, giving one the feeling of drinking aged wine, savoring it slowly, its flavor unique. The first and second teams had finished their performances. Then it was the turn of Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai. In the other 2 groups the ladies performed first, so Xiao Yi let Zhao Jinmai take the stage first. Zhao Jinmai walked up to the stage. Everyone stared at her. The other 2 teams had already played their trump cards. No one knew how Zhao Jinmai and Xiao Yi would respond in this round. Zhao Jinmai gathered her emotions and said softly, next I will sing by Suzhen at the foot of Qingqing Mountain for everyone. Relatively speaking, this song was similar in style to the Kingdom of Women, both telling famous stories. Another song I've never heard before. I'm so looking forward to it. Zhang Liangying smiled. Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai frequently gave them surprises. This song was probably also very good, full of anticipation. Sometimes participating in the singer competition, getting first place, wasn't really that important. Being able to hear new songs live was the most wonderful enjoyment. The story of the white snake. Zhang Biqing was full of curiosity. The backing music began. The extremely gentle prelude felt very comfortable. Then Zhao Jinmai's voice sounded. At the foot of Qingqing Mountain by Suzhen. Cultivated in a cave for 1,000 years to attain this form. Through diligent practice, she attained the way. Transformed, shedding her scales to become human. After Zhao Jinmai finished singing, the audience burst into applause. Jinmai, that was amazing. Excellent. Zhang Biqing gave Zhao Jinmai a thumbs up. In her eyes, Zhao Jinmai was a treasure of a singer radiating brilliance. I really love this song by Suzhen at the foot of Qingqing Mountain. It feels like a stark contrast to the song The Kingdom of Women I sang. Zhang Liangying, with her bright and radiant appearance, wore a look of amazement. This song by Suzhen at the foot of Qingqing Mountain felt incredibly soothing to her. The Kingdom of Women tells the story of Tang Sanzang, who in order to attain Buddhahood, had to forsake romantic love and decisively journey westward, leaving behind regret and melancholy. Bai Suzhen at the foot of Qingqing Mountain is exactly the opposite. Bai Suzhen initially cultivated for 1,000 years to become an immortal, but found it difficult to attain the Tao. Later Guanyin told her that her earthly ties were not yet resolved, and she had a karmic destiny to fulfill. Only by resolving it could she achieve immortality. This karmic destiny was of course the life-saving grace of Su Xian in her past life. Unfortunately, while resolving this destiny, she fell deeply and irrevocably in love with Su Xian, choosing to abandon the path of immortality for the sake of love. This forms a stark contrast with Tang Sanzang's abandonment of love for Buddhahood. Thank you everyone. Zhao Jinmai's cool and serene face broke into a... The audience immediately cast their votes. After the voting ended, Xiao Yi stepped onto the stage where a piano was set up, playing and singing by himself. I wonder what song Xiao Yi will sing next. I'm so excited, Zhang Liangying said expectantly. Zhang Biqing said, the song Mao Mao sang was very meaningful. I guess Xiao Yi is going to drop an ultimate bombshell in this round. I'm just curious what that bombshell is. He must be bringing out a show-stopping piece, Watching You said gravely. Mao Bai stared at Xiao Yi on stage silent, also curious about what song Xiao Yi would choose next. After all, their songs were all previously released. Only Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai's songs were brand new, filling everyone with anticipation. Xiao Yi looked at the audience, a faint smile on his face, and said softly, next he'll present Boundless Ocean's Vast Skies. This song is for all those who are writing and creating music, for all those who are persisting in their dreams. Mao Bai's song Someone Like Me is a portrayal of self-mockery and loss, evoking an inexplicable poignancy that strikes deep into the soul. When we were young, we always thought of ourselves as the protagonist in a novel, believing we would become a great figure in the future, destined to accomplish something grand, self-important, ambitious, and full of confidence in the future. But after truly growing up, drifting for years, rising and falling, and achieving nothing significant, after experiencing various setbacks in love and career, and the harsh blows of reality, we eventually realize that we are actually so ordinary. It turns out we are not as cheerful as we imagined, and after a heartbreak, we become more taciturn. Mediocrity is the true portrayal of most people, which is why this song resonates more deeply. As for Beyond's Boundless Ocean's Vast Skies, it tells of an ordinary person who stays true to himself, constantly pursuing his dreams, no matter how the outside world changes, or how harsh reality is. His dream never wavers. As for this song Xiao, he actually fell in love with it during college. Since it was in Cantonese, he naturally couldn't understand it at first, but he felt the melody was great. Moreover, his roommate would play it on loop every day, so he would hum along. Later, he deliberately learned about the background of this song's creation and realized how extraordinary it truly was. In the 1980s, Hong Kong and Taiwan were popular for covering Western and Japanese songs, while original creators were few and far between. Beyond was one of the few original creators. At that time, they advocated original music, but they faced much ridicule and resistance. Disheartened, they had no choice but to go to Japan to develop, which was also a form of reverse cultural export. Unfortunately, due to language barriers and different environments, Beyond's early development in Japan was not promising, and they once fell into a slump. But even so, they never gave up their musical dreams and persisted. Ultimately, this classic Boundless Ocean's Vast Skies came into Boundless Ocean's Vast Skies. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but think of Xiao Yi's previous song Laughing at the Wind and Clouds. Were they similar? Xiao Yi calmed his expression, gently pressed the piano keys, and a melodious tune began. His voice followed. Today, I in the cold night watch the snow drift by. With a cooled heart, drifting far away, chasing in the wind and rain in the mist, unable to distinguish traces. The vast sky and the boundless sea, you and me. Will it change who hasn't changed? Another Cantonese song. I've noticed that every Cantonese song Xiao Yi puts out is incredibly powerful and full of feeling. It really is an ultimate bombshell. Zhang Biqing said in amazement. Zhang Liangying said no. Every song Xiao Yi releases is full of feeling and Xiao Yi, you're amazing. Zhao Jinmai watched from below as Xiao Yi played and sang on stage, a sweet smile appearing on her cool face. How many times facing cold stares and ridicule, never giving up the ideals in my heart. Forgive me for this life of unrestrained love for freedom. Also afraid that one day I might fall. Abandoning ideals, anyone can do it. How could I fear that one day only you? 5 minutes later, Xiao Yi finished his performance. The audience was immersed in the artistic conception of the music, unable to extract. They seemed to see a musician utterly disappointed with his surroundings, forced to leave his homeland to continue pursuing his dream. Everything changes, but I remain unchanged, always holding fast to my dream. Countless times facing all kinds of ridicule and slander, but I never gave up my dream. Forgive me for this life of unrestrained love for freedom. Because I yearn for freedom and am always passionate about my dreams, but yearning for freedom and chasing dreams comes at a cost. I also fear that one day I might fall while chasing my dream and never recover. However others can give up their dreams, they can one by one betray their original intentions. But I cannot give up. Even if in the end I am alone, I will persist in my... This is a firm belief and indomitable, while not bowing to reality, only facing difficulties hidden and confronting the darkness. After the audience came back to the scene erupted into another burst of extremely enthusiastic applause, with some people even moved to tears. A person's life is actually very difficult, especially when it comes to unwaveringly pursuing one's dreams. How many dreams have been battered beyond recognition by reality? An 18-year-old youth yearns for poetry and the distant horizon, wanting to roam the world with a sword. But a 48-year-old middle-aged man still remains in that narrow place, evoking deep sighs. This song truly moved me to tears. Looking back on my past, the path was filled with twists and turns, once plunging me into despair, even making me want to give up. Yet I am grateful that I persevered until now. Zhang Liangying wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and whispered, "Yes, everyone has their own story, a past too painful to revisit. For the celestial queen Zhang Liangying, it was no different. Her childhood was far from idyllic. Born into a family where the preference for sons over daughters was deeply ingrained, her parents even divorced. Later, to make a living, she chose to sing at bars. Then she met a man which ushered in the darkest period of her life. Under immense pressure, she once considered abandoning her dreams, but fortunately she held on step by step until she reached where she is today. Looking back at her own journey, she realized how many obstacles she had overcome, and that what truly supported her to the end was the very dream she had nearly given up on. Indeed, it hasn't been easy at all." Zhang Biqing also sighed deeply. Compared to Zhang Liangying, her own musical dream had been smoother, though not without its minor setbacks. It was still relatively fortunate. Mao Bai looked at Xiao Yi, a hint of admiration in his eyes, like a younger generation gazing at a predecessor. Xiao Yi's song further solidified his own convictions. He was determined to hold fast to his musical dream regardless of external changes, whether it was a world dominated by capital or filled with all sorts of bizarre songs. He must stay true to his path and his creations, undisturbed by outside influences. At this moment, Mao Bai's eyes shone with unwavering resolve. "Thank you, Xiao Yi," he murmured to himself. Huaqin Yu was also staring at Xiao Yi, a glimmer of mutual admiration in his eyes. He spoke, "Xiao Yi, your song has stirred deep emotions within me. I've decided, I will persist in my own style. Everyone, they wanted to say you'd better go with the mainstream. Those cancer and ritual songs of yours have truly gone astray. This path, you cannot master it. Music belongs to the masses. That should stir the soul and resonate deeply. If a song fails to reach its audience, then claiming it is uniquely creative, stylistically unconventional, and that others simply don't appreciate it is clearly problematic. No matter how complex the score or how fancy the technique, if the public cannot understand it, it is all in vain. After all, not every listener is a lyricist or composer. In this moment, Xiao Yi makes me feel like a child, while he stands as a veteran ahead of me." Zhao Jimai whispered. Xiao Yi looked at the audience below and said softly, "For an 18-year-old music creator, we always yearn to create timeless songs and change the world. But reality is often cruel. Sometimes you face tough choices and temptations that make you forget your original intention. But if you persist until 48 and look back on your life, you might find that the world hasn't changed because of you, yet you will be glad that you never changed yourself. Thank you." After speaking, Xiao Yi gave a slight bow to the audience. Applause erupted again, a wave of enthusiastic clapping. "Well said." Niu Huan walked onto the stage, gently clapping. He continued, "Xiao Yi's words truly resonate with me. For us musicians, holding on to our dreams is indeed very difficult. Take me for example. Most of the singers who debuted alongside me have long since faded away, and some have even changed careers. Persisting until the end is extremely hard, but as long as you hold on and never forget your original intention, there will always be rewards. This truth applies to all walks of life. In fact, the road to success is not crowded because very few truly persevere to the end. Next, please let the audience vote." Niu Huan continued. The audience immediately cast their votes. 2 minutes later, Niu Huan looked at the vote tally. The final rankings of today's championship were all out. Niu Huan looked at everyone and said softly, "Today, the most thrilling and suspenseful moment of the Surprise Singer program has arrived. Of course, I have to read a sponsorship advertisement first." He quickly recited the sponsor's ad, then said, "Now I will announce the final results of the Surprise Singer finals." Everyone braced. The crowd grew serious, poised, and eager to know the results of the three teams. Huaqin Yu received 492 votes. Zhang Biqing received 490 votes, totaling 982 votes. Wow! The audience burst into cheers. This score was indeed high. Zhang Liangying received 493 votes. Mao Bai received 495 votes, totaling 988 votes. Ooh! Another wave of excitement swept through the crowd. 988 votes, an extremely strong showing. Huaqin Yu and Zhang Biqing clapped with smiles, knowing that they would be either second or third. They were curious how many votes Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai's team would get. Everyone turned to Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai, eyes full of curiosity. Niu Huan's gaze also fell on them. He paused briefly and said softly, "Zhao Jinmai received 493 votes, Xiao Yi received 500 votes, totaling 993 votes. Wow, another perfect score." The crowd stared at Xiao Yi in excitement. The earlier song Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth had already achieved a perfect score, and now another one had appeared. Truly worthy of Xiao Yi, remarkable. Xiao Yi is truly amazing. Zhang Liangying and the others gave him a thumbs up. They couldn't help but admire him. Niu Huan smiled and said, "This is the 4th season of Surprise Singer, and I'm only hosting from this season. But as far as I know, since the show began, no one has ever achieved a perfect score. So Xiao Yi earning 2 perfect scores is truly extraordinary. Alright, I now announce the final rankings of the Surprise Singer Season 4 finals. Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai take 1st place. Zhang Liangying and Mao Bai take 2nd place. Huaqin Yu and Zhang Biqing take 3rd place. Next, please invite the 3 teams to the stage to receive their awards." Niu Huan announced loudly. The 3 teams went on stage. Afterward, the program staff presented trophies respectively. Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai received the gold championship trophy of the Surprise King. The other two teams received silver and bronze trophies. Then each team gave their acceptance speeches. The fourth season of Surprise Singer came to an end, but the program will continue and more outstanding singers will grace this stage in the future. The recording of the show was complete. According to the program team, the air date would be announced later. For some singers, participating in the show was also a way to promote their own songs. For Xiao Yi and Zhao Jinmai, this was especially true. After all, they had presented new songs, and once the show aired, it would undoubtedly bring another surge of massive traffic. Jinhua Villa. This was Zhao Jinmai's residence. Xiao Yi stood in the living room surveying his surroundings. The decor was elegant with a piano, a guitar, and the self-cultivation of an actor on display, exuding a rich artistic atmosphere. Tisk tsk. No wonder you're a little rich girl. This villa must have cost 8 or 9 million, right? Xiao Yi said with a smile. Zhao Jinmai rolled her eyes at him and said, "You're such a tease. It's rented, and it's about to expire soon. Don't let her 10 years of acting fool you. Her actual remuneration wasn't really high, because she makes a living by acting and loves performing. Generally, as long as there's a suitable script, she would take it even if the pay was low. In the past 2 years, her resources had been quite good, and she had become a popular young actress with her fees also increasing. However, to buy a luxury villa, she couldn't afford it yet. Actually, this is quite normal. Just like those veteran actors, even if they are highly skilled and even become national-level artists, their fees are generally not high because they aren't heavily influenced by capital. They are relatively pure. In contrast, some of today's trending stars can earn tens of millions or even hundreds of millions for a single appearance, which is extremely shocking. Obviously, Xiao Yi was also considered a third-tier trending star for the time being, so his fees were not low either. For example, when he participated in variety shows, his fee was basically 5 million. Although it couldn't compare to top-tier stars like Kai Shuquan and Hua Chenyu, the amount was still considerable, far exceeding 80 of the entertainment industry's artists. Among Xiao Yi's 5 ex-girlfriends, the richest was Ten Song-yoon, because she hadn't signed with any entertainment company. Instead, she had started her own company and had always been a solo act, a true wealthy woman. The second was Su Yuwang. Her family background was not simple, somewhat mysterious. In any case, she never lacked money, but she usually didn't mention her family background, seeming somewhat resistant. The third was Bai Lu, who had become very popular in recent years and earned a lot of money. Finally, there were Zhao Jinmai and Zhang Yingxu. Zhao Jinmai didn't dwell on the issue and said, "Do you want rice or noodles? If noodles, I'll cook some for you." "Rice," Xiao Yi replied. "All right, then I'll go cook for you. Go take a shower first," Zhao Jinmai said to Xiao Yi, and then walked toward the kitchen. Xiao Yi took off his jacket and walked toward the bathroom. As soon as he opened the bathroom door, what appeared before his eyes made his blood rush. A delicate pink pair of panties was just lying beside the bathtub. "Amitba, Wuliang Tianzuan. I am Liu Xiaohui." Xiao Yi's expression turned somewhat unnatural. He quickly reached out to pick up the panties, intending to find a suitable place to put them. The moment he touched them, he knew the material. Silk smooth and fine, incredibly soft. Zhao Jinmai opened the refrigerator, took out some vegetables. Just then she suddenly remembered something. Her expression changed, and she quickly put down the vegetables and ran toward them. As a result, she happened to see Xiao Yi walking out of the bathroom, holding her panties. Zhao Jinmai's eyes widened instantly. Xiao Yi was also extremely embarrassed. Wouldn't this girl think he was a pervert? Although he was full of youthful vigor, he was definitely not that kind of person. Ahem. This is yours, right? I have to say the silk quality is not bad. As soon as he finished speaking, he wished he could slap himself in the face. What kind of words were those? How did he manage to say that? You? Zhao Jinmai's face flushed red. She snatched the panties away and ran off to the side. "It's a misunderstanding. I'm a good person," Xiao Yi quickly explained. Then he took a cold shower. After coming out of the bathroom, Zhao Jinmai was still cooking. Xiao Yi sat on the sofa looking a bit bored. Half an hour later, Zhao Jinmai had finished cooking. 4 dishes and a soup, bright in color, smelled delicious, and there was also a bottle of red wine. Zhao Jinmai served Xiao Yi a bowl of rice and said softly, "Eat." She didn't mention what happened earlier at all. Xiao Yi quickly took the bowl and started eating ravenously. Your cooking is good. It's the first time I've seen you cook," Xiao Yi praised. The two had been together since college, but they basically ate in the cafeteria. It was indeed the first time he had seen Zhao Jinmai cook. Upon hearing this, a sweet smile appeared on Zhao Jinmai's face. She picked up her chopsticks and began to eat slowly as well. The food was finished, the red wine was drunk. Zhao Jinmai seemed a bit relaxed. She waved her hand and said, "Xiao Yi, I'm drunk, I'm going to lie down for a while." Saying that, she staggered toward the sofa. Her legs gave way, and she was about to fall to the ground. Xiao Yi immediately stepped forward to support her. She was incredibly soft, and a fragrance of wine mixed with a faint body scent wafted to his nose. Zhao Jinmai's hands wrapped around Xiao Yi's neck, her pretty face flushed red, a hint of daze in her eyes. She slightly parted her lips, breathing like silk, and on her cool face was an indescribable allure. "Xiao Yi, am I pretty?" Zhao Jinmai stared at Xiao Yi, asking in a murmur. "Ahem, pretty." Xiao Yi coughed lightly. "Then is my figure not as good as Bai Lu's?" "I know. My chest isn't as big as hers." Zhao Jinmai mumbled a few drunken words and then fell asleep. Xiao Yi was a bit amused and exasperated. He carried Zhao Jinmai back to the bedroom bed and covered her with a blanket. Then he cleaned up the dishes, left a note, and left the place. At 3 in the afternoon, Xiao Yi returned to Jingjiang Dun. Bai Lu was still busy outside and hadn't returned yet. He turned on the computer. The 3 songs from Nji Su Ruo had already occupied the top 3 positions on the weekly. Too Much ranked first. Goodbye ranked second. Let the Past Go with the Wind ranked third. The numbers were good. By the 15th of next month, there would be another considerable income. Of course, the comments and flames from netizens were also quite entertaining. I always thought there were many farewell rituals in this world, like drinking, traveling, or simply crying bitterly. But later I realized that most farewells in life are silent. It turns out that a meeting on a certain day was already the last time. After that, even if not separated by mountains and rivers, she was very quiet. In college I often touched her. In summer I always felt her skin was cooler than mine. I often leaned on her during class, and she never said anything. Thank you, my deskmate. Goodbye. When tea gets cold, don't keep refilling it. The flavor won't be the same. When someone leaves, don't try to keep them. The feeling won't be the same. When feelings fade, don't reminisce. The mood won't be the same. Too Much is about unwillingness. Let the Past Go with the Wind is about letting go. How ridiculous. A scumbag actually sings songs like Too Much, making it seem like others owe him something. Isn't it he who owes others? Sister, you're so right. Men nowadays are really disgusting. It's clearly their fault, but they pretend to be the victims. So disgusting. And let the past go with the wind. You wish. The scumbag Xiao should bear the stain for life. Huh. Sisters, have you noticed? When men are toyed with by us, they're like dogs. Does anyone understand? Recently I had a fight with my boyfriend, and on a whim I chatted with a stupid guy. Unexpectedly, he even planned to marry me. Then I deleted him. He's probably crying like a fool now. A week later. Starlight Media. Xiao Yi, there's a variety show about idyllic rural life coming up. What do you think? Wang Yujing handed a script to Xiao Yi. After a week of rest, work beckoned. Xiao Yi glanced through it, nodded, and said seems pretty good. In recent years, rural revitalization had flourished, prompting major capital to produce numerous countryside-themed programs, which had become a hot genre. City dwellers, weary of the clamor, sought a tranquil living environment. The countryside, with its beautiful scenery and distance from the noise, naturally became a top choice, and such programs could easily attract massive traffic. In truth, rural life wasn't as idyllic as imagined. City people yearned for the countryside only as a fleeting fancy. If forced to live in some remote village for years, they would like. After all, most rural areas couldn't match the city in medical and educational standards. The production team has invited you and Reba. Boss Yang wants you two to go together. What do you think? Wang Yujing inquired. For other artists, such matters required little discussion. She and Boss Yang could decide on their own. But Xiao Yi was clearly no ordinary artist. In fact, even now she and Boss Yang hadn't fully grasped Xiao Yi's background, only sensing his enigmatic aura. Xiao Yi asked curiously, Reba, are you planning to have a Wang Yujing rolled her eyes at Xiao Yi, then said, rest assured. Our Starlight Media isn't like Tianyu Media. Staging a couple act is pointless. What matters is the artist. Then it's settled. Xiao Yi smiled and nodded. What? From your tone, it sounds like pairing up with me would be a hardship for you. At that moment, a playful voice rang out. Reba walked over in a short-sleeved shirt, her fair legs gleaming. Xiao Yi glanced at Reba and said with a smile, how could I? You've got the figure and the looks. How could I ever complain? As a native of Xinjiang, Reba possessed a unique exotic charm that was easy on the eyes, and her proportions were exceptionally harmonious. Her slender neck, delicate shoulders round and full, bust high waistline straight, and long legs, fair skin, evenly distributed flesh, and graceful posture made for a truly pleasing sight. Over the years, despite Reba's acting being mediocre and most of her scripts awkward, she remained immensely popular, and Starlight Media had invested heavily in her. Oomph, that's more like it. Reba gave a playful snort. Then you two head to the production team tomorrow, Wang Yujing said with a smile. The next day, at a square, when Xiao Yi and Reba arrived, they saw a sizable crowd gathered. Song Yun. Xiao Yi immediately spotted Tan Song Yun in a blue dress among the crowd. She was part of the show too. Xiao Yi. Tan Song Yun noticed him, as well, a flicker of emotion in her eyes. Soon a wry smile spread across her face. She clearly hadn't expected him to join this program. Xiao Yi and Reba walked over to the group. Among the crowd were several familiar faces from the entertainment industry, men like Xia Yi, Zhang Kai, Yang Shuo, and Zhang Yixing. Women included Zhang Zifeng, Yang Qiaoyue, and Yu Shuxin. Xiao Yi and Reba greeted everyone. Huh, everyone's here. A middle-aged man in a hat approached. The director of the shoot, Director Chong. Hello, Director Chong. Director Chong looked at them and said softly, next we'll head to a village in Guiyang City for filming. The entire shoot will be live-streamed. The production team is using 5 accounts, and the stream will be on the Doushou platform. At that moment, the pre-show live stream had already begun. Viewers were watching on the platform. Wow, I never expected Xiao Yi and Reba to appear together in this season of Rural Beautiful Life. What a surprise. Boo-hoo. Both my Reba and Tan Song Yin are here. I'm definitely following this show. Everyone wait, I'm going to recharge 500 gigabytes of data right now. Haha, 500 gigabytes of data or 500 gigabytes of seeds though. I'm out. The moment I saw that scumbag Xiao, I lost all in. Scumbag Xiao's presence might ruin the vibe, but I'm only watching this show for my Yixing Appa. Exactly. Yixing Appa is so handsome. How can scumbag Xiao compare? Laughing my ass off. I've got Reba in my right arm, Shuxin in my left, Qianhua on my back, and my eyes are full of Song Yun and Zifeng. Upstairs, have some shame. I can give up the rest, but I only want Song Yun. Tissues are ready. This time I'll definitely soar like a dragon and spread my wings. Director Chong finished his brief introduction. The group then got into the sponsors' cars and headed to Guyang. Over an hour later, they arrived in Guyang City. Guyang was a famous historical and cultural ancient city, known as Zhufang in the spring and autumn period, renamed Guyang during the Warring States, a name that had continued to this day. It was also a key intersection of the Yangtze River and the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal, one of the most important ports in the Yangtze River Delta. The scenery was beautiful, the development rapid, and it was a nationally renowned tourist destination with numerous scenic spots. Director Chong picked up an elderly man here, and the cars continued on. This time their destination was a village under Guyang. After another half hour winding along the river and bypassing several mountains, they finally glimpsed a village. Peach trees dotted the area and numerous small streams branched off from the Yangtze, making the region rich in rice and fisheries. Ahead is Taohua Village. Let me tell you, besides its various delicacies, the village is famous for its unique peach blossom wine. I tasted it once years ago, and the flavor still lingers in my memory. Director Chong said to the group with a smile. The village lay ahead. At the entrance stood 2 giant peach trees where many villagers had gathered. Children held big yellow dogs, and nearby white geese honked. After everyone got off the cars, "Welcome to Taohua Village." Village Chief Li and the villagers clapped and welcomed them warmly. The group quickly greeted them and handed out the various gifts they had brought. Then a villager surnamed Chao led Xiao Yi and the others into his guest house. The rooms were exquisitely decorated with a beautiful environment ideal for a vacation getaway. Inside the guest house, Director Chong said to everyone, "Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Li. Now I'll assign the first task of the day. Help Mr. Li find an old acquaintance in Taohua Village." "Hello, Mr. Li." The group quickly greeted the elderly gentleman. Mr. Li wore black-rimmed glasses, had graying hair, and exuded an air of distinction. Clearly not an ordinary person. "Hello, everyone." Mr. Li nodded to the group with a smile. In the village, Xiao Yi and the others began searching for a person with old Mr. Li. The old gentleman was looking for someone named Luo Fong. They inquired with a middle-aged man in the village. "Uncle, hello. Do you know where Granny Luo Fong lives?" Tan Songyun asked. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man quickly nodded and said, Yes, Aunt Luo lives at the east end of the village. They'll take you to her now." "Thank you, uncle," Tan Songyun said gratefully. "It's nothing," the middle-aged man replied with a smile. Then he led Xiao Yi and the others to find Granny Luo. On the way, Tan Songyun asked curiously, "Old Mr. Li, could you tell us the story between you and Granny Luo?" Old Mr. Li, with a complicated expression, said, "When the up to the mountains and down to the countryside movement began, I came to Taohua Village as an educated youth to undergo re-education. I met Luo Fong, and we lived here for a long time. Later, when the movement ended and the reforms began, a large number of educated youths returned to the cities. Due to various special circumstances, I had no choice but to leave Taohua Village. I asked her to come with me, but she refused. After many twists and turns, I went abroad to study and stayed there for over 30 years. This time I came back to find Luo Fong and say sorry to her. I owe her too much." As he spoke, tears streamed down old Mr. Li's face. Taohua Village had changed so much that he couldn't even recognize the old roads. At this moment, he desperately wanted to see Luo Fong, yet he was also terrified of facing her. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately looked at Li Qing and exclaimed in surprise, You are Uncle Li Qing." He quickly added, "Uncle Li Qing, I am Zhao Hu. I'm the son of Zhao Dabiao. I used to follow you around when I was a child." Li Qing paused for a second, then said with delight, "I remember now. You are Huzi, that mischievous little snot-nosed kid. How is your father now?" Zhao Hu said with a melancholic expression, 15 years ago, he went to the mountains to chop firewood, fell, and passed away." Li Qing's body trembled, and a look of grief appeared in his eyes. When he first came to Taohua Village, Zhao Dabiao had taken good care of him, often going into the mountains to hunt game for him. He never expected. When one reaches old age, one inevitably encounters many sorrowful things. The people around you leave one by one, and you never know when you yourself will inexplicably depart. Child, accept my condolences. The road ahead is still long." Li Qing gently patted Zhao Hu on the shoulder. Zhao Hu nodded slightly and added, "Uncle Li Qing, there are still several elderly people in the village, but they are in poor health and stay at home. If they knew you were back, they would be very happy." At this point, he lowered his voice and said, "Uncle Li Qing, actually Aunt Luo has been alone all these years. Some people in the village try to matchmake her, but she never agreed." "What? Luo Fong never married. It's my fault. My fault. I ruined her. It's all my fault." Li Qing's tears streamed down, and he appeared utterly devastated. Seeing this, Xiao Yi and the others felt an inexplicable sadness. The love stories of the older generation were clearly more profound and unforgettable. One love could last a lifetime. Unlike them, a relationship could start in an instant and end just as quickly. Thinking of this, Tan Songyun's gaze fell upon Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi instinctively looked ahead. "Who's he? Take me to see Luo Fong quickly." Li Qing wiped his tears and said urgently. At this moment, the audience outside the screen also felt a mix of emotions. The love of the older generation is so pure, true. Love has always been beautiful from beginning to end. It is our generation that has defiled the word love. You can't judge everyone the same. At least I am very much in love with my wife now. Perhaps it's just that everyone hasn't found the right person yet. Otherwise a lifetime is bound to be intertwined. Alas, I've made two plans: either flash marriage at any time or grow old alone. Someone as humble as me will probably never find true love in this life. A person's life will inevitably experience different scenery with gains and losses. This is the helplessness of fate, but it is also a kind of destiny's choice. Keep moving forward, and you will eventually meet your true love. The netizens were filled with emotions. In this era of rampant materialism, many people no longer believe in love, are unwilling to marry, and would rather live out their lives alone than touch a story that might leave them bruised and battered. It was truly lamentable. Before long, Xiao, who led the group, to a single-story building at the east end of the village. In the courtyard, there was a peach tree as thick as a person's embrace. An old woman with graying hair and reading glasses was sitting under the tree, lost in thought. She had never married and had no children, doomed to a life of solitude. Luo Fong. When Li Qing saw Luo Fong, his eyes revealed guilt and pain. Time had eroded her, but he still recognized at a glance the person from years past, the one he could not forget even after going abroad. The old woman heard someone call her name and looked up slightly. The next moment her expression shook and her voice trembled as she said, Li Qing. Luo Fong. It's me, I am Li Qing. Li Qing hurriedly walked up to Luo Fong, his voice choked with sobs. Let's leave them alone here, Xiao Yi said softly. Everyone quickly left, not wanting to disturb the moment. Back at the homestay, Director Chang said to everyone, you did a great job this time. Next I will assign you other tasks. This task will be in pairs, and you need to familiarize yourselves with everything in Taohua Village. The program team has opened 5 live streaming channels. Each group will have one channel for full live coverage. Whichever group gets the highest popularity will stay in the best room tonight. Now everyone start forming teams freely. After Director Chang finished, the group looked at each other, planning to choose suitable partners. I'm with Xiao Yi, Tan Songyun announced, walking directly to Xiao Yi's side. Reba was slightly startled. She had originally planned to team up with Xiao Yi. Reba, team up with me, Xiao Yi said with a smile. Okay, teacher Xiao Yi. Reba smiled and nodded. As a veteran in the entertainment industry, Xiao Yi had a very good personality, no scandals, and high emotional intelligence, so teaming up with him was not a bad choice. The others also began to form teams. In the end, the teams were set: Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun, Xiao Yi and Reba, Zheng Kai and Zhang Zifeng, Yang Shua and Yang Chaoyue, Zhang Yixing and Yu Shuxin. 5 teams were formed. Next, everyone would go to learn about everything in Taohua Village to increase the show's heat and popularity. The filming had commenced. 5 accounts were all live, and viewers were constantly flooding into the 5 live stream rooms. This is the live stream of that womanizer Xiao and Tan Songyun. No interest. They'll go to my Yixing's live stream. Why would Goddess Songyun team up with that womanizer Xiao? Isn't that a wrong move? Walk. Yixing is so handsome. This time he and Shuxin are teamed up, and they will surely shower us with sweetness. Brother Kai and sister Zifeng together look quite interesting too. I've decided to watch their live stream. In my opinion, Reba and teacher Xiao Yi together feel more intriguing. Of course I only watch Reba. Ridiculous. It's clearly Yang Shua and Yang Chaoyue who are more harmonious. A handsome older man and a cool little sweetheart he. The 5 live stream rooms instantly attracted massive traffic. The most popular stream was Zhang Yixing and Yu Shuxin's, which quickly reached 100,000 viewers. The other 3 groups also had around 50,000 viewers each. Only Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun's live stream had a dismal 10,000 viewers. In the village, Xiao Yi, carrying a backpack, walked together with Tan Songyun. A gentle, sweet smile appeared on Tan Songyun's face. Xiao Yi, how should we go about getting familiar with everything in Taohua Village? Xiao Yi's gaze fell on Tan Songyun's face, and he was also infected by her smile. He chuckled. Simple. Go chat with the elderly in the village. They know everything about the village better. The 5 ex-girlfriends each had different styles. Zhao Jinmai was the cool and sweet type. Bai Lu was the charming and coquette. Tan Songyun was the type who appears soft on the outside, but is strong-willed inside. Zhang Yingxue was the lively and cute type with a cheerful personality and a beautiful smile. Su Yuang was also the cool type, not fond of smiling, but she had a trait: she always considered things from the perspective of profit, with a heavier utilitarian mindset, probably related to her family background. Oh, then let's go, Tan Songyun said with a charming laugh, in a very good mood. Xiao Yi glanced around and pointed toward a small river. There's an old man fishing over there. Let's go chat with him. Okay. Tan Songyun replied, sweetly agreeing to everything Xiao Yi said. Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun arrived at the riverbank. Uncle, how's the catch? Xiao Yi asked with a smile. The old man chuckled. Not good, the fish are quite clever now. I've been fishing for over 2 hours and haven't caught a single one. Young man, young lady, have a seat. The old man warmly pointed to the stone benches beside them. The 2 sat down on the stone benches. The old man took out an extra fishing rod and handed it to Xiao Yi. Young man, come and keep me company fishing. Sure. Xiao Yi took the fishing rod and nodded lightly. Seeing this, the netizens couldn't help but mock him. I'm dying laughing. Xiao Yi actually wants to fish. With his skills, if he can catch a single fish, he'll admit defeat. If Xiao Yi can catch a fish, he'll livestream myself eating a keyboard with millions of netizens as witnesses. Brother, you're fishing for trouble too, huh? You want to lure viewers to your livestream to boost your popularity? We're not that foolish. Hilarious. Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun's livestream has actually been targeted by adult content advertisers. The netizens munching on sunflower seeds watched the live stream with smiles on their faces. Strangely, just as Xiao Yi picked up the fishing rod, the number of viewers in his livestream jumped from 10,000 to 20,000. The netizens were very curious about whether Xiao Yi could catch a fish. Xiao Yi glanced at the water surface and then opened the system mall. The divine fishing skill was priced at 5 million. Bought it immediately. Knowledge of fishing, catching, spearing, netting, and fish types instantly flooded into Xiao Yi's mind. Then Xiao Yi attached new bait, cast the line, and started chatting with the old man. "Uncle, how do you feel about rural life now?" Xiao Yi asked casually. The old man immediately gave a thumbs up. "It's great now. The country has become prosperous and strong, and rural life has undergone earth-shattering changes. Back then we couldn't even get enough to eat. We worked collectively and ate from a communal pot. Then came the 3 years of natural disasters. We had no vegetables, so we had to dig wild herbs everywhere. But when the herbs ran out, what could we do? I remember the commune had a pig. We would drive it ahead, and wherever it ate grass we would follow and dig up that grass to cook and eat. Some people got poisoned and eventually passed. Nowadays young people don't know how to be thrifty, they waste food at will. It's just because they've never been hungry and don't know the hardship of having no food. After the reforms, the economy developed. I followed some young men from the village to work in other places mining coal. It was so oppressive in there. Lack of oxygen, difficulty breathing, and rocks and mud could collapse at any moment. It was terrifying. I remember one young man from the village, when the mine tunnel collapsed, he was buried alive and his body was never found. The old man was old and fewer people talked to him. So when someone chatted with him, he was naturally very happy and spoke a lot. Tan Songyan asked, "What major changes do you think have happened in Taohua village compared to before?" The old man said, "Huge changes. First, in terms of food. Every household has land, every household has grain. Money may not be in every home, but grain fills several large baskets, and we can't fit. Let me tell you secretly, back then when we slaughtered pigs we had to hide in the pigsty. For people stood in the corners, each holding a big hammer, and would strike the pig one by one until it died. Only then could we secretly eat meat. Now chicken, fish, and pork are so abundant we can't finish them." Second, education. Back then there was an old school in the village built with rammed earth full of cracks ready to collapse any time and leaking when it rained. But then compulsory education started and new schools appeared in the countryside, allowing many children to study. But now rural schools are declining too. Children from wealthy families go to school in the city and rural schools can't recruit students, so they're about to close. Third, the roads. Before, the road to the city was all dirt. On rainy days it was full of potholes and mud, and our feet would be covered in mud and wet off and fall. Now it's all asphalt. Clean and smooth, a pleasure to see, and very convenient to go anywhere. The old man kept telling Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun about the changes in Taohua village, evoking a deep sense of emotion. The netizens also expressed their own feelings. The old man is right. My grandfather was from that era too. He was thrifty and would bend down to pick up a single red bean that fell on the floor. Every time we wasted food, he would scold us. I'm from a remote mountain village in Yunnan. The old man's words deeply resonate with me. Back then when we walked to school in town, the road was muddy. By the time we got to school our pants legs were covered in mud, and sometimes we fell and became mudmen. I'm also from a remote mountain village. Before, there was no asphalt road in the village and no cars. Now all the roads are paved, clean and smooth, making people feel very comfortable. Isn't that the truth? I'm also from a small mountain village. Back then we basically ate potatoes and cornmeal. I remember my mom would steam just a little rice in a small bowl, and she always let me eat first. Now, every household in the village has plenty of rice, and some even have leftovers that get infested with bugs. Suddenly realizing that our country's development is really remarkable and our living standards are constantly improving. We always complain about various injustices, but maybe it's just that our demands are getting higher. Thank you, motherland, and thank you, our ancestors, for letting me be born in this peaceful era. Life may be tough for me now, but at least through my efforts I won't starve. Thank you, motherland, and thank you, our ancestors, for letting me be born in this peaceful era. Life may be tough for me now, but at least through my efforts I won't starve. Prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, patriotism, dedication, integrity, friendliness, freedom, equality, justice, and the rule of law. After chatting with the old man for a while, the old man felt extremely relieved, as if the words that had been weighing on his heart for years had finally been vented, and he was completely at ease. This is what happens when people get old. Their children, each busy making a living, have to work outside, leaving them alone at home. If they have a spouse it might be a little better, but if they are widowed it is truly heartbreaking. Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun also gained tremendous insights from this. Listening to the old man's stories is like drinking aged wine. Without exaggeration or flowery rhetoric, only simplicity and truth, which naturally touches one deeply. As soon as the old man told his story, the number of viewers in the live stream instantly increased from 200 to 300. Although the audience lives in an impetuous age for those born in the 1980s and 1990s, the old man's words clearly struck a deeper chord. Plop! Just then the float suddenly sank. Young man, pull. You've got a fish. The old man saw this and quickly reminded him. Xiao Yi began to play the fish. Soon a bright red fish over 30 centimeters long was pulled out. Good, good. The old man was extremely excited. Seeing Xiao Yi catch the fish made him even happier than if he had caught it himself. Damn, Xiao Yi actually caught a big fish. Who the hell said he couldn't fish? The one who promised to eat a keyboard, do it now, right this instant. Just luck. Nothing special. Ask any angler who hasn't caught a big fish. How do you know I caught a 10-pound fish yesterday? I don't recall telling anyone. Heh, bro, was that you carrying a fish around the neighborhood yesterday showing off? The fish Xiao Yi caught looks so beautiful. Can anyone tell me what kind of fish this is? The audience was extremely curious, and some kept tagging the fishing experts on Douyin. Soon several fishing masters appeared. Welcome Deng Gang the sharp-beak angler to the live stream. Welcome Chong Gu the fisherman to the live stream. Welcome Chieding Fingyin the angler to the live stream. Welcome Li Damao the king of kings of fishing to the live stream. Instantly 4 top fishing influencers from the Douyin scene entered the live stream. Damn, brother Gang the sharp-beak angler is here. Those with pouting mouths clear the way. Chong Gu is also here. Damn, this guy is a real beast. The king of kings of fishing has appeared. Ladies, step aside. You can't handle this, don't get hooked. The audience immediately, because of the appearance of the 4 fishing masters Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun's live stream instantly surged from 300 online viewers to 1,000. And this number was increasing rapidly. 4 masters, can you tell us what kind of fish Xiao Yi caught? It looks beautiful. Must taste good. The audience frantically tagged the 4 masters. Deng Gang said, I don't know if it tastes good because I dare not try it. But it has 2 names. The first is Beauty with a thin fate, the rouge fish. The second is prison breaker fish. It used to be a nationally protected second-class species. Remember, fellow anglers, if you catch this fish, release it immediately. Damn, it's the prison breaker fish. I'm scared. Suddenly I'm worried about Xiao Yi. This is a live broadcast to the whole internet. If he takes this fish home and eats it, won't he be locked up for life? Saying that, I suddenly feel a strange anticipation. A scumbag like Xiao Yi deserves to go to jail. The audience kept commenting. Xiao Yi, you're amazing. You caught a big fish. Tan Songyun was also very excited. This fish was truly beautiful, as if it were glowing, extremely gorgeous. Xiao Yi smiled lightly and said, this is a rouge fish, a nationally protected second-class species, not edible. With that, he removed the hook and released the big fish. Oh. Tan Songyun nodded as if she understood. She didn't know much about fish, but she understood the seriousness of the term, nationally protected animal. The old man said with a smile, this rouge fish used to be very common in the past, but unfortunately overfishing in the 1960s and 1970s led to it being listed as a protected species. It's good that you young people know these things. Sigh. Disappointing. He actually released it. Some haters sighed, hoping that Xiao Yi would take the fish home to steam or braise it, and then be locked up for life. But unexpectedly he knew the rules. How infuriating. Xiao Yi continued to put on new bait and cast his line. Plop. Soon a sharp-beak fish weighing over a caddy was caught. Oh, another one. The old man clapped excitedly. Xiao Yi is amazing. Tan Songyun gave him a thumbs up, her eyes full of wow. I thought Xiao Yi was just a pretty boy, but he's such a skilled fisherman. Impressive. Deng Gang commented in surprise. Sharp-beak fish are greedy and easy to catch. Nothing surprising about that. Chong Gu left a comment. But just after he posted it, Xiao Yi caught another fish. Chong Gu was momentarily speechless. Subsequently, Xiao Yi kept casting and reeling. Fish after fish were caught, including several prison breaker fish, which he all released. A master. Xiao Yi is a fishing master. I really want to compete with him. Deng Gang sat by the river, gripping his rod with a hint of battle in his eyes. I admit Xiao Yi is the king of kings of fishing. I am just a little kitten. Li Damao sighed. Is the entertainment industry so competitive now, eh? A pretty boy turns out to be a hidden fishing master. Too powerful. Chieding Fengyin was also astonished. Xiao Yi's fishing skills were truly formidable. After all, this was a river, not a fish pond. Catching fish quickly was actually quite challenging. But Xiao Yi managed to catch so many fish in such a short time, which was shocking. Indeed, the bucket beside the old man was already full. The fishing god Xiao Yi. Besides fishing for fish, he also fishes for girls. Look at how Tan Songyun looks at him now. Full of deep adoration, she's already fallen. Boo-hoo. My goddess has been captured by the scumbag Xiao. Am not reconciled. Scumbag Xiao isn't one Bailu enough for you. You're after my Songyun goddess too. I want to see who these people are who don't even eat dinner just to watch someone fish. What? 200 people watching Xiao Yi fish. Are they crazy? It's just fishing. What's so interesting? Huh. Ignorant woman. Do you think men really like to watch girls' long legs and wiggling butts? Wrong. What we like to watch is fishing, pulling bananas, repairing cow hooves, blowing up, cow dung, popping pimples, opening blind boxes. The audience kept commenting, and the live stream's popularity kept rising. Meanwhile, backstage of the show, Director Chong, the ranking of the live stream heat for the 5 groups is out. A staff member excitedly said to Director Chong. Director Chong smiled and said, Zhang Yixing and Yu Shuxin's group must have taken first place, right? The staff member said with a strange expression, the first place isn't Zhang Yixing and Yu Shuxin, but Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun. Director Chang's eyes lit up at once. Did Xiao Yi sing? He was well aware of the program, The Beauty of Mountains and Rivers. A few songs from Xiao Yi had made it an instant hit. If Xiao Yi sang on their show, it would be no surprise that he topped the popularity charts. The staff shook his head. No, he didn't sing. He just fished for a while. Anyway, take a look now. Director Chong quickly turned to the big screen where the live viewership numbers of all 5 groups were displayed. Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun 20000. Zhang Yixing and Yu Shuxin 15000. Xiao Yi and Doraba 10000. Zheng Kai and Zhang Zifeng 80000. Yang Shua and Yang Chaiyue 80000. The online viewership for all 5 groups was still climbing. Xiao Yi and Tan Sanjian's group was growing the fastest, gaining another 100 viewers in an instant. Director Chang stared at Xiao Yi and Tan Sanjian's live stream, surprise gleaming in his eyes. I knew it. Inviting Xiao Yi was the best decision we made. He's a treasure. Even fishing can draw such massive traffic. Incredible. Once this episode ended, the 5 livestream accounts would surely gain a huge following, which would greatly benefit the show's future development, because these accounts are the most valuable asset capable of generating continuous wealth. Not to mention, once the fan base is large enough, even selling a random product would yield massive profits. Moreover, after this episode, other artists could join and continue using these 5 accounts. The accounts would already have built-in traffic, and combined with the artists' own fan bases, it would be a skyrocketing success. Director Chang, look. Zhang Yixing and Yu Shuxin have taken the lead. Their online viewers have surged to 30000. The staff said in astonishment. What? 30000? Director Chang was shocked. He quickly focused on Zhang Yixing and Yu Shuxin's live stream and instantly understood what was happening. A major influencer account had entered. Xiao Zhan entered the live stream. Brothers Yixing is my good buddy. I'm here to support him, Xiao Zhan commented. Wow, Zhan Zhan is here too. This is a powerhouse alliance. Boo-hoo. Both Zhan Zhan and Yixing are mama's precious babies. How can I choose between them? Sisters, come support Zhan Zhan and Yixing. Ding. Welcome Wang Yiba to the live stream. Yixing is my bro. I'm here to see how he's doing. Wang Yiba commented. In an instant, the live stream's online audience jumped from 300 to 500. Holy crap. Yiba is here too. That's terrifying. 2 top-tier celebrities directly supporting brother Yixing. This is going to blow up, isn't it? Haha. Who does Xiao Yi think he is? He's definitely going to be crushed now. I just came from Xiao Yi and Tan Sanjian's live stream. They were number 1 in popularity a moment ago. Now they've been overtaken. Hilarious. Who does Xiao Yi think he is? Brother Yixing, Zhan Zhan, and Yiba only need to exert a little effort to send him flying thousands. Seeing top-tier stars appear in the live stream and being able to interact with them is so exciting. What should I do now? Should I eat? In Zhang Yixing and Yu Shuxin's live stream, many people were ecstatic, feeling a sense of triumph in fighting for their idol. Seeing their idol's online viewers soar to 500, they felt an immense sense of achievement. So satisfying. But just as everyone was thrilled, someone commented, Xiao Yi and Tan Sanjian's live stream also has over 500 viewers now. Huh, what's going on? Someone asked in confusion and immediately clicked into Xiao Yi and Tan Sanjian's live stream. A major influencer entered. Welcome Lu Han to the live stream. Am I really that out of fashion? Only 500 people welcome me. How sad. Lu Han posted a comment. Holy crap, Hanzi is here too. The other live stream has Xiao Zhan and Wang Yiba backing them, but we're not weak either. Lu Han charging indirectly. What a fierce— What? Lu Han is supporting Xiao Yi and Tan Sanjian's live stream. What's going on? Haha, Hanzi and Xiao Yi seem to be on good terms. Hanzi, you're not out of fashion. The traffic brought by 2 other big stars combined is still less than what you alone brought. That's incredibly powerful. Everyone was amazed by this scene. It suddenly felt like watching a clash of top-tier celebrities. Clearly, Lu Han's arrival single-handedly changed the situation. Even with 2 other top stars joining, the other live stream had only reached 500 viewers. But his mere presence pushed Xiao Yi and Tan Sanjian's live stream to 500, terrifyingly powerful. This suddenly reminds me of Lu Han's peak days. Back then, even a 3-year-old knew his name, and my wife was his fan too. Who says otherwise? If he hadn't suddenly announced his relationship back then, he wouldn't have lost so many fans. Even so, he's still formidable. In Xiao Yi and Tan Sanjian's live stream, viewers were happily commenting. But at that moment, Zhang Yixing and Yu Shuxin's live stream audience skyrocketed from 500 to 1 million, nearly crashing the platform. Many celebrities had entered their live stream. Whether to ride the wave of traffic or genuinely show support, it brought enormous traffic, utterly staggering. Haha, Xiao Yi and Tan Sanjian's live stream couldn't hold their lead for even 3 seconds. They've been overtaken again. I told you my precious babies only need to exert a little effort, and Xiao Yi can't handle it. Isn't this proof? No matter how awesome Xiao Yi is, he's still just a 3rd-tier artist. Even if he knows a few celebrity friends, it's nowhere near enough. In the live stream, viewers were mocking Xiao Yi relentlessly. Most of the audience chose to watch in silence, but a portion deliberately stirred up trouble, constantly slandering Xiao. It was unclear what deep grudge they held against Xiao Yi. But no sooner had their mockery been posted than another major influencer entered Xiao Yi's live stream. Welcome Kai Shuquan to the live stream. Boom. In an instant, the number of viewers in Xiao Yi and Tan Sanjian's live stream surged to 1.5 million. And that number was still skyrocketing. 1.6 million, 1.7 million, 1.8 million. Our Gidge is here. Haters, come out and pay your respects. Haha, Gidge is here, all rivals step aside. Who can compete? At the peak of traffic, who stands as the summit? At the sight of Brother G, traffic vanishes into nothing. Peak times bring hypocritical supporters. Twilight witnesses the faithful. Gidge is invincible. My name is Guqin. Ever since that man became famous, I've endured much resentment. But now I solemnly declare I am guqin because that man has risen. I too have risen. You are mine and I am whose. This time Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun are definitely going to be thoroughly defeated. How satisfying. Within Zhang Yixing and Yu Shuxin's live stream room, netizens Actually, Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun's live stream already has over 1.9 million online viewers. Several netizens kept browsing the live stream, frantically relaying new information. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Xiao Yi and the others turn the tide? Are you kidding me? Exactly. With Mama's 3 treasures plus many celebrities, Xiao Yi and the others are no match at all. Everyone simply didn't believe that Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun could turn the tables. That person immediately posted a comment. That man like guqin, he entered the live stream, no one can stop him. Even Jesus couldn't stop him, say the haters. The scene fell silent. After a few seconds, netizens continuously posted the latest comments. Yixing is great, Xiao Zhan is good, Eba is also amazing, but I still love my brother Pigeon, farewell. To be honest, my brother Pigeon has practiced for 2.5 years and can easily crush a large group. Who dares to disagree? Just wait until dusk when the top streamers fade, who will remain eternal. Gotta go, I'm going to watch my brother Pigeon. I'm leaving too. In the blink of an eye, netizens in Zhang Yixing and Yu Shuxin's live stream room all ran to Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun's live stream. Soon Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun's live stream skyrocketed to over 2.6 million online viewers. Hansi not good enough. Kai Shuquan posted a meme. Lu Han. Fight 3 with considerable certainty. Kai Shuquan. I can still fight 10 more. Lu Han. Life is lonely as snow. Kai Shuquan said. The netizens on the scene, seeing the conversation between these two big shots, suddenly felt a surge of excitement. As expected of Brother Chicken, so cute or powerful. Look what a top streamer is. This is a top streamer. The moment my brother Pigeon comes out, everyone else has to yield. My brother Pigeon just needs to stand there without even exerting force, and you know how powerful he is. Brother Chicken's classic quote, I can still fight 10 more, none of them can fight truly Kai. Peak breeds false supporters, dusk witnesses, devout believers. The netizens kept posting their comments, feeling very entertained. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun were completely unaware of the live stream situation. After fishing for a while, the two followed the old man to his home as guests. The old man's home also had his wife. His children all worked in other cities, and he had a grandson who was in high school in the city and occasionally came back on weekends. Old man, we have guests. On the bed lay an old lady. 2 interesting young people have come. The old man laughed heartily, very happy. Hearing the old man's laughter, the old lady also showed a kind smile on her face. She looked at Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun and said, I'm sorry, my old body is not well, I can't get up for now. Grandma, it's okay. Tan Songyun came to the old lady and gently took her hand. What a good girl. The old lady held Tan Songyun's hand, her smile growing warmer. You two sit down and rest, I'll go cook a meal for you. The old man said. Uncle, we just finished eating not long ago, we're not hungry. Xiao Yi said. How can that be? The old man's face turned stern. Uncle, we really can't eat now. Tan Songyun said in a sweet voice. I see. The old man thought for a moment, then immediately brought some peanuts and melon seeds, and said, then have some melon seeds and peanuts, don't be polite here. Thank you, uncle. Tan Songyun nodded quickly. Xiao Yi looked at the old lady on the bed and said softly, Grandma, your leg injury has been about 2 months, right? The old lady's right leg was red and swollen with an unhealed wound oozing some pus, and her left leg had slight bruising. The old lady said in surprise, Young man, you can tell that too. That's amazing. Xiao Yi said, I know a bit of medicine, how about I take a look? Back on Earth, Xiao Yi's grandmother also had bad legs bedridden for years. Later, when he was a senior in college, his grandmother passed away. Seeing the old lady before him, he couldn't help but think of his own grandmother. Oh, young man, you know medicine. Amazing, then quickly take a look at my wife. The old man said with a smile. Okay. Xiao Yi nodded gently. Tan Songyun looked at him in shock. Does Xiao Yi really know medicine? In the previously aired drama about traditional Chinese medicine, some people said he really knew medicine, but as for the truth, no one knew. However, during her time with Xiao Yi, she had never seen him demonstrate any medical skills. Xiao Yi sat down by the bed, gently took the old lady's hand, and began to feel her pulse. Tan Songyun whispered, Xiao Yi, are you serious? Don't mess around. Xiao Yi smiled lightly and said nothing. Meanwhile, in the live stream. What? Xiao Yi is going to treat this old lady. Is he serious? Hilarious womanizer. Xiao just acted in a drama about a divine doctor, and now he thinks he's a divine doctor. Wait till something goes wrong, and it'll be too late for regrets. He dares to boast about treating others. Does he have a medical license? Brothers, we can report him. According to a friend at the People's Hospital, Xiao, he seems to really be a doctor and apparently even an honorary physician at the People's Hospital, though no one knows if it's true. It's definitely fake. A young idol being able to sing a few songs is already impressive. How could he have time to study medicine? An honorary physician. The capital packaging is too obvious, full of loopholes. The haters immediately started spewing. A young idol actually planning to treat someone was simply absurd. After feeling the pulse, Xiao Yi's eyes showed a hint of contemplation. Young man, how is it? The old man asked. Xiao Yi said softly, the old lady has chronic osteomyelitis originating from the wound on her leg. If I'm not mistaken, 2 months ago her leg was bruised, and the wound basically healed. But a month ago her leg suddenly became red and swollen, the original wound split open, and began to ooze pus. Young man, you're absolutely right. I remember I bumped into a table corner 2 months ago, got a small scratch, and didn't pay much attention at the. But a month ago my leg suddenly became red and swollen, unbearably painful, and then the wound that was about to heal split open. Now I can't even get up, and I feel weak all. The old lady looked at Xiao Yi in amazement. Everything he said was correct. Young man, you really are a doctor. What should we do now? The old man asked urgently. He had planned to wait a few more days until his kids came back, then take his wife to the city for treatment. When people get old, they dare not easily tell their children who work far away about any illness. Partly because they think it's troublesome and would affect their children's work, and partly because they think they can endure it themselves. Xiao Yi smiled lightly. Uncle, don't worry, it's not a big problem. Leave it to me. What's going on? Xiao Yi actually revealed the old lattice illness. Could he really understand medicine? Huh. He doesn't know a damn thing about medicine. This is 100% prearranged script. Nowadays capital will go to any lengths to package someone even if they're a charlatan, not to mention a miracle doctor. Some viewers were astonished by Xiao Yi's diagnosis of the old lattice condition. Of course some suspected it was scripted with many details prearranged. However, Xiao Yi's subsequent actions and words startled everyone. Xiao Yi helped the old lady up and said to Tan Songyun support her. Tan Songyun quickly held the old lady steady. Xiao Yi took a pack of silver needles from his backpack and said to the old lady, Grandma, I'm going to perform acupuncture now. Don't worry, there won't be any pain. Seeing Xiao Yi produce the silver needles, both elderly people were astonished. This young man actually carried needles with him, confirming he was indeed a doctor. All right, go ahead. The old lady smiled warmly. Wow. Is Xiao Yi really going through with this? Is he out of his mind? Exactly. Just fake it for the camera, but he actually intends to do it for real. This isn't treatment. Damn. Seeing Xiao Yi's movements, I'm starting to waver. I suddenly feel he might actually know some medicine. Normally only a fool would act recklessly. There were rumors before that Xiao Yi knew medicine. Maybe they're true. A young idol in the entertainment industry knowing medicine. That's just too competitive. Whether he really knows medicine, we'll find out soon. Why isn't the production team stopping him? The viewers were utterly shocked. They thought Xiao Yi was just posing, but when he took out the silver needles and seemed ready to act, they were dumbfounded. Were these young idols so reckless just to grab attention? Backstage at the production team, Director Chong was on the phone when a staff member rushed in trembling. Director Chong, something terrible. Xiao Yi is about to treat someone. He's even brought out silver needles. Director Chong listened calmly and said, don't worry. Xiao Yi won't act recklessly. He really knows medicine. What? Xiao Yi knows medicine. The staff member was stunned. The rumors were true. Xiao Yi actually knew medicine. Director Chong nodded slightly. The person he had been talking to was Director Zhang from Star Media, an old friend. He had said Xiao Yi was a qualified doctor with a medical license. So what was there to worry about? Keep working, Director Chong said, and then focused on Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun's live stream. He wanted to see just how skilled Xiao Yi's medical abilities were. After all, Director Zhang had just said that Xiao Yi's medical skills were extraordinary. He had even cured Fu Yinya's legs. He hoped Xiao Yi would surprise him, and all. Xiao Yi directly took out 7 silver needles and swiftly inserted them into the old lattice right leg. His acupuncture technique was so skillful that anyone could tell he was an expert. Soon after the 7 needles were placed, pus began to drain from the wound. The originally swollen right leg visibly shrank. It was like a red, swollen pimple full of pus. Once the pus drained, the swelling subsided rapidly. A full 3 minutes passed. The old lattice right leg was now much thinner than before. Amazing. My leg doesn't hurt anymore, and I can move it. The old lady exclaimed joyfully. Xiao Yi quickly removed the needles, wiped away the pus with paper, then applied some Yunnan Baiyao powder to the wound and wrapped it with gauze. Xiao Yi said softly, "He'll come and give you acupuncture every day for the next 3 or 4 days. Then he'll give you some medicine to take." The old lady gently moved her foot and found no problem. She looked at Xiao Yi with excitement. "Young man, you're a reincarnated miracle doctor. Thank you so much. My leg can move now, and there's no pain at all. This acupuncture is truly miraculous. Young man, thank you." The old man also looked at Xiao Yi with gratitude. Xiao Yi smiled lightly. "It's nothing." At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were completely stunned. Brothers, who still dares to say Xiao Yi doesn't know medicine? Even I, a medical student from a Chinese medicine college, feel inferior to his acupuncture technique. Has the entertainment industry become this competitive? Who was the one who swore Xiao Yi didn't know medicine? How's that face feeling now? Want Xiao Yi to help you reduce the swelling? When The Art of Healing aired, people said the doctors and patients were real, and there were rumors Xiao Yi knew medicine. But no one believed it. Now that everyone has seen it with their own eyes, who can still doubt it? Go check Fu Yinya's Weibo. She posted that her legs were cured by Xiao Yi. Is Xiao Yi really an honorary doctor at Jiangxing People's Hospital? I don't know about honorary doctor, but I've heard that Xiao Yi's grandfather is a highly skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Xiao Yi probably learned some medicine from him growing up. What? A traditional Chinese medicine doctor? I'm asking for a friend. He was too indulgent when he was young, and now it's only 3 centimeters when erect. How should he Don't misunderstand him, just asking for my friend. Same here, I want to ask for my friend too. He only lasts 3 seconds. Anyway, after chatting with the elderly couple for a while, Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun left. They walked along the village path. Tan Songyun asked curiously, Xiao Yi, I didn't expect you to actually know medicine. Xiao Yi smiled faintly. My grandfather is a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. I learned a little from him when I was young. Impressive. Tan Songyun gave him a thumbs up. She had been with Xiao Yi for a while, but she felt she still didn't know him well. All she knew was that Xiao Yi's family farmed the land, not that he had a grandfather who knew medicine. Xiao Yi smiled without speaking. Tan Songyun asked again, I have a question. 2 months ago the old lattice leg only had a small wound from a bump. Why did it become so serious? Many viewers in the live stream room were also curious about this question that Tan Songyun had asked. A tiny wound could actually cause such a severe condition, leaving people perplexed. Xiao Yi murmured, as people age their organs gradually deteriorate and fail, which weakens the body's tissue repairability. Therefore, when a wound appears combined with infection, invasion of pathogenic toxins, wind cold dampness syndromes, and other factors, the wound becomes difficult to heal, leading to this suppurative osteomyelitis. If I hadn't intervened, the elderly woman's condition would have worsened after a few more days. So that's how it is. Tan Songyun showed a look of realization. Patients with damaged organs indeed have very poor repairability, especially for the elderly. Some elderly people seem fine one day, but a simple fall might cause them to pass away suddenly, so one must be extra cautious. Besides acupuncture, what medication should be prescribed? Tan Songyun continued to ask. Xiao Yi chuckled lightly. There are many types of prescriptions. As the saying goes, the kidneys store essence and govern the bones producing marrow. The elderly woman's osteomyelitis is closely related to kidney essence deficiency. The simplest and most direct method is to prescribe medicines that tonify the kidneys, strengthen the spleen, nourish qi, and enrich blood. Oh. Tan Songyun nodded gently. Backstage of the program team, Director Chong exclaimed excitedly, good heavens, as expected of Xiao Yi, you really have it. At this moment, the number of viewers in Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun's livestream room had soared to over 3 million, an astonishing figure that far exceeded Director Chang's expectations. In his view, if any livestream room in this program could break 500,000 viewers, it would be a success. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun's room had turned out to be 6 times that. Truly remarkable. Of course, this was largely due to the participation of Lu Han and Kai Shuquan. After all, these two naturally brought massive traffic, especially Kai Shuquan, who was absolutely unstoppable. As for the other groups, the second highest in numbers was Zhang Yixing and Yu Shuxin's group, with 400,000 online viewers, a huge. As evening fell, Xiao Yi and the others returned to the guest house. The live stream continued. Director Chong looked at everyone and said with a smile, you all worked hard today. Are you curious which group had the highest live stream popularity? Expectation gleamed in the eyes of the participants. They had put in a lot of effort to familiarize themselves with Peach Blossom Village, so they expected their popularity not to be. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Director Chong chuckled. Now I announce the live stream popularity of each group. Xiao Yi and Reba, 18000 online viewers. Zheng Kai and Zhang Zifeng, 15000 online viewers. Yang Shua and Yang Chaoyue, 17000 online viewers. Zhang Yixing and Yu Shuxin, 400 online viewers. Wow. When the number of viewers for Zhang Yixing and Yu Shuxin was announced, everyone was astonished. 400,000. That's no small number. Even though people often boast of tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of followers on Weibo, in reality most are bots. Whether the actual active users on Weibo exceed 10 million remains a mystery. That's amazing. Zhang Yixing, Shuxin, what did you two do in the village? Yang Chaoyue asked the two with surprise. Yu Shuxin, a soft-spoken girl with a sweet voice, said coquettishly, we just went to help an old grandpa dry grains, and that's incredible. Zheng Kai gave them a thumbs up. They had simply wandered around the village, admired the scenery, and chatted with whoever they met. What about Xiao Yi and Songyun? How many viewers did they have? Reba asked curiously. Everyone turned their gaze toward Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun. Director Chong asked with a smile, Xiao Yi, Songyun, how many viewers do you think you two had? Xiao Yi said, probably not very. Fishing and listening to stories. Today's audience probably wouldn't be interested in that. Director Chong shook his head and said seriously, this time you and Tan Songyun had a total of over 3 million online viewers. Congratulations, you are the number 1 in popularity. The 2 best ghost houses belong to you. What? Over 3 million? Tan Songyun was stunned, and the others were equally shocked. Over 3 million online viewers. What on earth did these two do? Xiao Yi, Songyun, what exactly did you two do? Reba asked in amazement. To have 3 million online viewers on Dousho is extremely difficult, but generally having 100,000 online viewers is already quite impressive. With a strange expression, Xiao Yi said, we just went fishing with an old man and chatted idly. Normally just fishing and chatting wouldn't attract so many viewers. Perhaps a big-name influencer with massive traffic had entered their live stream room. That's it. Yang Shual was bewildered. He and Yang Chaoyue had worked their tails off, but hadn't even reached 200 online viewers. How could Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun get 3 million viewers just by fishing and chatting with an old man? That was too insane. Zheng Kai said with a strange expression, maybe the fishing trend is taking off. He thought he might start a live stream fishing channel when he had. Director Chong smiled lightly and said, now the staff will lead you to your respective rooms. Additionally, the villagers have prepared a lively bonfire party for tonight, with fine wine and barbecue. Everyone can enjoy it to the fullest. Yeah, everyone was delighted. At 7:00 p.m. as dusk gradually fell, a bonfire was lit in Peach Blossom Village. The surrounding villagers gathered drinking and eating meat, having a wonderful time. Xiao Yi and the others sat on the ground eating barbecue and drinking Peach Blossom wine, feeling utterly comfortable. Nearby, Li Qing and Luo Fong chatted with a group of elderly people reminiscing about the past, all of them filled with emotion. "Teacher Li, are you not leaving this time?" one elderly man asked. Li Qing glanced at Luo Fong and said softly, "I owe Luo Fong too much. I won't leave this time. From now on I will spend my days with her." "Good, it's good that you're staying." The elderly people nodded excitedly. When Li Qing first came to Peach Blossom Village, he had done many things for the villagers, and they still remembered his kindness. But some viewers in the livestream room were dissatisfied. In his early years, he abandoned his devoted lover to seek a better life in the city. Now that he's old, probably with nowhere to live, he wants to come back. This old man is he left when he wanted and now returns when he pleases. How infuriating. If this is love, then I hope I never encounter such love. Oh. Everyone, please don't speak recklessly. Actually, this old gentleman, Mr. Li Qing, is an expert in nuclear fusion research in China. During the reform period, our science and technology were extremely backward, so the nation sent over 50 people abroad to study. He was one of them, shouldering a great responsibility. At that time, over 50 people set out, and their total travel funds were only a little over $50. The hardships they endured are beyond imagination. During the decades abroad, Mr. Li Qing sent all his research results back to China. He repeatedly applied to return home, but was rejected by the foreign government every time. As far as I know, Mr. Li Qing has never started a family. Some viewers, after reading the comments, hurriedly searched for information about elderly. To their surprise, they actually found it. He was indeed an elderly scientist who had made tremendous contributions to the nation. Everyone quickly deleted their previous unfavorable comments. A person who shunned fame and fortune, worked in obscurity, and consistently made Everyone quickly deleted their previous unfavorable comments. A person who shunned fame and fortune, worked in obscurity, and consistently made enormous contributions to the nation's technological development. Who could bring themselves to criticize him? Everyone quickly deleted their previous unfavorable comments. A person who shunned fame and fortune, worked in obscurity, and consistently made enormous contributions to the nation's technological development. Tan Songyun sat beside him, quietly watching Xiao Yi as he grilled the meat, an involuntary sweet smile spreading across her face. This man seemed even more handsome when he was focused. A few minutes later, the skewers were ready. Xiao Yi handed them to Tan Songyun and said, "Eat up." "Thank you." Tan Songyun took the skewers and began to eat daintily. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, picked up a wine flask and took a small sip of the delightful peach blossom wine. It was not strong, renowned for its rich fragrance, and had an exquisite. The others were also grilling meat, all very cheerful. Director Chang approached at that moment and said with a smile, "Next, the program team needs 2 people to perform a talent. Does anyone volunteer?" "Zhang Yixing, you're a great dancer. Why don't you show us something?" Yang Qiaowa looked at Zhang Yixing and said, Yes. Zhang Yixing, go on." Zhang Zifeng also said with a smile, "Actually, I can dance too. Want me to put on a performance for everyone?" Yang Shuo said seriously. Xiao Yi said, "Yang Shuo, stop fooling around. If you dance, the barbecue will get even greasier." Zheng Kai said, "We're older now, can't dance anymore. Let the youngsters perform." "Ahem. I was just joking." Yang Shuo pretended to be speechless. "Yixing, why don't you show us a performance?" Director Chang looked at Zhang Yixing. Zhang Yixing put down his skewer and said, "Then I'll do a street dance for everyone." Zhang Yixing. Then some young villagers also kept calling out Zhang Yixing's name. The music began. Zhang Yixing performed a street dance segment, which instantly caused the live stream's popularity to skyrocket. "Whoa, so excited seeing my baby dance is absolutely explosive. No wonder he's my baby. This dance is so good it directly leaps into my heart. Sisters, let me formally announce this is my husband. Handsome, can sing and dance, and his acting is not bad either. Jealous. Bullshit, this is clearly my husband." In the live stream, many female viewers kept posting their comments, extremely excited. As Zhang Yixing began to dance, the villagers' emotions were fully ignited and applause rang out continuously. "Thank you." After finishing, Zhang Yixing waved at everyone. "Zhang Yixing, you danced really well." Yu Shuxing gave Zhang Yixing a thumbs up. "Amazing." Zhang Zifeng also said earnest. Zhang Yixing smiled lightly. "I haven't danced for a while. Luckily, I haven't gotten rusty." Applause followed. Director Chang then looked at everyone and said, "We still need one more person. Who volunteers?" "Xiao Yi, you go." Tan Songyun tugged at Xiao Yi's arm. "Yes. Xiao Yi, you're up." Yang Qiaoya's gaze also fell on Xiao Yi, and a smile appeared on her originally cool face. There were many handsome men in the entertainment industry, but someone as devilishly handsome and charmingly wicked as Xiao Yi, she had never seen before. Moreover, there was no trace of any cosmetic surgery on Xiao Yi's face. Everything was naturally perfect, very capable of attracting female attention. "Xiao Yi, go." Reba pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Xiao Yi, why don't you show us your talent?" Director Chang said expectantly. At this moment, he was most looking forward to Xiao Yi getting up and singing a poem. Xiao Yi found it both amusing and frustrating. He handed the wine jar to Tan Songyun, then stood up and said, "Then he'll sing a song for everyone." "Great." Everyone replied loudly. "What instrument do you need?" Director Chang asked hurriedly, his heart racing with excitement. This guy Xiao Yi was really going to sing. This was going to be epic, wasn't it? "Just give me a guitar," Xiao Yi said softly. "Okay, wait a moment." Director Chang immediately had the staff prepare one. Upon hearing that Xiao Yi was going to sing, the live stream instantly erupted. "Xiao Yi is going to sing. Don't miss it." To be honest, Xiao Yi the scumbag may have poor character, but his singing is absolutely flawless. If he weren't so fickle, I might really be captivated by his talent. Singing the most heartfelt songs while being the most scummy man, that's Xiao Yi. Please boss Xiao, write a book and he'll take out a loan to buy it. I haven't seen any of Xiao Yi's previous shows. I'm curious, can he really compose songs on the fly? I think there must be some scripting involved. Spontaneous song creation is too difficult. A song takes time for both lyrics and composition. To produce one in such a short time, that's not human, that's a monster. I bet he'll sing one of his old songs this time. Spontaneous creation is impossible. If Xiao Yi does compose on the spot, will any fellow Taoist livestream doing a handstand while eating shit? Brother Beige. Follow my livestream. He'll perform my unique specialty tonight, Aology. The viewers kept commenting, full of anticipation for the song Xiao Yi was about to sing. The haters would certainly continue to smear Xiao Yi, because without bashing him, there would be no traffic. But they still wanted to hear the song. Many streamers, knowing Xiao Yi was about to sing, rushed into his live stream, wanting to hear the song first. That way they could sing it later in their own streams. Welcome has been Timo to the live stream. Welcome Huang Daodu. Welcome Singing Grap Basketball all-around producer. Welcome PD, who sang Borrowing 500 Years from Heaven and got fined 100,000. Welcome Graceful Lady Zhou Shi. Welcome Cute Little Tyrants Pointandre Machine. With the addition of these streamers, the live stream's popularity exploded instantly. All 5 live streams were opened. Originally Xiao Yi and Tan Sanjian stream had 3 million viewers, and now the popularity surged directly to 4 million. Fierce as hell. Xiao Yi hey raised the guitar. The staff handed Xiao Yi the guitar. Xiao Yi took it, looked at Li Qing and Luo Fong, and said, "Next I'll dedicate Xiao Fong to Elder Li and Grandma Luo." Xiao Fong. Hearing the song titled Tan Song Yun and the others showed anticipation in their eyes. It seemed to be another new song. Exciting. Reba said with a charming smile. Yang Chaiwa stared at Xiao Yi curiously. This man could really create on the spot. How amazing. Xiao Yi gently plucked the guitar strings, and a melodious chord resonated, instantly drawing everyone into a profoundly mystical musical realm. Xiao Yi began to sing. There was a girl in the village named Xiao Fong, beautiful and kind. A pair of sparkling big eyes, braids thick and long. On the night before returning to the city, you and I went to the riverside. Tears I had never shed flowed with the stream. Thank you for your love, I will never forget it in this life. Thank you for your tenderness accompanying me through that era. The song looped, its lyrics simple and accessible, carrying the breath of a bygone era, deeply stirring emotions. For the young, it was merely a love song. For the older generation, this song was time itself, the sentiments of that era. The line, accompanying me through that era, for the elders referred precisely to the 2 decades of the down to the countryside movement. Xiao Fong, in fact, was not a specific person, but an epitome of the women of that time. Thus, when Li Chuanbo first released this song, it instantly became a nationwide hit, and countless educated youth could hum a few lines. Even in the present day, singing this song still feels timeless. Because everyone harbors a Xiao Fong in their heart. One who gave you tenderness, accompanied you through unforgettable times, and remains unforgettable for a lifetime. When you look back on the years, thinking of Xiao Fong may not bring tears, but it will always stir a ripple in your heart. The song ended. The elders' expressions were profoundly complex. Li Qing and Luo Fong were in tears, especially Li Qing, who tightly held Luo Fong's hand. I failed you. Luo Fong gently patted the back of his hand and said, without the nation, where would the small family be? Over the years, I have never hated you. On the contrary, I am proud because I know you were for the country. This country of ours has endured so much to reach where it is today, and it could not have been done without the efforts of countless people. Every one of those who strived is worthy of respect. Li Qing remained silent for a long time, his heart filled with even greater guilt. Thank you, Xiao Yi murmured. Clap, clap, clap. A burst of enthusiastic applause filled the venue. Young man, thank you. Li Qing wiped away his tears and said earnestly to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi gave Li Qing a gentle smile. These elders who had dedicated themselves to the nation were the ones we young people truly owed gratitude to. Without them, how could there be today's peaceful and prosperous era? Xiao Yi is truly talented. Yang Chaiwa looked at Xiao Yi in amazement. Spontaneous creation, truly impressive. Xiao Yi amazing. The others also gave Xiao Yi a thumbs up. Spontaneous creation that could touch people's hearts so deeply was indeed remarkable. Tan Songyun gazed at Xiao Yi, a sweet smile spreading across her face. She picked up her wine flask and took a light sip. This peach blossom wine was not strong, but it was fragrant and rich. Director Chang looked at Xiao Yi, then at the livestream viewership, his heart surging with excitement. For a million online viewers. This was going to be phenomenal. Inside the livestream room, after listening to the song, the audience also felt a mix of emotions. This song was definitely improvised by Xiao Yi, written for the story of Mr. Li and Grandma Luo. Who still says this is scripted? They'll have Lao Ba take him to eat some Ollie gay. Everyone has a Xiao Fong in their heart. Thanks to my ex-girlfriend Li Fong. I heard she died. I'm feeling terrible now, suddenly missing those unforgettable days of playful banter. In the past, Xiao Fong had thick braids, now Xiao Fong wants a car and a house. In high school, I loved going to internet cafes to play games and often skipped class. My deskmate girl would always drag me out of the cafe. Later she got into Wuhan University, and I ended up baking sweet potatoes. I hope to see her again and let her taste the sweet potatoes I made myself. Xiao Fong is a fragrant flower, a symbol that transcends gender. But not everyone is lucky enough to meet her, so, if you are fortunate, listening to this song, it feels like suddenly returning to the summer of the 1990s. My wife and I spent all our savings on a black and white TV. She picked up the remote and pressed the fast-forward button, and in an instant more than 20 years passed. Many times it's not that songs have become better, it's that we all have stories now. Time speaks, not only stone can tell. A human life passes in the blink of an eye. What should be cherished must be cherished lest regret comes too late. Thank you Xiao Yi for bringing us this Xiao Fong. We are all deeply moved. Now let's eat and drink freely. Director Chong, after eating and drinking to their heart's content, it was already 11 at night. Everyone returned to their respective lodgings. The next morning after breakfast, Director Chong said to everyone, "We have a new task, help the villagers with their work. As for what exactly to do, well, decide by drawing." With that, a staff member brought over a tray with 5 paper balls placed on it. Director Chong chuckled. Each group sends one person to draw a ball. Women have better luck, let them draw. Xiao Yi said. The 5 female celebrities stepped forward to take the paper balls. Reba opened hers. Follow Uncle Zhao at the east of the village to pick vegetables in the field. Ours is to follow Uncle Wang to catch fish in the river. Zhang Zifeng read the content on the paper. Zheng Kai said seriously, fishing. That's great. Yesterday Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun went fishing and the live stream reached 3 million concurrent viewers. If they go fishing, the effect might not be too bad. Ours is to follow Aunt Chow to buy things in town. Yang Chaiwa looked at her strip. Shopping was simple enough. We're going to dig potatoes in the field. Yu Shuxin looked at her strip. Digging potatoes was a bit tiring. Could she and Zhang Yixing's slender frames handle it? Songyun, what about you? The other girls looked at Tan Songyun. Tan Songyun opened her strip, which read, herding cattle and horses for Uncle Qian. This task was also challenging, because the grazing locations, paths, and so on were unfamiliar to them, and if there were many livestock, what if some got lost? Tan Songyun looked at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi nodded, gently signaling her not to worry. Director Chong said softly, you all basically know your tasks. Now you need to find the corresponding villagers, and they will tell you this. As before, there will be 5 live streams broadcasting everything. Also, we will provide each group with a communication device. If you encounter problems you can't solve, you can contact our back. Then everyone went off to find their respective villagers. Ha ha ha. This time Zhang Yixing and Yu Shuxin are going to dig potatoes. I'm really curious how they'll dig. Their physiques probably. Reba and Xiao Yi are going to the vegetable field to pick vegetables. It feels very interesting. I'm going to their live stream. Yang Chaoyue and the others are going to the city to buy things. I'm going to their live stream. I want to see how a big star shops. Zifeng and Zheng Kai are going to catch fish. After watching Xiao Yi fish, I've lost all interest in fishing. My mouth is full of fishy smell. Is the fishy smell in your mouth normal? Did you eat tadpoles? Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun are going to herd livestock. You can see the mountain scenery. They'll go check their live stream. Heh, just a bit of scenery. What's so great about it? Wait for me, I'll go take a look too. Wild mountains and desolate fields. Won't that scumbag Xiao lay a hand on Tan Songyun? I have to keep a close watch and be ready to call the police. Inside the live room, the viewers became lively again. At the village entrance, Grandpa Qian's small ranch. Tan Songyun looked at the cows and horses inside and asked, Grandpa Qian, are these the cows and horses? Grandpa Qian smiled and said yes. You need to drive these cows and horses to the west mountain over there. He pointed to a large mountain in the distance. But we can't find the way. Tan Songyun smiled bitterly. Grandpa Qian chuckled lightly. It's okay. I drive these cows and horses to the west mountain every day. They know the way. After you drive them to the west mountain, you can come back for lunch, and then around 4 or 5 in the afternoon go drive them back. Oh. Tan Songyun nodded quickly. Herding livestock was something she was doing for the first time, and she found it very interesting. Xiao Yi asked, Grandpa Qian, can the horses here be ridden? Grandpa Qian pointed to a sturdy white horse and said, ride this white horse. It is the most docile and the strongest. Usually my grandson rides it to herd the livestock. All right. Xiao Yi smiled lightly. Then Grandpa Qian opened the gate of the ranch, and the cows and horses inside quickly came out. Xiao Yi walked toward the white horse. The horse, seeing Xiao Yi, was clearly on guard, but did not run away. Xiao Yi reached out and touched the white horse's forehead, then flipped over and mounted the horse's back. There was no saddle, but it was passable. Young man, you have good skills. You have the style of my younger days. Grandpa Qian gave Xiao Yi a thumbs up, his face full of smiles. Xiao Yi smiled lightly at the old man and said to Tan Songyun, get on. I can't get on. Tan Songyun looked at her own height and then at the white horse and couldn't help, but Xiao Yi led the white horse to a step and said, now you can get on right. Tan Songyun walked to the step, and this time there was no problem. She directly mounted the horses. Hold me tight. Xiao Yi said softly. Okay. Tan Songyun didn't stand on ceremony. She hugged Xiao Yi. Let's go. Xiao Yi smiled lightly, and the white horse carried the two forward. Tan Songyun hugged Xiao Yi tightly. Xiao Yi could clearly feel the warmth from her, as well as those two soft little bunnies. Tan Songyun's face flushed slightly. This feeling was so wonderful, so secure. The cows and horses ahead moved forward along a path. Above, a drone followed and filmed throughout. Wow, riding a horse feels so interesting. I really want to go horse riding. No. 18 female technician has added you as a friend. Please accept. Is this the pastoral life? It feels so great. The city is full of tricks. I want to go to the countryside. Is this the poetry and distance we yearn for? It really has a feeling. I hope one day I can escape the hustle and bustle of the city and return to the peaceful countryside. When I have money, I will also go to the countryside, buy a few sheep and horses, and herd horses and sheep every day, living a leisurely life. This city is really not friendly to me. Seeing my Songyun hugging Xiao Yi tightly, her face pressed against his back, I feel so uncomfortable. But seeing that Xiao Yi can ride a horse, I'm shocked. Are there still people in the entertainment industry who can ride horses? The viewers saw Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun driving the cows and horses forward, and the scenery around began to change. Everyone felt it was very interesting. Perhaps this was the true pastoral life without any pretension, making people feel very comfortable. The number of online viewers in Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun's live room quickly rose to 500, and the popularity from yesterday still hadn't diminished. The scenery along the way kept changing. As Grandpa Qian said, these cows and horses knew the way, so Xiao Yi and Tan Songyun didn't need to drive them at all. An hour later, they finally arrived at the West Mountain. This place was once farmland, but after being abandoned it became a place for grazing. It was not the high mountain forest as imagined. Relatively speaking, it was quite flat and open with grass all over the ground. In the distance, there were white stone pillars bearing the marks of time, withered yellow vines, and rolling hills. The cows and horses arrived at their destination, gathering together with heads lowered to graze. Xiao Yi dismounted and helped Tan Songyun down. This scenery is so... Tan Songyun looked at the surrounding scenery excitedly. Looking into the distance, although there were some mountains, it still felt incredibly vast. Breathing the fresh air, looking at the rare blue sky and white clouds in the city, she felt completely refreshed with all distracting thoughts gone. Tan Songyun, like a spirit, happily ran around on the grass, and then came to a small hill. This place is so beautiful. Tan Songyun stretched out her hands, and said loudly, a sweet smile on her face. The gentle breeze blew against her, very comfortable. Whoa, envy. So envious. Is this the countryside scenery? I admit that the 5 level scenic spots I've visited are really weak in comparison. These landscapes have no traces of artificial carving, they are all naturally formed. They feel so beautiful. I love the scenery so much. Watching Xiao Yi's live stream is definitely the most correct choice. Inside the live room, the viewers were exceptionally excited, captivated by the beautiful scenery. A gentle breeze blew. Xiao Yi stood beside Tan Songyun, inhaling the faint fragrance of the breeze and the beauty, feeling in a very good mood. He gazed into the distance. High mountains have their towering majesty, hills have their proud presence. Both are scenery. Tan Songyun looked around happily. Suddenly she saw a flower and asked curiously, Xiao Yi, what flower is this? It feels so beautiful. Xiao Yi looked at the flower Tan Songyun referred to. It had several emerald green leaves topped with a purple center, and the petals were slender and goose yellow. He chuckled lightly. This is Chonglu Paris polyphylla, a traditional Chinese medicine with many effects, clearing heat, detoxifying, reducing swelling, and relieving pain. It is relatively common in the Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan regions. The locals like to call it unicorn lotus. There is a very unique prescription, 2 liang of 9-leaf, Chonglo 1 qian of winter solstice cicada pupa, decocted with snow from last year. It can cure people's lovesickness. The prescription Xiao Yi mentioned is completely fake. In my view, it's utter nonsense. Exactly, Chonglo, also known as 7-leaf, one flower, only has 7 leaves. Where would 9-leaf Chonglu come from? And how could cicada pupae appear on the winter solstice or snow linger from the previous year? Could it be that the prescription is real? Just that longing cannot be dissolved, though. The crowd fell into a profound silence, realizing that longing was indeed beyond remedy. Yet Xiao Yi's next words stunned them. Gazing at the Chonglo, Xiao Yi chuckled softly. Actually, Xiaku is the 9-layer Chonglu. It's a medicinal herb with 9 leaves. On the winter solstice, dig 3 feet deep, and you'll find the cold cicada pupa. As for the snow on New Year's Eve, it falls as the year's last snow. So after parting, longing can be cured. The crowd, after hearing Xiao Yi's words, was again perplexed, sensing a hidden profundity. Was it medicine that cured longing? Or time that healed it? If parting's end brings relief, does it mean time erases all and eternal vows are but illusions? Xiao Yi, you know so much. You're amazing. Tan Songyun's eyes brimmed with admiration. To sing so beautifully and understand medicine, she had never Xiao Yi smiled faintly. Just things I absorbed from childhood, nothing special. Let's go explore that mountain across the way. Before them rose a towering peak from which one could survey all directions. Great. Tan Songyun's eyes lit up at the sight of the lofty mountain. Then Xiao Yi led her to ascend it. Half an hour later they stood atop the summit. All around, the landscape unfolded in a single glance. Xiao Yi, look at the... Tan Songyun pointed excitedly at the river winding like a colossal dragon. The Yangtze, majestic and torrential, surging for thousands of miles. From many spots in Guiyang one could behold the boundless Yangtze, a truly awe-inspiring sight. Xiao Yi, what mountain is that? It feels so imposing. Tan Songyun pointed to a distant peak atop, which a pavilion seemed to flicker hazily in and out of view. Xiao Yi followed her gaze and murmured, "That's Beigu Mountain." On it stands Beigu Pavilion, hailed as the finest pavilion under heaven. Legend has it that after Liu Bai's death in Beidasheng, his wife Sun Shangxiang mourned at Beigu Pavilion, then leaped into the river, earning it the name River Sacrifice Pavilion. Gazing at the distant scene in Beigu Mountain, Xiao Yi recalled a poem Xian Shiji wrote upon visiting the pavilion and whispered, "Where can I see the central plains? The Beigu Tower is filled with sights of your dynasties rise and fall. How many events? Endless. The Yangtze rolls on ceaselessly. In youth he led 1,000 armored warriors holding the southeast in endless strife. Who among the heroes of the world could rival him? Cao Cao and Liu Bei. A son should be like Sun Zhoumo." When Xiao Yi recited this poem, Tan Sonjian's admiration for him deepened. He wrote songs and verses with effortless grace, mastered medicine. This man was truly extraordinary. In all their time together he had never revealed these talents. Was this what they called modesty? The thought stirred a complex emotion in her. Did he not trust her? At that moment the livestream viewers were also stirred with fervor. Truly Xiao Yi is incredibly gifted. He improvised a poem on the spot. Amazing. This poem feels extraordinary. Its momentum is like a rainbow, setting my blood ablaze. Who among the heroes of the world could rival him? A son should be like Sun Zhoumo. Sigh. I still can't understand why the more talented someone is, the more fickle they become. What a pity. Since ancient times scholars have been romantic and the learned often heartless. The viewers were astounded by Xiao Yi's poem. They had never heard such verses and they felt a sense of awe, like a struggling student facing a genius. After enjoying the scenery, Xiao Yi said softly, "Let's head back for lunch." Tan Songyun sat on a rock, chin resting on her hand. "I don't want to eat, I don't want to go back. I just want to stay here forever." The mountain's beauty captivated her. Xiao Yi sighed helplessly. "Fine, let's find something to eat." "Great. I want wild fruit." Tan Sonjian's eyes lit up, and she sprang to her feet. The mountains were surely full of ripe, wild berries. All right, Xiao Yi chuckled wryly. They descended the mountain, scouring the edges, and soon spotted wild fruit. "Xiao Yi, what kind of fruit is this?" "It looks like a kidney." Tan Songyun pointed delightedly at the vine-hanging fruit, her joy in finding wild berries beyond words. Then she turned to another plant, exclaiming, "This one looks like a kiwi, but it's all fuzzy. Can we eat it?" Xiao Yi smiled and nodded. "The first is called August melon. Its vines and peel can be used medicinally. The second is wild kiwi. Both are edible. Let me pick them for you." He reached up, pulled down the vines, and plucked all the August melons and kiwis. Soon Tan Sonjian's pockets were full, and she used her shirt to carry more. Giggling, Tan Songyun looked at her bounty of wild fruit, utterly content, a sweet smile spreading across her face. "Try one." Xiao Yi peeled an August melon and handed it to her. She bit into it, her eyes widening. "So sweet. Just too many seeds. Don't chew, swallow them whole." Xiao Yi smiled, a pang of nostalgia washing over him. He remembered his own childhood days picking wild fruit with friends, times that could never return. "Xiao Yi, you have one too." Tan Songyun handed him an August melon. They walked and ate together. Soon they reached a grassy meadow where cattle and horses grazed carefree. Tan Songyun sat on the ground piling up all the fruit and muttered, "Eating only wild fruit won't really fill my stomach. There's a stream nearby. I saw it earlier. There might be fish. Let's catch some." Xiao Yi said softly. "Yes." Tan Sonjian's enthusiasm rekindled, her fists clenched with energy. Having lived her whole life in the city, everything in these mountains was novel and irresistibly alluring. She was curious about every corner, eager to explore it all. Xiao Yi led her onward. After a 10-minute walk, a small stream appeared before them. The stream babbled, a wooden bridge crossing it. Small animals drank at the water's edge, lifting their heads at the newcomers before returning to their business. "How beautiful it is!" Tan Songyun exclaimed joyfully, gazing at the scenery before her. Ancient trees with gnarled branches, hanging vines, a small bridge over a crystal-clear stream, all of which filled her heart with serenity. Even more astonishing were the tiny animals, which showed no fear of humans at all, making it all the more intriguing. Xiao Yi chuckled softly. "All things have spirits. These little creatures sense no malice, so naturally they are not afraid." "Xiao Yi, where does this river come from? Let's go upstream and take a look." Tan Songyun said, excitedly eager to see the source of the river. At that moment she suddenly realized that eating was not as important as enjoying the breathtaking scenery. The two walked along the river. After another 10 minutes or so, a large waterfall appeared before them, flanked by cliffs on both sides. The water cascaded down the cliffs with imposing momentum. "Wow, a waterfall!" Tan Songyun pointed at the waterfall in excitement. The cliff was 100 meters high, and the water seemed to fall from the sky, crashing into the pool below and stirring up waves of spray. Tan Songyun stretched out her hands, closed her eyes, and listened to the sounds of nature. Tiny droplets of water splashed on her face, cool and refreshing, bringing immense. Xiao Yi smiled lightly, staring at the clear pool where plump fish could be seen swimming. He found a wooden stick nearby, aimed at the fish, and swung it vigorously. With a sharp sound, the stick shot into the water. Xiao Yi instantly reached out and pulled it up, a fish speared on the end. Tan Songyun opened her eyes, saw the fish on the stick, and her face lit up with joy. She gave Xiao Yi a thumbs up and said, "Xiao Yi, you even know how to spear fish. That's amazing." Xiao Yi was already great at fishing, but now he could also spear fish. She wondered what he couldn't do. Without a word, Xiao Yi took the fish off the stick and threw it again into the water. Soon another fish was impaled. Xiao Yi caught 4 fish in a row, and Tan Sanjian's eyes sparkled. With a man like this, how could one? Xiao Yi used a sharp stone to scrape off the scales, then slit open the bellies and remove the entrails. After washing them clean, he said to Tan Songyan, "The fish are clean. Wait here while I get some firewood." "Okay." Tan Songyan sat by the pool, cupped some clear water, and drank. It was cool and sweet, incredibly refreshing. This mountain spring water was far better than any processed mineral. After a short while, Xiao Yi returned with firewood and some special fragrant herbs. He started a fire to roast the fish. Tan Songyan sat beside him, watching him intently, her mood uplifted. In the live stream room, is this the mountain life? Drink from a spring when thirsty, catch fish when hungry. Suddenly, I want to become a hermit. This place is truly beautiful. The waterfall cascades down the clear spring flows, making one feel incredibly at ease. Fish are so cute, why eat them? Boo-hoo. Xiao Yi is a big meanie. No eating fish. I can smell the aroma through the screen. My mouth is watering. I declare I'm having grilled fish tonight. Watching Xiao Yi and Tan Sanjian's live stream is such a treat. Scenery, food, everything. And we get to see the ultimate grilled fish, top notch. Xiao Yi is really amazing. He seems to know everything. With a man like him, you'd never worry about going hungry. I'm switching from hater to fan now. Just look at Goddess Tan's expression. I know she's already fallen for him. That scumbag Xiao Yi is too good. Handsome, knowledgeable, it's hard for any woman not to be charmed. Suddenly, I feel Tan Songyun and Xiao Yi are a perfect match. I really hope they get together. The viewers were also delighted by the beautiful scenery before them. This was the true pastoral mountain life they yearned for. Everything felt so peaceful and comfortable. The number of online viewers in the live stream had now reached 1.7 million, truly astonishing. Boo-hoo. Guys, did I miss something? I went to watch Zheng Kai and Zhang Zifeng follow an old man fishing. Totally boring, just watching the old man catch fish the whole time. I went to watch Yang Shua and Yang Chai was shopping in town, but the market was packed with people, a sea of heads. Gave me trypophobia. Doraba and Xiao Yi picking vegetables was okay, but after a while it got boring. Over at Yixing and Yushuxins, they were digging potatoes and were already drenched in sweat. I feel so sorry for my gitch. Comparatively, Xiao Yi and Tan Sanjian's live stream is the best. Natural scenery, beautiful people, delicious food, pleasing to the eye, relaxing and comfortable. At once, viewers from the other 4 live streams kept pouring into Xiao Yi and Tan Sanjian's room. Soon the number of viewers in their room soared to over 2 million. After the fish was roasted, Xiao Yi handed one to Tan Songyan. "Eat up." "Thanks." Tan Songyan took the fish and savored it slowly. Her eyes lit up. "So fragrant. Xiao Yi, your grilling skills are incredible." Xiao Yi smiled, picked up a fish, and began to eat as well. After half an hour they were both full. Xiao Yi found some damp stones. "Let's go," Xiao Yi said to Tan Songyan. She stretched contentedly and followed him. After returning to where the cattle and horses were grazing, Xiao Yi lay on the ground, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, breathing in the scent of earth and faint grass, feeling complete. Tan Songyan sat beside him, earnestly studying his face, feeling that the scenery at this moment was truly beautiful. Time passed by minute by minute. At dusk, Xiao Yi wake up. Tan Songyan gently shook his arm. Xiao Yi opened his eyes, saw the dim sky, and was momentarily stunned. Had he slept that long? "You big sleepyhead, it's already dusk. Time to go back," Tan Songyan said in a sweet voice. Xiao Yi got up and stretched his limbs slightly. Tan Songyan stuffed all the wild fruits on the ground into her pockets. Xiao Yi walked to the white horse, gently stroked its head, and then swung himself onto its back. Tan Songyan quickly followed. Xiao Yi lightly took her arm and pulled her onto the horse. "Let's go." Tan Songyan raised her arms in delight. The rest of the cattle and horses, hearing her voice, followed the path back. On the way back, Xiao Yi and Tan Songyan rode the white horse, with Tan Songyan holding tightly onto Xiao Yi. The sun was setting in the west. Xiao Yi murmured, "Dried vines, old trees, evening crows, small bridge, flowing water, homes, ancient road, west wind, lean horse. The sun sets a heartbroken man at the end of the world." Tan Songyan rested her cheek on Xiao Yi's back, whispering softly, "But it's a sturdy white horse." The sun dipped below the horizon. The afterglow of the sunset cast its light on their faces, freezing the moment, filled with warmth. A new day dawned. "How did everyone rest last night?" Director Chong inquired. "I slept soundly. It's been ages since I had such a peaceful slumber." Xiao Yi replied with a smile. After a day of exhausting labor, it would be problematic if he hadn't slept soundly. "Today everyone has a new task," Director Chong said with an air of mystery. "What task?" Director Chong, do tell. Director Chong spoke seriously. "Your tasks today are divided into 2. The first one, the county leaders, upon learning of old Mr. Lee's story, plan to build a house for him and Grandma Luo. The foundation was laid yesterday. Today 2 men need to accompany the craftsman to purchase some materials. Meanwhile, the women will help old Mr. Lee and Grandma Luo cook meals to entertain everyone." After hearing this, Xiao Yi asked, "And the second task?" Director Chong replied, "The second task requires the remaining 3 men to go to the city train station and pick up Mr. Chao's son Xiao Lei, who has been working elsewhere and is returning to get married." Yang Xiaoyi's eyes lit up. Does that mean we can attend the wedding feast? Director Chang smiled. According to the schedule, well, all be able to enjoy the wedding feast. Everyone understood their tasks for the day. Director Chang said, now the 5 of us men will draw lots to see who goes to purchase materials and who goes to pick up the person in the city. Then paper slips were placed on a plate. Xiao Yi and the other 4 men began drawing. Xiao Yi unfolded his slip. It read purchase materials. Mine also says purchase materials. Zhang Yixing looked at Xiao Yi. The other 3 were definitely going to pick up the person. Director Chang smiled. Now everyone go about your own tasks. As usual, it will be live streamed the whole time. The group left the guest house. Xiao Yi and the 7 others headed to Grandma Luo's house, while the remaining 3 men drove the sponsor's car to the county to pick up the person. On the way, Zhang Yixing looked at Xiao Yi and asked, Xiao Yi, we're not going to be lifting cement bags later, are we? With his build, lifting cement bags would be quite a challenge. Xiao Yi smiled. Probably not. That's a relief. Zhang Yixing breathed a sigh of relief. Outside Grandma Luo's, many people had already gathered chatting with Li Qing and Luo Fong. Grandpa Li, Grandma Luo, Tan Songyun, and the other girls ran over happily. Seeing the group arrive, Li Qing and Luo Fong revealed warm smiles. These young people were full of vitality. We'll have to trouble you with what's to come. Li Qing said to everyone. Don't worry, Grandpa Li, well, do a good job. Yu Shuxin said in a sweet voice. Who will accompany me to purchase materials? Zhao Hu looked at the group with a smile. Xiao Yi and I. Zhang Yixing spoke up. Haha, then come with me. We have quite a lot to buy today, a one trip might not be enough. Zhao Hu chuckled. Then Xiao Yi and Zhang Yixing followed Zhao Hu to his house. Uncle Zhao Hu, what materials do we need to buy this time? Zhang Yixing asked. Zhao Hu thought for a moment. This time we mainly need to buy 2 truckloads of cement and 2 truckloads of hollow bricks. We brought some yesterday, today we're getting— Oh, I see. Zhang Yixing nodded. When they arrived at Zhao Hu's house, they saw 2 Hongxing brand tractors parked at the entrance. Village conditions are limited, so we'll use the tractors to go shopping. Zhao Hu smiled. We'll take both. Zhang Yixing stared at the tractors. If you can drive, we'll take both. If not, I'll drive one, but we'll need to make more trips. Zhao Hu said seriously. I can drive. He'll take the other one. Xiao Yi said with a faint smile. Awesome. Xiao Yi, you even know how to drive a tractor. Zhao Hu looked at Xiao Yi in surprise. Xiao Yi smiled. I learned when I was a kid. With that, he directly spent 5 million to purchase the divine driving skill. In an instant, he became a divine driver. The skill encompassed not only various vehicle models, but also knowledge of driving airplanes, rockets, and ships. Comprehensive and well worth the 5 million. Are you sure it's okay? Zhao Hu asked earnestly. A young star driving a tractor, that was rare. Xiao Yi nodded lightly. All right, then I'll trust you. Seeing that Xiao Yi wasn't joking, Zhao Hu handed him the keys. Modern tractors could start with a single button, unlike the old ones that required a crank and were very laborious. Rumble, rumble. Soon the sound of 2 tractors started. Xiao Yi looked at Zhang Yixing. Want to ride with me? Are you sure you can handle? Zhang Yixing asked with a wry smile. For a fellow young star, Xiao Yi could even drive a tractor. That was incredible. Very steady. 18 years of experience. Xiao Yi chuckled. All right, I'll ride with you. If it flips, I can jump off in time. Zhang Yixing wasn't timid and climbed onto the tractor. Xiao Yi pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offered one to Zhao, who then handed one to Zhang Yixing. Want one? No, no. Zhang Yixing firmly declined. This was a live stream after all. He wasn't as bold as Xiao Yi, who had smoked during a live stream before and paid no attention to outside criticism. In a word, carefree. For him, smoking would probably cause big trouble. Suit yourself. Xiao Yi smiled faintly, lit a cigarette, and paid no mind to the live stream. He didn't need to care. With a formidable background and a powerful system, if he couldn't even smoke a cigarette, what was the point? Zhao Hu drove the other tractor and said to Xiao Yi, follow me. Rumble, rumble. The 2 tractors left the yard. Xiao Yi, you're really amazing. Zhang Yixing, seeing how smoothly Xiao Yi drove, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Xiao Yi smiled. This is nothing. If you want to learn, I can teach you. I guarantee you'll drive even more smoothly. Ahem. Forget it. I can't handle this hunk of iron. Zhang Yixing waved his hand. Driving a car is much more enjoyable, why bother? The 2 tractors reached the village entrance, where a young man climbed onto Zhao Hu's tractor. They then set off along the mountain asphalt road. In the live stream room, netizens became lively. What? Am I seeing things? Xiao the player can even drive a tractor. That's impressive. Bro Xiao's family farms, so it's normal for him to drive a tractor. Damn, I'm scared he'll flip the tractor. What if my Yixing gets hurt? Your brother isn't scared, so why are you? Besides, Xiao Yi drives so smoothly. Do you think he'll flip? Even I, who've driven a tractor for 20 years as a single old man, am full of admiration. Player Xiao is smoking again and trying to corrupt my Yixing. How despicable. I actually think Xiao Yi is very manly. He's not pretentious at all. Very real, much more pleasing than those who second guess. It's normal for men to offer each other cigarettes. Offering shows respect. If you smoke alone, without offering, it makes the other person uncomfortable. Learning a bit of social grace. Dingjin, he gets me. You little bastard, is that an e-cigarette? Offering nothing but hot air. In Jiang City, within a luxurious villa, Feng Yu was watching a live stream. When she saw Xiao Yi driving a tractor, her expression— Jianhua Yu and Xiao Yi were high school classmates. Is his family really in farming? Feng Yu asked, curiously glancing at Zhao Jianhua, who was brewing tea, chuckled upon hearing her question. Back in high school, he also said his family farmed. Is there? Feng Yu shook her head. I've heard about what happened at Yunding Tower. Rumor has it that the mysterious Mr. He owed his family a favor, which is why he got off scot-free. But I feel there's more to it. Up to now Zheng Haohai and the others who were beaten haven't pursued the matter. That's highly unusual. Zhao Jianhua smiled. To be honest, I don't know Xiao Yi's true background either. You don't know his true background either. Feng Yu was taken aback. She had assumed Zhao Jianhua knew Xiao Yi, well, given they were classmates in high school. Zhao Jianhua pondered. Although I don't know his specific background, I can be sure his origins are extraordinary. That Mr. He who appeared at Yunding Tower. He's actually just Xiao Yi's driver. Back in high school he would pick up and drop off Xiao Yi every day. What? That mysterious Mr. He is just Xiao Yi's driver. Feng Yu covered her mouth, utterly astounded. That Mr. He was clearly no ordinary man. Even the daughter of the top official in Jiang City had to greet him with utmost. Yet Zhao Jianhua claimed such a prominent figure was merely Xiao Yi's driver. This revelation left her in awe. Was Xiao Yi's background truly that terrifying? Was Mr. He's intervention not to repay a favor to Xiao Yi's family? Zhao Jianhua guessed her thoughts. Mr. These words might just be a way to conceal Xiao Yi's true identity. Take it as you will, but don't take it too seriously. He turned to Feng Yu. Do you remember what I told you about the 4 great families of the imperial capital? Feng Yu nodded. The 4 great families, Qin, Shu, Lin, and Yi. Each wields immense power and is untouchable. Zhao Jianhua said, the 4 families are indeed formidable. My Zhao family is considered a major clan in the capital, but compared to them we're nothing. They've been established for over 100 years with terrifying foundations. Yet I must tell you that even the mighty 4 families once yielded to Xiao Yi. The 4 families yielded to Xiao Yi. Feng Yu was stunned again. Was Xiao Yi's background truly that terrifying? He could make the 4 families bow. Zhao Jianhua's tone grew grave. In high school the 4 young masters of the 4 families were notorious troublemakers who often formed cliques and bullied others. No one dared provoke them. Then Xiao Yi transferred to our class. Because he claimed to be from a farming family, he was often mocked and teased. Once the 4 of them crossed him, and he beat them black and blue, noses and mouths bleeding. Then something strange happened. The heads of the 4 families personally came to apologize to Xiao Yi and publicly gave their sons another beating. After that, everyone in the class knew that Xiao Yi had an overwhelming background so formidable that even the 4 families dared not provoke him. Feng Yu covered her mouth, eyes wide, terrified by Zhao Jianhua's words. Beating the young masters of the 4 families, and then having the family heads come to apologize in person, what kind of terrifying background was that? As if recalling something, Feng Yu looked at him with a strange expression. I remember you saying you were a bit of a troublemaker in high school too. You weren't beaten up by Xiao Yi, were you? Ahem. Nonsense. Xiao Yi and I are very close. Zhao Jianhua looked a little embarrassed. He had indeed been beaten by Xiao Yi, but it was through that fight they became friends. Those who were beaten later ended up on good terms with Xiao Yi. Feng Yu giggled, but didn't press further. Staring at the live stream, she murmured, I think Xiao Yi and Song Yun make quite a match. Zhao Jianhua smirked and added, don't tell anyone what I've told you today, or it might cause unnecessary trouble. Don't worry, I know what's at stake, Feng Yu said earnestly. In a brick factory, Zhao Hu and a young man were helping the workers load hollow bricks onto a truck. Xiao Yi and Zhang Yixing stood nearby watching. Xiao Yi, how much do you think 1 brick weighs? Zhang Yixing asked, curiously noticing how laborious the task seemed for Zhao Hu and the others. Xiao Yi said calmly, this is an old-style hollow brick commonly used in rural areas. 1 brick weighs about 50 jin. If it were fired brick, it would be lighter. The difference between hollow and fired bricks is that hollow bricks are heavier and bulkier, making them hard to handle and more strenuous. Fired bricks are lighter, but require more material. After speaking, Xiao Yi found a pair of gloves and joined the loading. Zhao Hu quickly said, these hollow bricks are heavy. But before he finished, he saw Xiao Yi grab a brick in each hand and load them onto the truck with ease, looking completely relaxed. Zhao Hu was stunned. Xiao Yi looked thin and gentle, yet his strength was astonishing, totally unexpected. But then Xiao Yi continued loading bricks at a rapid pace, moving more than a dozen, without a pause, showing no sign of strain. This shocked Zhao Hu and the workers around him. Kid, you're amazing. The workers gave Xiao Yi a thumbs up. Zhang Yixing was dumbfounded and tried lifting one himself. The 50 jin hollow brick wasn't too hard to lift, but after 2 or 3, he couldn't handle it, especially when he had to raise them onto the truck, which was extremely strenuous. But Xiao Yi, that beast, had moved over a dozen, without even breaking a sweat, still looking completely at ease. Zhang Yixing was amazed. With strength like that, I guess carrying by Lu up Mount Tai is real. Zhang Yixing muttered to himself, looking at Xiao Yi with admiration. Though both were young and fit, in terms of strength, he was no match. Xiao Yi was a true powerhouse, like a With Xiao Yi's help, the 2 truckloads of bricks were soon loaded. Let's go, Xiao Yi said to Zhang Yixing. Zhang Yixing quickly, rumble rumble. The 2 tractors drove out of the brick factory, diesel fumes rising with an oddly enticing scent. Oh, Xiao Yi is incredibly strong. He's so good at moving bricks that even I, a brick-moving expert, feel pressured. If he came to our construction site, he would definitely achieve great things. He can carry a white egret up Mount Tai, so moving bricks is a piece of cake, right? Suddenly I feel Xiao Yi has such a masculine charm, much more secure than those skinny little... My brother Yixing is also great. He moved 3 bricks, and I'm so worried for him, mommy. Baby, I went to move bricks today and earned 220 yuan. Do you think I would send all 220 yuan to you? No, I borrowed 300 from a coworker. I want to make it 520 to send to you, hee hee. If you don't love me anymore, fine. Why did you block me? Why didn't you pay me back? You've made me only able to drink 8 treasure porridge now, slurp slurp. Sob. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The cement and bricks were all in place. After Xiao Yi followed Zhao Hu and the others to unload the bricks, the workers began construction. Xiao Yi then went to the old grandmother's house to perform acupuncture on her. The old grandmother was already able to walk and her legs were recovering rapidly. After the acupuncture, Xiao Yi chuckled and said, "Grandma, this is the Chinese medicine I bought for you from the pharmacy in town. Brew it and drink it 3 times a day. Within 10 days your feet will be completely fine." "All right, young man, I'm so grateful. How much for the medicine?" "They'll pay you," the old grandmother said earnestly. Xiao Yi smiled and said, "No need, no need." In the evening, Zheng Kai and the others had brought Xiao Lei back. He was a young man of 26 or 27. Mr. Xiao directly hosted a banquet inviting the entire village to eat. In 2 days would be Xiao Lei's wedding day, so he needed to invite the villagers to help in advance. That's how it is in the countryside. Whenever there's something, just ask the villagers for help and things become very simple. In the city, neighborly relations are somewhat more indifferent with less warmth. "Uncle Li, I want to invite you to be Xiao Lei's witness at the wedding. What do you think?" Mr. Xiao looked respectfully at Li Qing. Li Qing was a scientist of great importance, and it was most appropriate to entrust such a major matter to him. Li Qing smiled and said, "No problem. Thank you, Uncle Li." Mr. Xiao was extremely grateful. Then he communicated with others about borrowing tables, chairs, stools, the person in charge of the stove, cooking, dishwashing. All tasks were assigned. Xiao Yi and the others also had tasks. The women were basically responsible for washing dishes, washing vegetables, and the like. The men were responsible for receiving the bride, borrowing items, serving dishes, etc. Xiao Yi's task this time was not to be a groomsman, but to keep accounts, the one responsible for collecting money and writing names. As for the task of being a groomsman, it was given to Zhang Yixing. Being a groomsman actually has requirements. First, it must be a young man who has never been married. Second, preferably one who has never been a groomsman before, or if he is generally no more than 3 times. Of course, this is actually somewhat superstitious. Nowadays, there are professional groomsmen working 9 to 5. The task assignments were complete. Everyone ate and drank freely. To liven up the atmosphere in the live stream room, we will now use a lottery to let one partner show off a talent. Director Chong said to everyone, "Come on," Xiao Yi said with a smile. He didn't see any problem with the show's approach. After all, they were participating in the program for money, and doing things in the show was perfectly normal. Everyone began to draw lots. The others all drew blank slips. Only Xiao Yi drew the one to show a talent. "Haha, Xiao Yi, it's your turn to perform again." Yang Chaiwei grinned at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, this guy was versatile. It was naturally most appropriate for him to show off. She was so looking. This guy is radiating brilliance. Xiao Yi gave a wry smile. Was his luck really that bad? Damn author. Xiao Yi, come on. Director Chong said with a smile, his heart also full of anticipation, hoping Xiao Yi would sing another song. The villagers also stared at Xiao Yi, equally expectant. Xiao Yi pondered for a moment and said softly, "Then as usual, I'll sing a song for everyone." Clap, clap, clap. Everyone kept applauding, very happy. Meanwhile, the live stream room instantly became lively. Xiao Yi was going to sing. This was a big deal. If you missed it, you could only watch the... Xiao Yi said to Director Chong, "Give me a guqin." Arranged immediately. Director Chong immediately had the staff arrange it. Soon a guqin was brought to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi placed the guqin on an empty table and said softly, "Since Xiao Lei returned home today, he'll sing a song called Returning Home for everyone." When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up. Returning Home. Another new song. Xiao Yi, this guy is so talented. Whoa. Xiao Yi is so talented, I want to become his disciple. Yang Chaiwa stared at Xiao Yi, little stars twinkling in her eyes. Reba gave her a disdainful look. "Little girl, don't even think about making a move on Xiao Yi, or it'll make sure you're left with nothing, not even bones." Tan Songyan took a sip of wine and looked at Xiao Yi, her eyes full of anticipation. Everyone quieted down. Xiao Yi gently plucked the strings and a melodious sound arose, causing everyone's soul to tremble. He began to sing a cappella. The boats on the canal come from south and north, winding 100 times through the Yangtze River. Beigu Tower gazes afar at the past of Shijing. Endless scenery fills the eyes. Xiao Yi's voice was extremely unique, bringing everyone into a very mystical realm. It contained the canal transport boats, the Yangtze River, Beigu Pavilion, Shijing Ferry. All beautiful scenery that made people unable to resist being captivated, deeply immersed, and unable to extricate themselves. This song is about guqin. Li Qing's eyes lit up, instantly understanding from the lyrics what the song was about. Li Qing was right, this song was indeed about guqin. On Earth, this place was later known as Zhenjiang, located in Jiangsu province. Every place has a unique song. Yunnan has Colorful Clouds, Sichuan has Chengdu, and Zhenjiang has Returning Home. This song, relatively speaking, was not particularly popular, but its melody was extremely beautiful, making people feel incomparably comfortable. Singing this song in guqin was absolutely the most appropriate. Guqin is located at the confluence of the Yangtze River and the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal, and also has Beigu Pavilion and Shijing Ferry, all of which appear in the lyrics. The misty rain of Jiaoshan falls on the quiet Jiangnan. When will the bright moon shine on my return? The wind from the south, the water flowing east. Floating clouds accompany the wanderer home. The rain at the west window, you who have returned. Drunk under the slanting moon of home. The song ended. Everyone was still captivated. They not only saw beautiful scenery, but also saw the wanderer returning home, that unbreakable hometown sentiment striking deep into the soul, leaving an endless aftertaste. Good songs always carry a special power, making people feel touched, and their souls tremble. After a while, everyone came back to their senses, and kept applauding. Xiao Yi's song is so well written. Yes, the lyrics are beautiful with a unique artistic conception. The talented Xiao Yi is radiating brilliance all over. Whoa, suddenly I miss my hometown.